In the world of Naruto, I have traversed time and become a member of the Moonlight Clan. Indeed, it is the family of that man who bears the name of the protagonist, but lacks the fortune of a true hero. I possess neither the Uchiha bloodline nor the ability to awaken would release. However, I have awakened the art of phase transition. Still, I yearn to confront challenges directly. Yet, it seems that the allure of being a shadowy figure is quite tempting. I plan to establish a clandestine organization of assassins. My combat prowess is commendable, starting at the level of a Jonin. Should this not appeal to you, well, I suggest you read on and consider it a refreshing change of pace. As for individuals like Danzo and the third Hokage, opinions vary widely online, and I shall write according to my own interpretations. Regarding the system, I will simply introduce a sign-in system for now. Chapter 1. The World of Naruto. Within the Moonlight Clan, in a remote dwelling, a delicate-looking young boy stands upon a stool, preparing dinner. The Moonlight Clan is a modest family of ninjas from Konoha, totaling no more than 50 members, young and old alike. It appears that only one member, Moonlight Sherfong, has made an appearance in the original narrative, and he met his untimely demise early on. As for the present, this little fellow has only just begun his journey in this world, having been here for 8 years. Time indeed flies. 8 years ago, my mother, after giving birth to me and my younger sister, passed away, and shortly thereafter, my father met an unexpected fate. This marks a classic beginning for a transmigrator. Though the Moonlight Clan is sparse in numbers and holds a low status within the village, they are still capable of raising 2 children. The family has promised to support my sister and me until we reach the age of 12. After that, we must fend for ourselves. At 12, one either graduates from the Ninja Academy, takes on missions, and earns a bounty, or returns to assist the family business. As long as I do not become complacent, I should be able to sustain myself. My name is Moonlight Chinya, and my younger sister's name is Moonlight Chinyue. I serve the prepared meal into bowls and set them on the table. I then step into the yard and call out to a little girl practicing her shuriken throws. Yeah, it's time for dinner. You can practice again tomorrow. The girl looks up at Chinya and smiles. Okay, big brother, I'm coming. As we sit at the table, enjoying our meal, Chinyue, with her cheeks stuffed full, questions, Big brother, why is it that I never see you practicing shuriken throws, yet you throw them so accurately? Chinya chuckles. Well, I am older than you. It is only natural that I'm more skilled. Chinyue pouts. If you don't want to share, that's fine. You were merely born a few minutes before me. You always use such childish excuses to trick me. I envy you, big brother. You learn everything so quickly. I wish I could be like you. So envious. Chinya ruffles Chinyue's hair. All right, let's finish our meal. After dinner, you must go to bed early. Otherwise, you won't grow tall. Chinyue pouts again. Okay. After dinner, Chinya lies on his bed, gently stroking Chinyue's hair beside him, a smile gracing his lips. She falls asleep rather quickly. He then closes his eyes, immersing himself in the system space, where a panel about himself unfolds. Name * Moonlight Chinya. Age * 8 years. Chakra attributes * wind, water, earth, lightning, fire, yin yang. Chakra * 20 cards. Bloodline limit * phase transition. Perfect. Strength * Jonin, Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Super Kage, 6 paths. Ninjutsu * Wind release. Wine cutter advanced. Fire release. Great fireball perfect. Water release. Water prison advanced. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique perfect. Earth flow wall advanced. Lightning release. Chidori advanced. Rasengan advanced. Flying thunder god intermediate. Summon beast * storm. Strength Kage. Gale warhawk. Abilities * culinary skills. Advanced. Chakra control advanced. Swordsmanship advanced. Shuriken throwing perfect. Shadow space * unique special. System currency * 10086 used for purchasing items and participating in system lotteries. 10,000 coins equal 1 system currency. System inventory * various kanai, explosive tags. * system tasks * none. Summon characters from other worlds * Chia, Kage, Mandishawa, Kage, Blackbird, Kage, Prince of Stan, Kage. Characters with strength below Kage level are omitted as they are mere cannon fodder later on. Affiliated forces * shadow assassin organization. Ding. Sign in reward. 100 system coins, and a finely crafted ninja sword. The following morning, Moonlight Chinya rises early, gently lifting the covers before making his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and lunch. Just as he finishes cooking, a sleepy figure appears beside him. Chinya, yawning, asks, "Big brother, is breakfast ready?" Chinya nods and smiles. "It's ready. Quickly wash your face and come eat. After school today, I'll take you out for barbecue." Upon hearing this, Chinya inquires, "Big brother, how much money does Grandpa the clan leader give us per month? Why do the other children in our clan seem to barely have enough to eat?" Chinya playfully taps her head, chuckling, "Little one, why ponder such things? Eat and drink well. Leave the adult matters to me." Chinya pouts, muttering, "Tisich, you only came into this world a few minutes before me. You're not that much an adult yourself." On the streets of Konoha, a little girl clings to a boy's back, raising her hands above her head. "Big brother, hurry up. We're going to be late." The boy rolls his eyes. "I wonder who is to blame for our impending tardiness." The girl, unhappy, pouts, "Big brother, how can you say that? It's because your cooking is too delicious. Of course, we have to savor it." The boy internally groans, thinking, "You didn't say a word while I spent ages fixing my hair. By the way, are all the girls in the Naruto world this mature? At such a young age, they already know how to dress up? In my previous life, I was probably still playing in the mud at 7 or 8 years old." As they approach the entrance to the Ninja Academy, Chinya hastily nudges her brother. "Big brother, hurry. I don't see anyone else outside. We're definitely late. I don't want to be punished with cleaning duties." Chinya nods resignedly. I know. I don't want to be punished either." Finally, the siblings stealthily arrive at the classroom door, peeking through the window to see their teacher already at the podium, alongside a shy little girl with red hair. Chinya knocks on the door and, with Chinya, approaches their teacher under the gaze of their classmates. The teacher glances at them and waves his hand. "Quickly, take your seats. We have a new student today, so I won't punish you too." Chinya nods and leads Chinya to the back row. Once seated, the teacher addresses the class. "Students, today we welcome a new classmate. I hope everyone can get along well and become friends." Chinya looks at the red-haired girl behind the teacher. Could it be Kushina Uzumaki? After all, there are few red-haired individuals in Konoha, and given her age, if she is not Kushina Uzumaki, then who could she be? Just as he contemplates this, a somewhat melancholic voice breaks into his thoughts. "Oh, big brother, you seem quite taken. Could it be that you have a crush on her? I never expected you to fancy this type." Upon hearing this, Chinya could not help but roll his eyes. How is that even possible? Just a little brat, really, and I only glanced a few times. How could that be considered divine intervention? Be careful, or I might accuse you of slander. On stage, the red-haired little girl looked up and, with a hint of nervousness in her voice, said, "Hello everyone. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. From now on, we will be classmates, and I hope we can get along well in the future. I am very grateful that Konoha has taken me. My dream is to become the first female Hokage of Konoha and to earn everyone's." Before she could finish, a wave of murmurs erupted. "Seriously? Did I hear that right? Hokage? Just you? A newcomer from outside the village dares to say that?" "Exactly. And why is her hair red?" How strange that Kushina listened to the voices of doubt and ridicule, feeling a wave of injustice wash over her. I haven't done anything wrong, have I?" Seeing this, the teacher could not help but speak up. "Quiet. From now on, Kushina will be your classmate, so remember to get along well. Kushina, please find a seat. If you want to change seats later, you can come to me after class. Now, let's start the lesson." Kushina glanced around and then approached Chinya cautiously, asking, Can I sit next to you?" Chinya nodded. "Sure." Kushina slowly took a seat. "Thank you." Chinya replied nonchalantly, "You're welcome. All right, class, we will begin today's theoretical lesson. The usage of explosive tags is, the role of military rations on the battlefield is, how to conceal your tracks. The characteristics of the puppet masters from Sunagakure are, lastly, and most importantly, regarding the will of fire, as proposed by the third Hokage, we shall. All right, class, that's all for today." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chinya slumped over his desk. "Bro, I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired. I'm going to take a nap." Chinya nodded and then, feeling a bit bored, flipped through his textbook. Kushina stole a glance at her deskmate, feeling a bit of a headache. He seemed rather difficult to approach, and the classmates were not much better either. It was her first day at school, and she had hoped to make friends. After much internal struggle, she finally reached out and tugged at Chinya's sleeve. Hi, I'm Uzumaki Kushina. What's your name?" Yuegwang Qianye turned to look at Kushina. I'm Yuegwang Qianye, and this is my sister, Yuegwang Qianye. Kushina nodded and replied, Oh, before continuing, did your sister not sleep well last night? She looks really tired. Qianye glanced at his sister and chuckled. You could say that. He certainly couldn't say that his sister feels dizzy and sleepy whenever she reads, could he? Moreover, the future mother of this main character, while the outcome isn't too favorable. Speaking of which, the future ninja world is anything but peaceful. Soon to come is the second Great Ninja War, followed by the third and fourth Great Ninja Wars. The hidden bosses emerge one after another. There's Hanzo the Salamander, who hasn't died yet, Orotoru, who hasn't defected yet, Pain of the Akatsuki, Conan, and young Obito, hiding somewhere, not to mention Uchiha Madara, one of the bosses in the fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto, who stirs up trouble, the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, and a whole host of extraterrestrial visitors. Each of them is formidable in their own right, and if things go awry, he might have to take his sister to the Shadow Realm to hide, because after all, it's better to live than to die, right? Let's hope the system lends a hand. Otherwise, on the battlefield, he would surely be nothing but cannon fodder. Chapter 2. Kushina's Thoughts. As noon approached, Yuegwang Qianye pinched Qianyue's delicate cheek and gently said, Wake up, it's time to eat. Qianyue yawned, slowly sitting up, stretching her arms above her head. Ah, I slept so well. What are we having for lunch? Braised pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Qianye replied casually. Don't judge. I really don't know much about Japanese cuisine. Qianye retrieved 2 lunchboxes from his ninja bag and handed one to Qianyue. She took the lunchbox and began to devour it hungrily. Qianyue smiled at his little sister and then started eating as well, that he couldn't help but feel that his sister had developed rather poor dining habits. Couldn't she eat a bit more elegantly? Surely she didn't learn this from him, right? He doesn't bury his head in his bowl when he eats. Uzumaki Kushina, peeking at Qianye's lunch, swallowed hard and then opened her own bento box, which contained grilled meat, rice, and stir-fried vegetables. This was something Tsunade had bought for her yesterday. After all, Tsunade doesn't cook, and Granny Mito is getting old and isn't in the best of health. Before coming to Konoha, she hadn't learned to cook at all. However, she had nothing to complain about. Granny Mito had taken her in and was willing to care for her, which was already a blessing. At least she didn't have to wander around anymore, right? Just as Kushina was about to eat, a few little rascals approached with mischievous grins. Seeing this, Kushina stood up, visibly displeased, and said, What do you want? What do we want? We just want to see which outsider dares to aspire to be Hokage. How audacious. Exactly. And why is your hair color different from ours? Yeah, why isn't your hair black? Red hair is so rare. It looks like a tomato, and I absolutely detest tomatoes. That upon hearing this, Kushina clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she internally chanted, Stay calm, stay calm. Granny said to get along well and not resort to violence. Make friends. Be gentle. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm really not angry. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you know how to be polite? Yeah. Are you pretending to be mute? Just as one boy reached out to tug on Kushina's red hair, she decided she could no longer endure it. Just as she was about to retaliate against the little brats, a hand seized the boy's wrist, applying pressure, followed by a scream of pain. It hurts. Let go. I can't take it anymore. If you don't let go, I swear we'll. Before he could finish, Qianye flung him away forcefully, coldly stating, Scram. The 3 boys, upon realizing it was Qianye, quickly fled in defeat. Kushina looked at her deskmate, feeling grateful despite knowing she could have handled it herself. Thank you. Qianye waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing, and returned to his lunch. Wow, bro, you're so cool. Hee. I really admire you. I wish someone would stand up for me when I'm being bullied. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to have you. Before she could finish, Qianye shoved a piece of braised pork into Qianyue's mouth. Eat your food. Stop talking so much. Qianyu tilted her head, chewing on her meat, and spoke. With a hint of grievance, Brother, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Qianyu gently patted Qianyu's head and replied, Ah, yes, I have changed. How about we each cook our own meals and divide the household chores from now on? Upon hearing this, Qianyu quickly wrapped her arms around her brothers, her face brimming with flattery. Oh, brother, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart, please. After all, I am your most adorable little sister. Jo X and I observed this scene, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. If only the land of Whirlpool had not been destroyed. I too. While eating, Qianyu perused the system. Asterisk, asterisk, system tasks, asterisk, asterisk. Task 1 asterisk. Achieve the strength of an elite Jonin. Reward. One summoning card from another realm, 100,000 system coins. Task 2 asterisk. Gain Gekko's favor. Reach 50. Reward. Perfect level body flicker technique. Reach 70. Reward. One summoning card from another realm, 2 10 pulls in the system. Reach 90. Reward. One summoning card from another realm, 50 chakra cards. Reach 95. Reward. One summoning card from another realm. Obtain exclusive Sage Mode. Reach 100. Reward. A mysterious grand gift package. Current favorability, 20. Please continue your efforts, host. Task 3 asterisk. In the imminent Second Ninja World War, establish a renowned organization across the 5 great shinobi villages. Reward. 2 proficiency enhancement cards at max level. Exclusive perfect breathing technique. Yu Guangqian, Yi gazed at the task panel, feeling somewhat speechless. Favorability. This won't end up erasing Naruto, will it? Is this system perhaps akin to a more children, more blessings, or love type of system? Does one merely need to engage in romantic pursuits to grow stronger? Lost in thought, a voice interrupted Ding. Please refrain from overthinking. Indra and Ashura's chakra reincarnate cannot simply vanish. Rather than pondering this, it would be more practical to focus on completing system tasks. Indeed, he realized he had been overthinking. After all, as a member of the Transmigrate army, he ought not to bring shame to his predecessors, right? The rewards are certainly plentiful if he maxed out the favorability. Not only would he elevate the proficiency of the Flying Thunder God technique to perfection, but he would also gain access to exclusive Sage Mode, and ultimately a mysterious grand gift package. Surely, the latter could not be inferior to Sage Mode. Suddenly, a small hand pinched his face, kneading it incessantly. Brother, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought? You've barely touched your food and are just grinning like an idiot. Qianyi swatted away the mischievous little hand on his face. What are you doing? Have I been too nice to you lately? Do you dare pinch your brother's face? Qianyi chuckled and immediately withdrew her hand. I couldn't help it. By the way, brother, during the practical class this afternoon, will you teach me how to throw shuriken? I always feel like I'm not doing it right. Qianyi nodded. Sure, but can you please take your chopsticks out of my lunchbox? What a nuisance. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qianyi smiled sheepishly and promptly retracted her chopsticks. At noon, after lunch, the students gradually returned to the classroom to prepare for a nap. He, along with his younger sister, rested their heads on the desks. Speaking of which, the umbu around are quite bothersome, aren't they? Being watched while sleeping makes it feel somewhat disruptive to the quality of sleep. Nun. Is Gekko not the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails yet? It seems that the third Hokage is rather concerned about Gekko. In this light, the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, probably won't be around for long either. In the afternoon, Qianyi sat up from his seat, stretched lazily, and then patted his little sister's face. Wake up, it's time for the practical class. He then patted Gekko on the shoulder. Gekko groggily opened her eyes, her red hair gently swaying in the breeze, and looked at Qianyi with a puzzled expression. What's up? Qianyi smiled. It's time for the practical class. We need to gather on the playground. Upon hearing this, Gekko nodded in acknowledgement. Qianyi then led the two towards the playground. Standing in line, Qianyi listened with disinterest as the teacher explained the techniques of the 3 body techniques. He suddenly felt like a top student, as he already understood everything the teacher was saying. After a while, the teacher announced the class was dismissed, allowing the students to practice on their own. Qianyi moved to a corner, with 2 little shadows trailing behind him. Qianyi tugged at her brother's hand. Brother, hurry up. You promised to teach me how to practice with shuriken. Qianyi waved his hand. I know. But, Gekko, do you want to continue following us? Upon hearing this, Gekko clasped her hands behind her back, her fingers subconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, feeling a bit awkward as she replied. Well, I'll just stick with you for now, as I'm not very familiar with the other students in class out of course. I'll remain quiet and won't disturb you. Qianyi nodded, tacitly agreeing. While practicing shuriken, it's best to utilize force to fling them out. You can also concentrate chakra during the throwing process to increase the force. After explaining, Qianyi let Qianyu practice throwing shuriken at a target, with Gekko practicing alongside her. The two engaged in practice while conversing. Gekko, you're actually from the land of Whirlpool? Yeah, it's a pity that the land of Whirlpool was destroyed. My parents and nearly all my clansmen couldn't escape. At this point, Gekko's demeanor noticeably dimmed. All right, no need be sad. That's all in the past. Since you're here in Konoha, let's live well. Life will surely get better. Even though I've never met my parents since I was little, I can somewhat understand how you feel that if my brother suddenly disappeared. I would definitely be heartbroken too. Qianyu smiled in consolation. Thank you, Qianyu. All right, from now on, just call me Yu or Qianyu. It feels strange to add classmate in front of my name. Of course, I'll call you Nai from now on. Okay then, I'll call you Yu from now on. Suddenly, Qianyu clutched her head and let out a dramatic cry. Then a voice of complaint followed. Brother, what are you doing? That hurts. Didn't we agree to practice shuriken? Why are you chatting instead? Qianyu clenched his fist. Qianyu scratched her head. Well, I was just enjoying a nice chat with Nai. I couldn't help myself. And besides, Nai knows so many things I don't. She's really amazing. Qianyu glanced at Gekko and chuckled. Oh, so this is what it means to be on good terms with Nai. You two seem to be getting along quite well. If only my little sister could take my place in completing tasks, that would be splendid. Perhaps the task could be finished in no time. Should I let my little sister take the lead? Though still young, nurturing her might not be such a bad idea. After all, I am a transmigrator. It doesn't seem unreasonable to seize opportunities, does it? Moreover, I haven't even had a chat with Gekko yet. Favorability has already risen to 30. Could it be due to my little sister? In this light, it seems my indolent little sister has not wasted the meals I prepared for her all these years. Chapter 3. Friends? Gekko looked at Yu Qianyu with a hint of trepidation, worried that he might not allow her to be friends with Yu. Though the time has been short, she has grown quite fond of Yu. Qianyu took Gekko's hand and approached Qianyu. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Nai, my new friend. You mustn't bully her. Qianyu poked his finger at his sister's forehead. I already know her. No need for your introduction. Ah, little sister, your head sounds like a good melon. Reaching out a hand towards Kushina, he introduced himself. Greetings, I am Isekai'd, the elder brother of Suki. This fellow sometimes acts without thinking, so I hope you can overlook it. Kushina grasped Chia's hand. Not at all. Suki is a wonderful person. Suddenly, Isekai'd, observing their tightly clasped hands, teased. Oh dear, Nai, why haven't you let go? Are you smitten with my brother? There are quite a few admirers of his at school. If you wish to become my sister-in-law, you'll need to put in some effort. Although my brother appears rather aloof, he possesses quite an attractive visage. I must admit, even I feel a twinge of envy. Thud. As expected, Chia delivered another swift chop to Isekai'd's head. Ah, little sister, while you handle that well, I must say, it's quite the burden on you. I can't just pretend otherwise. The affection gauge has reached 35 already. How swift. By the way, is it normal for the affection gauge to rise so rapidly? It feels somewhat peculiar. Chia then turned to Kushina, offering a faintly apologetic smile. I apologize. This fellow speaks without thinking. Kushina shook her head, indicating it was fine, her fingers fidgeting with her garment. So, are we friends now? Chia regarded Kushina, shrugging his shoulders. What else could it be? If I don't agree, this one would likely pester me to no end. Indeed, the world of Naruto is a harsh one. It is uncertain how many have lost both parents. I wonder if this journey through time is a stroke of luck or misfortune. After school in the afternoon, Kushina, Isekai'd, and Chia exited the school gates together. Upon stepping out, Kushina spotted Tsunade's figure and turned to the siblings, saying, Suki, Chia, my sister has come to pick me up, so I must take my leave. See you tomorrow. All right, X2. Chia then led Isekai'd towards the barbecue restaurant. Kushina approached Tsunade, who leaned against the wall, concern etched on her face. Sister Tsunade, have you been gambling again? You seem rather worn out. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, replying, How could that be? I am a Jonin of the village, quite busy, you know. Besides, you are aware that Granny Mito has been particularly strict lately. I haven't been going often. By the way, Granny Mito said I should take you out for a nice meal to celebrate your first day at school. Kushina nodded. Oh, what about Brother Shoju? Tsunade chuckled softly. Oh, don't worry about him. Just bring him something back. He can cook for himself, so he won't go hungry. It's just me treating you to a meal to celebrate your first day. Meanwhile, Isekai'd and Chia had arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Upon entering, they casually settled at an empty table, ordered their dishes, and awaited their meal. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted from the street. You worthless Moonlight clan members. What a coincidence running into you. How dare you mock me at school? Do you know who I am? I am of the Rima clan. How dare you provoke me with your pathetic clan? barely 50 members strong, old and feeble. On the street, two 11-year-old members of the Moonlight Clan clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on the crowd surrounding them, bracing for a beating. As fists drew nearer, suddenly, everyone around them was sent flying. The leading Rima clan boy levitating slowly in the in the next moment, a boy with black hair and eyes materialized, gripping the boy's neck and lifting him high, then turning to the two stunned members of the Moonlight Clan, saying, "Cooley, school's out. Why aren't you heading back to the clan? What are you running around for?" We were just about to head back. Chia, you're amazing as always." The two scratched their heads, embarrassment washing over their faces. After all, being bullied and then needing a younger clan member to rescue them was rather humiliating. Chia casually waved his free hand, then hurry up and go. "Be careful, or I'll tell the clan leader to give you a good beating." Upon hearing this, the two shuddered and quickly sprinted towards their clan's territory. Once they departed, Chia turned his icy gaze back to the worthless boy in his grasp, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, what do you think of our Moonlight Clan?" "Nothing. I was just joking." Hearing this, Chia forcefully slammed the boy to the ground. "A joke, you say? Then let's have a little joke of our own." He swiftly drew a kunai, pressing it against the boy's neck, a playful smile gracing his face. "Guess what? If I make a cut, will you die?" I'll back off." "I was wrong." Before he could finish a sentence, Chia caught a whiff of a foul odor. "Tisk, scared yourself, silly? How dull. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off this time. But if I see you bullying our Moonlight Clan again, I'll end you, you pathetic wretch." As Chia spoke, he turned and walked towards the barbecue restaurant, leaving the fallen figures behind. The clan leader is aging, and with the new generation strength lacking, it's probably fine to display a bit of my power, right? Kushina noticed Chia preparing to leave and hurried to catch up. Chia, are you all right?" Before Chia could respond, a voice suddenly chimed in beside her. "Oh dear, Nai, what could possibly be wrong with my brother? They wouldn't even be able to take me on." Kushina was startled and then saw Chikai's figure slowly materializing beside her. "Wow, Suki, you can turn invisible too? That's amazing." "Not much, just a unique bloodline limit of our clan, the Shotan. Impressive, right? Unfortunately, I can only maintain it for a short while, and it reveals itself upon attack. I wish I could be like my brother. By the way, Nai, are you here to eat too?" She gestured towards the barbecue restaurant beside them. "Yes, I came to eat with my sister. We could eat together, what do you think?" Kushina inquired. Chikai'd glanced back at her elder brother. Chia shrugged. "I'm indifferent, as long as you're happy." At the dining table, the four of them sat together, enjoying their meal. "I must say, little one of the Moonlight Clan, you should have awakened Shotan for quite some time, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so proficient. Why haven't I heard of you? Logically, as a supporter of the Hokage lineage, a talent like you should have been reported." Tsunade remarked casually. Chia smiled. "What's this? The disciple of the third Hokage, granddaughter of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Are you blaming our Moonlight Clan?" Tsunade took a sip of her drink, then replied, "Not at all. I'm just curious. Of course, if you prefer not to share, that's fine, but..." Before Tsunade could finish, Chia slowly interjected, "But today's events will likely reach the ears of the third Hokage. We won't be able to conceal the news of my sister and me awakening Shota." Tsunade pursed her lips. "Interesting, little one. The Moonlight Clan has indeed produced two fine specimens." After the meal, the four of them parted ways, each heading towards their respective homes. Chikai'd walked side by side with Chia. Chikai'd tilted her head and asked, "Brother, why did you suddenly reveal that we awakened Shotan? Didn't you say we should keep it under wraps? You even mentioned we should be cautious." "Well, it just so happened that someone provoked our Moonlight Clan." Chia shrugged in response. Chikai'd shot an annoyed glance at her elder brother. "You treat me like a child. Even without Shotan, you could handle it easily, right?" Chia gently ruffled Chinyue's hair. Murmuring, "You are still just a little girl." Frustrated by the lack of a response, Chinyue swatted her elder brother's hand away and turned her face to the side, displaying a pout that indicated her displeasure. Chinyue gazed at the dim street lights, contemplating the direction of the Moonlight Clan. "You have witnessed the attitude of the other ninja clans towards us, the Moonlight Clan. Currently, we number merely 50 souls, encompassing both young and old. Our strongest leader, an elderly man, possesses perhaps the strength of a mid-level ninja at best. In essence, our clan lacks a figure capable of bearing the banner. Sooner or later, we must reveal some fangs to intimidate the other clans. After all, what if I am not by your side in the future, and someone dares to bully you? If we do not display our sharp claws, there will always be those who swarm around you like flies. Moreover, previously it was due to my own weaknesses that you faced such threats, but now the situation has changed. I possess enough strength for self-preservation, and there is no need to feel so helpless. Shinua huffed, taking Shinya's hand and racing towards the territory of the Moonlight Clan. As if I need your protection. Once I grow up, I'll pin you to the ground and make you silent, so you can't hide things from me. I can help too, you know. Chapter 4. Moonlight Seigen and Sarutobi Hizashi within the confines of the Hokage building. A figure adorned with a tiger mask knelt on one knee, reporting to the elder seated before him. After a lengthy pause, the elder inhaled deeply from his pipe before exhaling slowly. Moonlight Seigen. This old fellow has concealed his intentions quite well. Is he hiding this matter to safeguard those two children? The Moonlight Clan has indeed produced two remarkable talents. It appears the clan is experiencing a resurgence. Given Seigen's temperament, he would rather die than send those two youngsters to the root. They will instead join my ENBU. Let us observe further, for I hope they are promising prospects. Meanwhile, in Seigen's quarters, an elder and two youngsters exchanged incredulous glances. What? You cheeky lad. You claimed to have awakened your transparency technique long ago? Why didn't you inform me sooner? I have been worried for the past 2 years about the fate of the Moonlight Clan after my demise. Seigen gazed at the youthful visage of Moonlight Chia. His fists clenched tightly, yet a smile crept onto his lips, betraying his amusement. Chia rolled his eyes and scoffed. Come on, you are the clan leader. Can't you act a bit more composed? That grin of yours is quite unsightly, resembling a wilted flower. It's just transparency, after all. Isn't it merely a matter of having the skill? In response, Seigen cleared his throat. Well then, little Chia, how is your current strength? Chia yawned nonchalantly. As for strength, I could likely handle an old man like you without much trouble. Why don't we have a practice match? Seigen, unperturbed, strode to the open space outside, with Chia and his younger sister Chika following closely. Though I am aging and my stamina wanes, I am still a Jonin. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of a Jonin to you. Chia affectionately ruffled Chika's hair, a smirk forming on his lips. Watch closely and learn just how formidable your elder brother is. Seeing Chia dismiss his abilities, Seigen frowned. Although the Moonlight Clan had fallen into decline, courtesy was still expected among its members. Yet this boy, day in and day out, referred to him as Old Man. Cannot you learn from Chika, who addresses me respectfully as Grandfather Seigen? Seigen beckoned to Chia with confidence. Come, I'll let you make the first move. Without further ado, Chia seized a wooden sword and vanished from sight. He swiftly retrieved shurikens and kunai from his ninja pouch, launching them toward the elder with remarkable speed. Seigen drew his blade and executed a swift horizontal slash, effortlessly deflecting the projectiles. He then countered with a powerful downward strike, the sound of wood clashing echoing in the air. After exchanging over a dozen blows, Seigen felt a twinge of astonishment. Well, young lad, you can actually spar with a Jonin? This is not how I envisioned this encounter. I had intended to offer you some guidance. Clearing his throat, he added, Chia, let us pause for now. Your strength is commendable, but as for ninjutsu, let us refrain from further practice. It's becoming a bit too loud. With that, Seigen produced a token from his robe and tossed it to Chia. Here, take this token. You will need it eventually, so you might as well have it now. Chia, slightly bewildered, inquired, what is this? The clan leader's token? But I am only 8 years old. You don't mean to retire early, do you? Seigen chuckled softly, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Chia, if all goes as I suspect, I may not hold the title of clan leader for much longer. The borders of the Land of Fire are becoming increasingly tumultuous. The Second Shinobi World War is likely to erupt within a year or two at most. As the Moonlight Clan's sole Jonin, I will undoubtedly be thrust into battle. You must be prepared, for if I am lost, the clan will struggle to survive. We may need to sell our lands and relinquish our holdings just to endure. As clan leader, I feel I am letting down our ancestors. Chia waved the token dismissively. Oh, come on, don't be so glum. At least you still have a few months left, right? Come, let me show you something interesting. Chika, come over here. Once they were close, Chia revealed a scroll with a flourish. Seigen examined it with surprise. Is this a summoning scroll? How did you acquire this? Chia provocatively glanced at the clan leader. Jealous? Just lucky, I suppose. You and Chika need to inscribe your names on the scroll using your blood. This scroll was a fortunate find. The summoning creatures are a breed of eagles adept at wielding wind chakra, with the strongest among them possessing power on par with a Kage. Of course, Chika, you won't be able to use it. The chakra consumption is quite significant. And as for you, old man, try to avoid using it too much. I fear you might just end up in the ground. Huh. Cheeky lad. I can manage, Sagan retorted. Once the contract was signed, they could attempt summoning and gauge the chakra required through practice. That night, Chia and Chika lay in bed, whispering softly to one another. Brother, do you think war is truly imminent? It's highly likely, but there is no need for excessive worry. If war does break out, we students who have yet to graduate will not be the first to face it. True. By the way, do you think I can become as powerful as you someday? Absolutely. When the time comes, I will pass on the position of clan leader to you, and you will be as formidable as one could be. The position of clan leader? Who would want that burden? I certainly wouldn't. Chika looked at her brother, giggling. So, brother, what do you think of Nana? Could she be my sister-in-law? Chia tilted his head, glancing at Chika. Why do you think I have feelings for her? Don't jump to conclusions. Chika pouted. It's not like that. Have you not noticed how differently you treat Nana compared to other girls? Plus, she is quite beautiful. Perfect for you. I'm not just guessing, you know. Chia chuckled, ruffling Chika's hair again. All right. I shouldn't doubt my sister's judgment. But this is my personal matter. Don't meddle too much. Besides, you wouldn't want me to find a boyfriend and marry you off, would you? Upon hearing this, Chika raised her fists, playfully punching Chia, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Listen here, Chia, you can't abandon me. I'm your sister. You promised to take care of me for life. After all, you wouldn't want your adorable sister to starve on the streets, would you? Chia gently tapped Chika on the head, laughing. Enough with the dramatics. It's time for bed. Later that night, as Chia lay in bed, he listened to the sounds around him. How frustrating. Sleep eludes me. Is there really an adult who would take a liking to an 8-year-old girl? Am I genuinely drawn to Kushina, or is it merely a mission? If I flirt without commitment, would that make me a cad? How troublesome. Romance is clearly not for me. And with the impending war, it presents an opportunity to profit and elevate the assassin organization's reputation. Chapter 5. The current situation in the land of rain. As Chia lay in bed, he focused his thoughts, and his consciousness arrived in the shadow realm. Within this realm, alongside his own ethereal form, were Chiha, Manjushige, Kurotaka, and the consciousness of a prince from the kingdom of Stir. Chia regarded the four figures and inquired coolly, what is the current situation in the land of rain? How is the organization progressing? Red Fangs bared. He spoke. Boss, the land of rain is currently in turmoil. The leader of the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo the Salamander, has amassed considerable forces and stockpiled strategic resources. It is likely that he will soon initiate the Second Ninja World War. Furthermore, our organization has gained a certain reputation among the major ninja villages, having recently accepted numerous missions and eliminated a significant number of targets, several of whom were high-ranking ninjas. Hanzo even proposed an alliance with us, which was, however, declined by us. Manjusaka, adjusting her hair, expressed her dissatisfaction. Boss, you may not be aware, but initially, Hanzo thought our Shadow Assassins organization was easy to bully and dared to provoke us. After a confrontation with Blackbird, he became more subdued. Recently, he has even sought our collaboration to target several ninja villages, but we turned him down. After all, as you have stated, we are only motivated by profit. Other matters are of no concern to us. Chia nodded in agreement, and then turned to Prince of the Steel Kingdom, remarking, what about you? Has your research been progressing smoothly? The prince adjusted his glasses and replied, as of now, the chakra capsules and nutritional bars can be mass-produced. Once those ninja villages witness the effectiveness of these products, they will undoubtedly come to purchase them. At that time, boss, we shall reap substantial profits during the Second Ninja World War. They will have no choice but to buy, whether they want to or not. Chia nodded contentedly and inquired, by the way, how is the search for the individual I asked you to find? Any progress? Blackbird, in a slightly hoarse voice, replied, well, boss, there has been some advancement. The person you mentioned possesses considerable strength and circulates among the various ninja villages, frequently undertaking assassination missions. We are ready to begin recruitment. Chia responded coolly, well done. As long as you work diligently to enhance your abilities, refine your techniques, and control the blood demon, alongside acquiring cutting-edge blueprints and beauty-enhancing resources, we will be well-equipped. Understood, boss. We will certainly give it our all. The group chorused in unison, enticed by the alluring conditions set forth by their leader. Chia's thoughts drifted as he exited the shadow space. Lying on his bed, he gazed bemusedly at his sister sprawled beside him, her sleeping posture rather ungraceful. Yet, if he managed to recruit the members of the Akatsuki into his shadow assassins organization, how would Madara plan to contend with them? Currently, the most promising recruit seemed to be the elderly Kakuzu. Wasn't he a veritable money-making machine? Kakuzu had a penchant for counting money, and if he could be lured into their ranks, his wealth would effectively become theirs. It was rather ironic that Kakuzu diligently undertook assassination missions to earn bounties, only to have them squandered by Konan. In comparison to other Akatsuki members, Kakuzu was the only one currently recruitable. As for Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, they were likely still wandering the land of rain. However, it appeared that the Second Ninja World War had not yet commenced, and Nagato's parents were presumably still alive. As for Konan and Yahiko, their fates remained uncertain. It was noteworthy that Itachi and Deidara had yet to be born, while Haiden was merely a child at this stage. In a house within the Rain Village, a middle-aged man of robust appearance sat at the center, flanked by several subordinates. "Boss, have you not reached an agreement with those fellows?" One of the subordinates inquired. Hanzo shook his head, rubbing his chest. "Those individuals are fixated on money, utterly unyielding. They refuse to join our plans, though I have communicated with them. They are solely focused on their assassination business and will not interfere with us. Moreover, we could potentially hire them for our own assassination tasks. Despite my displeasure towards these shadow assassins, their strength seems to be at the level of a Kage. I recently sparred with one who possesses flight ninjutsu. Their speed was astonishing, and their attacks were fierce, while our territory is threatened by their presence. Our current capabilities are insufficient to eliminate them. A collaboration would certainly be advantageous. I have also heard they possess some unique strategic resources. I shall consult my brothers to evaluate these goods. If they prove valuable, we should stockpile them." In another part of the Rain Village, a red-haired woman sat perched on a large tree, her legs crossed. Her crimson gaze fixated on a somewhat desiccated corpse sprawled beneath the tree, a striking red spider lily blooming atop it. The woman held a fan made of sharp blades, lightly biting her red lips. She clutched an assassination list and drew a line through the final name. "Mission accomplished. I wonder how the others are faring." Boss truly has a knack for skincare products. Their effectiveness is addictive. I suppose I must venture out to earn some money in the dead of night. Otherwise, I may not be able to afford the skincare I've grown reliant on. Meanwhile, in the Iwagakure, a shadow flickered by, and a body collapsed to the ground. Almost there, almost there. Soon I will accumulate enough to rectify the deficiencies in my techniques. At that point, Red Fong will truly experience my prowess. In Takigakure, Red Fong, bored, crossed out the last name on his assassination list. So weak, not even a proper warm-up. However, I will soon be able to purchase methods to control the blood demon from the boss. Once I acquire that power, I shall unleash my potential at will. Damn blood demon, you will regret this day. Yet, how enviable it was for that bespectacled individual. He could conduct experiments in the shadow space and earn substantial rewards, while I was left scurrying about daily. How frustrating. Name, Tsukikijchiya Age, 8 Chakra Affinity, Wind, Water, Earth, Lightning, Fire, Een. Yang Chakra, 20 units Bloodline Limit, Blood Perception, Perfect, Strength, Jonin, Genin, Shunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Super Kage. Sage of 6 Paths, Ninjutsu, Wind Release, Wind Cutter, Advanced, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Perfect, Water Release, Water Prison, Advanced, Earth Release, Heart Chopping Technique, Perfect, Earth Wall, Advanced, Lightning Release, Chidori, Advanced, Rasengan, Advanced, Flying Thunder God Technique, Intermediate, Summoning Beast, Storm, Strength, Kage, Gale Warhawk, Size, Refer to Bunta. Tailed Beast, Abilities, Culinary Arts, Advanced, Chakra Control, Advanced, Swordsmanship, Advanced, Shuriken Throwing, Perfect, Shadow Space, Unique Special, System Coins, 10. 086, used for purchases in the System Shop and Lottery. 10,000 coins 1 System Coin. System Space Communication Token, Kanai, Explosive Tags Interdimensional Summon Characters, Red Fong, Kage. Manjisaka, Kage, Blackbird, Kage, Prince of Steel Kingdom, Kage. Strength below Kage is omitted, as they will serve as cannon fodder later. Affiliated Organization, Shadow Assassins. System proficiency levels for ninjutsu and bloodline limit control are categorized as low, medium, high, and perfect. This system is straightforward. The panel will be updated at the end of each chapter. Those disinterested may skip it without it counting towards the word limit. System tasks. Task 1. Achieve Elite Jonin-level. Reward. 1 interdimensional summoning card. System coins X100. 000. Incomplete. Task 2. Gain Kushina's favor. Reach 50 points. Reward. Perfect level body flicker technique. Upon reaching level 70, a card for otherworldly summoning shall be awarded, along with 2 10 draws from the system. At level 90, another card for otherworldly summoning and 50 chakra will be granted. Upon attaining level 95, one shall receive an additional card for otherworldly summoning and a unique sage mode. Finally, at level 100, a mysterious grand gift package awaits, not yet completed. Current affinity stands at 35. The host is encouraged to persevere. Task 3. In the imminent Second Ninja World War, establish an organization that will earn renown across the 5 great ninja villages. The reward is a perfect grade exclusive breathing technique, not yet completed. Chapter 6. Indifference. The following day, the 2 siblings entered the classroom and lazily rested their heads on their desks. Embracing a laid-back attitude was truly delightful, reflecting on the hardships of their past lives. The relentless grind of work, they felt a wave of melancholy. It was quite remarkable how they had endured for so long. However, the current situation appeared to be quite favorable for them. Hanzo of the Salamander was challenging various ninja villages, allowing them to profit significantly while depleting the strength of these villages. After all, excessive assassination work would inevitably attract the attention of the ninja villages. Thus, a strategic depletion was necessary. Just look at those brutes from the Hidden Cloud village to understand the potential consequences. If their shadow assassin organization were to eliminate too many ninjas from the Hidden Cloud, the Raikage would undoubtedly erupt with fury, likely contemplating a brutal response. While they were not particularly afraid, it would be troublesome to attract the ire of those physically formidable individuals. In the original tale, during Sasuke's bold intrusion into the 5 Kage summit, had it not been for Gaara's timely intervention, the 4th Raikage might have sacrificed an arm and a leg to send Sasuke to meet his brother. The Naruto saga would have reached its halfway conclusion right then and there. And have you ever wondered why the members of the Akatsuki organization do not include ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village? If any of their ninjas were to join Akatsuki, the Raikage would undoubtedly pursue them, ready to teach them a lesson with a devastating strike. Currently, they were fortunate not to have encountered any other transmigrators. There were no Hinata with electromagnetic powers, no Godzilla Jinchuriki, nor any Uchiha prodigies awakening the 6 eyes at the start, or those harboring the dual spirits of Sukuna within them. In summary, they had not discovered any suspicious transmigrators. Good morning, Yaya and Chiyakuin. A light and ethereal voice chimed beside them. The newcomer, with a head of crimson hair and a cherubic face adorned with a gentle smile, greeted them warmly. Good morning, Nanao, both replied in unison. Chiyuki nudged her older brother. Hey, can you swap seats with Nanao? I have something to discuss with her. Chiya nodded and promptly exchanged seats with Kushina, allowing her to sit between them while he took a spot closer to the aisle. Having a chat with Kushina was quite pleasant. Conversing with his own sister, however, was a different matter altogether, as he was not truly an 8-year-old child. Good morning. Little Ye, Chiya turned to see a yellow-haired boy standing beside his desk. Namake's Minato greeted him with a healing smile. At first glance, he was undeniably an adorable little lad, truly deserving of the title the future Yellow Flash of Konoha. Good morning, Minato, Chiya replied lazily. At this point, Minato had yet to learn the Flying Thunder God technique or develop the Rasengan from the tailed beast bomb. In fact, he had not even been exposed to any ninjutsu beyond the basic body technique. Nevertheless, he was undoubtedly among the top students in this cohort, boasting extraordinary reflexes, proficiency in hand seals, and precise shuriken throwing, with chakra levels nearing that of an average chunin. All these factors combined meant that, despite his current limitations, it was merely a matter of time before he mastered more advanced techniques. As a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin and the chosen successor of the 3rd Hokage, how could he possibly lack ninjutsu? Exceptional individuals always enjoy greater privileges and access to resources. Although Minato's parents were indeed ordinary, his brilliance was undeniable. Just look at Naruto's bright yellow hair to comprehend the strength of Namake's Minato's genes, which even the Uzumaki clan's bloodline could not overshadow. However, it seemed that among the future Sannin, apart from Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, the other 2 hailed from humble backgrounds. Nevertheless, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were fortunate to have encountered fortuitous opportunities in Miyaboku Mountain and Ryuchi Cave, respectively, allowing them to engage in fierce battles during the Second Ninja World War against Hanzo, the so-called demigod of the ninja world, ultimately earning them the title of Sannin. Regrettably, in the original narrative, Jiraiya and most of his disciples met unfortunate fates. Kushina glanced at Minato, tugging at Chiyuki's sleeve. Yeah? Who is that boy with yellow hair? He seems to have a good rapport with your brother. Chiyuki pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Oh, that's Namikaze's Minato. Whether in theoretical grades or practical scores, he ranks first in our class. But honestly, it's no big deal. He can't possibly compare to my brother. Plus, Minato has a wide social circle. Everyone in class gets along with him quite well. After all, he is a genius, so he naturally attracts a few admirers. Kushina nodded in agreement, then inquired, so, yeah, are you one of his admirers? Chiyuki extended her small hand to gently pat Kushina's head. How could I be? With those skills of his. He is nowhere near my brother's level. My brother simply can't be bothered to compete for that top spot. Besides, in his words, he is just a mere child. Kushina couldn't help but chuckle, casting a furtive glance at her brother, Chiya, who lay lazily on the desk. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Damn it, Hyuga clan. I arrived first, didn't I? Get to the back of the line. Huh, what did you say? Uchiha brat? Do you want to experience our brother's pressure points, Uchiha Fugaku? Kushina observed the three arguing and curiously turned to Chiyuki, asking, who are these people? Chiyuki replied with an eager glint in her eyes. Those two with white eyes are from our Hyuga clan, while the one with black hair belongs to the Uchiha clan. The two clans have always been at odds, and their members frequently quarrel. Honestly, it's just a waste of energy. There is no benefit to constantly clashing. Hyuga Hayashi, are you brave enough to face me this afternoon? When we Uchiha clashed with the Senju clan back in the day, you Hyuga clan didn't even know where to hide. Alright, bring it on. Are you relying solely on that single Tomo Sharingan of yours? Yesterday, who was it that got their face smashed in? Everyone knows that the Uchiha are nothing but a joke now. What? Why don't you take me on alone? If it weren't for that scoundrel Hayashi's underhanded tactics, would I have been beaten by you? Fugaku, though I hate to admit it, Uchiha rarely produces ugly individuals. Wouldn't you agree, Fugaku? Huh, you think you can mock me with that appearance? In the afternoon, on the playground of the Ninja Academy, Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku stood facing each other. Chiya yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. How wonderful it was to wake up and witness such a spectacle. One was the son of the current head of the Hyuga clan, while the other was the son of the current head of the Uchiha clan. It was safe to say that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely become the future leaders of their respective clans. As they distanced themselves, the teacher announced the commencement of their duel, and both youths surged towards each other in an instant. A pair of eyes turned crimson, a jade pendant slowly spun, and the blood vessels around one eye bulged ominously. The two engaged in a fierce entanglement. After several exchanges, Uchiha Fugaku found himself retreating under relentless pressure. Suddenly, Hyuga Hizashi struck with a fierce elbow, sending Fugaku hurtling through the air. Grasping the spot where he was hit, Fugaku's face flushed crimson. His physical prowess was indeed impressive. It was no wonder he was the heir of the Hyuga clan. Fugaku drew a kunai from his ninja pouch and hurled it towards Hizashi, who likewise produced a kunai, deftly knocking aside the incoming projectile. Ultimately, Hyuga Hizashi narrowly triumphed over Uchiha Fugaku. Watching their juvenile skirmish, Chiya felt a wave of boredom wash over him. However, lacking the teacher's permission and being prohibited from using ninjutsu, the two could only resort to throwing shurikens and showcasing their physical abilities. Yet, Fugaku's character seemed markedly different from his portrayal in the original narrative. It was understandable, though. He was still just a child, not yet the leader of the Uchiha clan. In later years, Fugaku, much like Hizashi, would compromise repeatedly for the sake of his family. One sacrificed his younger brother, while the other sent his son undercover, only to be swayed. A wolf refraining from showing its claws bears little difference to a fish on the chopping block. Fortunately, the Suki clan was sparse and aligned with the Hokage, sparing them from the threat of ostracism. Gratefully, he had no intention of becoming a clan leader, thus escaping such burdensome concerns. Chapter 7. Kushina's invitation. Thus, 2 weeks passed in an unremarkable manner. Aside from occasional mentions of border skirmishes from the leader of his clan, there was little of note. Yet, some progress was made. Kushina's favor had reached 50, averaging a point per day. Kushina and his younger sister had become inseparable confidants. He suspected that Kushina's affection for his sister had already reached 100, successfully completing the quest, while he himself was only halfway there. However, the reward of the perfected body flicker technique proved extraordinarily useful. It was simply delightful. No wonder the future Uchiha Shursui earned the title of Body Flicker Shursui during the Third Great Ninja War. Mastering it allowed one to strike the enemy before they even registered your presence, all while consuming little chakra. It was no surprise that during the Third War, the Wagakure and other ninja villages would issue directives to abandon missions upon encountering the Yellow Flash and Body Flicker Shursui without penalty. At that time, both Minato and Shursui would likely possess strength on par with the Kage, instilling fear in other villages. By the way, today is Friday. 2 days of rest are simply splendid. Aside from a bit of chaos in the ninja world, which occasionally led to loss of life, it was rather pleasant. After all, in his previous life, he was nothing but a workhorse, living a monotonous existence, day in and day out, year after year, without even experiencing love. Reflecting on his current life, filled with feasting and leisure, was simply exhilarating, even if it was thanks to the system. Kushina and the siblings, Chiya and Chiyuki, exited the school together. With a hint of nervousness, Kushina asked, Chiya, Chiyuki, would you like to come over to my house today? We've been friends for a while now, and I'd love to treat you to a meal. My grandmother expresses a desire to meet my friends from school. Upon hearing of Kushina's invitation, Chiyuki's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Kushina's fair hand. Really? Nana, you're the best. I adore you. Chiya pulled his overly enthusiastic sister back by the collar and lightly tapped her on the head. He then turned to Kushina. That would be a favor, Kushina. I, too, am eager to meet the legendary god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama's wife. Seeing their agreement, Kushina smiled gently. Then let us be off. Grandma Mito and Tsunade are already waiting for us at home. As they strolled through the streets, Chiyuki curiously inquired, by the way, Nana, what kind of person is your grandmother, Lady Mito? Is she very strict? Kushina pondered for a moment. Lady Mito is a wonderful person. She brought me into the village. Otherwise, I might still be wandering or worse. When I first arrived, she entrusted me with the deed to an entire street in Konoha as compensation and even slept beside me to comfort me when I was too scared to sleep alone. Your grandmother sounds truly kind. I'm looking forward to meeting her. And Nana, you're quite the hidden gem. Who knew you were a little rich girl? Just imagine how much delicious food I could buy with that kind of money. I'd definitely use it to smother my brother with it. Mind your manners when we arrive at Kushina's home. Don't act up, Chiyo admonished, tapping Chiyuki on her head. Got it, you jerk. Can you please stop hitting my head? I want to grow tall if you keep this up. Chiyuki grumbled in mild discontent. Chiya regarded his sister with a hint of exasperation. She had always been left to her own devices, mirroring his behavior without proper guidance. She didn't even call him Onaikin, unlike other sisters. Instead, she persistently referred to him as Jerk. Before long, they arrived at the Senju clan's ancestral home. Upon stepping through the entrance, Chiya detected several concealed presences, likely members of the Umbu. Were they here to protect Mito Uzumaki? It made sense, considering her identity as the wife of the first Hokage and the host of the Nine Tails. Dispatching a few Umbu for protection was entirely reasonable. The news of their visit to the Senju residence would likely reach the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shortly. Nana, your home is quite grand. It truly befits the Senju clan, Chiyuki exclaimed, her wide-eyed wonder evident. Suddenly, an elderly man with dark red hair approached them. This must be Mito Uzumaki, Kushina's grandmother, the original host of the Nine Tails. Though not a perfect Jinchuriki, she seemed to rely on her strength to subdue the beast. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, coupled with Hashirama's own sealing methods, rendered the Nine Tails virtually unable to resist. Yet, Chiya found himself puzzled by the actions of this god of shinobi. Why seal the Nine Tails within his wife? Why integrate the Senju clan into Konoha? Had the Nine Tails not been sealed within Mito Uzumaki, she might have lived a few more years. Avoiding the necessity of relocating the beast for Kushina's sake, solely to ensure her ability to assist during the sealing. Had the Senju clan not been absorbed into Konoha, perhaps they would not have dwindled to a mere remnant, with only Tsunade as their sole survivor. Though he didn't fully grasp it, he admired their resolve. It struck him that Hashirama bore a resemblance to the ancient Emperor Qin Shi Huang of his past life, while he hadn't successfully unified the ninja world. That was largely due to his disinterest in conflict. Otherwise, with Konoha's power at the time, the other villages would have stood little chance. Unlike him, who merely sought to exist peacefully, feeling that as long as he thrived, all was well. Mito Uzumaki regarded the two with a gentle smile. You must be the friends Nana spoke of, quite close from school, I presume? Chiyuki nodded and pulled her brother protectively in front of her, grasping his sleeve. Yes. Lady Mito, we are classmates and friends of Nana. Chiya observed the dark-haired woman before him, Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and wondered how much longer she would remain. Moreover, it appears that the surrounding area is oblivious to the presence of the hidden dark ninja. Is it that they are concealed too well, or is there simply no need for them? Chiya grasped her sister's hand and approached Uzumaki Mito. Greetings, Lady Mito. I apologize for the intrusion. Mito gazed thoughtfully at Chiya before turning to Kushina with a warm smile. It is a delight to have friends of Kushina visit. From now on, feel free to call me Granny Mito. No need for such formality. Since the demise of the Uzumaki clan, I have brought Kushina to the village. When she first arrived, she was too frightened to sleep alone at night. Thankfully, she has gradually improved, thanks in no small part to the support of friends like you. As soon as she finished speaking, Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment. Granny, I never said I was afraid to sleep alone at night. Mito, with a complex gaze tinged with affection, replied, well, perhaps I might be mistaken. She then changed the subject. Are you all hungry? Would you care to join me for a meal? Little Kushina has been preparing for days, clearly valuing your presence. Chiya and Chiya exchanged glances, while Kushina felt a bit flustered. Well, I mean, you two are the only friends I have at school. Chiya waved her hand dismissively. All right. We understand your point. Let's go eat. Chiya nodded in agreement. Yes, let us dine first. We all know that you genuinely consider us friends, Kushina. At the dining table, Chiya sat up straight, abandoning her usual languid demeanor. Aside from her brother and Kushina, the other guests were quite renowned. Lady Mito, the wife of Senju Hashirama, Lady Tsunade, who had achieved the rank of Jonin at a young age, with the third Hokage as her mentor, and there was also someone who appeared to be Tsunade's younger brother, who seemed quite formidable. Chapter 8. The nine-tailed Tsunade smiled at the two children before her. Ah, we meet again, little ones, and the sister from the Moonlight clan. Hello. Lady Tsunade. They chimed in unison. Tsunade waved her hand. All right, since you are Kushina's friends, just call me Sister Tsunade from now on. Who knows? Perhaps you will need me to guide you in the future? Chiya, curious, asked really? Sister Tsunade, if you were to be my mentor, could I learn medical ninjutsu from you? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Little Chiya, did you not awaken the body flicker technique like your brother? Why would you desire to learn medical ninjutsu? Logically, it would be unusual for the clan leader to allow such a thing, given that two promising talents had finally emerged from your clan. Chiya smiled and glanced at her brother. Well, my brother said that if there's something I want to pursue, I should go for it, and he supports me. Besides, my brother has far greater talent than I do, and I do not enjoy fighting. I believe being a medical ninja would be quite fulfilling. If my brother were injured, I would be able to assist him. Moreover, our clan leader has already chosen my brother as the heir of the Moonlight clan, and there is truly no one more suited than him. Tsunade looked at the young girl before her. Given her talent, it was likely that she would assume the leadership of the Moonlight clan in the future. Although Chiya had awakened the body flicker technique, it seemed plausible for her to also learn medical ninjutsu, especially since she would not be taking on the role of clan leader. As Chiya continued to eat, he listened to his sister's enthusiastic speech. Sister, you don't actually think I'm preparing to become the clan leader, do you? Just joking. Even if you were just an ordinary person, I would ensure you became the leader. I would simply thrust my sword into the ground and proclaim, today, I declare my sister the leader. Who is in favor? Who is against? You must take the position, whether you like it or not. There is no escaping this. For the sake of my future freedom, you'll have to bear this burden. In the future, I shall wield my sword and conquer, while you sit comfortably in your position as leader. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Chiya felt a sudden chill as a gust of wind swept through. How peculiar. It felt as though something ominous were about to unfold. Perhaps, just perhaps, she was overthinking it. Chiya continued to eat, casting a sidelong glance at his sister. In truth, he was quite supportive of her decision to apprentice under Tsunade. Although this future Konoha treasure had a penchant for alcohol, gambling, and a fiery temper, her medical skills were undeniably exceptional. Who could guarantee immunity to illness or injury? Furthermore, With Tsunade's lineage of Hokage and her status as a Konoha princess, who would dare challenge her? As the siblings finished their dinner, they prepared to return to the Moonlight clan's territory. Goodbye, Granny Mito, Sister Tsunade. Chiwe waved enthusiastically to bid farewell to everyone. Mito watched as the two figures receded into the distance before returning to her room. As her consciousness entered her own body, she found herself before a massive beast with 9 tails, the 9 tails sealed within Mito. Upon her appearance, the beast bared its sharp teeth, its expression menacing. Ah, Mito, Senju Hashirama is dead. How long do you think you can keep me confined? Once I am free, I shall make you all pay for the years of my imprisonment. Mito regarded the beast with an icy demeanor, replying, At least for now, you have no chance. I shall not allow you to roam free. The 9 tails glared at the old woman, feeling utterly powerless against the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Infuriatingly, just as it was about to gain its freedom, she had brought back another child of the Uzumaki clan. How fortunate indeed, Mito. However, did she truly believe this little girl could contain me? Moreover, it was outrageous that Mito had the audacity to bring back someone from the Uzumaki clan, especially since I was not willing to attack Konoha in the first place. I was controlled by the man Gekko Sharingan. That scoundrel Uchiha Madara, despite me providing him with so much chakra, still lost. What had I done to deserve this? I was merely resting peacefully in my territory when Madara appeared out of nowhere, controlling me with a mere glance, and then dragged me into battle against Hashirama. After losing, I was sealed within Mito, and just as I was about to regain my freedom, that wretched woman sought to bind me again to another Uzumaki child. Truly, how one-sided this is. After Mito exited her consciousness, she gazed out the window, slightly lost in thought. Why do today's children seem to harbor such intense wariness? And why is it solely directed towards me? Shouldn't ordinary children show me respect upon meeting? Meanwhile, Chiya observed his sister's exuberance and felt a twinge of exasperation. Is it really necessary to be this excited just because you might become Tsunade's apprentice? And this is only a possibility, not a certainty. Shouldn't you temper your excitement? However, in truth, he wished to become Orochimaru's disciple. He pondered whether he could request Tsunade's assistance in this regard. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, as the future Sannin of Konoha, undoubtedly possessed remarkable strength. Tsunade had the Senju clan's ancestral ninjutsu and extensive medical knowledge. Jiraiya seemed proficient in various techniques, including ninjutsu, summoning, and sealing arts. As for Orochimaru, while perhaps not the strongest, he was notoriously difficult to kill and a genius in the realm of research. If I were to become a disciple of Orochimaru, it seems that I could experiment with all sorts of things, including the cells of Hashirama and the heavenly seals. Despite Orochimaru's rather twisted nature in the original work, if it weren't for Minato's overwhelming talent, he might have become the 4th Hokage. Furthermore, I find myself quite intrigued by Orochimaru's snake techniques. I have a particular fondness for the Shadow Snake Hands technique and the summoning scroll for the Snake Earth Cave. Observing the emergence of Konoha's new Sannin during the 4th Great Ninja War, it was evident that the green snake appeared the most striking. Although there were storms. As the saying goes, the more eyes one has, the more paths one can tread. I have the ability to soar through the skies, and I wouldn't mind having a creature that crawls upon the ground. Moreover, it seems that Orochimaru treats his disciples quite well. He showed considerable care towards Akatsuki's member, Anko Mitarashi. Even when she refused to follow him in defection, he merely sealed her related memories instead of eliminating her. Had it been anyone else privy to Orochimaru's secrets, they would likely have met a grim fate. Chapter 9. An encounter with Jiraiya. After Orochimaru's defection, he still retained a legion of fervent admirers, some even willing to sacrifice themselves as vessels for him. How many early antagonists have survived to the end and managed to redeem themselves? Additionally, I have heard a saying in my past life. In the world of Naruto, if one lacks a bloodline limit or talent, the only paths to strength are through technology or mutation. Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura are both exemplary researchers in these fields. Just look at Danzo. With his arm full of Sharingan and Hashirama cells, if he had the fate of a protagonist, one might even speculate about the possibility of him attaining the Rinnegan, though his body would likely collapse first. However, why doesn't Orochimaru study the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave? Is it due to a lack of time or an inability to grasp them? Nevertheless, I must criticize Danzo. Why can't he be a bit more straightforward? Most of the antagonistic transformations are his doing. Kabuto Yakushi, one of the bosses during the 4th Great Ninja War, Initially followed Danzo to protect an orphanage, but was later manipulated into killing the beloved head of the orphanage, leading him down a dark path alongside Orochimaru for experiments. Nagato, too, was driven to opposition against Konoha due to a conspiracy between Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander that resulted in Yahiko's demise. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room as Chiya slowly opened his eyes and gently lifted his slightly numb arm. He then carefully withdrew the arm that had been used as a pillow and made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. While cooking, he also completed his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a top-tier reward, Spirit Dandruff. Spirit Dandruff can defend against all mental attacks. Reward levels include low, medium, high, and top tier. Note, low-level or mundane daily rewards will not be elaborated upon. Just as Chiya was about to yawn, he was pleasantly surprised to have received something valuable. It had been a long time since he last obtained a top-tier reward. Previously, he had received several dimensional summoning cards, but this one seemed particularly promising. Immunity to mental attacks was quite a boon. However, why was it called Spirit Dandruff? Before he could ponder further, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! A new item, Spirit Dandruff, has been added to your backpack. Would you like to use it? Chiya, flipping an egg, agreed to use it. In the next moment, he felt a tingling sensation atop his head. Wait, am I going to grow dandruff now? Chiya slowly reached up to touch his head and confirmed that indeed, a tuft of hair had stood upright. Well, it's not so bad, after all. If it's effective, having dandruff is a small price to pay. Could today be my lucky day? Not only is it a holiday, but I also received a wonderful reward. However, the Naruto world is dreadfully boring. There are no televisions, no mobile phones, no anime, and no delightful two-dimensional girls. At this stage, the cultural and technological levels in the Naruto world are remarkably backward. Another day of missing Uncle Snake, wishing he would focus on research, for who knows? He might be piloting a spaceship to battle the Otsutsuki in the future. After finishing his meal, Chiya glanced at his sister, still asleep, before using the body flicker technique to dash towards the ninja rock. Moments later, he had climbed to the top of the ninja rock, sitting on the cliff and gazing down at the village of Konoha. There were no particularly tall buildings, yet he could already see numerous early risers bustling about. Indeed, no matter the world, there are always busy individuals. By the way, the Senju clan's territory appears quite vast. Following Hashirama Senju's orders, the Senju clan members abandoned their surname and integrated into Konoha, leaving only Tsunade, Shota, Kushina Uzumaki, and Mito Uzumaki residing there. However, it seems they were mostly defeated by Tsunade in later events. The Uchiha clan's territory is now situated on the outskirts of Konoha, and after the Ninetales incident, they were further oppressed to an even more remote area. To speak frankly, the Moonlight clan, with only one upper ninja, an elderly man whose physical prowess had significantly diminished, resides in the heart of Konoha. This illustrates the extent of the Uchiha clan's oppression by Tobirama Senju. Presently, the only reason the Moonlight clan can reside in the center of Konoha is due to their ancestors' strength. Why has the Moonlight clan been struggling lately? It is simply because their overall strength is too weak, and it is even more unfortunate that they occupy a substantial area in the center. As the saying goes, a commoner is innocent, yet possessing a treasure is a crime. Of course, this applies only to those small ninja clans like the Moonlight clan. The Sarutobi, Hyuga, and Nara clans, for instance, would likely not even glance in their direction. In the eyes of the core ninja clans of Konoha, the Moonlight clan's territory is merely average. The Nara clan, for example, has a territory nearly 10 times that of the Moonlight clan, with a large tract of forest exclusively belonging to them, which has yielded considerable benefits from their domesticated chakra-infused deer. Suddenly, Chiya spotted a young man with white hair. Is that Jiraiya? I didn't expect to encounter one of the future legendary 3 so early in the morning. The second Great Ninja War is just around the corner, which means Jiraiya must already possess elite Jonin strength, perhaps even on the cusp of reaching the level of a Kage. Since Hanzo of the Salamander earned the title of demigod in the ninja world, his strength must be unquestionable. A confrontation between the legendary 3 and the demigod promises to be quite the spectacle. However, I must admit my admiration for the young Hanzo of the Salamander, who, in his youth, traversed and conquered the major ninja villages, despite his rather unfortunate demise later on. Chapter 10. The first encounter with Orochimaru. Chiya employed the technique of invisibility, concealing his presence as he trailed behind Jiraiya from a distance. After all, Jiraiya maintained a favorable relationship with Orochimaru, and there was a possibility that he could lead Chie to Orochimaru's abode. Not to mention, Orochimaru's disciple, Shoju, was still alive. The esteemed elder, Tsukumo Hatake, had not succumbed to the whispers of scandal. In summary, Orochimaru was not yet consumed by the obsession with immortality. He remained a brilliant youth, fervently dedicated to mastering all forms of ninjutsu. I often ponder, had Orochimaru not defected from Konoha, had Tsunade not developed her fear of blood, and had Tsukumo not taken his own life, how might the future of Konoha have changed? It seems that before the major ninja villages could make a move against Konoha, they would need to carefully consider the price of such an endeavor. In the later stages, the legendary Sannin would undoubtedly emerge as three of the strongest forces, with the third Hokage also regarded as a formidable power, along with Tsukumo Hatake, making a total of 5. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and other ninja families providing a plethora of elite combatants. Why do you think the Uchiha were always at the forefront during battles in the anime? It was not merely a coincidence. Hiruzen Sarutobi was keenly aware of the Uchiha's overwhelming strength and sought ways to diminish their power. At the tender age of 5, Itachi was already embroiled in warfare, and Shursui, only slightly older, had already earned the title of Shursui of the Body Flicker. Do you think the Uchiha were truly foolish? Or were they compelled by circumstance? War is brutal. No one wishes to find themselves perpetually amidst peril. The Uchiha may have their shortcomings, yet they are not entirely devoid of sense, who would willingly take up a kunai and head to battle. From my observations over the years, the Uchiha children exhibited a certain arrogance at school, though perhaps tsundere would be a more fitting description. In truth, they do not seem so malicious if one shows them kindness. Consider the relationship between Minato and Fugaku. Had it not been for the Ninetales incident, Minato's sacrifice might have been avoided. Chie followed Jiraiya until they arrived at a secluded house. Jiraiya knocked on the door, which was opened by a youthful man with long hair. "Is that you, Jiraiya? Have you brought what I requested?" Jiraiya patted his chest and replied, "Of course. I've brought the ninjutsu scrolls. I just returned to the village, so I can't chat long. Additionally, Hiruzen asked me to inform you that the Second Shinobi World War is likely to commence soon, within 6 months to 2 years. We should prepare ourselves." Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging this information. After Jiraiya departed, Orochimaru cast his gaze toward Chie's concealed corner and said coolly, "Come out, elder. What brings you here following Jiraiya? Are you from the Umbu or the Root?" Upon hearing this, Chie slowly revealed himself and bowed respectfully. "My apologies, Orochimaru-sama. I sought your assistance but did not know your residence, which is why I followed Jiraiya-sama discreetly." Orochimaru's elongated gaze scrutinized Chie, and a white snake emerged from his sleeve, coiling around his hand. "Ah, you must be from the Moonlight clan. A promising talent indeed. Your skill in concealing your presence is remarkable, even fooling Jiraiya. If it weren't for the white snakes I summoned surrounding my dwelling, I might not have detected you. Now, tell me, what is it that you seek?" Chie felt a surge of joy. Had I not intentionally revealed my body heat, would you have discovered me? Did you think I was merely playing with my mastery of invisibility? Orochimaru-sama, might I inquire if you have any intentions of taking on a disciple? Orochimaru smiled and gestured for Chie to enter. "If you are not opposed, please come in. And I do not yet know your name." "Chie, of the Moonlight clan." "Then I shall refer to you as Chie. But why do you wish to become my disciple? While I am well known in Konoha, it seems I do not overshadow Jiraiya or Tsunade. Perhaps it is because I feel I could engage in meaningful discourse with you, Orochimaru-sama. Is that so? However, Chie-kun, becoming my disciple is no easy feat, and I will not always be available to instruct you. Even so, do you still wish to be my disciple?" Chie nodded fervently. "Absolutely. I hold great admiration for you, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru chuckled, then stepped outside, motioning for Chie to follow. Chie trailed behind him until they reached an open area. "All right, young one, let me see your abilities. You may demonstrate taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, or even bloodline techniques. I shall evaluate your performance to determine if you are worthy of becoming my disciple. If your skills do not meet my standards, I will not waste my time." Chie nodded in understanding and then vanished from Orochimaru's sight. Orochimaru initially smiled faintly, then revealed a hint of surprise. Could this boy have intentionally allowed me to discover him? My snakes can no longer sense his presence. How intriguing. Can he evade my snake's thermal detection? Is there more to his invisibility than mere concealment? In the next moment, Several shuriken and kunai flew towards Orochimaru from his blind spot. With apparent ease, Orochimaru produced a kunai and deflected all the incoming projectiles with a few casual swipes. Impressive development of your bloodline limit. Your shuriken's trajectory is quite cunning. This was Orochimaru's initial assessment. This lad cannot have graduated from the Ninja Academy yet, but achieving this level is commendable. After all, my teacher recently expressed a desire to take on a student to cultivate. Accepting this boy may not be a bad idea. I wonder if he may surprise me further? Chie, concealed in the shadows, observed Orochimaru standing casually in the clearing. Truly, Orochimaru was formidable. It was only reasonable, as his strength had likely reached the level of an elite Jonin, with the potential to step into the realm of a Kage. After all, a grand spectacle of the three Sannin in battle was soon to unfold. Chie quickly formed hand signs, channeling chakra within him. The wind release, wind scythe technique activated, sending blades of wind chakra hurtling towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru gathered chakra beneath his feet and swiftly evaded the attack. Chie followed suit, appearing beside Orochimaru with a ninja blade, attempting to strike at an awkward angle, but each attempt was effortlessly blocked by Orochimaru. Of course, the outcome was partly due to Chie withholding his full strength. This was not a life-and-death match, after all. Minutes later, as Orochimaru bound Chie with his snake hand technique, Chie feigned disappointment. Orochimaru-sama, I concede. Will you still accept me as your disciple? Orochimaru chuckled. With your talent, you may indeed become my disciple. You possess a diverse array of ninjutsu and demonstrate proficient skill. Your swordsmanship is commendable, and compared to your peers, you are already exceptional. Particularly, your bloodline limit. Your invisibility seems to differ slightly from what I have encountered in historical texts related to Konoha. Perhaps the individual described in those texts did not master it to the extent you have. Chapter 11. The success of apprenticeship. Your technique of stealth is remarkably adept at concealing your presence, to the extent that even I cannot perceive it. However, the moment you strike, flaws will inevitably reveal themselves. The shuriken aimed at me, the subtle sounds of ninjutsu, and the whisper of blades slicing through the air will betray your hidden location. Nevertheless, in comparison to your peers, you are indeed exceptional, surpassing them by a considerable margin. Given your capabilities, do you wish to become my disciple, Orochimaru? The slightly hoarse voice of Orochimaru resonated. Shinya promptly nodded in affirmation, expressing his willingness. Thus, after a brief ceremony of apprenticeship, Shinya followed Orochimaru to his abode. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Orochimaru gestured for Shinya to take a seat as well. Now that you have chosen me as your mentor, I expect you to visit me every weekend during your 2 days off in the afternoons for guidance. Based on our sparring sessions, I will provide you with a straightforward introduction to your training direction. First, your bloodline limit technique. The art of stealth is well developed. Strive to delve deeper into understanding and enhancing it. Second, your combat ninjutsu is rather singular. Diversify your techniques to broaden your combat strategies. Third, your swordsmanship is commendable. Practice diligently to enhance your close combat prowess. For now, those are the 3 key points. By the way, Shinya, do you know your chakra nature? Shinya looked at Orochimaru and replied slowly, Master, my chakra nature encompasses all 5 elements: wind, lightning, earth, water, and fire. Orochimaru nodded at this revelation. The interplay of chakra natures means that possessing all elements allows you to choose the most advantageous ninjutsu against various foes. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to learn the corresponding techniques. This constitutes my plan for your recent training. Do you have any questions about it? Shinya shook his head, replying, No, Master Orochimaru, your plan is quite comprehensive. If the strength he displayed was indeed his true capability, it would significantly aid him. However, it was evident that Orochimaru was not to be underestimated. Merely after a few encounters, he had discerned so many aspects and provided clear guidance for Shinya's training. Truly, he was worthy of being called a future scientist. Although Orochimaru met his demise later due to Jinjutsu, more specifically, the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, it cannot be denied that he possesses an undeniable charm. The original narrative depicts numerous loyal followers sacrificing themselves as vessels for him, a testament to his allure. Undoubtedly, compared to Tsunade and Jiraiya, Orochimaru is more suited to be my mentor. Tsunade excels in medical ninjutsu and possesses ancestral strength, while Jiraiya is adept in the techniques of Mount Myaboku and sage arts. Orochimaru, on the other hand, is proficient in various ninjutsu, and possesses astonishing scientific talent. Due to the system, I can easily learn challenging forbidden techniques like the Flying Thunder God, relying on my financial resources. Choosing Orochimaru as my mentor is not only due to my admiration for him from my past life, but also a desire to witness how far he can go with my involvement. Had Rope Tree not perished, Orochimaru might not have been so obsessed with immortality. If it weren't for that obsession, he might never have conducted those inhumane experiments on humans with Danzo. Had the third Hokage not discovered those experiments, Orochimaru could have become the fourth Hokage and avoided defecting from the village. Just imagine, if the legendary three were still alive, with Minato not deceased and the third Hokage untouched, and if Tsukumo Hitaki hadn't taken his own life, Konoha would indeed be an interesting place. After all, the stronger Konoha is, the more comfortably I can rest. As long as I safeguard Rope Tree during the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru is unlikely to stray from the path. If he follows a steady course without engaging in human experimentation, given his achievements in the Second and Third Wars, becoming the fourth Hokage would be a foregone conclusion. Would Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, not know how to choose between disciples and grand disciples? Well then, Master Orochimaru, I shall take my leave and not impose further. Orochimaru nodded in response. Shinya then vanished from sight and hurried towards the territory of the Moonlight clan. Moments later, he vaulted over his family's wall and landed gracefully on the ground. As he touched down, Shinya dispelled his technique of stealth and made his way into the house. Upon pushing open the door, he found his younger sister struggling to chew with her mouth full of food. Observing this, Shinya felt a twinge of exasperation. Why did his sister seem somewhat spoiled? Indeed, gentle, elegant sisters who call you Oni-chan are always from someone else's family. I say, there's no one competing with you. Why the rush? Can't you savor your food? Eating like that will scare off potential suitors. Moonlight Shinua looked at her older brother and, after swallowing her food, replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. After all, you will definitely become the clan leader of the Moonlight clan in the future. How could I starve as the sister of the clan leader? That's true. As the clan leader, you certainly won't be lacking in provisions." Shinya chuckled at his sister's nonchalant attitude, struggling to suppress a laugh. "Rest assured, you may take the position of clan leader for now, foolish sister. I, your brother, am a free spirit. How could I ever aspire to lead the clan? Managing a family is exhausting. Even if the Moonlight clan is a modest one of fewer than 50 members, just the thought of it was enough to induce a headache. As for the position of clan leader, let those who desire it take it. I have no interest. Having traversed into this world, who would willingly become a beast of burden? Even if the third Hokage were to abdicate to allow me to take the role of the fourth Hokage, I would decline. It's exhausting, you know? It could lead to hair loss. As a delicate individual, I cannot endure such burdens. Power is inconsequential, but being handsome is a lifelong endeavor." After their playful banter, Shinya returned to his room and lazily reclined on his bed. As for his younger sister, she was undoubtedly out in the yard, training diligently. After all, the more sweat one sheds now, the less blood one must spill later. Alas, this is the plight of those without a cheat. Unlike myself, who merely awaits the assassin organization to deliver funds, allowing me to grow stronger through investments. Of course, I could also steadily improve through daily sign-ins, albeit at a slower pace. Speaking of which, I have now taken Orochimaru as my teacher. At present, having the status of being a disciple of Orochimaru and a grand disciple of the third Hokage, there are few in Konoha who would dare to provoke me, even though only a handful are aware of this development. Moreover, the Second Great Ninja War draws closer. At this moment, I wonder if Nagato has inherited Madara's Rinnegan? Hanzo of the Salamander is also stirring, preparing to launch an assault on the major ninja villages. Had I not read the original narrative, I might have thought Hanzo was the protagonist, one man and a motley crew of range shinobi daring to confront the 5 great nations. His intentions may have been noble, but the outcome was dire, resulting in heavy casualties for the Rain Village, be they shinobi or civilians. Hanzo's strength is considerable, after all. He is a man referred to as a demigod in the shinobi world, possessing peak shadow-level power, or even surpassing it. Chapter 12. A year later. Time flies. And a year has swiftly passed. Within this year, many events have transpired. I have reached the initial stage of shadow-level combat prowess. Task 1 has been completed. Kushina's affinity towards me has soared to 90, reflecting a significant increase. I have obtained 3 interdimensional summoning cards, drawing the likes of Qin Feng, Lan, and Bailey Shoyue. At that time, I never anticipated that I would summon characters from the game Honor of Kings. I had assumed that this system could only conjure individuals from the world of the assassin Wu Yochi. After all, I was on the verge of gathering the entire Shadow Assassin organization. Yet, why did I draw only assassins? Is this system truly intent on steering me towards a life of assassination? Over the past year, Watergate has taken Jiraiya as his master, while my younger sister has become Tsunade's apprentice for nearly a year now. Her progress in medical ninjutsu is commendable, and it seems she possesses a greater talent for it than Tsunade herself. As for her training in superhuman strength, one must acknowledge that no one is flawless. Who can truly achieve perfection? Under Tsunade's recommendation, Rope Tree has become the second disciple of Uncle Snake, thus also becoming my junior apprentice. Currently, Hanzo of the Salamander appears to be stirring, or rather, he has already begun to act. Recently, he seems to have engaged in battle with the Land of Iron, where the samurai were utterly unable to withstand even the toxins expelled by the salamander. The Land of Iron lacks a top-tier medical ninja like Tsunade or an expert in toxins like Chiyo, making them ill-equipped to confront Hanzo. Moreover, their physical prowess is insufficient to contend with the poison. With no means to counter the toxins and unable to match in physical combat, defeat is all but assured. After securing a victory, Hanzo has extended his reach towards other ninja villages. The legendary Sannin, who are likely to become the future Sannin, namely, the 3 disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi, have already been dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to face enemies. Meanwhile, I have been diligently attending school and training under Orochimaru during my breaks. Although my training heavily relies on my financial investments, some of Uncle Snake's theories and suggestions have proven quite beneficial. After all, I do not wish to be someone who appears strong but is weak at heart. Mere strength is insufficient. When considering the combination of my ninjutsu and the timing of its application, Uncle Snake is certainly an expert in such matters. Moreover, he seems to be in relatively good spirits, despite his chilly demeanor and obsession with researching ninjutsu. At the very least, he has not become as abstract as he was in the original narrative. The convoluted ninjutsu involving snakes has yet to emerge, and thus far, I have not witnessed Orochimaru employing any such techniques. Additionally, I now belong to the esteemed Serpent Clan, having only learned Orochimaru's Shadow Snake Hand and the summoning technique of the Dragon Cave. There is no need for anything beyond that. As I am not genuinely in need of further ninjutsu training, I merely find the Shadow Snake Hand aesthetically pleasing. While I was deep in thought, my gaze was suddenly drawn to a corner where a pure white snake was slithering towards me. Upon reaching my side, the white snake regurgitated a scroll and presented it to me before vanishing in a puff of white mist. I picked up the scroll, and after reading its contents, I furrowed my brow, then took another scroll to compose a reply for Orochimaru. After finishing my writing, I swiftly formed hand seals and, with a clap to the ground, summoned a small black snake before me. Orochimaru had already ensured that I signed the contract scroll for the Dragon Cave, granting me the ability to summon the giant snakes from there to assist me in battle. The little black snake climbed up my leg to my arm and respectfully addressed me, Master Chinya. I gently stroked the smooth forehead of the small snake and handed the scroll to it. Deliver this to Master Orochimaru. Understood, Master Chinya. I shall ensure the task is completed, the little black snake replied eagerly. I produced a pill from my pocket and placed it into the snake's mouth, then patted its head to signal it to deliver the message. After consuming the pill, the black snake expressed its gratitude and swiftly departed. The pill I provided is known as Beast Pill, which aids in the growth of summoning beasts and has no side effects. To summon the myriad snakes, Orochimaru typically requires around 100 offerings, equivalent to 100 living beings. One beast pill is approximately equivalent to 10 human offerings. So summoning the myriad snakes usually necessitates around 10 pills, as they not only satiate their hunger, but also promote rapid growth, making them highly sought after by the serpents of the Dragon Cave. The primary serpent I am contracted with is a massive black snake known as the Black King, whose strength has already reached the level of a Kage. The small black snake I just summoned is one of its numerous offspring. The production cost of beast pills is exceptionally low, and it is a secret recipe of mine. In the entire ninja world, only I possess the knowledge to create them, allowing me to earn a substantial profit through their sale. The well-off Nico clan, known for their good relations with the Uchiha clan, has been a lucrative client for me. Selling to them yields substantial profits. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans of Konoha have also become loyal customers of mine. Given that one relies on dogs and the other on insects for combat prowess, the effectiveness of the beast pills has made them quite popular among these two clans. Hanzo has also purchased a considerable quantity for his salamander. In summary, this product has no shortage of buyers within the ninja world and could be considered a high-level strategic resource. After all, what strong individual does not possess a few summoning beasts? Even those who are not particularly powerful would desire a formidable summoning beast. I am profiting handsomely. As for who is selling these? Certainly not me. In recent years, the Prince of the Steel Kingdom has manufactured a plethora of intelligent robots that, when clothed, appear human and are equipped with self-detonation mechanisms, making them ideal for delivery. As for why I am not concerned that others might uncover the secrets of the beast pills, I can only say that even if Uncle Snake attempted to, he would likely fail. The primary materials for crafting them simply do not exist in the Naruto world. These materials are obtained from the system shop, and I have already cultivated a vast quantity within the Shadow Realm, rendering me self-sufficient. In the scroll that Orochimaru sent me, he mentioned that the situation on the front lines is not favorable, and the casualties have been somewhat severe. The underlying message is clear. The third Hokage has begun preparing the students from the Ninja Academy for battle. It seems that Orochimaru is quite eager for my assistance. I had anticipated this, for in the original narrative, Watergate was also sent to the battlefield around the age of 10. Although it may be slightly ahead of schedule, I suspect that my actions as a butterfly have inadvertently prompted the Academy students to be thrust into combat earlier than expected. Could it be because I sold a significant number of beast pills to Hanzo? However, there is some good news, due to my influence. The clan leader and several Chunin from the Moonlight clan have received Orochimaru's protection and are faring quite well. Chapter 13. A heart-to-heart conversation between siblings. The clan leader and my few remaining elders, due to their contract with the Wind Falcon Group, have been assigned by Orochimaru to gather intelligence on the enemy, resulting in fewer opportunities for direct combat. At most, they have sustained minor injuries. In my reply to Orochimaru, I expressed my intention to assist him on the battlefield soon and also requested that he help me with a particular matter. As for Kushina, I suspect the third Hokage will likely prevent her from leaving the village to go to war. After all, she is the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the third surely treasures her. Most ordinary students from the Ninja Academy would merely throw a shuriken and use a few basic techniques, which would undoubtedly make them cannon fodder. Perhaps it would be wise to prevent my younger sister from going to battle? With her limited skills, would she not just cause chaos on the battlefield? Indeed, how could I allow my sister to create disorder among our comrades? Absolutely, positively, she must not go to war. Suddenly, a light, yet somewhat unnatural voice echoed from afar. Hey, brother, what are you doing standing there? Shinya chuckled. I just came out for some fresh air. Why do you look so unhappy? Shinya scratched his head awkwardly. Is it that obvious? Shinya glanced at him with a what do you think expression. By the way, brother, have you heard? It seems there's talk of sending us, the Ninja Academy students, to the battlefield soon. I'm a bit nervous. Did Nana tell Yaya? It was through Uncle Shi's information that he learned about the third Hokage's plans to send Ninja Academy students to war. Oh, is that so? So Yaya, do you want to go to the battlefield? Shinya asked tentatively. Shinya nodded, then shook his head. Wrapping his arms around his elder brother and burying his little head into his embrace, murmuring softly, Brother, you said I'm learning medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade, and logically, I should be going to the battlefield to heal more people. But I'm so scared, I don't want to go to the battlefield. I just want to work quietly in the hospital, without the daily anxiety of war. Despite Lady Tsunade praising her medical skills and her grasp of brute strength, she still felt terrified at the thought of battle. Brother, am I selfish? Upon hearing this, Shinya sighed in relief. He initially intended to persuade his little sister to go to the battlefield, but now it seemed he could simply follow her wishes. Yeah. Fearing death is a natural instinct for all living beings. Selfishness is part of human nature. If you truly fear it, then we need not go. Healing the injured in the village hospital and on the battlefield both contribute to Konoha. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Have you decided to become a ninja? Do you mind the possibility of your hands being stained with blood? Are you prepared to face death? In my view, Yaya, you are not suited for the battlefield. Your talent is remarkable, but your heart is too tender. Compared to being a ninja, you might be more suited to being a doctor. With Tsunade as your mentor, hardly anyone in the village would dare to harm you. And even if you did nothing, I could support you for life. So Yaya, Can you tell your brother what kind of life you wish to lead? As Chinya gently stroked his sister's hair, he comforted her restless heart. After all, even the most mature children in the world of Hokage were still merely young girls under 10. What was he doing at that age? Attending the 4th grade of elementary school, living a life of ease, filled with laughter every day. Though the worlds differed, he still hoped his sister could live the life she desired. After all, in the world of Hokage, there were more paths than just being a ninja, weren't there? Listening to her brother's gentle words, Chinya felt a wave of relief wash over her. Throughout her life, her brother had always been like this, cooking for her, playing with her, encouraging her when she felt down. To others, she was a talented girl with a bloodline limit, but to her brother, she would always be just a little girl. He would never force her to do what she disliked, accepting all of her, even her flaws. Sometimes he could be strict, fearing for her safety and preventing her childish actions. So, she would become a doctor at the Konoha hospital. You silly brother, always so gentle. What if I can't find a partner in the future? Unbeknownst to her, Yaya had dozed off in his embrace, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Listening to her steady breathing, he carefully lifted her up in a princess carry, bringing her into the room to tuck her under the covers. This girl still hadn't given him a definitive answer, but it seemed she wouldn't be thinking about the battlefield anymore. Suddenly, Chinya sensed something and walked towards the yard. Spotting the newcomer, he smiled slightly. Is that you, Nana? What brings you here? Kushina glanced at Chinya, her cheeks flushing slightly. After Yaya looked at the message from Sister Tsunade, she seemed a bit off. I was worried, so I came to check on her. Oh, is that so? Yaya is already asleep. Why don't you come in and sit? I'll talk to you slowly and also ask you for a favor. Kushina nodded and followed Chinya inside. Once inside, Chinya briefly explained the situation to Kushina. The thing is, Yaya has grown up with me since childhood. Her personality is cheerful and lively, though she can be a bit silly sometimes. She is different from me. She hasn't taken a life. She deserves a better life. She doesn't have to be a ninja like me. She can pursue anything she wishes, open a flower shop, become an artist, a teacher, or a doctor. All of these are valid paths. And of course, thank you, Nana, for caring about Yaya. Kushina waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, after all. Nana and I are good friends. Chinya looked at Kushina and asked, by the way, Nana, you'll be staying in the village, right? Kushina nodded. After all, I am the Nine-Tails vessel now. It's not easy to leave. She rolled her eyes at Chinya, her tone tinged with frustration. You already know and still ask. As Mito's successor in the Nine-Tails vessel, it's not something I can easily walk away from. Speak, you must have something to ask of me, right? Don't beat around the bush. You were just as indirect when you borrowed money. Note, their affinity has reached 90. They are very close. Apart from some matters regarding the system, he can share almost everything with Kushina. Chinya chuckled, just like you. Nana, much more reliable than Yaya. The thing is, I have a way to keep Yaya in the village, but I'm worried about leaving her alone. Can she stay with you? Kushina nodded, saying, of course. That is no problem. With Shoju and Tsunade away, and Mito mostly staying in her room, I'm quite bored alone. I'd be happy to have Yaya keep me company. Observing Kushina's calm demeanor, Chinya playfully pinched her slightly chubby cheeks. Why so serious? This isn't the spicy girl I know. Kushina swatted his hand away, exclaiming, stop it. You annoying Chinya. Can't you be serious for once? You were so aloof when we first met. Seeing the little tomato revert to her usual self, Chinya felt a small surge of happiness. It seemed that due to him, Kushina had learned about her future as the Nine-Tails host much earlier than in the original story. This led to Kushina having a rather ambivalent view of Konoha. It wasn't entirely good or bad. Unlike in the original story, she didn't aspire to be the first female Hokage. After all, she wasn't foolish. Especially as a child of the Uzumaki clan, she understood far more than others. Being a host wasn't a good thing. Having a tailed beast that could go berserk at any moment within her, and if the villagers discovered it, she could face isolation. He knew well what life was like for hosts in other ninja villages. Mito was revered as the Nine-Tails host, partly due to her husband, Hashirama Senju, and partly because of her own strength. For Kushina, the elderly Mito had saved her life and bestowed upon her a great favor. Despite harboring certain ulterior motives, Mito treated her well, sparing her from a life of wandering. If she were to serve as the vessel for the Nine-Tails, she might as well embrace her role as the Jinchuriki, as a means of repaying that kindness. Chiya observed Kushina with a playful grin, one hand on her throat, and the other raised, exclaiming, I want to be the first female Hokage. Haha. Upon hearing this, Kushina's chakra surged, her crimson hair lifting with energy. Dare to provoke my dark past, little Chiya? Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? After a brief bout of playful banter, the two fell silent. You go first, they said in unison. Kushina slammed her palm on the table, insisting, you go first. Enough of this back and forth. Chiya rested her chin on her hand. Gazing at Kushina, Moon, I entrust this to you. And Nana, take care of yourself. Don't eat sweets from strangers. Kushina seized Chiya by the collar, exclaiming, what are you trying to say? Do you think of me as a child? Chiya chuckled. Well, Nana is still a child, isn't she? So there's no need for her to overthink things. After all, living is more important than anything else. Hearing this, Kushina laughed. Then you must return alive. When you do, I'll treat you to a meal. Chiya nodded, sure. With a wealthy benefactor footing the bill, I wouldn't pass that up. Unlike me, who is as poor as a church mouse. Chapter 14. Marching to battle 3 days later, in a dense forest. A group of several dozen genin followed a Jonin-level ninja toward the Konoha encampment. Among them were those filled with excitement and those gripped by anxiety. It wasn't that they looked down upon each other. Rather, the chances of survival for the civilian ninjas, aside from a select few from prominent clans, were dismally slim. Not everyone possessed the talent of Minato Namikaze, nor could everyone earn the recognition of the legendary Sannin. If one were to be mediocre, would Orochimaru even consider taking them as a disciple? If Minato had been unremarkable, would Jiraiya have noticed him and taken him under his wing? These average ninjas, likely to remain forever as genin, were essentially akin to cannon fodder. With only a few shuriken and the basic techniques learned in the academy, who would survive in battle? Were it not for the system, perhaps I too would feel anxious and fearful, racking my brain on how to survive longer on the battlefield. Indeed, strength is a valuable asset. This principle echoes a truth from my previous life. While money may not be everything, a lack of it renders one powerless. You can conceal your abilities from others, but you cannot truly lack them. Just as in the early days of Konoha, with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha present. Which ninja village would dare to attack Konoha? But after their battle at the Valley of the End, with Hashirama's untimely demise and Madara's feigned death, having transplanted Hashirama's cells and awakened the Rinnegan before his own end, it appeared to the world that they were both gone. Thus, the First Shinobi World War commenced shortly thereafter. Without the might of Hashirama and Madara to suppress the other villages, they began to target Konoha. In my view, Madara was somewhat correct. He should have teamed up with Hashirama to unleash Susanoo and obliterate the other major ninja villages, preventing all of this chaos. Upon reaching the encampment, the group of genin was assigned to various chunin. Meanwhile, I was escorted by a jounin to meet Orochimaru, who now served as the commander of the Konoha and Amigakure forces. It seemed there were other battlefronts, but the strength stationed in Amigakure was superior to that of the others. Soon, under the guidance of an unknown jounin, I arrived at the entrance of a tent. The jounin gestured for me to enter before departing. I stepped inside, quietly surveying my surroundings. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Shodai, and Minato were all familiar faces. Upon seeing Orochimaru, I respectfully greeted, Teacher. Orochimaru's pale visage broke into a faint smile at my arrival. Ah, Chiya-kun, you've come. I nodded and quietly stood beside him. Tsunade, noticing my presence, inquired curiously, Hey, kid, where's your sister? I haven't seen her. I replied nonchalantly, Lady Tsunade, my sister won't be participating in this war. The hospital is a more suitable environment for her than the battlefield. Tsunade, taken aback, glanced at Orochimaru before turning back to me, slowly stating, Is that Chiyuki's own decision, or is it yours? I retorted coldly, Does it matter? Regardless of Chiyuki's choice, I will not allow her to step onto the battlefield. The truth is, she lacks the talent for being a ninja. It's best for her to remain in the hospital. Seeing Tsunade's ire rising, Jiraiya quickly intervened. Tsunade, calm down. Don't argue with a child. Orochimaru addressed Shodai. Shodai, take Chiya to your tent. He will be staying with you. Following Shodai out of the tent, I thought to myself about Tsunade's volatile temperament. Who is she trying to intimidate with her clenched fists? Shodai, walking ahead, turned back to me apologetically. Chiya-kun, I'm sorry. My sister has always had a bad temper. The stress on the medical ninjas in the camp has been increasing, with many casualties daily, which has made her even more irritable. I nodded in understanding. It's fine, I don't mind. Indeed, having Chiyuki on the battlefield would save many lives. But what concern was that of mine? All I cared about was ensuring my sister's safety. Everything else was secondary. Elsewhere, Tsunade glared at Orochimaru. Was it you who helped your precious disciple? The Moonlight Clan doesn't wield such influence. Orochimaru smiled lightly. After all, he is my student. I would help if I can. Besides, a mere medical ninja won't significantly impact the battle. I have met that child, and indeed, her disposition is too gentle. The hospital is where she truly belongs. Tsunade nodded in reluctant agreement, acknowledging that the girl was ill-suited for the battlefield. Nevertheless, it irked her to see Orochimaru's disciple maintain such a cold demeanor, as if someone owed him money. In the dead of night, I lay on the upper bunk of Shodai's bed, who had already drifted into slumber. Restlessly, I pondered why Orochimaru had not sought me out yet. Surely he would have come to find me by now. Just as I was lost in thought, a white snake appeared at the entrance of the tent. My lips curled into a smile. Was this not Orochimaru's arrival? I swiftly climbed down from the bed, making no sound as I exited the tent and approached a large tree. Teacher, is there something you wish to discuss? Orochimaru's figure gradually emerged from the shadows before me. Nothing urgent. I merely wish to have a conversation with you. In the coming days, you will engage in confrontations with the ninjas from Amigakure. Would you prefer to follow a chunin in a structured manner, remain in the rear like Shodai to oversee the corpses, or would you rather have the freedom to roam without specific assignments? Shinya smirked slightly, remarking, Teacher, you are truly cunning. You provided me with but a single choice, yet still expect me to make a selection. Naturally, I shall opt for free activity. However, should I encounter an opponent I cannot defeat, I shall flee, dear teacher. Orochimaru could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. You, my boy, could you not be a tad braver? You possess the strength of a special Jonin. Just look at your peers, particularly Jiraiya's students, who are performing exceptionally well. Shinya replied nonchalantly, Teacher, do you really think I can be compared to those mere children? And, pray tell, do you genuinely believe that Jiraiya or Minato would vie for your position as Hokage? Although, it is true that in the anime, Minato did become the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru twitched at the corner of his mouth. Do you have any idea why the third Hokage chose me as the commander? Comparing Jiraiya, that half-baked ninja, to me is utterly laughable. Let me tell you, aside from the esteemed Kakashi, there is no one in the village who can rival me for the position of fourth Hokage. Listening to Orochimaru's somewhat prideful words, Shinya felt a bit speechless, thinking, You've ruined your own persona, Uncle Snake. All right, I shall preemptively wish you success in becoming the fourth Hokage. I do hope you can arrange for me a secure and lucrative job in the future. Orochimaru chuckled. You really have a knack for thinking ahead. Of course, that is contingent upon your assistance in helping me become the fourth Hokage. Perform well, my boy. After all, you are my disciple. If you excel, it will certainly reflect positively on my ascension to Hokage. Once I am Hokage, barring exceptional circumstances, you may do as you please. And I guarantee no one shall disturb you. With that, he vanished into a puff of white smoke. Using a shadow clone to visit his own disciple? Truly pathetic. I cannot fathom why anyone would desire the position of Hokage. Nevertheless, as long as Uncle Snake is happy, it matters not to me. So long as he refrains from conducting human experiments, he is already halfway to the position of fourth Hokage. At that time, I shall be the apprentice of the Hokage, and I can already envision a blissful, carefree life ahead. Chapter 15. The emergence of renown. As dawn's light began to filter in, Shinya retrieved a rice ball from the system space and sat on his bed, munching on it, and casually tossed one to Shoju. Shoju caught the flying rice ball, his eyes lighting up. Shinya-kun, where did you get this? I've been subsisting on soldier pills for days. Finally, I can enjoy real food. Just eat, Shinya replied dismissively. Why ask so many questions? After they finished eating, the two exited the tent. I'm really envious of you, Shinya. The teacher has only assigned me to guard the corpses in the mortuary, which is dreadfully boring. I feel like I smell of decay, Shoju complained, casting a resentful glance at Shinya. To be able to step onto the battlefield right away, I'm so jealous. If I remain stuck in the mortuary, when will I ever become Hokage? If Orochimaru-sensei is the fourth Hokage, and my senior brother becomes the fifth Hokage, then I will only be eligible for the sixth Hokage. No. By the time my master and brother step down, I will be ancient. Be careful, Shoju. I'm off to find Orochimaru-sensei, Shinya advised before making his way toward Orochimaru's residence. Shoju, feeling a bit disgruntled, muttered, There's only me, a living person, next to the mortuary. How safe can it be? Shinya chose not to engage further and continued directly to Orochimaru's abode. Unbeknownst to Shoju, Shinya had already inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto him, and had also summoned a small snake that was now coiled around him. Upon entering Orochimaru's residence, Shinya lazily inquired, "Teacher, when will the rain ninjas from Amigakure arrive?" "It won't be long now. Just ensure you do not bring shame to my name," Orochimaru replied coolly. "And remember to be cautious. Should danger arise, simply use the Flying Thunder God technique to return." Shinya waved his hand dismissively, turned, and tossed 3 rice balls to Orochimaru. "You are so chatty, like a village matron. But I shall remember your advice, Gana." Barely had Shinya departed when Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived to see Orochimaru. "Hey, Orochimaru, you glutton. You can't keep all this for yourself. You must share one with me. I've been eating soldier pills for days, and I'm about to be sick of them. They have no flavor whatsoever." Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya's shameless demeanor, feeling somewhat speechless. He could do little to resist Jiraiya's demands, so he tossed him a rice ball. Just after handing one to Jiraiya, a fair hand reached out toward him. Looking up, he saw Tsunade's outstretched hand, and he begrudgingly tossed her a rice ball as well. "You two are something else. You're already elite Jonin. Can't you show a bit of dignity?" However, Shinya had likely anticipated that these two would come asking for food. Shortly thereafter, reports arrived from the front lines indicating that the ninjas from Amigakure were approaching. Orochimaru quickly dispatched Jiraiya to lead a team of ninjas to confront them, while he observed the situation from the rear, with Tsunade readying a small number of ninjas for potential rescue. Shinya activated his intangibility technique to obscure his presence, masking his aura and chakra fluctuations, and followed Jiraiya's team, preparing to engage the incoming Amigakure ninjas. To secure his future prosperous life, he resolved to exert a little effort. Before long, the two groups encountered one another. The scene erupted into chaos, with shuriken being thrown, explosive tags launched, and various ninjutsu being unleashed. Shinya concealed himself in the shadows, carefully monitoring the situation. There were 2 Jonin, 6 Chunin, and 12 Jinin. The numbers of Chunin and Jinin were roughly equal to those on his side. But among the Jonin, aside from himself, there was only Jiraiya. However, taking on 2 should not pose a problem, considering he was destined to be one of the legendary Sannin. Shinya slowly drew his short blade and executed a body flicker technique, appearing beside a Jinin, piercing through his chest. He then flickered again to another Jinin, stabbing through his heart, before moving on to yet another Jinin. With his mastery of the bloodline limit technique, intangibility, lower-ranked ninjas were utterly oblivious to his approach. Only Jonin-level ninjas might barely sense an incoming attack based on their experience, allowing them to counter or evade. Even Orochimaru could only make a rough estimation of his position based on the attacks. Eliminating the Genin was akin to slaughtering chickens, merely a single strike. Before long, the opposing 2 Jonin found themselves as the last standing. Engaged in combat with Jiraiya, they suddenly realized that all their comrades, both Jonin and Genin, had been dispatched within mere seconds. The short-haired Jonin turned to the scar-faced Jonin and exclaimed, "Retreat. The enemy is too powerful. I don't understand how our entire team was wiped out in less than 20 seconds. It's simply bizarre." The scar-faced Jonin nodded in agreement and began pulling out a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch, preparing to retreat. Just as he was about to use the smoke bomb, he suddenly felt several icy glimmers heading his way. Drawing his kunai, he swiftly deflected the projectiles with a few slashes, then looked toward the direction from which the kunai had come. No one. How could that be? They clearly originated from that direction. In that brief moment of confusion, the scar-faced Jonin felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a rush of blood spilling forth. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, feeling his body grow cold as he lost consciousness, marking the end of his life. Seeing his companion's demise, the short-haired Jonin broke out in a cold sweat. This was undeniably too strange. His comrade's neck had been sliced open in an instant. He had never heard of such a formidable presence from Konoha. Was it a bloodline limit? While the short-haired Jonin contemplated, chakra condensed beneath his feet as he utilized the body flicker technique to retreat into the distance. However, in the next moment, a fist appeared before him. It is ill-advised to let one's guard down on the battlefield. A powerful punch sent him flying, fracturing at least 5 or 6 bones. Just as Jiraiya intended to deliver the final blow, several long snakes emerged, binding the short-haired Jonin firmly and biting into his neck. In the following moment, Chiya dispelled his invisibility, slowly materializing before Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, I shall take this one back. The teacher may find the intelligence within his mind useful." Jiraiya nodded, inwardly marveling at how formidable Orochimaru's disciple truly was. This young man seems to be on par with Minato, doesn't he? Is the quality of this generation of ninjas truly so high? Yet, it is no surprise they are master and apprentice, both bearing a perpetually stoic demeanor. Such a waste of such good looks. Before long, Chie arrived before Orochimaru, dragging the short-haired Jonin, who had succumbed to the paralysis snake venom. Teacher, this is one of the upper ninjas from the Rain Village. He has been poisoned by the paralysis snake venom. I believe you will find it beneficial. Orochimaru instructed a nearby ninja from the Yamenka clan to take the short-haired Jonin away and probe his mind for secrets regarding the Rain-hidden village. Then, he turned to Chie. Well done. Capturing an upper ninja on your first battlefield experience is commendable. Chie replied nonchalantly. It was merely due to his unfamiliarity with my bloodline limit, and I owe much to Lord Jiraiya for restraining them. Before Orochimaru could respond, Jiraiya's voice echoed. You shouldn't be so modest. You captured him all on your own. It had little to do with me. But Orochimaru, you've certainly acquired a promising disciple. However, it seems the lower ninjas who accompanied us received little opportunity for practical experience, as they were mostly dispatched by your apprentice. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Minato, who was following behind Jiraiya, and remarked coolly, You are not lacking either. This young man possesses considerable talent. And as for the lack of experience among our lower ninjas, the battlefield will always provide ample opportunities for growth. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, the Yamenka clan ninja, who had just exited, returned, addressing Orochimaru with respect. Lord Orochimaru, according to the information gleaned from the mind of the Rain Village ninja, it appears that Hanzo of the Salamander has been trading with the recently established Shadow Assassin organization, acquiring a significant number of beast pills. This suggests that the strength of his summoned beasts may exceed our expectations, and his loyal subordinates' beasts are likely to be enhanced as well. Their toxins will probably be more difficult to counter. Furthermore, it seems that Hanzo has reached certain agreements with the Shadow Assassin organization within the borders of the Land of Rain. However, due to a sealing technique obstructing the memories in the Rain Ninja's mind, we could not uncover specific details. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. The Shadow Assassin organization, you say? I've heard that the beast pills that have recently surged in popularity originated from them. This organization is indeed shrouded in mystery, seemingly emerging out of nowhere and establishing itself within the Land of Rain. How can Hanzo tolerate the presence of another faction within his territory? Is it due to a partnership or simply a matter of being unable to control it? However, it is said that as long as the price is right, these madmen would dare to kill anyone. What a bunch of reckless individuals, indeed. One Hanzo of the Salamander is already enough of a headache. Now there's an ambiguously aligned organization to contend with. Chapter 16. Infiltrating the Land of Rain. Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru and stated, according to the information gathered by the village, this Shadow Assassin organization is a force that has risen in the Land of Rain in recent years. They have assassinated numerous powerful ninjas, including several elite Jonin. Apart from a few known names, we have no information regarding the jutsu they possess or their areas of expertise. However, they seem to target only bountied individuals and those who obstruct their missions. Orochimaru frowned at this, acknowledging the possibility that Hanzo might collaborate with the Shadow Assassin organization. One Hanzo is already troublesome. Tsunade has yet to develop an antidote. Chie slowly suggested, Teacher, can we not utilize the Shadow Assassins to place a bounty on Hanzo? I've heard that these individuals will undertake any task if the payment is adequate. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed one approach. Even if we cannot eliminate Hanzo, we can instigate mutual destruction, though it may require a hefty bounty. The only concern is our lack of understanding of this organization and their potential alliance with Hanzo. Chie replied calmly, Teacher, should I investigate further? Orochimaru stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. Yes, your abilities are suitable for gathering intelligence. I will assign you the task of investigating this so-called Shadow Assassin organization in the Land of Rain, categorizing it as an S-rank mission. However, if you sense danger, you may withdraw from the mission at any time. Chie nodded. And if the Shadow Assassin organization is not cooperating with Hanzo, what bounty should I propose for him? Orochimaru formed hand seals, summoning a small white snake. If the Shadow Assassins are willing to act against Hanzo, use this white snake to contact me. I will negotiate the terms personally. Understood, Teacher Orochimaru. With that, Chie set off towards the Land of Rain. Orochimaru watched Chie depart, feeling an indescribable sensation within. Worried? Jiraiya inquired, observing Orochimaru's demeanor. I must say, sending that young man to another country for reconnaissance seems a bit harsh on him. Orochimaru's cold gaze fixed on Jiraiya. I understand my disciple well. I am confident in his abilities. Jiraiya could only shrug helplessly at Orochimaru's resolve. Such stubbornness. Clearly, you care for your disciple. It was amusing to recall who had just mentioned the option to abandon the mission if danger was detected. As Orochimaru's comrade, Jiraiya understood him well. Orochimaru is cold, or perhaps overly rational. For instance, if 10 individuals were needed to lure the enemy into an encirclement, knowing there was no chance of survival for those 10, Orochimaru would unhesitatingly choose those 10 to sacrifice for victory. While Jiraiya did not entirely agree with Orochimaru's methods, he recognized that this is the harsh reality of war, which also illustrates why Orochimaru is better suited as a leader than himself. After Chie had distanced himself from the camp, he immediately cast a genjutsu on the white snake, causing it to slump lifelessly to the ground. Chie picked it up and placed it into the system space. I apologize for this, but I would rather not let teacher Orochimaru discover my laziness. Who knows if he might suddenly possess the snake's body. Subsequently, Chie used the body flicker technique to conceal his form. Sensing the flying thunder god seal he had left in the rain village, he directly teleported there. This single use consumed a quarter of his chakra. Wow. Using the flying thunder god over such a distance consumes this much chakra? No wonder Kakashi doesn't utilize it in the original story. It's likely not that he can't, but that his chakra simply won't allow it. However, to Chie, such chakra expenditure felt trivial. The Shadow Assassin organization was entirely his to navigate, and this was a perfect opportunity for a brief respite. Although he wasn't particularly fatigued, having only dispatched a few minor figures. Upon entering the rain village, Chie remained cloaked, wielding his ninja blade while surveying his surroundings. The rain village seemed rather impoverished, with its inhabitants appearing gaunt and emaciated. No wonder Hanzo of the Salamander resembled a frugal matron when purchasing beast pills. It is rather amusing that Hanzo, known as the demigod of the ninja world, is in fact a pauper. The streets are sparsely populated with vendors, and those selling food are even fewer. Understandably so. During times of war, sustenance is of utmost importance to ordinary people. No one knows how long the conflict will last, so the more provisions one has, the better. Moreover, those selling food seem to be in good spirits, clearly not suffering from hunger. The prices of food are exorbitantly inflated, many times their usual cost, a true manifestation of greed. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko resorted to thievery for survival, as starvation was the only alternative. Suddenly, Chie noticed a group of individuals mercilessly beating a young girl with light blue-violet hair. Such a rare hair color. Could it be Konan? Surely, that would be too coincidental. Where's Yahiko? Chie swiftly maneuvered to a corner, revealing himself with a fierce countenance, adorned with the headband of Amigakure. Cease at once. Get out of my way, or I swear I shall end you. The assailants, upon seeing him, displayed expressions of terror and immediately began to appease him. Yes, esteemed ninja. We shall leave at once. Once the two had departed, the girl slowly sat up, clutching 2 apples tightly in her arms. Her dazed eyes gazing at the fearsome visage of the middle-aged ninja, a hint of trepidation flickering across her pale lips. Thank you, she murmured before collapsing onto the ground. Chie gently lifted her, feeling her forehead, which was cold, thankfully devoid of fever. She felt as light and frigid as a piece of dead wood. How troublesome it is to seek out trouble when there are so many in the world. Saving her seems futile. Nevertheless, let it be a deed of virtue. Cradling the girl, he found a secluded corner and activated his body flicker technique, rendering them both invisible. Eventually, Chie discovered a remote inn, procured a room, and entered with the girl in his arms. After placing her on the bed and tucking her in, he gently rolled up her sleeves, revealing numerous bruises on her arms. Gathering chakra in his palm, he invoked a healing technique. A gentle stream of chakra flowed into the girl's body, mending her injuries. As her expression gradually relaxed, he exhaled deeply. This girl, even in unconsciousness, clutches those apples tightly. She must truly be starving. Hours later, the girl slowly awakened, sitting upright in bed, the apples still in her grasp. She felt no pain. A warm blanket enveloped her, and the room was cozy, resembling a dream. Chapter 17. The first meeting with Conan, you are awake. Does your wound still ache? Chiya inquired, approaching the bedside. The girl shook her head, her gaze wary as she scrutinized the unfamiliar boy before her. Though his voice was gentle, he had no reason to assist her, did he? She observed him cautiously. His attire was immaculate, his hair untainted, his skin fair, and a tuft of hair adorned his head. Wait, doesn't T, the uncle who saved me, also have a similar tuft? Are they related? But he doesn't T resemble him at all. Suddenly, her stomach emitted an untimely growl. Chiya reached into his ninja pouch, discreetly retrieving rice balls and jerky from his system space. Offering the food to her, he kindly suggested, "You should eat something first. Once you've finished, feel free to ask me anything." The girl cautiously accepted the food, careful not to touch him, fearing she might soil his garments. However, upon seeing her own delicate hands holding the food, she was taken aback. Her hands had been caked in dirt and marred with countless cuts. She devoured the food hungrily, and soon, it was gone, leaving her feeling immensely better. Chiya poured her a glass of water and pushed it toward her. "Drink some water. I imagine you have many questions for me." The girl accepted the cup, thanked him, and then curiously asked, "Can you tell me why I am here?" Chiya rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before responding, "I saw a group attacking a young girl and intervened. You fainted, so I brought you here." "That uncle was also my doing." The girl timidly asked, "But why did you save me? You are a ninja, right? You shouldn't concern yourself with our lives. And I have nothing to repay you with. I am of no use." Chiya chuckled lightly. "There are not always reasons for our actions. With the ability I possess, why not lend a hand when it does not threaten me? By the way, my name is Chiya. What is yours?" The girl cautiously replied, "Conan. I am called Conan." Chiya regarded her thoughtfully. "So, Conan, what do you plan to do now?" "I cannot linger here for long due to certain circumstances." Conan shook her head, uncertain of her next steps. Her parents had perished in this conflict, and she might continue to wander, living from one meal to the next. Suddenly, Chiya's gentle voice broke the silence. "If you have nowhere to go, would you consider returning with me to my village? At the very least, you wouldn't have to suffer from hunger. I have a younger sister who is about your age. You two could keep each other company." Conan, perplexed, inquired, "What village do you hail from?" Chiya, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I come from Konoha, the village currently at war with Isekai'd. My apologies." Conan seemed to understand his thoughts, responding calmly, "You think too much. My parents did not perish at the hands of Konoha ninjas." She looked at Chiya. "Would my return with you cause you trouble?" Typically, a ninja village would not easily accept outsiders, especially during wartime. It may pose challenges for you. "Would you still choose to take me back?" Chiya replied slowly, "That depends on you. My status is quite acceptable. If you wish to accompany me, I can assure you entry into the village is not an issue. If you prefer to stay, I can provide you with some money. After all, this is your homeland, and it is understandable to wish to remain. However, I would need to seal away your memories regarding me. Of course, only those parts." Conan regarded Chiya earnestly. "Then I shall rely on you. I wish to live. I can cook, wash clothes, and I can learn anything I do not know. I eat very little." Chiya gently ruffled her hair. "All right, since you wish to return to Konoha, once my task is complete, we shall return together. And from now on, there is no need to address me formally. Simply call me Onaikin." Conan obediently nodded. "Then I shall entrust everything to you, Onaikin." Chiya felt a sensation akin to being struck in the heart. How utterly charming. There is something endearing about raising her. After spending a night at the inn, Chiya prepared to undertake the task assigned by Orochimaru, which was not precisely a mission. In a secluded area of the Land of Rain, a black-haired boy appeared beside a tall building in a dense forest, carrying a girl with light blue-violet hair. This could be considered a front for the Shadow Assassin Organization's base in the Land of Rain. He gently set Conan down and retrieved the white snake from Orochimaru's system space, dispelling the illusion. The white snake slowly awakened, and Chiya instructed it to contact Orochimaru. Before long, Chinya sensed a sudden shift in the aura of the white serpent. The serpent coiled around Chinya's arm and slowly opened its mouth. "How goes the task?" Chinya nodded affirmatively. "Yes, my shadow clone has already made contact with one of the shadow assassins. As for the specific bounty, it will require your personal negotiation, Lord Orochimaru." The white serpent turned its head to glance at Conan behind them, its voice slightly frosty. "And who might this child be?" Chinya offered a charming smile to Orochimaru. "Master, this is my newly recognized sister. I intend to bring her back to the village. I would appreciate your assistance." She has been quite helpful, considering my unfamiliarity with the land of rain. As long as you are willing to vouch for her, it should be acceptable. Although she is young, her entry into the village will necessitate a check by the clan's ninjas using their jutsu to verify her identity. That is acceptable, right? Shinya hastily added, Of course. Of course, I understand the procedures. Now, let's set aside the matter of this child and discuss the Shadow Assassin organization. Shinya remarked, Currently, I have made an agreement with one Shadow Assassin. He can assist in dealing with Hanzo of the Salamander. As for the bounty amount, you will need to negotiate that with him. Shinya, send this white serpent inside with your shadow clone. I will speak with this so-called Shadow Assassin. Shinya nodded, then formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that mirrored his own appearance. After handing the white serpent to the clone, it performed a body flicker technique and dashed into the building. Chapter 18. Returned to the camp, the shadow clone brought Orochimaru into the building, arriving beside a young man with green hair and a scarf covering part of his face. Chiya observed the white serpent coiled in Orochimaru's hands, a smirk tugging at his lips. So, this is the esteemed teacher of our boss in Konoha? I wonder if I could take him down. He had heard that this individual was one of the commanders during the Second Shinobi World War, suggesting he wielded considerable power. As Chiya scrutinized Orochimaru, the latter also assessed Chiya. Orochimaru expressed interest in the recently emerged Shadow Assassin organization. The white serpent spoke slowly, I apologize, but I cannot present myself in my true form. Chiya waved his hand dismissively. Oh, as one of Konoha's elite Jonin, Orochimaru, is there something you need from me? Or did you send your little apprentice to gather intel? Indeed, we wish to make a transaction with your Shadow Assassin organization. Oh, what kind of transaction? We in Konoha hope to offer 100 million ryo in exchange for the head of Hanzo of the Salamander. Chiya chuckled, revealing a mouthful of crimson teeth as he gazed at Orochimaru. My friend, does the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, truly only hold a value of 100 million ryo? That is insufficient. Then what sum do you deem appropriate? Chiya gestured with his fingers, 500 million ryo. This task will be accepted by our Shadow Assassin organization. Orochimaru felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this. Such an exorbitant demand. The village had allocated him only 50 million. This was a tenfold increase. How could he manage? Chiya simply watched Orochimaru, awaiting his decision. Orochimaru replied calmly, The amount is excessive. Cannot you offer a discount? Chiya laughed. Discounts are out of the question. However, you could opt to purchase merely an arm or a leg of the target, which would be more economical. After a brief negotiation, they settled on a price of 500 million ryo for one of Hanzo's hands. It could be considered a fair trade. For most ninjas, losing a limb would mean retirement, as one could hardly be deemed a ninja without the ability to perform hand seals. Of course, this did not apply to those few who relied solely on taijutsu, such as the brutes from the Cloud Village who could still perform one-handed techniques. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a young boy conversed with the white serpent. The mission has been completed successfully. The exchange was relatively smooth. You may return to the camp. Understood, master. As the words fell, the white serpent transformed into white smoke and vanished. The shadow clone also formed hand seals and disappeared from sight. Upon receiving the message, Shinya turned to Konan beside him and smiled. Let us return to the Konoha camp. With that, Shinya gently lifted Konan into his arms. Then, cloaking their figures, he sprinted toward the Konoha camp. Although both Shinya and Konan were around the same age, approximately 10 years, Konan appeared to be a head shorter due to malnutrition and felt as light as a feather in his embrace. As Konan gazed at the swiftly retreating scenery, her eyes sparkled with wonder. Is this what it means to be a ninja? It's incredible. Snuggled in Shinya's arms, she reveled in the rare warmth. I wonder if I can successfully enter Konoha and live there. Before she could ponder further, she unknowingly drifted into a peaceful slumber. Sensing her gentle breathing, Shinya slowed his pace. I embarked on this mission, and unexpectedly, I have managed to bring back the future angel of the land of rain. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Will my arrival drastically alter the future? Nevertheless, it mattered little. In a few years, perhaps he would attain the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, and those lurking shadows would pose no threat. Even if he couldn't defeat them, there was always a tall ally to rely on. Why should I fear them? Shinya thought as he held Konan's hand, walking into a tent where he found Orochimaru. Master, I have returned. Orochimaru smiled. You completed the mission admirably. And are you certain you wish to vouch for this young girl? Should she cause any harm to Konoha, it could reflect poorly on you. Konan shrank slightly under Orochimaru's cold gaze, but still trembled as she stammered, "I wouldn't do anything to hurt Brother Chinya." Chinya gently stroked Konan's hair and looked at Orochimaru. "Master, you mustn't frighten the child. Besides, I feel a strong connection with her." Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, "Suit yourself. But how do you plan to arrange for this girl? Will you send her back to Konoha?" Chinya nodded. "I intend to first return her to the territory of our Moonlight clan. After all, this place is not safe. Thus, I would appreciate your assistance in the application for our return to the village." Orochimaru nodded. "Return within 2 days if possible, young man. I know you possess the ability to do so." "Yes, master." Chinya had hoped to rest a few more days, but it was already a blessing that Orochimaru permitted him to return so soon after his arrival. Chinya brought Konan to an open area, bit his finger, and formed hand seals. With a puff of white smoke, an eagle appeared through his summoning. Chinya lifted Konan into his arms and leaped onto the eagle's back. In the next moment, the eagle flapped its wings and soared quickly toward Konoha. The eagle's wingspan measured a full 5 meters. Konan looked at Chinya, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Chinya, you're amazing. We are flying in the sky. I hope one day I can fly up high on my own." Chinya smiled. "I believe you can, Konan. And even if you cannot fly, I will always be able to take you with me." Sitting cross-legged on the eagle's back, Konan curiously surveyed the world below. "Brother Chinya, is that Konoha village over there?" She pointed in a certain direction. Chinya nodded. "Yes. Do you see the Hokage rock on the cliff? That is one of Konoha's symbols. The tallest building in the center is where the Hokage's office is located. Generally, the central area of Konoha is where the core ninja clans reside, followed by medium and small clans, and then the common folk. The Moonlight clan, to which I belong, resides in the very heart of Konohagakure. However, we merely inhabit the legacy bestowed upon us by our ancestors. Currently, our clan comprises no more than 50 souls, including the elderly and children. I am confident that your family, Kagaya, will continue to prosper." Kagaya smiled, replying, "I appreciate your kind words." Upon reaching the entrance of the village, Kagaya commanded the eagle to descend, gently cradling Konan as he leaped down. After offering the eagle a piece of beast meat, he dispelled the summoning technique. Chapter 19. Arrival at Konoha. Once the summoning was lifted, Kagaya guided Konan towards the ninja guarding the village gate. He presented the scroll from Orochimaru to the gatekeeper before making his way toward the Moonlight clan's territory with Konan. As she gazed at the bustling streets and shops of Konoha, a glimmer of hope and longing flickered in her eyes. This was Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages, where she would now call home. Unlike the land of rain, the sunlight here was gentle, the air crisp and refreshing, and the passers-by bore cheerful expressions, far superior to her previous homeland. Soon, Kagaya and Konan arrived at the clan's grounds. "This is where my family resides," he explained. "Though it may not be very large, accommodating one more person is hardly an issue." Konan obediently followed Kagaya, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a voice of surprise erupted. "Kagaya? You're back. Is the war coming to an end? How is Grandpa, the clan leader?" Kagaya turned to the astonished boy and replied gently, "Not so quickly. I'm only back for a short visit before I must depart again. The old man is doing well." Before long, the clan members who remained in the territory emerged. "Ah, it's Kagaya. You're not hurt, are you? Kagaya, you've returned. How is the clan leader, and how are the others?" As Konan saw the crowd gathering, she hurriedly hid behind Kagaya. He calmly addressed the gathered relatives. "Dear uncles and aunts, those who went to battle from our Moonlight clan have returned unscathed thus far. I will only be here for a brief while and must leave for the battlefield early tomorrow. Of course, there is one thing I hope you can assist with." He continued. "What is it, Kagaya?" "We will help in any way we can," they responded. Kagaya explained, "It's not a major issue. I have brought back a younger sister from the battlefield. She is a bit shy, so I would appreciate it if you could look after her while I am away." With that, he gently nudged Konan forward. Feeling the weight of their gazes, she nervously lowered her head, focusing on her small feet. The crowd nodded in understanding. That's a small matter. We raised you too when you couldn't walk yet." After some conversation, Kagaya led Konan to his dwelling. "This is my home, where I live with my sister. However, due to my deployment, she is currently staying with a classmate. We have 3 rooms here. Once I tidy up the guest room, you can stay there. By the way, my sister is a medical ninja. When you meet her, she can check your health to ensure you don't carry any hidden injuries or ailments. I only know one medical ninjutsu, and I'm not well versed in other medical matters." Konan listened quietly, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. As they approached a door, Kaguya opened it and looked back at her. "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Konan gazed at the clean and simple room, warmth flooding her heart as tears streamed down her cheeks. Quickly, she covered her eyes with her hands, but the tears still slipped through her fingers, repeatedly whispering her thanks. Kaguya stepped closer and embraced her gently. There. No more tears. This will be your home from now on, all right? My sister, and even the entire Moonlight clan, will be your new family, should you wish." Konan nodded. "Thank you, brother. All right, let us get you some clothes and a bath." "I'll prepare dinner," Kaguya said. "You can wear some of my old clothes for now. I wouldn't want to rummage through my sister's things." After fetching a few clean, well-fitting garments for Konan, he handed them to her before heading to the kitchen to cook, casually glancing at the new system task. The task was to increase Konan's affection towards the host. Achieving a score of 50 would grant a perfect level ability enhancement card. At 70, a random top-tier template would be received, and at 90, a 20 progress increase in template fusion would occur. Upon reaching 100, a mysterious reward awaited. Currently, his affection stood at 60. Seems less rewarding than Nana's, but it will suffice, he mused. However, does this system imply I must build a harem? It's not entirely out of the question, given that I've crossed into another world. Yet, could it not provide more varied tasks? Why does it make me feel like a cad to toy with a young girl? Must these tasks be issued so soon? She is only 10 years old. He pondered. 60 is not a low affection score. Perhaps the little one holds a favorable impression of me. After all, a beam of light in endless darkness is always dazzling. And I have unwittingly become a beacon in her troubled life. If the affection were low, then that would be concerning. In the bathroom, Konan reveled in the warm water cascading over her skin, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloping her. How long had it been since she last enjoyed a proper bath? Since her parents passed away, even finding enough to eat had been a struggle. A hot bath felt like an unattainable luxury. After quickly washing up and drying herself, she donned the clothes Kaguya had prepared. They were a tad large, but that was inconsequential. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she found Kaguya engrossed in a book. "What are you reading, brother?" she inquired. Kaguya closed the book and handed it to her, saying, "This is the chakra extraction technique of our Moonlight clan. Try practicing chakra extraction. I'll be leaving for the battlefield tomorrow and want to be back for a while. It's essential for a girl to possess some means of self-defense, don't you think?" Konan took the book, nodding obediently. "Now let us eat, otherwise the food will get cold," Kaguya said. As she sat at the table, marveling at the spread of dishes, she turned to Kaguya. "Shouldn't we call your sister to join us?" Kaguya scratched his head. "Well, my sister is currently staying at a friend's house, and I didn't inform her of my departure for the battlefield. I left without saying goodbye. Besides, I'm only here for one night. Perhaps it's better if we don't meet." Konan nodded thoughtfully, looking at Kaguya earnestly. "You're such a gentle brother." "Well, that may not be entirely true. Let us eat first. It will cool down soon." Beep. "Congratulations, host. Konan's affection has reached 70, granting a top-tier task template. Jujutsu Kaisen World, Satoru Gojo. Would you like to utilize this template? Initial fusion progress is at 5. Chapter 20. Assassination 1. Kaguya opted to fuse with the Satoru Gojo template. Instantly, a surge of memories and energy flooded his mind and body. He acquired a portion of Gojo's cursed energy, the 6 eyes, some combat experience, and the limitless technique. Moreover, due to the nature of the system template, he could choose whether to activate the 6 eyes. While in use, one possesses a panoramic vision that allows the ability to perceive the dynamic movements of others. When not in use, it simply resembles an ordinary pair of black eyes. However, the 6 eyes in Jujutsu Kaisen can see through the flow of cursed energy. In the world of Naruto, it should be able to discern the trajectory of chakra. Akin to the Byakugan of Konoha, though it certainly surpasses the Byakugan in aesthetic appeal. When activated, the eyes do not exhibit the bulging veins typical of the Byakugan. It seems that Satoru Gojo can utilize his limitless technique for instantaneous movement, which is a pity, as I have just reached full proficiency with my Flying Thunder God technique. Nonetheless, each has its own advantages, albeit with some overlapping abilities. After the two finished their meal, Konan tidied up their dishes and proceeded to wash them by the sink. I had intended to assist, but my offer was declined. According to Konan, being recognized as a sister by Chiya and allowed to reside here was already a great honor. She wished to contribute in ways within her capability. After Chiya finished his bath, Conan had also completed washing the dishes and sat down to study the chakra extraction method he had provided. Chia approached her gently and asked, "How is it? Is there anything you do not understand?" Conan shook her head, saying it appeared quite simple for now. She estimated that it would not be long before she could learn to extract chakra. Chia smiled upon hearing this and warned, "Do not share that sentiment with others. Many struggle to grasp it despite their efforts. Extracting chakra is a prerequisite for becoming a ninja, which is why ninjas are so rare compared to ordinary people. Some individuals, even with the method to extract chakra, are unable to sense or draw out the chakra within themselves. It seems, Conan, that you possess quite the talent. Perhaps you could become an exceptional ninja in the future." Conan nodded gently and expressed, "I aspire to be a powerful ninja. If I were strong back then, perhaps I could have protected my parents." She added silently to herself, "However, in the future, I will do my utmost to protect my brother." Chia affectionately ruffled Conan's light blue-purple hair and reassured her, "I believe you will become the strongest ninja. However, it is time for children to sleep. Otherwise, you won't grow tall." Feeling the warmth of his hand on her head, Conan's cheeks flushed slightly. "I am not a child, but good night, brother. Sleep well." "Yes, good night." In the stillness of the night, Conan lay on her soft bed, finding it difficult to sleep. Back in the land of rain. Even in the rain and with an empty stomach, slumber would come easily. This felt somewhat unrealistic. She pinched her cheek and felt the pain. The warmth of food, a roof over her head, clean clothes, and her brother. All these comforts were new to her. She recalled her mother telling her when she was little that one day she would meet a wonderful boy who would treat her with kindness, leading to love and marriage. No, Conan, she chastised herself. It is already a blessing that my brother has taken me in. I shouldn't be greedy. She reminded herself of her ordinariness and how unlikely it was for her to be with her brother. Just being able to stay by his side was already a great fortune. In stark contrast to Conan's musings, Chia lay in bed, soundly asleep, with drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. The following morning, after dressing, Chia quietly opened the door to his room, preparing to head to the battlefield. Just as he opened the door, a melodious voice called from nearby. "Are you leaving, brother?" Chia turned to see the young girl sitting on the sofa and asked, "Did you stay up all night?" She shook her head and explained, "I wanted to see you off since you were going to the battlefield today." Chia gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Do not worry. My strength is considerable, and with my teacher's protection, I will be fine." Conan produced a somewhat rudimentary talisman from her pocket and presented it to Chia. "Brother, this is a talisman I made. I hope you return safely." Chia accepted the talisman, donned it on his wrist, thanked her, and then stepped out toward the gates of Konoha. Shortly after, at the gates of Konoha, Chia verified his information before summoning a wind hawk, which carried him toward the borders of the land of fire. Relaxed, he sat upon the hawk's back, observing the swiftly passing landscape below. It was hard to fathom that he had been in this world for a decade. Compared to when he first arrived 10 years ago, he had changed significantly. No longer just a part of the masses, he now held power capable of rivaling the 5 great ninja villages. Enough to disrupt the balance of the ninja world. Perhaps, in some sense, he truly was the fated child of destiny from his previous life, with a golden opportunity, formidable strength, deceased parents, an adorable sister, and a handsome self. Was he not the quintessential protagonist? Had he perhaps saved the galaxy in his former life? Meanwhile, in a room within the Rain Village, several robust middle-aged men gathered around a table, engrossed in discussion. "Boss, I heard that this time the Konoha team is primarily led by the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage. Do they look down upon us? What? Do you expect the 3rd Hokage to personally join the fray? As the leader of a village, he must remain at the rear. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to appear on the battlefield, it would only mean one thing. Konoha is in such dire straits that they have no one left to fight, and their demise would be imminent." Hanzo of the Salamanders stated nonchalantly, "Indeed, boss, but even if Sarutobi Hiruzen does not come personally, the opposing side is formidable." Another member chimed in. "Just days ago, one of our elite teams failed to return with a single member." Hanzo examined the map before them, lightly tapping his fingers against the table. "Do you think that's why they are the Hokage's disciples? Moreover, among Konoha's ninjas, many possess bloodline limits or clan secret techniques. Their foundation surpasses ours. If it weren't for these great nations bullying us, we wouldn't be in this situation." Suddenly, Hanzo lunged to the side. In that instant, an attack pierced through the room, striking one of his trusted subordinates in the chest. 1,000 miles away, A young man wielding a long spear observed. Oh, did he evade? His perceptive abilities were impressive. Chapter 21. Assassination 2. Before Hanzo could react, several crimson attacks flew toward him. He hastily formed hand seals and called forth. Water release, water barrier technique. A torrent of water surged forth, forming a wall to shield him. Hanzo glared at the green-haired assailant and coldly remarked, "You belong to the Shadow Assassins, do you not? Why do you attack me? We should not be warring amongst ourselves as forces of the Rain Country." Chakra replied, "What happens to the Rain Country is of no concern to us. You should know that our Shadow Assassins only care about the amount of money offered." Hanzo grasped his weapon, stating, "It seems we cannot reach an agreement. However, you do not truly believe I would fear your Shadow Assassins, do you? I am known as a demigod in the ninja world." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanzo hurled his scythe, its sharp blade aimed at Chakra. Chakra, enveloped in blood-red energy, effortlessly blocked the scythe with one hand. "Oh, I shall savor the strength of this so-called demigod of the ninja world." In the next moment, Chakra charged forward, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. Hanzo, not to be outdone, retracted his giant scythe with a chain and engaged Chakra in combat. After exchanging several blows, Hanzo's expression shifted slightly, showing a hint of surprise. This individual has astonishingly managed to suppress himself through physical prowess, exhibiting formidable regenerative abilities, and is enveloped in a crimson energy. Is it a manifestation of a bloodline limit? Furthermore, there was the ninja from our previous encounter who possessed rapid flight capabilities, alongside another who recently employed long-range ninjutsu from a distance. The Shadow Assassin organization is indeed a formidable force. Hanzo the Salamander swiftly distanced himself from Akira, biting his finger and rapidly forming hand seals to summon his salamander for battle. Just as he was about to summon it, a water-formed shark charged towards him, forcing him to resort to the body flicker technique to evade. Almost immediately, another figure, wielding dual blades, attacked him from behind. Relying on his combat instincts, Hanzo managed to block the rear assault, yet was still left with a wound upon his back. The pain radiating from his back was a stark reminder. Had he been a fraction slower, the injury could have been far worse. This marked the third assailant. Is this the true strength of the Shadow Assassin organization? Alongside the airborne adversary from our last confrontation, there are now 4 formidable opponents at the level of a Kage. It is likely that none anticipated such formidable strength from a newly emerged assassin organization. Before he could ponder further, a black whip descended from the sky, prompting him to hastily erect an earth-style wall to defend himself. However, at the moment of blocking the whip, another attack pierced through his earthen barrier, a bullet embedding itself in his left arm. Hanzo gritted his teeth against the pain, surveying the predatory gazes of Akira and Lon before him, with ominous blackbirds circling above and unknown ninjas lurking in the distance. "You have certainly earned the ire of all 4 of us, Hanzo the Salamander," the blackbird taunted. Beneath his mask, Hanzo's face contorted in a grimace. "If you wish to take my life, at least reveal who desires my demise." Akira regarded him with indifference. "Who said we intend to kill you?" Hanzo scoffed. "Not here to kill me? Are you here to invite me to dinner instead?" Akira smirked. "The one who hired us lacks the funds to pay for your life, only offering enough for an arm. Therefore, if you willingly sever an arm, we shall retreat. If not, your life may very well be forfeit. Although 4 against 1 seems unfair, Hanzo, choose. Will we assist you in your sacrifice, or will you attempt to escape us? Oh, and I must inform you, your allies have been dealt with. Do not hope for assistance." Hanzo found himself in a precarious predicament. For a ninja, an arm is crucial. Even a mere finger injury can severely diminish one's combat capability. After all, even the sage of the 6 paths, Hashirama Senju, needed both arms to perform ninjutsu. Aside from a select few and those adept at ocular techniques, losing an arm renders one nearly incapacitated. The Uchiha clan may still utilize Jinjutsu and manifest Susanoo without an arm, but an ordinary ninja without an arm can only rely on taijutsu. Hanzo tore off his mask and faced the 3 adversaries, laughing boisterously. "Come. If you seek the arm of Hanzo the Salamander, you must first prove your worth. I am not one to cower in fear or surrender." Chapter 22. Assassination 3. Thus, half an hour later, a battered and bloodied figure collapsed onto the ground. Beside him lay a dismembered salamander. Before him stood 3 silhouettes. Hanzo the Salamander, barely clinging to life, gazed at the trio, realizing he had lost, completely and utterly. Akira regarded the fallen Hanzo, slowly stating, Was it really necessary? Wouldn't it have been wiser to sacrifice an arm to preserve your life? We had no intention of taking it. Hanzo opened his mouth to speak, but only cast a glance towards the direction of the Rain Village. Observing Hanzo's feeble condition, Akira remarked, "Then, farewell, demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander." No sooner had he spoken than a crimson attack pierced Hanzo's heart. Thus, the once mighty figure who had ignited the Second Shinobi World War met his demise. Such a loss, truly unfortunate. It seems a bargain was struck. With the price of an arm costing the life of a whole man, Akira lamented with a hint of sorrow. Lan, witnessing the target's demise, opted not to linger and swiftly departed, stating, "My assignments in the Rain Village are not yet concluded. I must take my leave." Akira and the Blackbird nodded, unconcerned, and proceeded to sever Hanzo's head. The Blackbird turned to Akira, stating, "You didn't exert your full strength, did you? You always give me an unsettling feeling." Akira flashed a blood-red grin. "Don't tell me you haven't improved over the years. That would be a source of endless amusement." The Blackbird replied, "How could that be? The boss has provided us with ample resources. Our strength has certainly seen considerable enhancement. However, with the organization growing, my pressure has also increased." Akira simply nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the weight of responsibility. Yet soon, that would change. Once he amassed enough funds to exchange for a certain item, his power would surge dramatically, allowing him to dominate over the blood demon entirely. At that point, his status within the organization would be secured. Yet sometimes, he envied others who could casually conduct experiments and invent gadgets in the shadowy realm, earning a living without strife. Indeed, fortune favors the diligent. Meanwhile, Chiya had arrived at the battlefield encampment. After meeting with Orochimaru, he returned to his tent to rest, anticipating the conclusion of the conflict with the Rain Village. In the Rain Village, aside from Hanzo, the strongest remaining ninja were merely elite Jonin. Aside from Hanzo's troublesome poison, the rest were hardly worth mentioning. With Hanzo's death, the fate of the Rain Village was all but sealed. Without Hanzo's command, the remaining Rain Village ninjas would be unable to withstand the might of any of the 5 great shinobi villages. Konoha would soon be left to contend only with Sunagakure. Meanwhile, Iwagakure and Kumogakure were engaged in their own conflicts. Logically, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, should have taken advantage of the Second Shinobi World War to outmaneuver the third Reikage. Tsukumo Hatake had eliminated the parents of the Scorpion. One wondered whether his involvement would accelerate the conclusion of the war between Konoha and the Rain Village and what ramifications might arise. In Sunagakure, within a clandestine stronghold, an elite Jonin responsible for intelligence approached the third Kazekage, urgency lacing his tone, "Kazekage-sama, according to our spies stationed in the Rain Village, reports indicate that Hanzo the Salamander was attacked last night and may have already perished." The third Kazekage furrowed his brow. If Hanzo was indeed gone, it would spell disaster for them. One Tsukumo Hatake was already a substantial concern, and if the fighting strength from the Rain Village joined Konoha, they would stand no chance of resistance. Now, arrange for the spies in the Rain Hidden Village to report the situation promptly. Once the information is confirmed, immediately abandon the battle with Kakashi Hatake and prepare for a swift retreat. "Yes, my lord Fuin." In the rock-hidden village, a rather short young man, cloaked in the garb of the Earth Shadow, listened intently to his subordinate's report. How intriguing. Could that be Hanzo of the Salamander? What force could possibly assassinate him? In the mist-hidden village, a gathering encircled the table. How infuriating. Hanzo of the Salamander has truly been slain? The Shadow Assassin organization is indeed discreet in its operations. With Hanzo's demise, our mist-hidden village is left with no choice but to retreat. Numerous formidable ninjas have also fallen to the assassin's blades. We cannot withstand any further tribulations. In the cloud-hidden village, after a few days of remaining in the camp, preparations were underway to return to Konoha. According to Orochimaru, with Hanzo's death, the Rain-hidden village is leaderless and poses no threat. Upon learning this news, Sunagakure also contemplated retreat. The battles between Iwagakure and Kumogakure concluded prematurely, fearing that other ninja villages might seize the opportunity to benefit. The Rain-hidden village and the Mist-hidden village also declared their withdrawal from the battlefield. The Second Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion. Here, the Second Great Ninja War came to an end. Scorpion's parents survived. The second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, and the second Tsuchikage, Mu, perished together. Due to the Shadow Assassin organization, the Rain-hidden village faced no large-scale invasions from other ninja villages in the aftermath of the war. Consequently, Scorpion would not become a rogue ninja. He awaited the safe return of his parents and would eventually become a ninja of Sunigakure. Kakuzu would later be drawn into the Shadow Assassin organization. The Second Great Ninja War, due to these circumstances, concluded prematurely. One wonders if a Third Great Ninja War will arise in the future. The Third Great Ninja War was triggered by the assassination of the Third Kazekage. This assassination was a consequence of Scorpion's parents being slain by Kakashi Hitaki, leading to Scorpion's burgeoning resentment. However, Kakashi Hitaki took his own life, leaving only the Third Kazekage as his remaining adversary. It is tragic that the Third Kazekage was not only backstabbed by his elite ninjas, but was also transformed into a puppet for manipulation after his demise. How dreadful. Nonetheless, due to these events, it is unlikely that the Third Kazekage will meet his end, right? In the original narrative, it seems that the Kazekages have all faced dire fates. The Third Kazekage was betrayed and turned into a puppet. The Fourth Kazekage was assassinated by Orochimaru, and the Fifth Kazekage was deprived of his tailed beast, having nearly died once, only to be resurrected through Chiyo's ultimate sacrifice. However, it is probable that such forbidden techniques will be rendered obsolete in the future. With Scorpion's parents alive, Chiyo would not have the need to develop such a mundane technique of exchanging lives. Chapter 23. Return to the village not long after. Orochimaru received orders to lead the Konoha forces back to the village. Kakashi Hitaki, responsible for the Sunigakure campaign, and the Uchiha clan, overseeing the mist-hidden village operations, also received commands to return to Konoha. His disciple, now the Prince of Konoha, had not perished in an explosion. The elders of the clan suffered minimal casualties. In summary, all was well. Furthermore, the Shadow Assassin organization gained notoriety during the Second Great Ninja War. The mission had been accomplished, and one wondered about the efficacy of this breathing technique. There was a hint of anticipation. As they approached the village entrance, Orochimaru made his way towards the Hokage building to submit his report. Before departing, he instructed everyone to disperse. Subsequently, it was time for everyone to return to their respective homes. What Chiyo was unaware of was that Kushina was seething with anger, eagerly awaiting Chiyo's return. Upon encountering Konan, Kushina clenched her fists, ready to give Chiyo a piece of her mind. The house was built at her expense. Wasn't that extra room meant for her? Chiyo had gone off to battle and returned with an adorable young girl. Truly, what an impressive feat. Chiyo, along with the clan leader and other members of the Yozora clan, strolled towards their clan's territory, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. It is truly wonderful that everyone has returned safely. This sentiment likely echoed in the hearts of all present. Upon arriving at the Yozora clan's grounds, more than 20 clan members stood at the entrance, both young and old. Chiyo observed his smiling younger sister and Konan, feeling a twinge of unease, as if foreboding loomed. A glance at Konan's smile revealed an underlying difference, despite the cheerful facade. Many embraced one another, expressing their long-held affection after a prolonged separation. Chiyo approached the three young ones, unsure of what to say, and just as he contemplated delivering some heartfelt words, his younger sister rushed to his side, spun around, and upon confirming he was unscathed, promptly pinched his ear. "Ah, Chiyo, you've grown bold, haven't you? Not even a farewell before your departure? You truly are my dear brother." Chiyo glanced at the elders who were drawn to his younger sister's voice and pleaded, "Yeah, could you grant me some dignity? I returned safely, did I not?" Yaya shot him a disapproving glare before releasing her grip. With Yaya's hand now free, Chiyo obediently fell in line beside her, casting his gaze downward at his toes. There was no denying that he was in the wrong here. Moreover, the clan leader, an elder, merely watched the spectacle unfold without a word of support. At this moment, Chiyo and the three young ones sat around a table together. Yaya and Kushina gazed at him with puffed cheeks, while Konan simply observed quietly. Chiyo sensed an oppressive atmosphere, feeling compelled to break the silence. Memories from his previous life watching Naruto flashed in his mind, such as Senju Hashirama, bowing and pleading for the agreement of the 5 great ninja villages to refrain from waging war. Suddenly, Chiyo bowed his head against the table and meekly uttered, "I apologize. I was wrong. It was futile to reason with women, even if they were merely 10-year-old children. I'm a bit busy today, so I'll just post a short chapter, 1,000 words, for now. School has started, and I haven't even completed my Naruto missions yet. See you tomorrow, Gena." Chapter 24. Post-war routine. The three young ones watched the individual with his head on the table, each lost in thought. Slowly, Chiyo lifted his head and met the gazes of the three, offering an awkward smile. Now that I've returned, may I at least have a meal? Hee hee. Yaya eyed her brother with a look of forced charm. Is this the same brother who slaughters without blinking on the battlefield, as Tsunade-sensei described? Surely there must be some mistake. All right, I will let you off this time. Go eat first. However, if you ever do something dangerous again without informing me, I shall find a blonde to marry myself, understand? Yaya warned, pointing a finger at Chiyo. Upon hearing this, Chiyo nodded vigorously, promising never to repeat such actions. He could scarcely imagine his younger sister marrying a blonde. They say an elder brother is like a father, having nurtured this little white rabbit for so long. How could he allow just anyone to take advantage of her? Who knows what kind of life his sister would lead if she were to marry? Surely, her partner must possess strength exceeding his own. Ia headed into the kitchen to serve the meal, while Conan dutifully followed to assist. Leaving Chiyo and Kushina seated on the bench, they exchanged glances, their eyes locking. As Chiyo gazed into Kushina's luminous pupils, a blush crept onto his face. After a few seconds of mutual staring, he found himself unable to withstand her gaze. How to describe it? At that moment, Kushina exuded the essence of an adorable cat, miffed yet captivating, locking eyes with him. How delightful! Kushina, noticing Chiyo's reluctance to maintain eye contact, felt a surge of joy within her. This individual, though it is abundantly clear that he remains oblivious to his own faults, what can one do? After spending the past few days together, I have come to realize that Xiaonan is merely a pitiful soul like myself, having lost everything. I cannot simply declare that my reserved room has been usurped by Xiaonan and evict her, can I? Moreover, it merely requires a little extra expenditure to construct another chamber. Money is not a concern for me. After all, Konoha, or rather Granny Mido, has compensated me handsomely. While I possess ample funds, a singular person is irreplaceable. During my time at the Ninja Academy, this fellow was quite popular, with those girls practically yearning to swallow Chiyo whole. Yet, despite 4 years, he has not been embroiled in any scandals. I find myself quite at ease with him. He does not strike me as a notorious flirt. Surely, it cannot be merely his good looks that prompted me to bring him home. In my perspective, the Academy boasts many beautiful girls. I would not intentionally seek one from the land of rain, would I? As I observed Kushina's adorable, pouty demeanor, I couldn't help but reach out to pinch her fair cheek, rich in collagen. How smooth. Feeling the pinch on her small face, Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly as she swatted my hand away, indignantly asking, "What are you doing suddenly?" I chuckled softly. "It's nothing. I just find your angry expression incredibly endearing. It reminds me of those delightful cat videos I used to see on Douyin in my past life." While not an exact match, it bore a striking resemblance. Kushina turned her head away, pretending to ignore me. Did he just call me cute? I heard that he has made significant contributions on the battlefield. I must diligently train in chakra control and sealing techniques. Otherwise, how will I compete with the other girls in the village? Honestly, could he not be a bit more ordinary? I am certainly capable of supporting him, yet he is gaining prominence. Moreover, he has brought someone home. From my observations during this time, it is abundantly clear that Xiaonan harbors feelings for him. After all, who wouldn't be fond of a boy who provides a sense of security during times of danger and fear? Not to mention, he is not only handsome, but also possesses remarkable strength. He excels in nearly every aspect, with the exception of his popularity. The following day after returning to the village, Orochimaru took Chiya to meet our third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is worth noting that I am, in fact, a grand disciple of Hiruzen. According to Orochimaru, I appear eligible to select 3 forbidden techniques for study, a reward for my accomplishments on the battlefield. Although I am not particularly invested in this, as I can simply exchange for whatever I wish through the system, albeit at a cost. Speaking of which, I went to bed too early yesterday. It seems I have yet to claim my mission rewards. Oh well, I should first meet our esteemed third Hokage. Since my arrival in this world, I have only glimpsed this venerable figure during the school opening ceremony. At this moment, within the Hokage building, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, myself, and Minato Namikaze stood before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen gazed at his 3 disciples and 2 grand disciples, feeling a surge of excitement. The talents of these 5 individuals are exceptional. Any one of them could be cultivated as a candidate for Hokage. 5, an entire 5. I believe that Konoha's future will undoubtedly flourish. And I can take solace in not having let my late mentor, Tobirama, down. Hiruzen smiled at the 5 of us, stating, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. You have all done well this time. Each of you will be able to select 3 ninjutsu from the sealing techniques. Chiya, you too may select 3. As the early conclusion of this war is thanks to your efforts. As for Minato, you may choose 1 ninjutsu from the sealing techniques, a favor requested by Jiraiya. But you must still work diligently on your tasks to make up for it. Hiruzen then led us to a room guarded by 10 Umbu members. The security here is indeed stringent, but understandably so, for the Book of Seals warrants such protection. In the original story, Naruto, as a mere genin, managed to steal the Book of Seals, which was undoubtedly a deliberate act by Hiruzen. Upon entering the room containing the Book of Seals, Hiruzen instructed us to select our desired ninjutsu. Among the 5, aside from Tsunade, who appeared disinterested, the others eagerly sought out techniques suited to them. After a brief period, we all completed our selections. As expected, Minato chose the Flying Thunder God technique. I selected the Flying Thunder God technique, the Illusionary technique, Dark Passage, and the Mutual Explosive Tag technique. Choosing the Flying Thunder God technique will allow me to freely wield my maxed out version in the future. The Illusionary technique, Dark Passage, piqued my interest. This technique was specifically devised by Tobirama Senju to counter the Uchiha clan, capable of creating darkness to obscure vision and restrict the Sharingan's formidable insight. Logically, it should also counter the Byakugan, right? The last technique, the Mutual Explosive Tag technique, may suit Shounen well. This technique is an exceedingly destructive ninjutsu that allows for infinite explosions. In the original story, it was utilized by Tobirama Senju in conjunction with the Impure World Reincarnation technique. However, it seems quite compatible with Shounen's paper techniques as well. As for why I did not allow Kushina and my sister to select, it is simply because they do not require it. One is unable to complete her sealing techniques daily, while the other has Tsunade as her teacher and lacks for ninjutsu. Once we finished our selections, Hiruzen dismissed us, and we each returned home, holding 3 scrolls of ninjutsu. Chiya made his way toward his family's residence, as there were pressing matters to attend to. Once in the courtyard of my home, I sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing reward collection. In the next moment, I felt a wave of refreshing sensation, followed by a rush of memories flooding into my mind. Breath of the Night, comprising 7 sword forms. 1. First form, Dark Knight Instant/2. Second form, Moonshadow Fong 3. Third form, Dark Star Flash 4. Fourth form, Night Crow Swarm 5. Fifth form, Night Guardian 6. Sixth form, Night Abyss Severing/7. Seventh form, Endless Night Abyss. As time passed, I sensed not only my increasing familiarity with the techniques, but also an unconscious alteration in my breathing rhythm. Has this led me to the realm of total concentration? I must say, the system truly excels in its offerings. The breathing method is at a perfect mastery level. In the courtyard, I grasped a wooden sword and began to demonstrate the 7 forms of the breath of the night. I felt a significant improvement in my breathing, as if every cell in my body was enveloped in a comforting sensation. It felt remarkably wondrous, akin to my regular breathing. This, in turn, confirmed that my mastery of the breathing technique had indeed reached the realm of total concentration. After practicing each form of the sword, I sheathed the wooden sword and entered the house, where I found Shounen busy preparing a meal in the kitchen. Curious, I asked, "Where's Yaya?" Shounen replied, "Sister Yaya?" It seems she was called away by her teacher, as there is a shortage of personnel at the hospital. Upon hearing this, I slowly remarked, "I see. That sounds rather taxing. Will she be back for lunch?" Shounen shook her head, indicating she was uncertain. "How about this, Brother Chiya? Why not take lunch to Sister Yaya later? She barely had a few bites for breakfast before she left, and lunch will be ready soon." Chinya reached out and gently tousled Xiaonan's hair, remarking on her potential to someday surpass him in the culinary arts. Typically, he was the one cooking at home, while Yiya had a knack for turning the kitchen into a disaster zone. "By the way, I have something special for you," he said, presenting her with a ninjutsu scroll that recorded the technique for explosive tags. He suggested that she could practice with it while cultivating her chakra. Xiaonan, her cheeks flushed, shyly declined, saying, "Brother Chinya, I can't accept this. You've already given me so much." Observing her embarrassment, Chinya felt a playful urge to tease her further. He stepped closer, feigning sorrow. "I can't believe it. My first gift for my sister, and she rejects it. How foolish of me." Xiaonan, flustered, quickly responded, "Brother Chinya, I'm not rejecting it. It's just..." Her flustered demeanor gave Chinya a sense of mischievous delight, reminiscent of the times when Nanai would tease him. All right, take it." I already have two. This one is meant for you, he insisted, lifting the other two scrolls he held. And who knows, if I find myself in danger one day, perhaps you could swoop in like a heroine to rescue the handsome man, and then I would owe you my life, right? He joked, hoping to persuade her to accept the gift. Blushing, Xiaonan nodded and accepted the scroll, offering Qinya a quick farewell before darting into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xiaonan clutched the scroll tightly against her chest, taking several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Brother, you're so mischievous. What was that about a heroine rescuing a handsome man? But could Brother Qinya really encounter danger? Meanwhile, Qinya, carrying a lunchbox, made his way toward the Konoha hospital. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of numerous injured patients, many with missing limbs, while medical ninjas rushed about. One particular individual caught his attention. Their lower regions stained crimson, evoking a sense of empathy within him. I hope she finds happiness in her future, he thought, scanning the hospital until he spotted his sister at a bedside. Just as he was about to approach her, a middle-aged ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector swaggered in, exuding arrogance. Where's the doctor? Prepare a room. We have someone injured. A nearby medical ninja approached, saying, Sir, the hospital is currently at capacity. If it's not an emergency, we can provide basic treatment and send you home to recover. Before the medical ninja could finish, the middle-aged ninja glanced at the black-haired girl on the bed and coldly stated, I believe she will recover soon enough. Why not free up the bed for someone who truly needs it? The medical ninja was momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Suddenly, a voice interjected, Excuse me. This is a hospital, not a place for your disruptions. Please cooperate with our work. We are responsible for every patient. And if we do not treat this young lady's injured leg properly, she may never become a ninja. The middle-aged man stiffened at the mention of Tsunade's name, but quickly resumed his obstinacy. Despite his fear of Tsunade, he was determined to fulfill Danzo's orders to create trouble for the Uchiha clan. Originally, he had intended to exploit the war to suppress the Uchiha, but it had ended too swiftly, leaving them largely unscathed. Pointing at Shinya, he prepared to speak when he suddenly felt a chill around his neck as a snake coiled tightly. Shinya calmly approached him, saying, Oh dear, it's rather inappropriate to cause a ruckus in a hospital. Furthermore, my sister needs to eat. Would you kindly leave? And please refrain from pointing at her. The middle-aged ninja opened his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by a sharp pain in his finger, which was suddenly bent at an unnatural angle. I'm sorry, but I really dislike it when someone points at my sister, Shinya stated with a smile. Now, if you don't leave, are you planning to stay here and feed the snake? The black serpent on his shoulder flicked its tongue in agreement. Feeling the cold grip of the snake around his neck, the middle-aged ninja had no choice but to retreat toward the hospital exit. Observing his older brother, Shinya swallowed hard. Realizing that perhaps his teacher had not misled him after all, his brother could indeed be fearsome when provoked. Brother, why are you here? Are you unwell? He inquired, puzzled. Shinya shook his head and proudly presented the lunchbox he had brought. I came to deliver your meal, of course. By the way, where's your teacher? Isn't Tsunade back yet? It seems like every stray cat and dog feels free to cause chaos in the hospital. Xiaoya accepted the lunchbox, explaining. Tsunade-sensei went to the Hokage building this morning with you and immediately returned for surgery. She should be back soon. Shinya, indifferent, replied, Oh, make sure to eat well. I still have laundry to retrieve. Take care. As he vanished from sight, Xiaoya felt a wave of exasperation. Her brother had warned her to be steady in her youth. Yet now he was so carefree, disappearing at will. In a secluded corner of Konoha, Shinya observed the middle-aged ninja bound by the black serpent. Now tell me, why are you causing trouble in the hospital? Who sent you? The middle-aged ninja, visibly anxious, stammered, I don't know. I'm just an ordinary ninja. I was just too anxious. Shinya smirked at the man's theatrical performance and swiftly kicked him in the abdomen. The sound of cracking bones echoing as the man flew back, crashing into a tree. This one bears the mark of a tongue-twister technique. Is he from Danzo's faction? No. That organization was established after the Second War. He shouldn't exist yet. Thus, it seemed he was here to stir trouble for the Uchiha clan. The girl in the hospital bed? Truly, it was Danzo's fault for inheriting the disdain for the Uchiha that was once held by Senju Tobarama. To dare to trouble the Uchiha clan immediately after their defeat in battle was audacious. Shinya slowly approached the middle-aged ninja, channeling chakra into his palm before striking his chest, resulting in the man's instant demise. Little Black, dispose of the body, he instructed the serpent beside him, tossing it a beast ball as sustenance. Yes, Lord Shinya. Little Black expanded in size and swallowed the middle-aged ninja along with the beast ball, disappearing in a puff of smoke, returning to the dragon cave. Upon arrival, the serpent encountered its father rushing toward it. How did it go, my son? You didn't mess up, did you? You weren't complacent, were you? Little Black gazed up at the towering figure before him. How could I mess up? By the way, Dad, your injuries weren't treated by Lord Shinya, were they? Black King coiled his massive body, his enormous vertical pupils fixating on his most talented offspring. That's a long story. You see, I was ambushed by those three rascals. If it weren't for my fortunate contract with Lord Shinya, who treated my injuries, I might not have made it back at all. The Black King cast a slightly mocking glance at a massive corpse nearby. Having followed Lord Chia for only a brief period, not only had his injuries completely healed, but even his strength and bloodline had seen a remarkable enhancement. In summary, Lord Chia was indeed extraordinary. It was best to act more and speak less. By aligning ourselves with Lord Chia, who knows, we might transform from a mere serpent into a dragon. From this day forth, our clan shall be the most loyal supporters of Lord Chia. The last time we confronted that wind eagle, I didn't dodge. Had it not been for its ability to fly, it would have been toppled by my tail swipe. Little Black observed his father, whose appearance was somewhat unappealing, yet his words were undeniably wise. However, father, can we truly best that wind eagle? The odds seem rather slim. Chapter 27. Danzo. After dealing with Danzo's minions, I made my way towards the territory of the Moonlight clan. There was still much to accomplish. I intended to infuse my Rasengan with chakra of varying attributes, to familiarize myself with the powers that the template bestowed upon me, which differed from this world. And I also wished to explore the possibility of merging chakra with cursed energy. Cursed energy, a power system entirely distinct from chakra. After investing resources, the progress of Satoru Gojo's template reached 15. I had also inherited some of his cursed energy, along with the techniques of reverse curse technique and curse technique reversal. This could easily serve as a substitute for Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, couldn't it? At that moment, in the Hokage's office, a middle-aged man with a cross-shaped scar on his chin and his right eye bandaged was engaged in a heated argument with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I sent someone to investigate the Uchiha clan, and one of them has suddenly gone missing. I suspect the Uchiha clan is involved, Danzo asserted. Sarutobi took a drag from his cigarette and regarded his old friend. The war has only just ended. Danzo, let us maintain some stability. The village has only just begun to find peace. Do not provoke the Uchiha clan. Danzo slammed his palm on the table. Hiruzen, have you forgotten the directive from Tobarama-sensei? Our apprehensions towards the Uchiha clan are not unfounded. They are nothing short of madmen. Hiruzen looked at Danzo, acknowledging that the Uchiha clan had indeed been more stable lately. Danzo, I am the Hokage. I have my own judgment. Since I have allowed you to establish the root, focus on your responsibilities and cease your reckless meddling. Danzo pursed his lips. A slightly hoarse voice emerged. Hiruzen, I hear your apprentice has recently taken in 2 exceptionally talented disciples. How about letting them join my root? Hiruzen met Danzo's gaze. That is out of the question. While I may turn a blind eye to your attempts at expanding the root, do not extend your reach towards my grandchildren. Danzo huffed, and with a loud slam of the door, he stormed out of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen gazed towards the Uchiha clan's direction, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Tobarama-sensei, what would you do? I hope the Uchiha clan remains peaceful for now. Currently, they pose no threat to my position. Let us hope for a future of coexistence. Otherwise, at this moment, Chia was playing with a kunai in the courtyard. By using the technique of reversal, he deflected the kunai, then summoned it back with the technique of cursed technique reversal. Concentrating his cursed energy, he used the technique to attract lightweight objects around him, forming a sphere of debris centered around the point of attraction. Of course, this was due to the minimal cursed energy he had employed. After all, creating too much commotion was not advisable. Just as he was about to conclude his training, a figure with purple-blue hair approached, carrying water and fruit. Brother, would you like some fruit and water? Chia nodded and looked up at Conan, saying, Thank you, Conan. Conan gazed at Chia's face, momentarily captivated by his striking eyes. Chia brushed off the dirt from his clothes and observed Conan's expression. He then closed his 6 eyes, returning his gaze to its usual black. Chia reached out and ruffled Conan's hair, pretending to be a bit annoyed. So, what will you do now that you've seen my secret? Conan quickly waved her hands. Her expression flustered. I won't tell anyone. Chia found her frantic gestures amusing. Yet he was slightly concerned, sensing that for some reason, Conan seemed to harbor a bit of insecurity. Slowly, he bent down and embraced the shorter Conan, whispering near her ear, "Can you help keep this secret, just for us two?" Feeling the warmth near her ear, Conan's heart fluttered, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. "A secret just between me and brother?" Just then, a red figure approached from a distance. Kushina, noticing the blushing Conan with her head lowered, glared at Chia. "Hey, I hope you're not bullying little Conan, are you? I warn you, she's my sister. You cannot bully her." Chia looked at Kushina innocently. "I haven't done anything. You're slandering me, do you understand?" Kushina, seeing Conan standing in the courtyard, holding a tray with a flushed face, pulled her inside. "Why are you catering to this lazy guy? If he wants something to eat, he can just come inside and get it himself. There's no need for you to stand there holding a tray." Conan looked at Kushina with gratitude and guilt. "Sister Kushina, I only brought it out after seeing Brother Chia finish training." Kushina sighed. All right. Since you've come here, Chia has been complaining about this guy, saying that all the household chores are done by you." Conan smiled at Kushina. "Sister Kushina, I've only done what I could manage. If it weren't for Brother Chia, we might have already perished in the land of rain. Even if Brother Chia asked me to be his servant, I would willingly comply." Kushina looked at Conan with a hint of sympathy. After all, despite her clan being exterminated, she had been brought back to Konoha by Mito, albeit with some ulterior motives. She had enough to eat and wear. Compared to Conan, perhaps she could be considered fortunate, couldn't she? Observing Conan's plain clothing, Kushina took her little hand. "Let us go shopping together later. There are many fun places in Konoha. We can wait for Suki to finish work, and then the three of us can go together. I've been exhausted from practicing sealing techniques lately." Just as Conan was about to decline, Kushina pointed at Chia, saying, "Chia, you come too. Help us carry things." Chia grimaced. Please, I don't want to." Before he could finish, Kushina approached him, tugging at his collar and pulling his head down to meet her gaze. Chia looked into Kushina's bright eyes and the little fist she had raised, and immediately raised his hands. All right, I'll go." Kushina nodded in satisfaction and released his collar. In the living room, after sending Conan away, Chia and Kushina sat on the sofa. You go first. You go first." Their simultaneous utterances rendered the atmosphere momentarily awkward. Unable to bear the tension, Kushina broke the silence. "All right, you go first. What were you planning after deliberately sending Conan away? What mischief were you up to?" Author, can I shamelessly ask for updates and free gifts? Humble TT, Chapter 28. Shopping. Chia looked at Kushina, her expression filled with intrigue. He directly approached Kushina, reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and playfully blew a gentle breath towards her ear, teasingly asking, "What mischief do you think I am up to?" As Kushina felt the warm breath beside her ear, a blush immediately crept across her cheeks. She retorted defiantly, "Humph. Just you? Be careful, or I might just bind you up like a rice dumpling with a swift sealing technique." Chia observed Kushina, gradually leaning closer, and playfully remarked, "Oh, Kushina, could it be that you're feeling shy?" "How could that be?" Kushina stammered, closing her eyes tightly as if her mind were overwhelmed. Standing frozen and unsure of what to do next, though her heart raced with excitement. After a moment of waiting, she opened her eyes, only to find Chia sitting calmly on the sofa, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at her. "How bold of you. I never expected to be teased like this," Kushina thought. Chia, noticing her flushed face, leaned in closer and teased, "You didn't think I was about to kiss you, did you?" "Would I?" He smirked, adding, "But if you were to ask me nicely, I might just consider it." Kushina, feeling as if Chia had completely taken control of the situation, felt a mix of irritation and amusement. As the saying goes, endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. Take a step back, and your anger will only grow. In a fit of playful fury, she lunged at Chia. He, fearing she might hurt herself in her eagerness, allowed her to embrace him like an octopus. "Hey, have you had enough fun? Get down. You know, men and women should keep a proper distance," Chia said, somewhat exasperated. Ignoring his words, Kushina wrapped her arms around his neck and locked her legs around his waist. Looking up at his face, she suddenly leaned in and kissed him. Chia stood there, stunned. Was this a forceful kiss? Had he lost his first kiss? In a previous life, that would have been a disaster. He gently pried Kushina's arms and legs away from him and laid her down on the sofa, patting her cheek lightly. "Come back to reality. Don't hold your breath. Breathe," he urged. "Kushina, don't die in my house." At his words, Kushina snapped back to attention, gasping for fresh air. So clumsy and playful. I'm just as shy, yet I pretend to be so composed, almost kissing myself away. Silly. Big silly. Chia, observing her curled up on the sofa, said softly, "All right, no more fooling around. By the way, how have you been lately?" Kushina's expression turned a bit melancholic, her voice tinged with irony and resignation. "What else can I do? I'm working hard on mastering the sealing techniques to become a perfect vessel for the Nine Tails." She then asked nervously, "By the way, Chia, what are your thoughts on Jinchuriki?" Chia pushed a fruit platter towards her and replied nonchalantly, "Jinchuriki? Just a group of unfortunate souls treated as weapons of war, lacking respect. But if you become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the future, then I'll be counting on you for my little brother's safety." He continued, "I hear Jinchuriki are exceptionally powerful. Only the leaders of the 5 great villages can contend with them." Kushina shot him a glare. "You're not taking this seriously. You were so cool when we first met." Chia chuckled. "Come on, this is proof of our good relationship." Kushina, contemplating something, smiled slightly. "Honestly, I can't imagine how my life would be if it weren't for you and your sister. I've seen some information about Jinchuriki in the family scrolls, and none of it was promising." Chia reached out to stroke her silky red hair. "Live in the moment. That's all that matters. Don't overthink it. Perhaps the future won't be so bleak." After Chia finished work, the 4 of them headed towards the outskirts of the clan. Dressed in casual attire, they radiated a youthful vibrance. The streets of Konoha were bustling that evening, filled with vibrant energy following the recent war. "Hey, let us go over there." "So many people," cried one of them. "Look at this. So beautiful." Another exclaimed. "Chia, does this outfit suit me?" they asked, pulling him along as he carried several bags in one hand and a bunch of snacks in the other. "We agreed to just browse for a bit," Chia thought, eyeing the endless snacks that seemed to replenish themselves. "If you can't eat it, don't buy it. Who eats a bite and then discards it?" At that moment, the trio tugged at him and led him to a shop. "Is this a photo studio?" Chia mused. "Let us take a picture together," his sister suggested. Reluctantly, he found himself in the center position, flanked by his sister on one side and Kushina on the other, with the little one standing in front. After the photo was taken, his sister scrutinized the group shot. "Brother, you're smiling a bit foolishly," she remarked just as a flushed-faced man came barreling down the street towards them. Just before colliding with the little one, Chia swiftly seized the man's arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. How troublesome, Chia thought, looking at the drunken man he had just thrown down. Nearby spectators stared at him, and then a breathless young man with spiky black hair approached. "Thank you for dealing with that guy. He nearly got away." Chia assessed the panting Uchiha youth, surprised at how different he appeared from his expectations of the Uchiha clan. "Well, here's where I leave it to you, Gana," Chia said, patting the young man's shoulder before departing with the trio. The Uchiha boy watched them leave, a flicker of envy in his eyes, but quickly returned to his duties. Despite being part of the Uchiha clan, he was merely a typical ninja who hadn't even awakened the Sharingan. Chapter 29, Konoha's White Fang. "Hataki Tsukumo, how about we go for some barbecue? My feet are sore, and I'm quite hungry," Kushina suggested to the trio. Both Chia and the little one nodded in agreement. Only he shot a resentful glance at Kushina and his sister. Every time, they bought food but only took a few bites before handing it over to him. Now they wanted to go for barbecue after he'd already filled up? Those mischievous Uzumaki children. Before long, they arrived at a barbecue restaurant. After entering and finding a seat, Kushina eagerly examined the menu and ordered a feast of grilled meats and side dishes. Suddenly, Chia spotted a familiar figure, Konoha's White Fang. Hataki Tsukumo. Tsukumo was carefully attending to a woman with a slightly protruding belly. Who would have thought that this man, known for his prowess in battle and feared by enemies, would display such a tender side? Certainly. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hataki also took notice of Kagaya Chia, the rising star of the Moonlight clan. This individual appeared quite different from what he had heard. Despite having ruthlessly eliminated a squad of ninjas in his first battle, did he still possess the heart of a child? Suddenly, a middle-aged man missing an arm approached, accompanied by a middle-aged woman and 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Were they retired ninjas? The family of 4 settled into a position not far from the 4 little ones. "Hey kid, make sure to eat well this time. That way, you can grow strong and become an excellent ninja. Of course, I will definitely graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a ninja like you, father. Then I can protect you, mother, and my sister." The 3 little ones were drawn to this family of 4. Chia glanced over at their happy gathering, with a father and a mother. Then he looked back at his own group. For individuals unable to form a complete family, Kushina and Konan exhibited a hint of nostalgia, while Chiyuki showed a trace of envy. As for him, he was accustomed to being an orphan in his past life. Without parents, he had lived quite well. Ahem. The barbecue is here. Let us eat first, Chiya said, swiftly redirecting the attention of the three, noticing their reddened eyes. Chiyuki, did this scene not move you at all? Chiya playfully pinched his brother's hair and replied, I have never truly met those two. I've only seen them in photographs. Besides, even without them, I can take care of you and myself. He added, you treat that old clan leader as your grandfather, and as the eldest brother, I naturally take on a fatherly role. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a punch from that mischievous girl. Chiyuki raised her little fist, gesturing at Chiya. What did you say? Are you brave enough to say it again? Chiya looked at the somewhat irate Chiyuki and stammered, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Humph. After their playful banter, the group managed to shake off their earlier melancholy. What a delightful bunch of little ones. Before long, the ordered dishes arrived. The three little ones placed the meat on the grill. Chiya noticed his slightly bulging stomach. He truly could not eat anymore. Kushina observed the motionless Chiya at the table and remarked, Oh my, is that not little Chiya? Why are you not eating? Is the food not to your taste? Chiya shot her a glare, unwilling to engage with her. Such a childish person. I am a dignified, powerful ninja, far too refined to bicker with children. After all, it wasn't his treat. On the other side, the woman beside Kakashi noticed her husband's indifferent demeanor and expressed her concern. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Kakashi took a bite of the grilled meat and smiled. It's nothing. I merely discovered an interesting young lad. The woman followed her husband's gaze towards the table of the four little ones, observing three girls gathered around a seemingly irked boy. She quickly identified the object of her husband's observation. Is there something wrong with that child? Kakashi replied. That child is one of the reasons the ongoing ninja war might come to a swift conclusion. He is also a disciple of Orochimaru. A child? To bring the ninja war to an early end? Kakashi stated nonchalantly. Isn't it quite remarkable? Yet, that is indeed the case. This young lad possesses a remarkable sense of responsibility. I hope my future children can become individuals like him. The woman nodded. Let us hope for that. Kakashi suddenly caught Chiya's icy gaze and waved apologetically. How perceptive. Must you be so fierce? I consider myself rather amiable. A brother who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, caring deeply for his sister. This was his brief observation. Truly, such youthful promise. At his age, he was still being pressured by his father to train with the sword. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Hiruzen, are we perhaps underestimating the candidate for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Danzo suggested. Why not hand it over to us in the route? I assure you we can secure his unwavering loyalty to Konoha. Hiruzen replied. Danzo, do not extend your reach too far. Moreover, with Mito-sama protecting Kushina, it would be wise for you to refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Establishing your route is paramount. Taking a puff from his cigarette, Hiruzen continued. The Jinchuriki cannot be controlled, especially one with the Nine Tails. They should not develop excessive emotional attachments. You are indulging that child too much. Hiruzen fixed a steady gaze on Danzo. I believe that only through sincerity can Kushina truly connect with Konoha and become a part of it. Your views are too radical. Danzo, remember, I am the Hokage, while you merely serve as my advisor. Danzo then turned toward the door. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. Your softness will eventually bring disaster to Konoha. With a loud bang, Danzo exited the Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked toward his old friend, his brow slightly furrowed. Glancing at the photographs of Kagaya Chiya, Uzumaki Kushina, and Minato Namikaze on the table, he circled the images of Chiya and Kushina with his pen. Danzo, I am in the right. The will of fire is just. Time will prove my correctness, just as it did when Master Tobirama chose me as Hokage instead of you. Chapter 30. Comprehensive enhancement. A year later, Chiya surveyed the wealth within the Shadow Realm, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. After setting aside some necessary expenses, he converted the remainder into system currency. Following that was a spree of purchases, elevating his proficiency to perfection. He exchanged for various coveted items within the Shadow Assassin organization, perfected techniques, potions to enhance physical strength and internal magical energy, advanced technology blueprints, sharper long swords, strength-enhancing potions, and future containers to seal the Nine Tails. He acquired a meticulously crafted sniper rifle, books documenting various exotic poisons, high-quality ninja hearts, and a treasure to enhance sand control abilities. He also acquired the Blood Abyss Demon Blade to suppress blood demons and an elixir to unseal the White Lotus. Through the Shadow Realm, Chia distributed the exchanged items to their respective owners. Over the past year, the Shadow Assassins had wreaked havoc throughout the ninja world, resulting in a new regulation among the 5 great nations. No one was to invite the madmen of the Shadow Assassins to take action against the ninja of other countries. Recently, the organization's income had significantly decreased, while the sales of beastmares steadily rose. There were only a handful of formidable ninjas in the ninja world. It seemed one could not simply target them for assassination. Perhaps a more sustainable approach through commerce was the true path? Within the Shadow Realm, in their respective chambers, everyone held their rewards, their faces radiant with joy. In Kakuzu's room, he gazed at 5 boxes containing 5 hearts with different chakra attributes, preserved within his unique body. He could sense that the quality of these hearts was exceptional, far superior to the elite Jonin heart he used. They were undoubtedly of the caliber of a shadow-level ninja. Although a bit expensive, with these 5 hearts, he could swiftly recover his investment and more. The 5 hearts exchanged for Lord Jiao-Du are those of formidable ninja, each possessing the strength of a Kage. In the system shop, the cost for such hearts is astonishingly low, yielding nearly 100-fold profit for Lord Jiao-Du. He believes he has struck gold, for these are the hearts of 5 Kage-level ninjas, equivalent to eliminating the current leaders of all 5 great ninja villages. As he integrates the 5 Kage hearts, he feels the surge of potent chakra and vitality coursing through him, an exhilarating sensation that makes him feel nearly equal to the legendary Hashirama. After storing away the hearts of the elite Jonin as a backup, he prepares to test his newfound strength. Regarding concerns about Lord Jiao-Du's potential betrayal, of course, he worries. But the knowledge that he can destroy any items he exchanged for it will alleviate his fears. Meanwhile, Hanyu diligently practices with perfected techniques, while Lon consumes a potion. Feeling a warm flow enhance his physique and magical energy. Shoyue, having acquired a new sniper rifle, eagerly begins testing it. Qingfeng nods in satisfaction at her new long blade. Manju Sha, after receiving her reward, retreats to her room to concoct new poisons. Chia, in his chamber, dispels his White Lotus seal and successfully harnesses the blood demon for his own use. In the vernacular of the Naruto world, he now stands as the perfect blood demon Jinchuriki. Prince Stan, upon receiving blueprints, rushes to his laboratory for experimentation. Chia glances at his remaining system currency, realizing it 1T suffice for anything substantial, and decides to convert it all into chakra, raising his reserves to 100 cards. Over the course of the year, both Konan and Kushina have reached a favorability level of 100 with him. From Kushina, he received an exclusive Sage Mode and a dimensional summoning card, along with a mysterious gift pack. The Sage Mode is fully mastered, the summoning card has been utilized, and the mysterious gift yielded a top-tier item, the Holy Grail of Life. Upon viewing the item description, he could hardly contain his joy. This mysterious gift pack was truly remarkable. Upon reaching a favorability level of 100 with Konan, he claimed a template progress of 20, supplemented by his intermittent investments, successfully elevating his progress to 80. He has nearly mastered the abilities of Wataru Gojo, including limitless techniques, body techniques, reversal techniques, Shuinpa, and void domain, with the only deficiency being a lack of proficiency. Konan's mysterious gift, however, was a dog talisman's. While there is some overlap in effect with the Holy Grail of Life, who could possibly refuse such a talisman? Here, the power of the talisman merges directly into the body, rather than manifesting in a stone form. Of course, there are minor drawbacks, such as a slight fear of sealing techniques. Though he cannot be killed, being sealed would be dreadfully boring, and he cannot guarantee he wouldn't go mad. Currently, aside from the Otsutsuki clan and the lurking threat of Madara, everything else seems trivial. With his current power and influence, he can utterly dominate the major ninja villages. It is essential to note the current time frame. The Third Great Ninja War has yet to commence. Although the Second War ended prematurely due to his influence, he cannot ascertain the precise start of the Third War. However, as he is now regarded as part of the village's high-ranking officials, he will surely be the first to receive news of any impending conflict. At present, the unfortunate soul Madara has chosen to inherit his will is still but a 1-year-old child. It remains uncertain whether his involvement will affect whether Obito is chosen. As of now, Madara's Rinnegan has manifested in Nagato, who is still wandering the rain country alongside Yahiko. Surprisingly, without Conan's counsel, Yahiko and Nagato appear to coexist harmoniously. During their first encounter, Madara's eyes were the three Tomo Sharingan, and the Rinnegan has since been granted to Nagato. Chapter 31. Shadows resounding through the ninja world at this moment, within the rain country. The living conditions of the residents have significantly improved compared to the tumultuous times of the Second War. Although the 5 great ninja villages have not overtly demonstrated it, the Shadow Assassin organization has gradually embedded itself in the hearts of the rulers of these villages. Following the conclusion of the Second War, even after Hanzo the Salamander's defeat, the 5 great ninja villages refrained from engaging in widespread slaughter and plunder in the Rain Village. Certainly, the 5 villages did send individuals to investigate the Shadow Assassin organization post-war, but none managed to uncover any valuable information. Besides identifying a few low-ranking peripheral members, those who claimed to be Shadow Assassins remained elusive, rendering any intelligence gathering futile. When on missions, they may gather trivial details, but otherwise, they seem to vanish entirely. Within the Rain Country, a young man with orange-yellow hair and a red-haired youth with violet, wave-patterned eyes converse within a rocky cave. I say, Nagato, what do you think about joining the Shadow Assassin organization? Yahiko smiles at the boy he rescued. Nagato regards Yahiko with a hint of concern. Yahiko, I've heard they are an assassin organization. Are we truly going to join them? Yahiko reassures him, placing a hand on his heart. Don't worry, Nagato. I believe the Shadow Assassins are not the villains they seem. Think about it. Ever since Hanzo led the Rain Country to war against the nations, our lives have deteriorated. Many have perished due to the conflict, including my parents. Yet, after the Shadow Assassins assassinated Hanzo, the war ceased. Without Hanzo, the Rain Country has not suffered invasions from other nations. This is clearly due to the Shadow Assassin's external strength. I assent it. Nagato's violet eyes flicker slightly. So, Yahiko, do you intend to become an assassin? Yahiko hesitates. Well, I haven't decided yet. I'm not too fond of the idea of assassinating others for bounty. But we find ourselves with limited options now, don't we? Besides, I heard the Shadow Assassins are recruiting peripheral members, not just assassins. There are likely merchants as well. To become ninjas, we need someone to teach us how to refine chakra. The Shadow Assassins are currently the only organization that can guide us. Nagato, revealing a trace of resignation, replies, All right, I'll accompany you. After all, my life is one you saved. Yahiko, thrilled by Nagato's answer, embraces him tightly. That's wonderful. Nagato, let us gather our things and set off in a few days. Nagato gently pushes Yahiko away. You're suffocating me. Meanwhile, on the path from Konoha to the Rain Country, a giant eagle soars rapidly through the sky, carrying a young man and woman. The man, with sharp eyebrows and long black hair tied simply with a rope, and the woman, with shoulder-length light purplish-blue hair, curiously surveys the surroundings from the eagle's back. Hey, Chia, is it really all right for you to take me to the Rain Country during our mission? The girl inquires playfully, her tone devoid of any panic. Chia responds nonchalantly. Who cares? The task has been accomplished. Returning a bit later poses no issue, for the storm travels swiftly. This time en route, I shall take you to the land of rain for a visit. It is likely that a considerable period will pass before we emerge again. Sister Nina, it seems, will soon become the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, as the body of Uzumaki Mido can hardly endure much longer. Upon hearing this, Shounen pondered. I wonder if Sister Nina will encounter any danger while sealing the Nine Tails. Chia, observing Shounen, offered reassurance. Do not worry, Nina will be fine. You know well how formidable her diamond lock is. By the way, Shounen, do you recall where you buried your parents? Shounen shook her head, stating, I have never even seen my parents' remains. I learned of their deaths from an unknown ninja, who spoke casually after driving me out of my home. From that moment on, I wandered aimlessly, scavenging for food. Then, one day, when I was nearly beaten to death for stealing, an angel appeared and saved the life of this poor little girl, granting her a new home. Perhaps it is her parents in heaven, blessing her from above. Chia smiled gently, patting Shounen on the head, assuring her that her parents would indeed be pleased to know that their daughter is thriving. Upon reaching Shounen's former residence in the Land of Rain, Chia and Shounen quietly observed the scene within the house. A group of children danced joyfully around a middle-aged woman. Shounen, watching the lively scene inside, clenched her delicate white hands slightly. Has it been turned into an orphanage? Yet, that is good. This house has found its own purpose, and I have discovered the value of my own existence. After taking in the sight of Xiaonin's former home, she led Chia to explore the vicinity. They visited a restaurant that her parents adored, the place where she first received food from a kind stranger, the shop where she first stole, and the cave where she once slept. For some reason, she felt an overwhelming desire to share everything with the young man beside her. Perhaps she had already developed feelings for him. As they strolled, they stumbled upon a cave. Upon entering, they found Yahiko tidying up. Nagato, noticing their arrival, briefly cast a murderous glance at their forehead protectors, but quickly suppressed it. He was not yet strong enough to exact revenge on Konoha or avenge his parents. Xiaonin, observing the wary stance of the youth across from her, waved her hand with a smile, saying, "We mean no harm. We are merely passing by." However, her words did little to alleviate their tension. In fact, it heightened their wariness. After all, these two were ninjas, specifically, former Konoha ninjas who had invaded this land. Chia, on the other hand, remained indifferent to their actions, his gaze lingering on Nagato's Rinnegan for a moment. It was astonishing that Madara would bestow the Rinnegan upon a boy so defenseless. Was he not concerned it might be seized? Although few in the shinobi world recognized the Rinnegan, the orange-haired youth, who yearned for peace, was nothing more than a weakling at present. Nevertheless, at least he was still alive. With Hanzo gone, he should be safe now. Yet, one could only hope that Madara would not keep his eye on Yahiko, as it seemed that only he could trigger Nagato's awakening of the Rinnegan and summon the Outer Path's Geto-Mazo. Chapter 32 Peace? Yahiko regarded the two, stating coolly, "I wonder what business two ninjas from Konoha have in our humble abode." Xiaonin, noticing the persistent wariness of the pair, felt a pang of helplessness. If her brother had not found her, she might have ended up like them, hiding in a cave, resorting to theft for survival, and being wary of strangers. She glanced at the two youths who bore some resemblance to her past, and then turned to Chia, saying, "Brother, let us go." Chia nodded and began to walk toward the cave's entrance. After taking a few steps, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned back to Nagato, saying lightly, "You are from the Uzumaki clan, are you not? It would be wise to cover your red hair when you go out. Uzumaki clan members fetch a high price in the black market, though there are hardly any Uzumaki left in this world." With that, he continued on with Xiaonin. Nagato watched as Chia departed, running his fingers through his red hair. "Uzumaki clan? My red hair? Chia, do you mean that red-haired youth belongs to the Uzumaki clan? The same family as Sister Nina?" Xiaonin inquired, trailing behind Chia. Chia nodded. "It is highly likely. With such striking red hair and immense chakra at such a young age. Who else could he be but an Uzumaki?" Although the clan suffered tremendous losses when the land of whirlpools was destroyed, a small number managed to escape, living in hiding. Xiaonin gazed toward the cave, suddenly speaking, "Brother, do you think we could bring him back to Konoha? Perhaps then, Sister Nina would not have to." Chia shook his head, stating, "That is nearly impossible. First, judging by the boy's reaction, he evidently knows nothing of his heritage. The village would never allow a member of the Uzumaki clan, who lacks sealing techniques, to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Secondly, even if we were to bring him back, Nina's temperament would not permit her own kin to take her place as the Nine-Tails host. Moreover, I sensed a hidden chakra disturbance deep underground when I absorbed natural chakra and entered sage mode. It is likely to be white Zetsu, but that is not unexpected. How could Madara entrust the Rinnegan, which he gained only after a lifetime of struggle, to a powerless Uzumaki child? If Madara had not sent someone to protect the young Nagato, what would happen if the Rinnegan were to be destroyed? Xiaonin looked at Chia's back, her tone somewhat despondent as she asked, "Brother, is there truly no way to prevent wars in this world? Without war, Sister Nina might still be living happily in the land of whirlpools, and so many lives would not have been lost due to conflict." Chia accompanied Xiaonin as they walked, taking in the scenery of the land of rain. From the age of warring states until now, there has scarcely been a moment of peace. The only time that could be considered peaceful was during the era when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha founded Konoha together. However, once both founders perished, war soon followed. To put it bluntly, in the shinobi world, strength dictates everything. Both Hashirama and Madara possessed power capable of sweeping across the ninja world. Therefore, during their time, other villages remained compliant. Even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie low. Hanzo the salamander was slain for his weakness, resulting in the downfall of the land of rain. The shadow assassins were far too formidable, which deterred any village from launching a large-scale invasion. This is the tragedy of the weak. They lack the power to control their own destinies. As the conversation unfolded, raindrops began to fall from the sky, seemingly in response to their words, as if expressing sympathy for the weak. Xiaonan listened thoughtfully to her brother's words, nodding in contemplation. Though they were of similar age, it seemed that the elder brother always possessed profound knowledge and wisdom. Never mind. Whatever my brother says is truth. I simply need to follow his lead. Xiaonan, observing the rain that fell in increasingly heavier sheets, hastily crafted a paper umbrella, coating its exterior with a layer of waterproof oil. Rising onto her toes, she endeavored to shield her brother from the downpour. Qinya watched with a smile as Xiaonan stood on tiptoe to protect him from the rain, then took the umbrella from her and held it over their heads. Xiaonan, you should spend less time with your sisters Nai and Yaya. It may make you a bit foolish. Xiaonan blushed and nodded, recalling her earlier pose on tiptoe, with her neck and arms extended, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It appeared indeed somewhat foolish, didn't it? Despite her boundless magical abilities that kept the raindrops at bay, life required a touch of whimsy to remain interesting, did it not? Thus, Xiaonan and Qinya ventured through the rain country, the former's body lightly brushing against her brother's arm. The paper umbrella seemed a tad small, evoking a slight shyness in her. Yet, it was not entirely displeasing. Qinya, observing Xiaonan's downcast gaze, gently inquired, "It seems to rain quite frequently in this country. Does it not?" Xiaonan responded absently. "Do you enjoy rainy days?" "Do you have a fondness for sweets?" "Look at those towering trees over there." Qinya regarded Xiaonan, as if struck by a playful thought. "So, Xiaonan, do you perhaps have feelings for me?" Realizing her response, Xiaonan quickly waved her hands and looked up at her brother, stammering, "Brother, I didn't quite catch what you just said, so." Qinya chuckled at Xiaonan's flustered demeanor, who seemed ready to leap in place. "Well, you've been staring down at your feet, and your replies are rather dismissive. One day, you might find yourself sold off and counting coins for someone else," he teased, "just like your sister Nai, who once overpaid for a counterfeit item. Foolish to the extreme. I almost suspect Nai has passed her clumsiness on to you." Xiaonan's face flushed as she gazed at Qinya. "Brother, let us head back. There's nothing particularly captivating in the rain country. Nai mentioned that we are to visit the Senju ancestral home tonight, so it would be prudent to return sooner rather than later." Upon hearing this, Qinya nodded. "Indeed, let us return to Konoha then." He then summoned the storm using a summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, a massive wind eagle materialized before them. The eagle lowered its head slightly. "Lord Qinya, Lady Xiaonan." Please board, it intoned. Of course, it reserved such deference for a select few. The family patriarch, for instance, received no such courtesy from the storm. Typically, after swiftly addressing any dangers, it would return on its own. Should the patriarch summon it without reason, while the storm would spare him harm for Qinya's sake? It was hardly of a gentle disposition. It was no exaggeration to call it the most formidable creature within the realm of wind eagles. Meanwhile, a group of injured Uchiha clan members found themselves surrounded by several ninja from the rock village. Two middle-aged Jonin from the Uchiha stood in front and behind, protecting 5 Uchiha youths of around 12 years old. Damn it! How could we have stumbled upon an ambush from the rock village on our way back? The higher-ups in Konoha have already pressured our Uchiha clan enough. They still seek to suppress us. Uchiha Foam, his crimson, double-tomo Sharingan scanning the surroundings, exclaimed, "What do we do? There are 6 Jonin on the opposing side. With just the 2 of us, we cannot possibly win." Uchiha Foam, smiling, opened his own 3-tomo Sharingan. "I'll hold them off. You and these youngsters need to escape." "You can't hold them off," one of the double-tomo ninjas retorted. "Don't embarrass yourself. If you survive, I entrust my daughter to you." At that moment, a voice echoed in Feng's mind. "Ding! An unexpected situation has been detected. Members of the Uchiha clan are under attack. Will you provide assistance?" "Yes, Spirit Pet Upgrade Potion X2. Uchiha clan favorability increased. Task requirement. At least 3 must survive. Total of 7. No rewards, no penalties." Qinya chuckled at the task, pondering, choosing a task? This is my first time. He then directed the storm to take him to the designated location. At this moment, Uchiha Fong regarded the 6 Jonin before him and the 3 Uchiha youths behind him. His eyes ached from overexertion of chakra. He had little chakra left, and it was a pity for the 3 youths and his daughter. These Jonin could have killed him long ago. It was clear they sought his Sharingan. "I'll be damned. I want to leave anything behind for you." As he prepared to gather his chakra, intending to destroy his three-tomo Sharingan. A sound like the tearing of wind filled the air, and a massive figure appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the land. In the next moment, a wide radius around him was devastated by wind blades, leaving only a small area untouched. Shinya observed the storm's handiwork and remarked, "Well done, storm." The storm replied nonchalantly, "Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Shinya. A mere gust of wind is nothing remarkable." Seeing the storm's modest demeanor, Shinya said nothing further and suggested, "Let us descend and investigate." "Yes, Lord Shinya." Meanwhile, Xiaonan looked down at the scene below, feeling a bit intimidated. Her impression of the storm had been that of a massive, swift creature obedient to her brother's commands. Who could have known that the storm, which addressed her as Lady Xiaonan, possessed such terrifying power? Uchiha Feng felt his muscles tense as he gazed upon the colossal beast. This is akin to emerging from a dragon's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair. However, as the giant creature descended, two figures leaped from its back, adorned with the Leaf Village headbands. Are they allies? Shinya surveyed the four Uchiha below. Have I arrived too late? Only four remain. Yet, this is sufficient to complete the task. He called to them, "Come aboard, I shall escort you home." Uchiha Feng regarded the young boy before him, feeling an instinctive caution. His intuition warned him that this boy was dangerous. "I entrust you with their safety, young brother. What is your name? I shall pay you a visit one day." The boy casually approached the giant beast and leaped onto it, coldly stating, "Moonlight Shinya." Once everyone was aboard, Shinya calmly instructed, "Storm, let us depart." Internally, he felt somewhat exasperated. The system wouldn't reward him unless it returned the Uchiha safely. "Yes, Lord Shinya." The storm spread its wings, and in an instant, dust and debris swirled around them. Uchiha Feng's expression reflected astonishment. "My lord, this immensely powerful summoning beast refers to this boy as my lord. It's almost beyond belief." The other three Uchiha youths, however, were too consumed by their relief at being rescued and the awe of the magnificent summoning beast beneath them. This creature far surpassed their clan's crows and ninja cats. Xiaonan observed her brother standing in silence, his demeanor cool and composed, and suddenly found him irresistibly adorable. The four members of the Uchiha clan were still reeling from the speed of the storm and the surrounding howling winds. Yet they stood unwavering upon the back of the eagle, utterly unfazed by the fierce gales of the high altitude. Uchiha Kazuki gazed silently at the two young figures ahead, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as he struggled to find words. After all, who truly embodied the essence of the Uchiha, him or them? Their Uchiha aura was more authentic than his own. He had only just recalled the identity of one of the youths before him, a member of the Tsukuyami clan. Tsukuyami Chiya, a prodigy and disciple of Orochimaru, who had played a pivotal role in hastening the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. Initially, he had assumed this was merely an exaggeration by the Hokage faction, but it appeared he had underestimated the situation. The silver lining was that this individual seemed to harbor no ill will towards the Uchiha. Perhaps they could even become friends. Before long, they beheld the iconic Hokage rock, emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha. Chiya commanded the storm to descend gradually. Once they had all dismounted, he tossed a vial of spirit beast enhancement potion to the storm before dispelling the summoning technique. Chiya did not exchange greetings with the Uchiha, instead opting to stride toward the village gates. Conan quietly followed in his wake. After registering their information, Chiya led Conan towards the Tsukuyami clan's estate. "Hey, brother. Your serious demeanor just now was quite amusing. You seem even more Uchiha than the Uchihas." Chiya chuckled lightly. "Well, let us say that putting on a cold front tends to reduce a great deal of hassle. And since when did Uchiha become an adjective?" Chapter 33, A Visit, a Will, a Plea. Upon their arrival at the Tsukuyami clan grounds, Chiya and Conan were immediately surrounded by a throng of children, their chatter incessant. Although it was somewhat overwhelming, Chiya did not harbor any dislike for it. Sometimes, being too popular can be a burden. He pinched the cheek of a 2-year-old toddler who had just learned to walk, a faint smile gracing his lips. As things stood, it seemed unlikely that he could rely on his younger sister, who was perpetually busy at the hospital. Inheriting the position of clan leader was out of the question. Perhaps he could cultivate his own successor instead? After all, the old man should last a few more years. "Little Shifeng, this time, I'll let you take the lead. As for the cost, you can take over the family business in my stead." At that moment, little Shifeng beamed up at Chiya, his innocent smile endearing. It It was hard to fathom that he would one day develop the deadpan expression of a jaded adult. After tidying up at home, Chiya and Conan set out for the Senju clan estate, stopping along the way to purchase some of the latest popular pastries. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Senju ancestral home. Chiya gazed at the vast expanse of the Senju grounds, reflecting with a touch of nostalgia. Once, the Senju clan had flourished, but now, fewer than 5 members resided in their ancestral estate. It felt even more desolate than the Uchiha. Conan nodded in agreement. Observing the vastness of the Senju estate, which dwarfed the Tsukuyami grounds. Though spacious, the Senju estate lacked warmth. There were no children playing or elders offering kind greetings. It appeared cold and lifeless. Chiya sensed an increase in the number of Umbu ninjas lurking in the shadows, more than double since his last visit. It seemed the transfer of the Nine Tails was imminent, as was the impending action from the shadowy assassin organization targeting Konoha to seize the Nine Tails. Entering the courtyard where Uzumaki Kushina resided, he gently pushed open the door. Inside, he found Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade, Nawaki, and his younger sister seated at the table. Chiya respectfully addressed Mito, "Lady Mito, good day." Conan followed suit, offering a slight bow. "Good day, Lady Mito." He then took a seat beside Chiyuki. With Conan settling beside him, Chiya cast a sidelong glance at Conan, thinking, what a little shadow. He mused if her expression, so similar to his own, was a result of emulating him. Turning his attention to Nawaki, Chiya inquired, "How has Orochimaru-sensei been lately? It's been nearly a month since I last contacted him." Nawaki pondered for a moment before responding. Orochimaru-sensei is either practicing ninjutsu or conducting incomprehensible experiments. Chiya replied nonchalantly, "I see. Orochimaru-sensei indeed seems to be restless." Nawaki nodded in agreement. "He is relentless. Training with him is exhausting, especially considering my Senju lineage grants me remarkable recovery capabilities." Observing Nawaki's complaints, Chiya merely remarked, "It's for your own good." Meanwhile, Tsunade appeared somewhat vexed, seated in silence. Nawaki, still a mere chunin, was oblivious. But Chiya had already stepped halfway into the realm of shadows, proficient in medical ninjutsu. Lady Mito's health had deteriorated significantly. Her once vibrant red hair had dulled. His younger sister, conversely, was engrossed in conversation with Uzumaki Mito. What a naive soul. She couldn't even discern when someone was probing her for information. After the meal, Mito rose and headed toward the adjacent room. Halfway there, she turned back to Chiya, saying, "Little Chiya, could you join me for a moment?" Chiya nodded slightly, following Mito into the room. Once seated, he regarded Uzumaki Mito with mild curiosity. "Mito-san, what is it you wish to discuss?" Mito, undeterred by his cool demeanor, mused to herself that this child seemed unreachable. He neither distanced himself nor drew closer, treating her as if she were a stranger. "Chiya, do you have feelings for Kushina?" Mito asked. "Yes," Chiya replied, "but if you are concerned about entrusting Kushina to my care, you need not worry. I will take good care of her. However, may I ask how you perceive Kushina? Do you regard her as family, kin, a remnant of the Uzumaki clan, or merely as a vessel for the Nine Tails?" Mito regarded him thoughtfully, contemplating if Kushina had learned from Chiya about her role as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With a hint of nostalgia, she recounted, "When I found Kushina and brought her to the village, it was indeed because she was one of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan. I considered her as my own child." But before Mito could finish, Chiya interjected, "But you chose Konoha over your own kin, opting to make Kushina a sacrifice for the village. You provided her with a good standard of living, enrolled her in the ninja academy to make friends, and entrusted her care to Tsunade. You sought to compensate Kushina as best as you could, fully aware that you, the wife of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, prioritized Konoha, harboring guilt towards Kushina." Mito gazed at the young man before her, her emotions swirling within her, and she slowly acknowledged, "You are right. I do feel guilt towards Kushina." Chiya looked steadily at Mito, stating, "You may be an admirable Hokage's wife, but you are certainly not a competent elder. Kushina is in a dilemma. She does not wish to be the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, yet she is indebted to you for saving her and bringing her to Konoha. The Nine Tails is a shackle that will bind her for a lifetime. Even so, you still intend for Kushina to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki with your sealing technique. Even if the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is not Kushina, you would still be able to confine the beast, correct? Although others may lack the protection that Kushina provides as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Chiya slowly rose, gazing at the seated Uzumaki Mito before her, their eyes locked. So, our esteemed Lady Hokage, will you choose Konoha, or will you foolishly cling to Kushina, as if she were your child? Chapter 34, Disappointment. Uzumaki Mito regarded Chiya with a hint of regret. I apologize. While I feel remorse for Kushina, the Ninetales poses a significant threat. I must ensure its safe sealing. Upon hearing Mito's response, Chiya had no intention of prolonging the conversation. She turned and prepared to exit, but just before leaving, she glanced back at Mito and said, "If Senju Hashirama were still alive, I am certain he would never allow a child to become the vessel for the Ninetales, especially if that child is unwilling. Kushina is fine. She does not wish to sever ties with you, but that does not mean she should suffer. Farewell, Mito." After leaving the room, Chiya turned to Chiyuki and Konan. "Let us go home." The two nodded in agreement and followed Chiya out of the Senju ancestral home. Tsunade watched Chiya leave, her lips twitching slightly. That insufferable brat. I wonder what Grandma wants with him. Kushina turned to Tsunade and said, "Sister Tsunade, I will see Yuyuki and the others off." Tsunade rolled her eyes and waved her hand, indicating for Kushina to go. She was too lazy to expose Kushina's intentions. It was obvious she wanted to meet that boy. Kushina then cheerfully chased after the trio as they departed. "Brother, shouldn't we say goodbye to Sister Kushina before we leave?" Chiyuki asked his older brother. "No need. She's following us, isn't she?" Chiya replied nonchalantly. "And she's accompanied by 5 Umbu ninjas. Hey, Yuyuki, Konan, and you, Stinky Chiya, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" Kushina's voice echoed from behind. "I believe in your ability to catch up," Chiya remarked coolly. "Besides, it seems you've been cooped up at home every day. Have you gained some weight?" Kushina retorted indignantly. "I'm not just lounging at home. I'm training in sealing techniques, okay? And I haven't gained weight." Chiya beckoned her over with a finger. "Come here for a moment." Kushina eyed him warily. "What is it? Why are you being so mysterious?" Although puzzled, she approached Chiya. With a flourish of his right hand, a necklace appeared as if by magic. Chiya gently pushed aside Kushina's red hair and placed the necklace around her neck. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "This necklace bears my flying thunder god seal. Infuse it with chakra if you sense danger. And you, being such a fool, don't you possess a technique called the Kagura Shingon from the Uzumaki clan? You should learn it quickly, otherwise you won't even realize when you're being watched." After securing the necklace, Chiya waved goodbye to Kushina. "Consider this an early birthday gift, Gana." Watching Chiya walk away, Kushina turned back toward the Senju ancestral home, clutching the necklace. "Stupid Chiya, you're the real fool." Upon returning to the Senju ancestral home, Kushina was summoned by Uzumaki Mito. She approached Mito calmly and said, "Grandma Mito, did you call for me? You should rest early since your health isn't the best." Mito regarded Kushina and slowly asked, "Kushina, have you ever regretted being brought back to Konoha by me?" Kushina shook her head. "Of course not. Without you, Grandma Mito, I might have been killed long ago. Whether your intentions were purely to save a clan member or to find a suitable vessel for the Ninetales for Konoha, it no longer matters to me. I do not care. If you feel guilty about this, you need not. You saved my life. I shall take your place as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Consider it a transaction." Mito observed her calm clan member, a peculiar emotion stirring within her. "Kushina, would you like me to arrange a betrothal with that boy from the Yuki clan?" Kushina shook her head. "Thank you for your concern, Grandma Mito, but it is unnecessary. I will handle matters between us myself." Mito sighed and retrieved a wooden box from the room. "Kushina, this is the deed to 2 streets in Konoha. Please do not refuse it just yet. This is compensation for the Uzumaki clan after Konoha acquired the territory of the Land of Whirlpools." Kushina accepted the box, saying, "Thank you, Grandma Mito. I appreciate it. You should rest early." With that, Kushina clutched the box and made her way to her room. After placing the box beside a smaller one, she collapsed onto her bed, her legs dangling just above the floor. One arm crossed over her eyes, shielding them, while the other clutched the necklace tightly around her neck. Soft sobs filled the room. "I'm so scared. A monster is about to be sealed within me. What if something goes wrong during the sealing process and I die? What if I can never enjoy delicious food again? What if I never see Yuyuki, Konan, or that stinky Chiya again?" Tears streamed down her cheeks as she realized. After all, she was just a girl under 12 years old. Half an hour later, her cries subsided, replaced by steady breathing. Chiya, having unsealed his technique, approached Kushina's bedside. He gently removed her shoes and laid her down comfortably, tucking her in. Chiya's eyes transformed into the six-tomo Sharingan as he observed Kushina's swollen eyes, and he sighed. With his right hand, he hovered over her eyes, releasing a warm, life-infused green chakra from his palm. In a few seconds, her eyes were no longer swollen. This girl, I thought she was in danger. But it turns out she merely infused chakra into the necklace by accident. Watching Kushina cry for so long made Chiya feel uneasy. However, he could not reveal that he had initially planned to forcibly seize the Nine Tails on the day of its transfer. Could he? Once he confirmed Kushina was asleep, Chiya utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his own room. He lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Yet, he could not shake the image of Kushina lying in bed from his mind. Her crimson hair scattered across the sheets, her fair skin, and how soft she felt when held. With a sudden clap, he sat upright, scolding himself. I'm not a pedophile. This is unacceptable. She's too young. This is a bit much. No, I mustn't be so lewd. Chapter 35. The Uchiha Clan's Gratitude and Kindness. 1. Within the Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Kazuhana and Uchiha Iwa reported today's events to clan leader Uchiha Fuyu in his home. Fuyu regarded the two Uchiha members and said slowly, I have been informed of your situation. You should return home and rest well. I have a good idea of why you were attacked this time. The two clan members nodded to Fuyu and headed toward their respective homes. Fuyu casually glanced toward the door and said, Fugaku, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure entered the room. It was none other than Fugaku, the future father of Uchiha Sasuke. Fuyu gazed at Fuyu and said softly, Fuyu, how much do you know about the prodigy from the Moonlight clan? Fuyu glanced at his father, pondered for a moment, and replied, Father must be referring to Moonlight Kaguya, right? He is indeed in the same class as I am, generally aloof. He is regarded alongside Wave Wind Minato as the strongest in our cohort. Subsequently, both of them became disciples of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Furthermore, they harbor no ill intentions towards our clan. Wave Wind Minato is kind to everyone, while Moonlight Kaguya remains indifferent to all. Nevertheless, neither has shown any inclination to ostracize our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fuyu regarded Fuyu with a calm demeanor and advised, make an effort to cultivate a good relationship with Moonlight Kaguya, but do not force it. Tomorrow, take Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Yen, and deliver a chakra metal ninja blade from our clan's treasury to that young man as a token of gratitude. Uchiha Fuyu looked at his father with a hint of urgency in his eyes and remarked, Father, is it not too extravagant to give him a chakra metal ninja blade directly? Even most of the Jounin in our clan do not possess one. Uchiha Fuyu gazed out the window and replied, Fuyu, you are destined to become the clan leader. One must understand that there are sacrifices to be made for greater gains. Moreover, this young man has saved one of our clan's ninjas. His willingness to rescue a member of the Uchiha clan demonstrates that he does not share the prejudices held by the ignorant. He is worth befriending. As the clan leader, it is not appropriate for me to express my gratitude in person. You shall act on my behalf to assess this prodigy's character. As a future leader, it is imperative that you develop a discerning eye for people. Fuyu nodded, acknowledging, indeed, Father, your guidance is invaluable. I must learn to look further ahead. Uchiha Fuyu waved his hand, signaling Fuyu to take his leave and rest. After Fuyu departed, a trace of fatigue crossed the face of the Uchiha clan leader. Reflecting on his earlier decision to not follow Madara's path, he pondered whether it had been right or wrong. Despite the Uchiha clan's current status as the foremost family in Konoha, only he, as the clan leader, understood the precarious situation they faced. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsurugi Kamachi, and Mito Gate Flame, all disciples of Senju Tobarama, had taken every opportunity to undermine the Uchiha clan without mercy. Ironically, the Uchiha were not strong enough to counter them. Had they possessed Madara's strength, they would not have suffered such indignities. Suddenly, Uchiha Fuyu was seized by a violent fit of coughing, hastily covering his mouth with his hand. Yet blood seeped through his fingers. Cursed be it, the lingering effects of his injuries had never healed. Most of Konoha's medical ninjas were under the jurisdiction of the medical department, now headed by Tsurugi Kamachi, while Konoha Hospital was under the care of Tsunade Senju. The clan had very few medical ninjas, even those they had only learned the basics. First, the Uchiha clan lacked individuals willing to study medical ninjutsu. Second, the resources required for such training were never made available to the Uchiha. When injured, they could only rely on the clan's secret medicines, many of which had become obsolete or were lost to time. Konoha Hospital was barely able to treat the injuries of those below the Chunin rank, and for those above it, silence reigned. As for a clan leader like himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be all too pleased to see him perish. Meanwhile, at Uchiha Kaze's residence, a girl of about 123 years old berated Uchiha Kaze while applying ointment to his wounds. Why don't you just die out there? You always come back with injuries. Can't you take on simpler missions? Uchiha Kaze chuckled. Well, this time it's good. I can rest at home for a while. Besides, I'm doing this to earn your dowry. The girl pressed harder with the ointment. I will decide who I marry. I can find someone myself. I don't need you to earn my dowry. Why can't you just stay in the guard department? Why must you go on missions every day? Uchiha Kaze laughed. All right, tomorrow I'll request to work in the guard department. I almost died this time, and I was saved. I don't want to run around anymore. I'll stay here with you. The girl's lips curled into a smile. Then it settled, right? Uchiha Kaze nodded affirmatively. By the way, Dad, you mentioned you were saved? Who was it that saved you? Uchiha Kaze replied slowly. You wouldn't believe it. That kid is truly a genius. Seems to be around your age, from the Moonlight clan. He has already tamed such a powerful summoning beast. I don't even have such a cool one. I can only summon a black crow to deliver messages. After finishing the application of the ointment, the girl slowly put away the medicine box. Dad, is that person named Moonlight Kaguya? Uchiha Kaze was taken aback. How did you know, daughter? Are you? The girl rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? That guy is quite famous in our school. Can you guess what his nickname is? Uchiha Kaze, intrigued, asked, what is it? The Uchiha girl smiled. The Uchiha demon draped in the skin of the Moonlight clan. Uchiha Kaze mused upon meeting Kaguya and chuckled. That does make a bit of sense, looking at him. I might have thought he was an illegitimate child of our Uchiha clan. The girl looked at her father and said slowly, Dad, can I go with you tomorrow? I'm somewhat acquainted with his sister. It would be nice to meet her. Uchiha Kaze, holding his bowl, heartily consumed his meal. Sure. Another person is no trouble at all. By the way, Mikoto, your cooking is nearly as good as your mother's. It's a pity that when you were born, Uchiha Mikoto, glancing at her father while eating, felt tears welling up and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Just eat your food, finish quickly, and get to bed early. I'll head back to my room to rest. How had she ended up with such a father? She couldn't help but wonder if her mother had been blind to choose such a childish man. They were both Jounin. Yet he was so immature and couldn't even cook. She genuinely questioned how she had grown up. Chapter 36. The Kindness and Gratitude of the Uchiha Clan. 2. The following morning, Kushina slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was lying in bed, covered with a blanket. Though she couldn't recall how she had gotten there. It couldn't have been Tsunade or Mito, could it? Surely, it wasn't that insufferable Kaguya, was it? Although she did have a dream where he seemed to have carried her to bed. At this time, within the Moonlight clan, those with chakra gathered in an open area, practicing their basic skills with wooden swords. There was no choice but to have them focus on the fundamentals for now. She discovered that the majority of the Moonlight clan possessed wind attribute chakra. Hence, she exchanged for the wind-breathing sword style within the system and upgraded it to its highest level. In fact, the breathing techniques and sword styles from the world of Demon Slayer function like a form of ninjutsu in the Naruto universe. Moreover, due to chakra, the power and effects of the techniques are stronger than those in the Demon Slayer world. Additionally, she also acquired a ninjutsu called wind armor. This technique resembled the Reikage from the Cloud Village. Wind armor envelopes the body in wind attribute chakra, creating a layer of rapidly flowing air around the surface. This enhances speed, defense, and damage. When paired with wind breathing, it is undoubtedly a perfect match. Certainly, the journey of learning can be quite formidable. The clan leaders possess the ability to learn directly, but for those who have scarcely wielded a sword, it may be best to refrain. It is essential to diligently practice the fundamentals. Notably, the training in the breath of wind requires relatively modest chakra, yet demands considerable physical prowess and comprehension. However, when complemented by chakra, the results can be significantly enhanced. Even those unable to harness chakra can perform the techniques, albeit with limited success. Shinya observed the gathering crowd before moving to an open space, where he commenced demonstrating the sword forms of the breath of wind, deliberately refraining from utilizing chakra. Breath of wind, first form. Dust whirlwind slash. Breath of wind, second form. Claw wind. Breath of wind, third form. Sunny gale tree. Breath of wind. Fourth form. Rising sandstorm. Breath of wind, fifth form. Cold autumn wind. breath of wind. 6th form, black wind smoke, breath of wind. 7th form, fierce wind, Tengu wind, breath of wind. 8th form, initial fiery wind slash, breath of wind. 9th form, Vidya's celestial wind. After demonstrating the entire sequence, Shinya turned to the onlookers and calmly inquired if they wished to master the recent techniques, noting that this was still without the influence of chakra. Thus, he encouraged them to practice diligently. With the exception of the clan leader and a few elders, the rest picked up their wooden swords to hone their basic skills. The elderly men attempted to mimic the forms with admirable effort. Naturally, Shinya had yet to teach them the breathing techniques, preferring they first become adept at the sword forms. For haste often leads to failure. Shinya allowed the others to continue their practice while he moved to a spacious area with the clan leader to engage in sparring, hoping to teach him so he could instruct the others. Observing the elder across from him, Shinya spoke slowly. "All right, old man. Pay careful attention. The essence of this sword technique lies within your own breath. Watch my breathing pattern closely. Once you become familiar with it, you may strive to make this breath a natural part of you, and then attempt to integrate it with chakra." Yueguang Qingyuan looked at the youth before him, his expression devoid of dissatisfaction and imbued with a hint of respect. After 10 minutes of instruction, Shinya felt he had imparted all he could and left the elder to find his own rhythm. Surely more effective than the teachings of a renowned figure to Naruto regarding the Rasengan. Before long, a young girl with a head full of crimson hair, accompanied by her 5 bodyguards, entered the Moonlight Clan's territory with remarkable ease, as if it were her own home. "Hey, Shinya, what are you up to?" Kushina asked curiously. Observing the gathering, Shinya smiled at Kushina and replied, "Just having the elders and the little ones practice a bit more. By the way, what brings you here?" Kushina hesitated before responding. Can we talk inside?" Shinya shrugged. "All right, follow me." Once inside, Shinya settled onto the sofa, observing Kushina with curiosity, eager to learn what she had in mind. Kushina rummaged through her ninja pouch and produced 2 wooden boxes, presenting them to Shinya. Intrigued, he asked, "Kushina, what are these?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "These are the property deeds for 3 streets in Konoha. Consider them a gift." Shinya regarded her with a playful smile. "Oh? Are you planning on keeping me? What do you think? Should I accept or decline? Isn't it rather improper to live off someone else?" Kushina shot him a defiant look. "I'm merely safeguarding them for you. Once I inherit the 9 tails, I intend to move in here, living off you and paying my rent with my presence." Shinya coughed lightly, accepting the 2 boxes with feigned reluctance. "How could I refuse such goodwill from you?" Kushina rolled her eyes. "You're hopeless. I'm starving." Shinya inclined his body slightly. "Very well. I shall prepare a meal for my lady. How about noodles?" Kushina nodded, her face still slightly flushed. He made his way to the kitchen, summoning several shadow clones to assist him. Some boiled water, others washed vegetables, while others cut and stir-fried. He mused upon the brilliance of the inventor of the shadow clone technique. Kushina, observing the bustling Shinya, inquired, "By the way, where are Konan and Yuyuki?" The shadow clones replied in unison. "As for those 2, Yuyuki is busy at the hospital today, so she took Konan with her." They left early after breakfast. Moments later, 3 bowls of tomato and egg noodles appeared before Kushina. "Here you go. By the way, doesn't the Senju residence provide meals?" Shinya remarked with a smirk. Noticing her eagerness, "You seem rather hungry, having devoured 3 bowls already. One might think the Senju residence neglects its guests." Kushina slurped her noodles, mumbling, "It's not like you're around to cook for me." She continued, "I suspect I will soon begin the process of inheriting the 9 tails. With no other place to go, I had to find you." Shinya poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. "Do you know when the sealing ceremony for the 9 tails will occur?" Kushina shook her head. "I'm not sure. However, it should be soon. Granny Mito advised that while she still has the strength to suppress the 9 tails, we should expedite the transfer to maximize the chances of a successful sealing." As Shinya watched Kushina devour her meal, he recalled the scene from the previous day when she had cried for nearly half an hour. Perhaps this was the essence of being tough on the outside, yet gentle within, always shouldering burdens alone. "Kushina," he called gently. Is it delicious?" Hom. Then eat more." "Okay." Before long, Kushina had polished off all 3 bowls, lying back on the sofa with a satisfied expression. Observing her ease, Shinya quietly collected the empty bowls. Kushina looked at him and remarked, "Shinya, your cooking has improved. Well done." Shinya chuckled. "You truly have a hearty appetite, consuming 3 bowls. One might think the Senju residence has left you starving." Kushina shot him a glare. Mind your own business. I just have a good appetite. Besides, all my belongings are now yours. It's only fair that I eat and drink from you. Indeed, Lady Kushina. Whatever you say shall be done, Chinya replied, his tone laced with affection. Chapter 37. The arrival of the Uchiha. Chinya gazed at the 2 wooden boxes Kushina had brought, realizing they contained the deeds to 3 entire streets. The rental income alone would be substantial. To put it into perspective, these 2 boxes were worth more than the combined value of months of land from the Moonlight clan. Although, at present, he was not financially troubled. The profits earned from the unique strategic materials sold by the Shadow Assassin organization had been transformed into various other assets, leaving him secure for a lifetime. Let us go for a stroll. Too much idle eating will make us rotund, Chinya suggested to Kushina. And don't give everything to me. Aren't you concerned I might take off with it all? You're old enough to be a bit more cautious. Kushina, unfazed by his admonitions, retorted, Isn't this what you taught me? To live each day according to my own will. Besides, once I successfully become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I plan to move in here. If I fail, this paperwork will be of no use. If I give it to Tsunade, she will surely gamble it away. As for Shoten, he has ample inheritance and one tea need these. Consider it my advanced meal payment. You'll see when you regret it, Chinya warned. Kushina walked alongside him confidently. You one tea. Chinya silently glanced at Kushina. This fellow Sai? Is this considered clinging to me? Suddenly, he sensed that, aside from the few Umbu ninjas of the Moonlight clan, several more presences had emerged. Speaking of which, why are there suddenly a few ninjas with Jonin-level chakra appearing? Are they all so idle in the early morning? Chinya looked at Kushina beside him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems our Moonlight clan has guests. I hope it's not that crazy woman, Tsunade. Hearing this, Kushina pondered for a moment and replied, Sister Tsunade has a very important surgery to perform today, and you better not speak like that in front of her. Chinya nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if Tsunade heard such words, she might easily demolish the Moonlight clan with a single strike. Come on, let us go see who has arrived. Hopefully, they are not here to cause trouble. Kushina expressed her surprise. Am I going too? Chinya nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Of course. If I run into danger, I'll rely on you, my lady, to save me. Kushina shot him a glare. Me? Save you? Do you really need my help? It's more likely I need you to save me. As the 2 approached the entrance, a member of the Moonlight clan, who was about to enter to report, spotted Chinya and said, Xiaoya, look, these are members of the Uchiha clan. They say they are here to express their gratitude to you. What should we do? Chinya glanced at the arriving Uchiha members and slowly said, Uncle, I'll take them in directly. You don't need to find that old man. All right then, I trust you to handle this. Chinya looked at the Uchiha clan members and said calmly, Please follow me. Thus, Chinya led the way, heading towards the former conference hall of the Moonlight clan. Along the way, the group of Uchiha members curiously observed their surroundings after entering the Moonlight clan. The Moonlight clan was vastly inferior compared to the Uchiha clan. However, the members of the Moonlight clan seemed to hold a deep respect for the 12-year-old boy before them. It was not merely admiration from the weak towards the strong. It felt more like genuine reverence. What a remarkable cohesion, witnessing such in a small clan. If it weren't for his age, one might assume this boy was the leader of the Moonlight clan. Inside the conference hall of the Moonlight clan, Chinya's gaze was somewhat cold as he regarded the Uchiha members. I wonder what brings you to our Moonlight clan. It can't merely be to express gratitude, can it? After all, even the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan is here. Isn't that right, Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Chinya, feeling somewhat awkward. We are indeed here just to thank you for your assistance yesterday. This is a token of our gratitude. I hope you won't find it lacking. Saying this, he presented a ninja blade. Upon receiving the blade, Chinya drew it from its sheath, enveloping it with chakra. The sharp Winsu-Shing chakra made the blade appear even more formidable. Afterward, he returned the ninja blade to its sheath and regarded the gathered individuals, saying lightly, This is a fine blade. But there is no need for such thanks just for saving a few people. After all, even if the Uchiha clan is prosperous, I assume your resources are not limitless. Was this an attempt to foster a good relationship? Did they value my talent, my strength, or perhaps my identity as the 3rd Hokage's disciple? Every word from Chinya struck Fugaku's heart like a hammer. The pressure emanating from Chinya was overwhelming, akin to facing an angry father. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat oppressive. Suddenly, a loud growl from his stomach shattered the tense silence. Chinya turned his gaze towards the source, Kushina, with a look of confusion. Didn't you just eat? He had painstakingly crafted an atmosphere and intended to tease Fugaku, but alas. Kushina, embarrassed, lowered her head deeply, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. How awkward. She didn't mean to. That wretched stomach had embarrassed her so much. Shinya cleared his throat a couple of times and said, "All right, I understand your purpose here, and I have accepted your gift. I will not keep you any longer." After a few polite exchanges, Uchiha Wind, Uchiha Fugaku, and the others took their leave. Once they departed, Shinya turned to Kushina. "Come on, stop looking like I bullied you." Kushina looked at Shinya, a bit aggrieved. "I didn't do it on purpose. I'm still growing, so I eat a bit more." Shinya helplessly ruffled her hair. "But you just had 3 bowls of noodles. Does the Uzumaki clan really eat this much? Are you that hungry already?" Shinya stood up from his chair and turned to Kushina. "Let us go. Why are you dawdling? Are you still hungry? I'll take you to eat." Kushina nodded eagerly. I'm coming. Just as they stepped outside, they spotted a Uchiha girl waiting for them. "Who are you?" Shinya inquired. The Uchiha girl smiled. "I'm a friend of Yaya. My name is Uchiha Makoto. Is Yaya home? I need to talk to her about something." Shinya looked at the girl before him with a hint of surprise and replied, "Yaya left early this morning. She's currently not at home. She's probably busy at the hospital. If you're looking for her, you might as well go to Konoha Hospital, or wait until she returns in the afternoon." Uchiha Makoto nodded. "Then I'll come back in the afternoon. Also, thank you for saving my father." Shinya was taken aback. "Your father is the Jonin who was sitting next to Fugaku, right?" Uchiha Makoto confirmed. "Yes, I'll come back in the afternoon and bother you then." After saying this, she turned to leave the Moonlight clan. Shinya, glancing at the task just released by the system, couldn't help but feel speechless. Uchiha Makoto has now become a task target? I wonder what criteria this confounded system uses to assign tasks. Why is it that throughout my life, I've encountered numerous girls, yet only Nanao, Konan, and this Uchiha girl are recognized as system targets? Is it preparing for me to resolve Sasuke and Naruto's matters fundamentally? Then the story of Naruto could directly conclude. The task is to elevate Uchiha Makoto's favorability to 100. Cannot be refused. Task duration, 10 years. If not completed within the stipulated time, little Shinya will shrink by 1 centimeter. Task rewards. Favorability 50. Recipe for the potion to upgrade the 3-Tomo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Favorability 70. Space Evolution Stone X1. Favorability 90. Clone X1 with a random character template. Favorability reaching 100 grants 2 random talismans. Current favorability 40. That insufferable system. Actually using my closest friends to threaten me. Chapter 38. A month later, everyone gathers in Konoha. Shinya lay lazily on his bed, gazing out at the scenery. Tomorrow marks the day of the Nine-Tails transfer. Unsurprisingly, the esteemed Mito-sama ultimately chose to have Kushina become the host for the Nine-Tails. Within the Shadow Assassin organization, aside from the Prince of the Stand Kingdom and Manjushawa, who are responsible for the security of the Rain Country base, all other Super Shadow level experts have been summoned by me. This formidable force could potentially annihilate Konoha. Chiya, Blackbird, Qingfeng, Lan, Shoyue, Fanyanfei, and Kakazu. 7 Super Shadow level experts stand by outside the village. Shoyue is responsible for long-range support. Chiya, Qingfeng, and Lan will stealthily infiltrate to ambush the elite ninjas during the sealing of the Nine-Tails. Fanyanfei and Kakazu will provide firepower during the attack and retreat, assisting Blackbird in completing the task as quickly as possible. The Blackbird swiftly sealed the Nine-Tails using a containment artifact, transporting it back to the organization. Furthermore, he instructed his comrades to exercise caution to avoid causing any harm to its life. After all, the casualties among Konoha's forces had been too great, and it would ultimately be a disadvantage when battle ensued. A prosperous Konoha was far more beneficial than its annihilation, for without Konoha, where would he reside? Although he had his own territory in the Land of Rain, the incessant downpour rendered it unsuitable for habitation. Indeed, Konoha was the most habitable region in the ninja world, with its favorable climate, fertile soil, and thriving economy. Who would not desire to dwell in such a place? The following morning, Chiya arose early and, having finished his meal, made his way to the cave designated for the sealing ceremony of the Nine-Tails. This transformation was classified. Only those with the strength of a Jonin could approach. The sealing team assigned to handle any emergencies comprised Konoha's elite. Medical ninjas were personally overseen by Tsunade herself. effectively gathering nearly all of Konoha's primary combat forces at this location, except for the Uchiha clan and Danzo's roots. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had no intention of involving these two factions. Upon seeing Chiya, Kushina rushed into his arms, disregarding the gazes of those around them. Chiya embraced Kushina, gently stroking her vivid crimson hair, assuring her that the ordeal would soon conclude and that he would ensure her safety. He promised her a grand feast upon her return, mentioning the anticipation of Yuyue, Konan, the uncles and aunts of the Yagami clan, and himself. Snuggled in Chiya's embrace, Kushina nodded slightly, refusing to release him, her small hands tightly clutching him as if wishing to merge into one. After a brief moment, once preparations were complete, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Chiya and asked if they were ready to commence. The Mito clan was already prepared. Chiya nodded, lifting Kushina into his arms and gently placing her on the vacant mat beside Mito. He caressed her hair softly, whispering that he awaited her safe return. Kushina nodded, a hint of anxiety evident as she lay on the mat per the instructions, her hands gripping the necklace around her neck tightly. Seeing that preparations were nearly complete, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the initiation of the Nine-Tails transfer. In the next instant, the seal on Mito was gradually undone, and a terrifying, colossal, malevolent red chakra erupted from within her, forming the shape of a fox. Just as Mito controlled the Nine-Tails chakra to make contact with Kushina, a torrent of sand surged into the cave, ensnaring some of the weaker ninjas in its grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the sandstorm within the cave, wondered if it was the work of Tsunegakure, perhaps Shikaku. Before he could ponder further, two figures charged towards Mito and Kushina. Hiruzen quickly summoned Inma, who transformed into a staff, positioning himself beside Mito. Meanwhile, Bajili, from a distance, readied a specially crafted bullet, relying on the coordinates provided by Fanyanfei. With a precise application of chakra, he unleashed a gust of wind, propelling the bullet through the rock layers and striking Mito. She felt a sharp pain in her thigh, and moments later, her vision blurred as she succumbed to unconsciousness. With Mito incapacitated, the Nine-Tails chakra surged uncontrollably outward. Seizing the opportunity, the black bird swiftly approached Mito, retrieving the sealing artifact and drawing the chakra within it with a powerful suction. Sarutobi Hiruzen, brandishing his staff, barely managed to block two incoming slashes aimed at Mito before engaging with Ching Feng, helplessly watching as the black bird collected the Nine-Tails chakra. Simultaneously, three crimson slashes descended towards Kushina. Chiya, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transported himself beside Kushina, cradling her in his arms. Utilizing the shifting technique, he teleported outside, allowing one of Akiba's blood-red slashes to graze his back, inflicting 3 deep wounds. Though the wounds appeared severe, they were not life-threatening, especially since he possessed the reversal technique to heal himself at any moment. All these events transpired within mere breaths. By the time Konoha's forces reacted to support Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were obstructed by Akiba and Lan. After absorbing the chakra for some time, the black bird noted the absence of the Nine-Tails chakra within Mito, stowed the sealing artifact, and sprouted wings, soaring towards the cave's exit. Mission accomplished, we withdraw, he declared, already flying beyond the cave's confines towards the border of the Land of Fire. Hearing his command, Lan, Akiba, and Ching Feng quickly accelerated, evading their respective opponents as they rushed towards the exit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, eyes bloodshot with rage upon witnessing Mito's lifeless form, roared, "Pursue them! Leave none behind! We cannot allow them to take the Nine-Tails." However, as Akiba and his companions burst from the cave, they were met with a barrage of wide-range ninjutsu comprising wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, thwarting the Konoha ninjas' advance. After a devastating round of bombardment from Kakuzu, Fanyanfei, standing nearby, smiled and waved his hand, directing a vast amount of sand to fill the cave. Having completed this task, Fanyanfei gestured to Kakuzu, "Let us go. Our mission is complete." Kakuzu nodded in agreement, retracting his 4 external hearts and proceeding towards the border of the Land of Fire. At this moment, Chiya was cradling Kushina as they entered a dense forest, where he had previously left a Flying Thunder God mark during a moment of boredom. Observing Kushina with her eyes tightly shut, he gently said, "It's all right now. You may open your eyes. We have left the cave." Upon hearing this, Kushina opened her eyes, stepping down from Chiya's embrace, only to find her hands smeared with blood. Realizing she was uninjured, She began to tug at Chia's clothing, exclaiming, "Are you hurt? Let me see." Chia calmly replied, "I'm fine. The wound has likely stopped bleeding." Kushina shook her head, tears in her eyes, insisting, "I don't care. Let me see. It can't have stopped bleeding so quickly." Chia, suppressing an eye roll, thought that if not for preserving evidence of his valiant battle, he could have easily healed his injuries. With the combination of his talisman and the reversal technique, even a seemingly fatal wound was merely a minor injury to him. He could have healed it effortlessly using his medical ninjutsu. Watching Kushina tearfully drag at his clothes, Chia could not help but feel touched. After all, who would not desire someone in the world who cared so earnestly about their well-being? With no choice but to acquiesce to Kushina's insistence, he allowed her to take charge. Clumsily, she removed his upper garment and requested him to turn away. As she examined the 3 claw marks on his back, she tore her jacket into strips and, emulating Yuyue, began to bandage his wounds. Seeing Kushina bustling about, Chia opened his mouth to say, "Well, actually, I assure you my injuries aren't too severe. Do you believe me?" Kushina, gazing at his wounds, tearfully retorted, "Be quiet. I don't believe you. Couldn't you have used a weapon to block the attack first before carrying me away? Why did you have to withstand it?" In the midst of uncertainty, Chia found himself at a loss for words, unable to confess to Kushina that he had deliberately endured that scratch. Such an admission would surely reveal a troubling penchant for self-harm. Chapter 39. The Nine Tails Lost, Konoha's Calamity. As Chia observed Kushina's furtive glances in his direction, he leaned closer to her, a playful tone in his voice. "Do you find it appealing, you little rascal? Perhaps you'd like to touch it? Call me big brother and I'll let you." Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head away, stammering, "I wasn't looking. I was merely tending to your wound." She then shifted the conversation. "So, Chia, what shall we do next? Those individuals seemed intent on capturing both me and Granny Mito. Must we remain hidden here indefinitely?" Chia, noticing her desperate attempt to change the subject, chose not to expose her diversion. He waved dismissively and replied, "What else can we do? I cannot confront them. If we encounter them, we'll simply flee. After all, I have left plenty of flying thunder god seals around the village during my wanderings." Kushina's face bore a hint of worry as she pondered the fate of Tsunade and Mito. Chia reached out, gently ruffling Kushina's hair, assuring her, "Don't fret. They'll be fine. They're far more formidable than we are, so there's no need for concern. We should just find a safe spot and wait a while before venturing out." Kushina nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us wait until the village's defenders have dealt with those intruders before we make our move. I just wonder if your injury is severe. I lack any medical ninjutsu skills." Chia regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "What if I told you that I might possess medical ninjutsu skills myself? Besides, I've already staunched the bleeding." Kushina recalled in a flustered moment how she had seen Chia injured, and in her panic, had hastily stripped off his clothing to bandage his wounds, even tearing her own coat in the process. "You could have at least warned me," she scolded, glaring at him. Chia feigned a look of grievance. "How was I to know? The moment you approached, you stripped me bare. I thought perhaps you were being pursued by a lecher." Kushina, suppressing a smile, retorted, "Hurry up and get dressed. We can't afford to be lax. Konoha is not safe at the moment. Those who attacked our village are certainly not to be trifled with. What if they are lurking nearby? Show some awareness and stop that pitiful expression." With a nonchalant "oh," Chia donned his clothing and stood beside her. As for danger, he chuckled inwardly, for the very assailants she spoke of were known to regard him as their leader. Extending his arms to Kushina, he said, "Come, let me take you to a higher vantage point to assess the situation in Konoha." She nodded, wrapping her arms around his waist, her head just brushing against his chin. In an instant, Chia activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them atop the stone faces of the Hokage. From their elevated position, they surveyed the cave's vicinity, which bore the scars of extensive ninjutsu bombardment, and it appeared that the cave itself had been partially buried in sand. Truly, a display of utter madness. Numerous ninjas had already emerged from the cave. Chia, captivated by the sight of Kushina's flowing red hair, embraced her from behind. The moment he made contact, she stiffened, her body growing rigid. "What are you doing? This is hardly the time for frivolity. Can't you see I'm surveying the situation?" She blushed, reprimanding him. Chia, gazing towards the cave, mused, "In truth, I find this situation rather fortunate. It means Kushina won't be forced to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, does it not? Perhaps those intruders have inadvertently done us a favor." Kushina, Incredulous, replied, "Those intruders? Doing us a favor? Please, if it weren't for you, I might have perished alongside them. How can you even consider that they are good?" Chiyo watched the retreating figures of the shadowy assassins and murmured, "As ninjas, who can truly claim to be righteous?" Half an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood outside the cave, his expression grim as he surveyed the aftermath. The Nine Tails had been stolen, and Lady Mito had perished, a disgrace of the highest order. Who were those assailants? Chiya and Kushina remained obediently in line with the others. Konoha had not suffered significant casualties, yet the loss of the Nine Tails weighed heavily on their hearts. Hiruzen glanced at the bodies of Mito and several fallen Konoha ninjas before ordering their burial, then departed for the Hokage Tower to address the ensuing crisis. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Kushina stood silently beside Mito's corpse, reflecting on the tragedy. Mito's passing had been devoid of suffering. It was the least they could offer her. They had allowed the first Hokage's wife ample time to make her choice, but alas, she had chosen poorly. Kushina had not become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and now the beast was lost. Kushina remained still, her emotions a turbulent mix of joy, sorrow, and relief. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sat brooding in his chair. Among the assailants were figures reminiscent of those from the shadowy organization. A youth with green hair, adept in taijutsu, and possessing blood-red teeth. A dark-haired youth wielding dual weapons and exhibiting a water-style chakra mode akin to that of Kumogakure's Reikage. A mysterious individual capable of long-range ninjutsu. And Kakuzu, infamous in the black markets, known for his ability to swiftly traverse the skies using ninjutsu. Could it be that the Suna ninjas were also involved in this incident? And the one who had confronted him wielding dual blades, exuding a power that seemed to suppress his own? Ever since the deaths of Hashirama and Tobirama, Konoha had known no respite. Being Hokage was no easy feat. In the midst of his troubled thoughts, a figure entered, their right eye bandaged. Hiruzen regarded the newcomer coldly. "Danzo, what brings you here? Where was your route during the attack on Konoha?" Danzo met Hiruzen's gaze, his demeanor calm. "Hiruzen, you understand that the events unfolded too swiftly. Moreover, Konoha has lost the Nine Tails, diminishing our deterrence against other nations." Hiruzen shot him an impatient look. "Speak plainly. Let me be clear. I have no manpower to support you in establishing your route." Danzo's expression hardened. "Hiruzen, we no longer possess the Nine Tails. To guard against and counter other Jinchuriki, sealing techniques are paramount. We should recruit Kushina into route. I can guarantee her training as a competent ninja. What say you?" Hiruzen inhaled deeply, regarding Danzo with deliberate calmness. "Danzo, keep your hands to yourself. Lady Mito has just perished, and I promise to take good care of Kushina. I will not repeat myself. Do not touch Kushina. Do not provoke me during this sensitive time. I am the Hokage, while you are merely my advisor. Should you wish to abandon even that role, I will not hesitate to assist you in your departure, Danzo." Danzo observed Hiruzen's concealed fury before turning to leave. "You will come to regret this, Hiruzen." With a heavy slam of the door, Hiruzen was left alone in the Hokage's office. Chapter 40, Kabuto. A month had passed since the death of Mito, and life in the village gradually returned to normalcy. Kushina had moved to reside with the Yuki clan. Living a leisurely life, I occasionally assist Uncle Snake in completing tasks. My current tranquility can be largely attributed to Orochimaru, who has been exceptionally supportive and has aided me significantly. Truly, my decision to take him as my mentor has not been in vain. Long live Uncle Snake. Apart from undertaking missions every few days, I spend my time at home caring for children and training old Dinga in swordsmanship. Life could not be better. Konoha is flourishing, and Orochimaru has even appointed me as the captain of the Umbu's 3rd Division. It is evident that he intends to cultivate a cadre of loyal followers to support my aspiration of becoming the 4th Hokage. Thus, I readily accepted the position, as it entails little responsibility on my part. The 3rd Umbu Division is comprised predominantly of individuals who endorse Orochimaru as the next Hokage. Each month, aside from fulfilling specific tasks assigned by him, the remainder of my time is my own. Life is indeed delightful. Long live Uncle Snake. As I traversed the street, a voice suddenly resonated within my mind. Ding. Detection of one of the future antagonists, Yakushi Kabuto. Do you accept the mission to take him as your disciple? Accept to receive a special item enhancement card. Decline with no penalties. Yakushi Kabuto? If my memory serves me right, he should be around 6 years old now. I scanned my surroundings, and the only child in the vicinity was a small, filthy figure, indistinguishable in gender, who walked cautiously with squinted eyes. It was undoubtedly Kabuto. He lowered his head, carefully navigating, but accidentally bumped into me. Upon realizing he had collided with someone, he quickly curled up, stammering an apology. I didn't mean to. Observing this little one, smaller than my thigh, curled up in such a manner stirred a sense of nostalgia within me. Who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary 6-year-old boy would one day become one of the instigators of the Fourth Great Ninja War? From a nameless, destitute child to a formidable opponent daring to challenge the Five Nations. Kabuto possesses remarkable talent, mastering Sage Mode, a feat even Orochimaru couldn't achieve. Ultimately inheriting all he learned from Orochimaru and confronting the Uchiha brothers, two prodigious geniuses, despite ultimately failing. I gently lifted Kabuto into my arms and smiled. "What is your name?" He shook his head, pointing to his head to indicate he didn't know. I gazed at him and asked, "Little one, would you like to be my disciple? I will ensure you are well-fed, warmly clothed, and protected from harm." "What do you say?" Kabuto squinted, trying to discern my features. Why would someone like me become your disciple? You are a ninja, and I am merely an orphan with no skills." I slowly set him down and stroked my chin, pondering. Why? Perhaps it is simply because you appeal to me. Or maybe I sense something unique about you. So, would you like to come with me, little one? Kabuto's gaze met mine, and he found himself inexplicably drawn to me. Just as he prepared to kneel and pledge his allegiance, he felt an unseen force preventing him from doing so. Looking at me in confusion, I reassured him. Being my disciple does not require such formalities. All that matters is your willingness to accept me as your master. By the way, you still lack a name, don't you? From now on, you shall be called Yakushi Kabuto. How does that sound? At my words, Kabuto nodded, his body trembling slightly as tears welled in his eyes. He had never encountered someone who did not disdain him. Others merely looked upon him with disdain, and it was a blessing that no one had thrown dirt at him, let alone shown concern. I silently observed the weeping Kabuto, realizing that very few antagonists in the Naruto world led fulfilling lives. Yet, one must consider, who wishes for a life of comfort while instigating war? With Kabuto in my arms, I employed the Flying Thunder God technique and transported him to my living room. Upon touching down, Kabuto immediately sensed the extraordinary prowess of his newly appointed master. I guided him to the bathroom, instructing, "All right, you should take a good bath first while I prepare some food." After issuing my instructions, I entered the kitchen to prepare a simple meal. Shortly after, a faint voice emerged from the bathroom. Master, do you have any spare clothes?" Kabuto timidly peeked out. "Let me see," I replied, heading to my room in search of suitable attire. After rummaging through my belongings, I found nothing appropriate. Alas, the unsuitable garments had long been discarded by Xiao Nan, and the clothes I currently wore were purchased by my 3 little companions, leaving me with an abundance I could never wear. I returned with 2 ill-fitting outfits and said, Kabuto, you'll have to make do for now. After you finish eating, I will take you shopping for something more fitting." Kabuto accepted the clothes, nodded, and, once changed, sat properly on the sofa, his curious eyes fixed on a photograph on the table. It appeared to be a group photo of me with several girls. I placed the meal before him and gently announced, "All right, it's time to eat." He picked up his chopsticks, expressed his gratitude, and devoured the meal voraciously. Before long, Kabuto had finished eating. I observed him quietly, understanding that hunger can transform anyone into such a state. After dispatching a shadow clone to wash the dishes, I picked up the photograph and settled beside Kabuto. "Now, let me introduce you to the people you will be living with. First, I am Tsukiyakari Chiya, and we reside among the Tsukiyakari clan. The person beside me, who shares my black hair, is my sister, Tsukiyakari Chiwa. The one with red hair is Uzumaki Kushina. Just call her Nana when you meet her. She is quite wealthy. The girl with light blue-violet hair is Xiao Nan, whom I rescued during a mission in the Land of Rain." "Master, are they all very important to you?" Kabuto inquired. I smiled softly. "Indeed. They are all dear to me. They are my family. And soon, you will also be one of us." Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of the doorway and leaned closer to Kabuto, whispering, "Be cautious of the redhead. She has a rather peculiar penchant for spying on little boys like you. Be sure to protect yourself." Before I could finish, the door swung open violently, startling Kabuto. He then beheld a girl with red hair, identical to the one in the photograph, storming in and seizing my collar. "You wretched Chiya, what nonsense are you spouting? How am I a pervert? I do not spy." I regarded the furious Kushina with an amused expression and replied, "Well, Perhaps if certain individuals hadn't eavesdropped on my conversation at the door, I wouldn't have needed to joke about it. Besides, I was merely teasing. No need to take it so seriously. Kushina's hair flared dramatically, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, indicating her genuine ire. I quickly apologized. I was wrong. I shouldn't joke like that or speak ill of you. Calm down. Don't let anger consume you. Kushina huffed, plopping down beside me on the sofa. Xiaonan sat quietly on the sofa, extending a hand towards Yakushi Kabuto. Hello, I am Xiaonan. You can call me Sister Xiaonan from now on. Like you. I was brought back by Brother Chinya. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at the grease stains on his hand from dinner and hesitated to take her hand. Nervously, he replied, I am Yakushi Kabuto, a name given by my master. I was just brought back today. Xianyue observed the child before her and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Brother truly enjoys bringing back little ones, doesn't he? Hello, I am Yueguang Xianyue, the sister of this rascal. If he bullies you in the future, I will help you deal with him. She cast a gentle glance at Yakushi Kabuto. He nodded in understanding. Kushina, looking at Yakushi Kabuto, flicked her blood-red hair and clenched her small fists, gritting her teeth as she calmly stated, I am Uzumaki Kushina, currently residing with this guy. And don't listen to his nonsense. I have no interest in little kids like you. Her irritation directed at Shinya was palpable, emphasizing the last few words. Yakushi Kabuto felt apprehensive around this fiery-haired sister and wondered, will she get angry at me too? At that moment, a white snake suddenly appeared, slithering up Chinya's arm. It spat out a scroll before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Chinya opened the scroll, and upon reading it, his arm seemed to lose strength, causing the scroll to fall onto the table. His face turned pale as he bit his lip. The three women noticed and quickly inquired, what happened? Is it a dangerous mission? Chinya, looking a bit disheartened, replied, Orochimaru-sensei wants me to investigate the Shadow Assassin organization alone. Xiaonan exclaimed, that is not acceptable. Isn't that the organization suspected of attacking Konoha a month ago? How can you go to such a dangerous place alone? Kushina, forgetting her earlier irritation, suggested, should I go ask Grandpa Hokage for a favor? Maybe we can postpone this mission? Yakushi Kabuto sat quietly on the sofa, unsure of what to do, observing the scene. Chinya, noticing the anxious expressions of the two, smiled slightly and said, how can that be? This is a task assigned by my teacher. As a part of Konoha, someone must be willing to sacrifice. I volunteer. Chinya looked skeptically at her brother and picked up the task scroll that had fallen on the table. After glancing at it, she opened it and handed it to the two anxious girls, exasperated. Brother, you're just teasing Nanai and Xiaonan again. This clearly states you are to accompany the Konoha team to the Land of Grass to collect supplies. There's nothing about investigating the Shadow Assassin organization. Before Chinya could finish his impassioned speech, he felt Kushina pinch his ear. You think this is funny, Chinya? Have you been too idle lately? Kushina was fuming. Lighten the mood. Don't be angry. Anger will only make you old, and then nobody will want to marry you. Look at Xiaonan. She is behaving better than you. Chapter 41. Elevating the Life Holy Grail Level. The Decayed Family Rules of the Hyuga. Chinya looked at everyone and said, all right, I'm done teasing you. Since today I've taken Yakushi Kabuto as my disciple, let us go out for a meal. Besides, Kabuto needs a few new outfits. And it seems his eyesight isn't great. He needs glasses too. All right, let us go. It's been ages since I've properly strolled around. I've been helping at the Konoha hospital lately. Chinya stretched lazily. Then it's settled. Let us go, Chinya responded casually. At that moment, on a bustling street in Konoha, Chinya and his companions walked along, with Yakushi Kabuto looking around curiously. He had changed out of the ill-fitting clothes Chinya had given him and was now wearing a new pair of glasses, his vision clear without squinting. Chinya carried a pile of items the three had purchased, pondering how he had only intended to help Kabuto buy a piece of clothing before heading to dinner. But he dared not ask. After all, shopping with women could be unpredictable. Aren't these three hungry? Chinya prodded Kabuto's back gently. Let us go eat first. These three can shop forever. We need to grab a bite. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the three ahead and hesitantly said, Teacher, is it really okay for just the two of us to go eat? Chinya replied nonchalantly, listen, Kabuto, if we follow these three, who knows when we'll get to eat? Let us sneak off and have a meal. It'll be fine. We'll finish quickly and return. Yakushi Kabuto looked at his teacher, puzzled. Really? But I think, before he could finish, Chinya used the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking Yakushi Kabuto away. He left behind two shadow clones to accompany Kushina and the others. Arriving at a restaurant, Shinya ordered 2 bowls of noodles and began contemplating the rewards for completing his tasks. A special item evolution card? That means I don't have many special items right now. The psychic dummy, the shadow space, and the life holy grail. The shadow space seemed like it could be used to enhance his rewards from Mikoto. The psychic dummy? No, he feared that evolving it might result in multiple dummies, which would be disastrous. Thus, Shinya decisively used the card on the life holy grail. After all, who wouldn't he want something that could extend their life? Even if he might not personally need it? After using the card, the effect of the life holy grail remained unchanged, only shifting from condensing 1 drop per year to 1 drop per month. Shinya and Yakushi Kabuto sat facing each other, akin to an older brother dining with his younger sibling, both slurping their noodles. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, several 15-year-old boys with black hair cornered a similarly aged boy with purple hair, a 2-year-old child trailing behind him. Hyugaziyu, what are you planning? This is Konoha. I know, but I want to harm you. I just want to play, not kill you, Hyugaziyu arrogantly retorted. Is this your sister? How unfortunate for her to be dragged into your mess. As he spoke, the leader of the Hyuga clan approached the purple-haired boy, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. The boy struggled to shield his sister behind him. Humph, weren't you once so arrogant? Now look where you are. Just wait until you return to the Uzumaki clan with injuries. Let us see if your clan leader dares to retaliate against us Hyuga. The boy remained silent, enduring the pain while glaring fiercely at Hyugaziyu. This jerk, Hyugaziyu, noticing the boy's defiance, coldly commanded, hit him harder. Haven't you eaten? You useless branch clan members. Massage him. Hit him until he dares not glare at me. Just then, a small figure squeezed through a gap, fearfully closing its eyes but still extending its arms to protect its brother. Just as the foot was about to strike the small child, a wall made of white paper arose, separating the members of the Hyuga clan from the little one. Konan slowly approached the trembling girl, soothing her with gentle words. It's all right now, everything is fine. Hyugaziyu, gazing at the suddenly appeared Konan, inquired slowly, which clan do you belong to? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Hyuga clan? Konan turned to face the members of the Hyuga clan and asked, Is it truly amusing for you to bully a child? Hyugaziyu replied, Indeed, it is quite entertaining. You lot, why are you dawdling? Hurry up. No sooner had he spoken than several youths from the branch family charged at Konan. Chiya, standing quietly atop a nearby rooftop, observed the scene. The Hyuga clan's cage bird seal seemed like a farcical joke. Not only did it bind the branch family's desire to rebel against the main family, but it also stifled the future of the entire Hyuga clan. Although Konan had only been back for a few years, her chakra had already reached the level of a chunin. Coupled with her unique paper techniques, she could easily play with these young Hyuga brats. As for being unable to fight back or being bullied, what a jest. Did they think she was standing on the rooftop for no reason? As anticipated, after exchanging blows for a few rounds, Konan effortlessly enveloped the branch family members in paper, leaving only their nostrils exposed for breathing. Watching Konan easily handle his subordinates, Hyugaziyu's expression remained unperturbed. Tiani, why aren't you coming out? Are you waiting to see me get beaten? After a few seconds of silence, no one emerged. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Hyugaziyu shouted, Tiani, you lazy bum. You'd better be careful. I'll tell my father. Before he could finish, Konan swiftly wrapped him up in paper like a dumpling. Observing the securely bound member of the Hyuga clan beneath her feet, Konan couldn't help but wonder, is this truly a member of the Hyuga clan? How pathetic. At that moment, a wrongly accused member of the Hyuga clan was crouched on a nearby rooftop, a ninja blade resting against his neck. Say, my dear brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to intervene in a child's scuffle? If there's going to be a fight, it should be with me, shouldn't it? Chiya spoke calmly from behind the individual named Tiani. Seeing that Konan had already dispatched the weaklings of the Hyuga clan on her own, he relaxed his grip on the blade at Tiani's neck. If you dare lay a hand on my sister, you shall rue the day. Tiani nodded, indicating his understanding. He then pondered why his Byakugan had failed to detect the earlier presence. Was it a blind spot? That couldn't be right. The blind spot was so small. He should have noticed someone approaching. Afterwards, the group reconvened, finishing their meal before returning to the Moonlight clan's territory. That night, as Chiya lay in bed, just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a knock resounded at the door. Who is it? He yawned. The door is open. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clad in a soft lavender blue hue entered. Is that you, Konan? What brings you here? Konan smiled at Chiya, saying, Actually, when I clashed with the members of the Hyuga clan tonight, You were nearby, weren't you? Chia chuckled. Indeed. I never expected you to grow so formidable and to be so much more cheerful than when you first arrived. Back then, you were always eager to help. But you never bought anything when we went shopping. Conan walked over and sat beside him. Brother, please be careful on your mission tomorrow. Chia nodded, affirming her concern. Looking at him, Conan gently asked, Brother, do you have feelings for Sister Nine-Eye? Chia, taken aback, reached out to ruffle her cheeks playfully. How old are you to be gossiping like this? Children shouldn't pry into adult matters. Conan pouted, I'm grown up now. I can take care of myself and help you. I'm not a child anymore. Chia smiled. Of course, you're not a child. But in my eyes, you will always be one. The world of adults is too harsh. Perhaps it's better to enjoy your childhood. With bright eyes, Conan gazed at Chia. Brother, whether it's me, Sister Nine-Eye, or Yaya, we all understand you act for our benefit. But we don't want to remain under your protection forever. We wish to assist you in whatever way we can, even if just a little. When I saw that 2-year-old girl, frightened yet standing protectively in front of her brother, I wondered, if you were in danger, would I have the courage to stand in front of you? Chia looked out the window, saying softly, then, from now on, you must train diligently, as one day, when I face peril, it will be you who comes to my rescue. Conan nodded and stood. Good night, brother. Please stay safe on your mission tomorrow. Chia nodded in agreement. After returning to her room, Conan went straight to her wardrobe, rummaging through until she found a somewhat wrinkled shirt. Holding the garment tightly, she flopped onto her bed, closing her eyes. This was the shirt her brother had given her when he first brought her back. Her brother's shirt. She had never been able to part with it. The adults in the village often spoke of how the wealthy and powerful seemed to take many wives. Given her brother's prowess, it seemed reasonable for him to have multiple wives. But did he even like her? What if he only viewed her as a sister? The next morning, Chia awoke early, had a light breakfast, and made his way towards the entrance of Konoha village. Upon arrival, he noticed someone waving at him. Is that Uchiha Makoto? He mused, recognizing the ninja accompanying him. Goodness, it seems that almost everyone is from the Uchiha clan. Is it truly necessary to have so many for a simple supply run to the land of grass? Shouldn't this task be solely under the purview of Orochimaru-sensei's third Umbu team? However, it was of no concern to him. Suddenly, a member of the third Umbu team approached him, handing him a note. After reading its contents, Chia understood. This was an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to gain recognition in this task. According to Orochimaru's intentions, Fugaku, his father, valued Chia and sought to befriend him. He had selected several Uchiha members to serve under him, intending for them to gain prestige and subsequently be integrated into Orochimaru's managed third Umbu team. As for loyalty to his apprentice or himself, Orochimaru hadn't overthought it. After all, wasn't his apprentice essentially an extension of himself? Surveying the gathered individuals, Chia spoke. All right, since everyone is here, let us prepare to depart. Yes, Captain. With that, Chia led a group of ninjas donned in various animal masks and uniform Umbu attire toward the land of grass. Observing the 15 Uchiha ninjas accompanying him, Chia couldn't help but marvel at Orochimaru's boldness. From what he gathered, none of the Umbu team managed by Sarutobi Hiruzen included members of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru required sufficient manpower to expand his influence, while the Uchiha clan aimed to ascend within the Konoha hierarchy while simultaneously befriending him. It seemed to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. After traveling for nearly 2 hours, Chia instructed everyone to rest. Say, Makoto, do you know our captain? Someone asked. Yes. I just saw you greet the new captain. Uchiha Makoto gazed at the crowd surrounding her and slowly spoke. In truth, we are merely acquaintances. I share a close friendship with his sister. I cannot fathom why the clan leader insists on our allegiance to a mere child. While the prodigy of the Moonlight clan is indeed renowned, we are the Uchiha clan, after all. It perplexes me what the clan leader is thinking. Well, although he appears quite young, he is remarkably talented. He once saved my life. I, too, have been rescued by him, which is why I wish to follow him. Though it feels slightly awkward to refer to someone younger than myself as senpai, do not underestimate him. He is truly formidable. Is that so? I must seek an opportunity to spar with him. Chia leaned against a tree, eyes closed in contemplation. The Uchiha were indeed a curious bunch. Was it too much to ask for a little discretion in their conversations? What nonsensical chatter! What did it mean that an older sister preferred younger companions? Who is considered young? I am not small, thank you very much. And who dares to claim I am short? I am 12, and standing at 170 is quite tall. What does a few more years matter? After a brief pause, Chia coldly commanded, "Let us prepare to depart." The group promptly fell in line behind Chia, making their way toward the land of grass. As Chia observed the Uchiha members, he noted their reluctance to accept him as their leader, which was somewhat expected. A rational person would hardly yield to a child younger than themselves, particularly not the single-minded Uchiha clan. Upon reaching their destination, Chia met with the ninja from the land of grass. He instructed the vice-captain of the Umbu to ensure that their supplies were accounted for. Once a shadow clone remained behind, Chia activated the body flicker technique and swiftly made his way toward the grass ninja village. According to the intelligence gathered by Blackbird, it appeared that the land of grass was covertly detaining several members of the Uzumaki clan. Though they were mostly the elderly, weak, and infirm, it was likely that these individuals were imprisoned due to being members of the Uzumaki clan. The ninja from Grass Village had the audacity to treat the Uzumaki people as mere batteries, a shocking waste of such a precious lineage. No wonder their strength was so lacking. The Uzumaki clan's esteemed bloodline was being exploited to replenish chakra. However, speaking of which, could Nina also cough? I digress. Chia walked boldly through the territory of the Grass Ninja Village. Referring to the map provided by Blackbird, he quickly located the dungeon where the Uzumaki clan members were held. As he entered before the guarding ninja, he saw many individuals confined within the cells, all appearing gaunt and emaciated. It seemed the food provided in the Grass Ninja Village's dungeons left much to be desired. After a swift advance deeper into the dungeon, Chia encountered a dozen individuals, barely recognizable by their red hair, confined in a cramped space with their hands and feet shackled. He immediately cast an illusion on all those present except for the Uzumaki clan members. The next moment, sounds of bodies collapsing echoed from the other cells. Chia gradually revealed himself, drawing his kunai and slicing through the door. The group of Uzumaki clan members huddled together upon hearing the commotion. Stepping inside the room filled with an unpleasant odor, Chia felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Suddenly, an elderly man knelt before him. "Great One, we can no longer allow them to draw blood from the children. If we do, they shall not survive. We are willing to share what we know of sealing techniques and ninjutsu, merely seeking the release of the children." Chia regarded the elderly man coolly. Though he currently appeared quite humble, there was an undeniable depth to him. "I am not a ninja of the Grass Village. I can help you escape, but first, answer my question. Is there a leader among you?" Chia asked coldly. The kneeling elder slowly lifted his head. "Great One, I am the leader among these people. We number 15 in total, with 4 children and the rest being elders like myself." The elder studied the young man before him. "Do you know of Uzumaki Kushina?" Chia replied, "I do." Upon hearing the name of Uzumaki Kushina, the elder visibly paused. "Great One, Kushina is indeed one of our clan. By relation, she should call me 7th grandfather." Chia, noting the elder's disheveled appearance, retrieved some food and water from his inventory and handed it to him. "I am a ninja of Konoha. Kushina is my friend and currently resides in Konoha." The elder sighed upon hearing this. "Is that so? It is good to know she is well." Chia observed the group huddled together and turned to the elder. "Time is of the essence. I will summon my summoning beast shortly. When I do, you must enter its mouth. It will take you to its dwelling. Once I return to Konoha, I shall summon you all again. Do you understand?" The elder bowed respectfully. "We understand, Great One." Chia then summoned a massive black serpent, approximately 3 meters in diameter. Unfortunately, anything larger could not be summoned. The serpent lowered its enormous head toward Chia. "What is your command, my lord?" Chia retrieved 5 beast balls and tossed them into the serpent's mouth. "Do you see these individuals? They will enter your mouth shortly. Remember not to digest them. Inform Black King to ensure their safety." "Yes, my lord," the serpent replied, nodding its massive head and flicking its tongue. The elder, overhearing their exchange, refrained from further inquiries and turned to reassure the few remaining clan members. This might be the rare opportunity for them to escape. As for whether this could be a trap set by the Grass Ninja Village, he dismissed the thought. They were already on the brink of death from bloodletting, and trusting the boy before him seemed the better option. The elder urged his clan members to enter the serpent's mouth. Once everyone had entered, he bowed deeply to the boy. "I am Uzumaki Ryujin. Thank you, young brother." Chia nodded lightly, and the serpent promptly closed its massive jaws. In a swirl of smoke, it returned to the dragon cave. Upon returning, The serpent appeared in its master's lair and promptly ejected the Uzumaki clan members onto the ground, the odor quite overwhelming. Uzumaki Ryujin, back in the light of day, beheld the colossal serpent, its diameter measuring a full 10 meters and its length nearly 100 meters. "How do you find your new charges?" Black King inquired, coiling around. "My lord, Chia instructed us to care for these individuals until he calls for them again, emphasizing the need for their protection," replied the serpent. Black King leaned closer to the gathered Uzumaki clan members before backing away. "Brothers, during this time, enhance your patrols. Should any intruder dare to enter this domain, they shall become our sustenance." "Yes, boss." Chapter 43. The shock of Uzumaki Ryujin listening to the massive black serpent's orders. Uzumaki Ryujin felt a mixture of astonishment and gratitude. Such a powerful summoning beast called that young man its master. He truly was a remarkable individual. Ryujin opened the storage scroll the boy had given him, summoning food and water with great effort. The provisions were sufficient to sustain his people for a time. After distributing the food and water to his clan members, Ryujin himself began to eat, for the dungeon's fare had been scant and unpalatable, and his clan had endured much bloodletting. Even the physique of the Uzumaki clan cannot withstand this, can it? Uzumaki Longyuan was munching on some rations when he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing towards him. He turned to see a colossal black serpent approaching. Esteemed Black Serpent, is there something you need?" The Black King nodded slightly. "Just call me Black King. By the way, what is your connection to Lord Chia?" Uzumaki Longyuan pondered for a moment. "The young man you refer to as Lord Black King merely inquired whether we are members of the Uzumaki clan and if we know Uzumaki Kushina." The Black King, observing Uzumaki Longyuan's dirt-streaked hair, realized why he initially failed to recognize this group as members of the Uzumaki clan. Who could identify them in such a state? The Black King flicked his tongue, casually stating, "So, what is your relationship with Lady Kushina?" Uzumaki Longyuan was a bit taken aback by the Black King's title for Kushina, but replied honestly, "If my memory serves me correctly, I am her great-great-grandfather. Kushina is indeed a member of our lineage." The Black King nodded slightly. "Ah, so you are related to that wild girl? I must ensure that nothing happens to this group." This ancestor even dared to confront Lord Chia, although Chia did not forcefully demand that he repay the few ancestral figures. It was evident to any discerning beast how much his master doted on those ancestors. It could be said that it was akin to urinating on his own head, as he dared not even flick his tongue. Meanwhile, Chia swiftly departed from the dungeon, hurrying towards the direction of the team. Upon his arrival, the Leaf Village personnel had just finished inspecting their supplies. Chia discreetly dispelled his shadow clone, blending into the team with an expressionless demeanor. As he gazed towards the hidden grass village, he envisioned the moment when the ninjas from that village would discover that the members of the Uzumaki clan they had imprisoned had escaped. It promised to be quite the spectacle. Unfortunately, he would not have the privilege of witnessing it. Who would have thought that such a small ninja village, lacking even the strength of a shadow, could secretly detain so many frail members of the Uzumaki clan? It seemed that in the end, only Xianglin was left among them. As for now, Xianglin had yet to be born. Her mother was likely of a similar age to Nai. Soon after, Chia returned to the Leaf Village with his team. After dismissing everyone, he took the supplies contained within the scroll to the Hokage building to report the mission. Upon entering the Hokage building, he approached the office door and knocked gently. "Knock, knock, knock." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came slowly. "Come in." Chia stepped forward and placed the scroll containing the supplies on the desk. "Hokage-sama, the mission has been accomplished, and there are no shortages in supplies. The members of the Uchiha clan were quite compliant during our journey and did not engage us in conflict." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his disciple with satisfaction. Who wouldn't want a capable ally? Moreover, the Moonlight clan had long supported him as the third Hokage, making them well acquainted. You even had the courtesy to knock before entering. What a polite young man, he thought. Although Chia's demeanor was somewhat cold, it was not a significant issue. After all, his own disciple, Orochimaru, was likewise reserved, and one could grow accustomed to it. Despite Orochimaru's chilly nature, he was the most reliable and diligent among his three disciples. Chia seemed well suited to follow Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Chia and said, "Well done, you've worked hard. After receiving your mission reward, make sure to rest well." Chia nodded and then addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hokage-sama. During my mission to the Hidden Grass Village, I inadvertently discovered several members of the Uzumaki clan who had escaped. How should we handle this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. The Uzumaki clan. How many are there? Are they still in the hidden grass village? Chiya shook his head. The members of the Uzumaki clan have been rescued and are currently being housed in the Dragon Cave. There are a total of 15 individuals, most of whom are elderly, frail, or injured, save for 4 teenagers around 12 years old. The elder leading them seems to be named Uzumaki Longyuan. I wonder if Hokage-sama recognizes him? Sarutobi Hiruzen considered this. Uzumaki Longyuan? He appears to be one of the elders of the Uzumaki clan. His strength is not to be underestimated. How could he be captured by a mere hidden grass village? Chiya replied. When I found Uzumaki Longyuan, his condition was quite poor. He seemed severely injured and struggled even to use chakra. It is not surprising he was imprisoned, likely suffering grave wounds during the extermination of the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Chiya, asking, since you brought these individuals back, how do you intend to arrange for them? Should I allocate a space for them to reside in the Leaf Village, or will you take them back to your Moonlight clan? I must remind you, although the Uzumaki clan has fallen, their physique remains exceptional. Integrating them into your Moonlight clan would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Since you brought them back, no one would object to them residing within the Moonlight clan. Chiya contemplated before responding, I have not yet made a decision. I will consult Kushina for her opinion. After all, it was her connections that led to their rescue. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Very well. Let us see what the young girl has to say. Now Chiya, having just completed your mission, hurry back and rest. Chiya nodded and exited the Hokage building. At that moment, Chiya had returned to the Moonlight clan, where he and Kushina sat in her room. Kushina regarded Chiya and said slowly, I say, you troublesome Chiya, what do you want? You're not going to chase away Yaya and Xiaonan, are you? You wouldn't dare to do anything malicious, would you? Chiya ignored her, simply producing 2 boxes filled with 3 streets worth of land deeds that Kushina had given him. Chapter 44, Arrangements for the Clan Members. Kushina did not accept the boxes. Looking at Chiya with suspicion, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to drive me away? Chiya shook his head. No, not at all. You misunderstand. This is related to what I wish to discuss with you, but I won't be sending you away, so rest assured. Kushina visibly relaxed, rolling her eyes at Chiya. All right, what is it? You startled me. But let me make it clear, I have no intention of reclaiming gifts meant for others. Chiya glanced at the 2 boxes on the table. In truth, during the mission to the Hidden Grass Village, I discovered members of the Uzumaki clan being held captive. In light of your connections, I rescued them. Thus, I came to inquire how you intend to arrange for these individuals. There are about 15 of them. And while they are not too young, they are quite elderly and likely carry many hidden injuries. The expenses involved could be significant. What are your plans for them? These land deeds were originally stored with me. Even if I were to return them, it wouldn't be an issue for me. Kushina felt a moment of conflict upon hearing this. If it were just for herself, she could simply give them away, considering it a part of her future dowry. However, with the sudden arrival of so many clan members, and considering Chiya's words about potential expenses, she pondered. Wait, why not simply arrange for the clan members to reside within the Moonlight clan? After all, the Moonlight clan had numerous vacant houses. Letting her clan members live here would be ideal. They could also help treat their injuries. Wouldn't that solve the problem? She felt quite clever for having thought of this. Chiya observed as Kushina suddenly broke into a grin. Qianyi gently pinched Kushina's lovely face, playfully stating, I am speaking to you. Could you refrain from giggling aimlessly? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Kushina's face as she scratched her head, then turned to Qianyi with newfound confidence, declaring, Well, Qianyi, what if we simply bring my clansmen to reside with the Moonlight clan? We could provide them with food to stave off hunger and prepare some clothing for them. I still have enough funds for that. This way, you need not worry about the land deeds being misplaced if they remain with me. Qianyi chuckled, playfully teasing Kushina by tapping her nose. It isn't as straightforward as you imagine. The deeds for these 3 streets were a benefit negotiated by the Uzumaki clan when Konoha assimilated the territory of the Whirlpool Nation. At that time, you were the only Uzumaki found, so all the deeds were entrusted to you. Now that your clansmen are arriving, if they learn that you have handed over all the deeds to me, they may resent you for it. Kushina, slightly taken aback, asked, Is it really that serious? I am willing to provide them with clothing, a place to stay, and food. Qianyi affectionately ruffled Kushina's hair, finding her adorably naive. Do you have any idea how valuable the deeds for Konoha's 3 most prosperous streets are? Human hearts are unpredictable, even among kin. Kushina looked at him thoughtfully and inquired. So, are you suggesting that I should divide these assets among them? Qianyi covered his face in disbelief. Kushina, these were given to you by Konoha. Even if they are your kin, they have no right to demand these from you. Dividing them. How could you even consider that? It's fortunate I'm only asking you to collect rent. If you were to run a business, you would be at a loss. Frustrated by Qianyi's disapproval, Kushina tugged at her vibrant red hair. Then what do you propose? I will heed your advice, is that all right? Qianyi regarded her calmly. I can offer suggestions, but the ultimate decision rests with you. First, these deeds must remain in your possession. After all, they belong to the Uzumaki clan, and it would be inappropriate for an outsider like me to hold them. Second, arrange for them to live within the Moonlight clan, and you can designate a few shops for them to run their own businesses. Of course, this does not mean you should neglect their well-being. Provide them with enough food and clothing, but for anything beyond that, they must earn it themselves. No one's wealth comes without effort. Third, you can ensure that if they fall ill or require urgent funds, you can lend them money or assist with their medical needs. Those are my suggestions. Do you have anything to add? Kushina nodded in satisfaction. Stinky Qianyi, you are quite clever. Let us proceed with this plan. As Qianyi observed her innocent demeanor, he extended a hand, asking, May I have a few of those deeds to play with? Kushina nodded and opened the box, just as she was about to retrieve a few deeds when she felt a sudden tap on her head. She turned to see Qianyi wearing a serious expression. Excuse me, Miss Kushina, was I just conversing with a pig? With that demeanor, you might end up unable to afford even a pair of undergarments if your clansmen harbor ill intent. Flushed with embarrassment, Kushina stammered, No, I was a bit taken aback. Qianyi affectionately tousled her hair, shaking his head. Let us go eat. Just follow my advice to the letter. As for unforeseen circumstances, we will adapt as needed. After all, that group cannot possibly overpower me. And if the Uzumaki clan members misbehave, I can easily send them to their doom. Turning to Kushina, he continued, By the way, do you know Uzumaki Longyuan? Kushina tilted her head. Uzumaki Longyuan? Isn't he the seventh elder of our clan? I believe he once had a drink with my grandfather. How do you know that name? Qianyi smiled. It seems the leader of your Uzumaki clan is named Uzumaki Longyuan, which saves me considerable trouble. With a hint of skepticism, Kushina replied, Is that so? I remember him as having a rather volatile temper, much like my grandfather. Qianyi chuckled. Perhaps reality has tempered his once fiery nature. No wonder you have such a spirited temperament. It appears to be hereditary. At the dining table, Qianyi shared the news of locating the Uzumaki clan members with the other three. Oh, are these Kushina's clansmen? Congratulations, Kushina, she replied while serving herself food. Congratulations for what? I was brought to Konoha when I was 6. I doubt I know many of those dozen or so Uzumaki clan members. I find myself at a loss for how to approach them, honestly. Initially, I intended to arrange housing and provide for their needs, but after hearing your analysis, I feel that may not be the best course of action. I am unsure how to face my own clansmen. Qianyi reassured her, Don't worry, Kushina. If it becomes overwhelming, you can simply leave it to my older brother. He can handle the hard work. With him around, they wouldn't dare force you into anything. Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Yes, Kushina, don't fret about this matter. We will all be by your side. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms, leaving Do to occupy one of the vacant rooms within the Moonlight clan. Qianyi changed into his pajamas and settled onto the soft bed. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the door swung open. What brings you here, Kushina? Are you still pondering how to deal with your clansmen? He asked, puzzled. Kushina nodded. I am indeed a bit worried about how to approach them when I meet them. I know I cannot avoid this, so I have decided to meet them tomorrow. Yawning, Qianyi replied, All right, I support that. I have no work tomorrow, so I will accompany you to meet them. I feel that the elder named Longyuan is quite astute. You need not worry excessively. Kushina blushed slightly and hesitated. Could I sleep in your room tonight? Qianyi regarded her suspiciously. Are you planning something untoward? I am still just a child. He feigned fear, shielding himself with his hands. Kushina clenched her teeth in frustration. You are incorrigible. Just tell me, will you allow it or not? Qianyi relented, lifting the covers. Come on in. Stealthily, Kushina slipped into Qianyi's bed, feeling a bit tense but grateful for the warmth. After tucking her in, Qianyi turned off the light. Kushina nestled in the blankets, turning her back to him, her thoughts racing. Kushina, what are you thinking? Would Qianyi truly do anything inappropriate? Could this lead to? Just then, she heard the gentle rhythm of Qianyi's breathing. Stinky Qianyi, it seems he is genuinely tired after a long day. As her thoughts wandered, she relaxed and gradually turned to face him. Arriving in Konoha, encountering Chiya and Suki was indeed a delightful surprise. At that moment, only Chiya stood apart from the crowd, mocking my hair color, yet he chose to speak on my behalf. To be frank, I was quite anxious. Having just arrived in Konoha, everything felt unfamiliar. Even when I mustered the courage to introduce myself, it resulted only in laughter from others. I still cannot pinpoint when I began to harbor feelings for this individual. Was it when he defended me during my moment of embarrassment? Or perhaps when he frequently brought me treats at school? Was it in times of my insecurity? When he offered me solace? Or when he advised me to love myself before extending kindness to others, contrary to the gentle demeanor everyone else urged me to adopt? Or was it during that occasion when he was injured while saving me? Lost in these thoughts, Kushina eventually drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Chiya slowly opened his eyes, only to feel something resting upon him. Kushina's arm and leg lay across his chest and abdomen as if he were a pillow. He gently lifted her limbs from him and tucked her in before heading off to wash up. Chiyuki yawned as she emerged from her room. "Brother, it smells delicious. What are we having today?" she exclaimed, reaching for the food. Chiya lightly tapped her on the head. "Go wash up first. Are your hands clean? You can't just grab food." Chiyuki stuck out her tongue playfully. "I couldn't help it. I'll wash up right now." After preparing breakfast, Chiya divided the meals. Just as he was about to serve them, he noticed a piece of white paper beneath each plate and placed them all on the dining table. "Good morning, Oni-chan." Conan greeted him cheerfully. "Good morning, Conan," Chiya replied. Noticing the number of breakfasts on the table, Conan inquired, "Isn't this quantity a bit off? There are only 4 servings?" Chiya set down the spatula and smiled. "It's just the right amount. Our home has no extra rooms left, you know? When I was looking for a house for Du, my uncle asked if we could take him in as a son. You know his 3 sons have passed away. I thought it would provide Du with a place to stay, and it would allow my uncle to have someone to care for him in his old age." So I agreed. Du was on board as well. Dressed in pajamas adorned with a cute bunny design, Conan approached Chiya. "Oh, I see. But brother, how come you have hair from Nene's head?" She pointed at the red strands in Chiya's hair. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chiya scratched his head. "Well, Nene was nervous yesterday and came to my room to talk, and before we knew it, she fell asleep in there. I doubt she has woken up yet." Conan nodded subtly and went to wash up. Standing by the sink, she gripped her toothbrush tightly. "Nervous? Asleep? Still not awake? This seems to be progressing rather quickly. Doesn't he it? Nene is quite extraordinary, isn't she? Could I also?" The 3 of them sat at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Chiyuki, eyeing the 5 breakfasts before Kushina, curiously asked, "Is Nene still asleep?" As Chiya ate, he glanced at his younger sister. "What do you think?" Chiyuki sipped her soy milk and pondered slowly. Could it be that Nene was so worried about the clan that she stayed up too late last night? Chiya chuckled, "Perhaps." At that moment, Kushina was eavesdropping at the door of Chiya's room. This annoying Chiya, not waking me up even after he's awake. How am I supposed to go out now? I'm so hungry. I just want to eat. Leaning against the door, Kushina suddenly spotted the window in Chiya's room. Isn't that a way out? She quickly approached and opened the window, jumping out and then nonchalantly re-entering through the door. Chiyuki, seeing Kushina come in from outside, looked puzzled. Nene, how did you get in from outside? Why are you up so early today?" Kushina slowly walked to the chair at the dining table. "Oh, it's just that I was so worried about the clan that I couldn't sleep, so I went for a little walk." Listening to Kushina's explanation, Conan thought that if she weren't privy to the situation, she might have believed her. Is she worried about the clan? Or is it that Chiya's bed is just too soft? Chiya, observing the swiftly diminishing food on the table, couldn't help but wonder if the Uzumaki clan was all such hearty eaters. And they managed to stay slender without gaining weight. Surely, they can't be converting everything they eat into chakra? Nevertheless, compared to little Hinata, they might still be a tad behind. After finishing breakfast, Chiya stood up to gather the dishes and take them to the kitchen. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to wash the dishes. Kushina, feeling her full stomach, noticed Chiya about to wash up and was about to offer help when a voice interrupted. "I say, you obnoxious Nene. You should sit there and think about how to face your clan. Isn't breaking my bowl, which I've used for 8 years, enough?" Kushina looked at Chiya, her guilt evident as she stuck out her tongue. "I didn't mean to. I've already promised to buy you a newer and more expensive one." Nearby, Chiyuki lounged on the living room sofa, stretching lazily. "Hey, Nene, are you not happy that someone is washing dishes for you? We can just lie here and digest. Anyone who wants to digest, come help me," Chiya called out. Chiyuki's face fell immediately. Just then, Conan slowly walked toward the kitchen. Chiya and I. Let Chiyuki take a break. I'll help you. Hearing this, Chiyuki's gloomy expression transformed back into a relaxed one. Chiya began to doubt whether raising her was any different from raising a sloth. Her moods change as quickly as the weather, it seems. In the kitchen, Chiya and Conan worked harmoniously, one washing dishes and the other drying them with a clean towel. Think of a scene resembling Zoro and Sanji washing dishes together. As Conan passed the dishes, she glanced at Chiya. I really wish the dishwashing would take a bit longer after washing up. Chiya led the three little ones to an open area belonging to the Moonlight clan. Watching Kushina, who was rubbing her belly and soaking up the sun with a look of pure bliss, Chiya felt a tad exasperated. Am I meeting the clan, or are you? Hey, obnoxious Nene, are you ready? I'm about to start. Without waiting for Kushina's response, he began to perform the reverse summoning technique. It seems Naruto was summoned using this technique when pain attacked. Kushina, observing Chiya's movements, quickly waved her hands. Wait, Chiya, I haven't figured out what to say yet. Don't do it so fast. Hey, don't seal it so quickly, you jerk. As Kushina finished her last sentence, 15 members of the Uzumaki clan, both young and old, appeared in a puff of white smoke. Although less than a day had passed, they appeared slightly healthier, their tattered clothes looking surprisingly clean. It seemed they had been faring well in the dragon's lair. Upon being summoned, the Uzumaki clan members initially showed signs of panic but quickly stood respectfully, not daring to show any offense. Chiyuki observed the clan members, then glanced at her older brother. He won't beat them, will he? Why are they so obedient? Uzumaki Ryuzen, noticing the boy's silence, slowly raised his head. A glance revealed Uzumaki Kushina hiding behind Chiya. Chiya felt Kushina's small hand clutching his clothing tightly, refusing to emerge, and he couldn't help but feel exasperated. This girl, truly unbelievable. Am I somehow indebted to you from a previous life, obligated to assist you in everything? Am I your father? You rely on me for food and drink, yet do nothing for yourself, just like my little sister. What a pair of fools. With a stoic expression, Chiya brought Kushina to stand before Uzumaki Ryuzen. He then took a few steps back, joining Conan and Chiwa at a distance to observe the unfolding scene. Kushina immediately turned her little face towards the trio. Wasn't the agreement to help me together? Instinctively, Kushina attempted to push back, but found herself unable to move, as if someone were holding her in place. Chiya, suppressing a chuckle, was curious to see how Kushina would respond next. As she realized she couldn't retreat, she could only look at the elderly man before her, her great-grandfather. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina, currently residing at Chiya's house. I just turned 12 this year, and I have been in Konoha since I was 6, she stammered. Chiya listened to Kushina's words, reaching out to pinch Chiyue's waist, causing her shoulders to shake with suppressed laughter. Is this what it sounds like when reporting identification? Surely, such detail is unnecessary. Chiwa had also intended to laugh, but upon being pinched by her brother, she could not. What are you doing? That hurts. Chiwa rolled her eyes at her brother, retaliating by attempting to pinch him back, but she found herself unable to grasp him. Chiya looked at his sister's frustrated expression and raised his chin. You think you can pinch me? Do you think I would joke around with you about my boundless techniques? Uzumaki Ryuzen observed the nervous child before him and refrained from saying much more. At least he recognized that the girl before him belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Ryuzen regarded her with a hint of disbelief. Is this truly a member of the Uzumaki clan? Her nervousness is one thing, but her foolishness is quite another. If Chiya knew Ryuzen's thoughts, he would wholeheartedly agree. This is hardly human. Pigs are smarter than this child. Is this how Kushina was portrayed in the original work? Has she been spoiled by me? No, I haven't indulged her. Have I? Uzumaki Ryuzen, looking at the girl, spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. You are the granddaughter of the third, aren't you? I am friends with your grandfather, so there is no need to be anxious. Kushina lowered her head and slowly replied, Hello, great-grandfather. Ryuzen gazed at her, uncertain if Kushina could or would be able to assist their clan. We are newcomers and unfamiliar with this place. Of course, if your situation is also difficult, consider it a loan from your grandfather. We will repay you once we are settled. Kushina lowered her gaze to her toes, recounting verbatim what Chiya had told her the previous day. This is the arrangement. How does it sound? Upon hearing this, Ryuzen's expression softened as he looked at Kushina. Thank you then. The third certainly has a good granddaughter. After finishing her speech, Kushina dashed back to hide behind Chiya, throwing a punch at both Chiya and Chiwa. They had been the ones laughing the hardest just moments ago. Stinky Chia. Stinky Chiwa. At least Conan is nice. Chia ignored Kushina's retaliation, knowing she couldn't actually hit him. Old man, have you finished watching? If you have, take these people to their accommodations. As soon as he finished speaking, Isekai'd Aoyuan appeared before Chia. Have some respect. Will you? I am still the clan leader. Chia paid no heed to the old man, gesturing for the three little ones to follow. Aoyuan, I leave the subsequent matters to you. Chapter 47. Arrangements, Trouble Arises. Uzumaki Ryuan watched the departing figures of Kushina and the others, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. Isekai'd Aoyuan glanced at Ryuan, then at the Uzumaki clan members behind him, and comforted him. All right, old man, let me take you to your accommodations. Don't overthink it. Ryuan nodded, leading the Uzumaki clan members to obediently follow Aoyuan. Aoyuan, it has been a long time. I didn't expect you to be the clan leader now. And that boy, is he your clan member? Aoyuan nodded. Indeed, he is the current young clan leader of the Isekai'd clan. We do share some history. From now on, settle in comfortably here. Just avoid provoking those little troublemakers we encountered earlier. Ryuan felt puzzled. Little troublemakers? You mean those three boys and girls? Aoyuan rolled his eyes in response. 3. There were clearly 4. Let me tell you, I can't handle that brat. Whether your clan stays or goes. That boy could decide it all on his own. So, it would be best for you to behave. He is quite decisive when it comes to killing. Ryuan looked back at those behind him and sighed deeply. That won't happen. I only wish to live peacefully and continue the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. By the way, does Kushina have some sort of connection with your boy? Aoyuan stroked his chin, pondering. There might be a slight connection. And just so you know, that boy is not part of my family. Don't get carried away. Before long, Aoyuan led the Uzumaki group to a vacant room within the Isekai'd clan's premises. Here we are. This is your new home. There are 6 rooms in total, which should suffice for your needs. Food will be delivered weekly, though only enough for you to fill your stomach. Don't expect more. That child's decisions are not up for negotiation. Once you have settled your clan members. If you have plans to open a store, I will take you to the prepared shop. Ryuan slightly bowed. Thank you for your hospitality. Aoyuan nodded, saying nothing further, and left. Ryuan watched Aoyuan depart, muttering that Isekai'd clan has truly produced a remarkable dragon. Subsequently, Ryuan led his elders and the 4 children into the room. The space was clean, clearly just tidied up. The 6 rooms were certainly spacious enough. For the moment, food was not a concern. It seemed they could settle down for a while. Ryuan sat on a chair, looking at the 14 clan members before him, and spoke slowly. Now that we have finally escaped, do not cause any trouble, understand? Everyone nodded in agreement. Furthermore, those who are still relatively healthy, in a few days, accompany me to check on the store. As for the others who are less mobile, remain here to watch the children and prepare meals. And you 4 little ones. When you have nothing to do, feel free to visit your older sister, but remember to be sweet. Do not anger her, or else you will get spanked. After briefly outlining the arrangements, Ryuan dismissed everyone to rest. On the other side, Kushina was riding on Chiyue's back, using her techniques to bind Chiyue's limbs. Huh. Take that for laughing at me, Stinky Chiyue. Are you still laughing? As she spoke, she reached for Chiyue's waist. Chiyue struggled in vain. Huh. It's not just me. Even my brother laughed. Why am I the only target? Kushina gleefully smirked at Chiyue's defiant expression. Because your brother can't beat me. Why else? I'm not foolish. Kushina declared proudly. So, I had no choice but to pick on you, my soft target. Wouldn't you agree, little Chiyue? Chia and Conan quietly observed the playful bickering between the two. These two are far too immature. What on earth have I raised? Suddenly, Conan leaned in closer to whisper in her ear. I inquired, brother, have you yet informed Sister Nai and Sister Yaya about your eye's capabilities? Chinya nodded. There hasn't been an opportunity to showcase it, so I simply haven't mentioned it to them. Besides, isn't it our little secret? After speaking, Chinya playfully winked at Xiaonan. So when do you plan to tell them? Are you going to keep it a secret for a lifetime? Xiaonan asked curiously. Chinya shrugged nonchalantly. They'll understand when they see it in action. Just wait until Yaya discovers my eye and its abilities. That girl will surely cause a ruckus, insisting it's unfair that I possess something she does not. Xiaonan chuckled at the thought. That does sound like something Sister Yaya would say. Perhaps it's best to keep it from them for now. By the way, brother, I've recently learned how to give massages. Would you like to try? Chinya looked at Xiaonan and nodded. Should I sit in a chair? Xiaonan blushed and replied, the person who taught me said lying down has better effects. How about we go to my room? Chinya agreed. Sure, my shoulders have been a bit sore lately. Xiaonan, with a flushed face. Opened her door to reveal a tidy room, the walls mirroring the color of her hair. Did I paint this myself? Shinya mused with a smile. Time flies, doesn't it? Your room is so clean, Xiaonan. Nai and Yeye's rooms are like pigsties. I truly appreciate you cleaning up after them every month. It's no trouble, Xiaonan replied. I don't have much to do besides practicing chakra and ninjutsu. Helping Sister Nai and the others tidy up is just something I do on the side. All right, brother. You should lie down now. I'm all set, Xiaonan urged. Shinya nodded and was about to lie down when a small white snake slithered in through the window, coiling around Shinya's arm and delivering a scroll. Is this from Orochimaru-sensei? The snake's presence sent a chill down Shinya's spine, which was peculiar. After reading the message, Shinya responded to Orochimaru and instructed the snake to return with the information. Apologetically, Shinya looked at Xiaonan and gently ruffled her hair. I'm sorry, but we'll have to postpone the massage for now. I need to step out for a moment. Xiaonan obediently nodded. All right, you go, brother. Seeing that Xiaonan was not upset, Shinya vanished in a flash, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Orochimaru's residence. Meanwhile, Xiaonan, watching Shinya leave, flopped onto her bed in frustration. Darn snake. Ruining my plans. How annoying. Chapter 48. Instructing Minato. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's compound, Shinya knocked on the door. Sensei, are you there? A weary voice responded. Ah, it's Shinya. Come in. As Shinya entered, he found Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Minato seated together. Shinya settled into a chair. Did you need something from me, Orochimaru-sensei? Orochimaru smiled, his voice a bit raspy. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you. Tsunade and Jiraiya need to leave the village for a mission due to certain circumstances. I've reached a critical point in my experiments, so I must ask you to look after Shinjuro and Minato for the time being. Of course, it would be ideal if you could train with them as well. During this period, you won't need to take on any missions, just supervise them. Shinya nodded. No problem. Orochimaru-sensei, I will take good care of them. You can focus on your experiments without worry. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Shinya. With that, Orochimaru transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Shadow clone. Shinya thought, feeling slightly dismissed, yet he didn't mind. He preferred it when Orochimaru was preoccupied with his research. Those who are passionate about science tend to be eccentric. Shinya glanced at the two individuals sitting before him, gently placing his hands on their shoulders before teleporting them to the Moonlight Clan's training grounds using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato looked at Shinya, astonished. Shinya-kun, your Flying Thunder God can sense such long distances? He continued, I can only perceive within about 50 meters, and the more markers I have, the easier it is to confuse them. Shinya patted Minato's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, take your time. You'll reach my level eventually. Turning to both of them, Shinya inquired, so, what would you like to learn? I will teach you to the best of my ability. Just so you know, I may not be proficient in everything. Minato smiled and said, I would like to learn the Flying Thunder God technique first. If possible, do you know any techniques with strong offensive power that I could pay to learn? Shinya pondered for a moment. As for the Flying Thunder God, I can share my experiences with you. There is indeed a technique suitable for you that boasts significant offensive capability. With that, Shinya extended his hand, chakra gradually condensing above his palm until it formed a spinning chakra sphere. Holding the Rasengan aloft, he looked at Minato. What do you think? Would you like to learn it? Before Minato could respond, Shinjuro gazed at the chakra sphere in Shinya's hand. Brother, is that really a technique with strong offensive power? It seems like you didn't form any hand seals just now. Shinya slowly dissipated the Rasengan and regarded both of them. This technique is called Rasengan. It is quite powerful, and it is classified as a non-hand seal ninjutsu, meaning it does not require hand seals. The strength of the technique ultimately depends on the user's skill. Mastery of chakra control is crucial for this technique. So, are you interested in learning it? Minato nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Shinya-kun. If I'm not mistaken, you created this technique to complement the Flying Thunder God technique, correct? Shinya, observing Minato's excitement, replied, sort of. In truth, it is a technique you will create in the future, Minato. Turning to Shinjuro, Shinya asked, what about you, Shinjuro? What do you wish to learn? Shinjuro scratched his head. How about I learn the Rasengan alongside Minato? That way, we can supervise each other. Very well, follow me. Shinya led them to a row of wooden stakes, quickly forming a standard-sized Rasengan in his hand before smashing it against one of the stakes. In an instant, the stake crumbled into its shavings. The essence of this technique lies in chakra control. The chakra must spin to form a sphere, and maintaining that rotation is crucial. Now begin your training. As he spoke, Shinya tossed them a few water balloons he had just exchanged from the system. Control the water within the balloon by spinning it until it bursts. Then proceed to the second stage. Do you understand? Yes, Shinya-kun, brother. They both replied in unison. Shinya leaped onto a nearby tree and lazily remarked, "Good luck. Call me when you've mastered it." The two exchanged glances and picked up the water balloons to practice. The next moment, a loud pop echoed as Shinjuro's water balloon exploded. Almost immediately, a languid voice rang out, "Don't use so much chakra. The goal is to make the water flow rotate. You just burst it with chakra. Start over." Shinjuro, feeling a bit disheartened, nodded. He had thought success would come easily, but alas, it was a false hope. In the shadowy realm, a vast expanse was dominated by 9 towering black pillars. 9 pillars formed a circular formation, and from them extended enormous black chains, binding a colossal 9-tailed fox in place. Oh, the pitiable 9 tails. At this moment, a robot was extracting the chakra from the beast. Cursed humans. Who are you truly? You scoundrel. If you don't let me out, that bespectacled brat will pay dearly. Roar. Prince Stan, holding a tablet, examined the data displayed. He had become immune to the roar of the immense creature before him. Now, he could eliminate over 90% of the negative effects from the chakra extracted from this beast. Furthermore, containers capable of holding this chakra were also prepared. This chakra not only facilitates rapid healing of injuries, but also temporarily enhances one's defensive capabilities and speed. It was now ready for sale, allowing for simultaneous sales and increased efficacy in negating negative effects. This venture promised substantial profits. Moreover, as long as excessive chakra was not extracted at once, the beast could quickly recover, making it exceptionally cost-effective. Should the boss consider capturing the other 8-tailed beasts? It would be a shame to let such a valuable resource slip away. A few hours later, Minato had already burst the water balloon and began practicing with a rubber ball, while Rope Tree continued with the water balloon. It was truly commendable, wasn't he it? All right, let us conclude today's practice here. Would you like to stay for dinner? Chia said, glancing at the two. Then, thank you for your hospitality. They replied in unison. The text now reached 2,000 words, and below are some considerations regarding the future writing direction. Adjustments will be made based on the number of preferences expressed. Firstly, should a female lead be added? Currently, there are 3 options. Adding would deduct 1 point, while not adding would deduct 2. Secondly, should Tsunade be included? Following the same method? Thirdly, should Manjishige be considered, employing the same criteria? Fourthly, should Yakura be included, following the same approach? Fifthly, should Yakushi no Noyu be added, using the same method? Sixthly, should the integration of combat power from other worlds be accepted? For now, these are the considerations, with the majority taking precedence. I won't write that far ahead. When the time comes, I will review the number of comments to decide. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 49, The Root of Trouble. Chia led the two into the house, pouring them each a glass of water before heading to the kitchen. Upon pushing the door open, he spotted a red figure. Nai, are you causing chaos in the kitchen again? Kushina was currently holding a bowl, picking eggshells out of the egg mixture. I didn't mean to. I just accidentally dropped the shell in. I can help you with that, Chia said, gently stroking Kushina's crimson hair. All right. Nai will surely assist me in the future. By the way, where are Suki and Conan? Kushina felt the warmth on her head, her cheeks slightly flushing. Chikage took Conan out shopping. I didn't feel like going today, so I stayed behind. Noticing the rosy hue of Kushina's cheeks, Chia couldn't help but pinch her cheek, playfully rubbing it. So, will you help me today in the kitchen? Kushina shyly nodded. Chia first used an unlimited technique to extract the eggshells from the mixture, then called Kushina to his side. Stinky Chia, what was that just now? Chia replied. Never mind the unimportant details. Let me teach you some basics, or else I fear you'll starve without anyone to cook for you. Upon hearing this, Kushina's face fell. I can cook, you know? Chia looked at her charming face, extending a finger to count as he spoke slowly. You can cook? Who was it that made the rice as hard as stone last time? And who took forever to cook the fish, which was still swimming in the pot? And that crab from the other time? Kushina, blushing, tiptoed and pressed her delicate white fingers against Chia's lips. Let us just focus on cooking first, okay? Those are all in the past. Quickly withdrawing her hand and hiding it behind her back, she nervously clutched the hem of her garment. Chia observed Kushina's long red hair, then took a chopstick and gathered her hair back. After tidily arranging it, he secured it with the chopstick. Once Chia finished, Kushina cautiously reached up to touch her neatly styled hair. Stinky Chia, I didn't expect you to know how to do this. Chia raised his chin slightly. Do you think everyone is as inept as you? Ready? Let us start by teaching you how to crack an egg. Kushina nodded, then took an egg from the container. Holding it in her hand and looking at Chia, what do I do next? Chia gently approached her from behind, enveloping her hands in his own. As he drew near, Kushina's breath quickened. What are you doing? What do you think? I'm teaching you how to crack an egg, you little pervert. I'm not. Let us just get started. Chia slowly guided Kushina's delicate hands. When cracking the egg, do it gently, not too forcefully. Just tap it lightly. Then carefully open it to let the egg flow into the bowl. See? Simple, right? Kushina nodded, her face flushed. I understand. At that moment, on a street in Konoha, two young girls walked side by side. Say, Suki, isn't it getting late? Shouldn't we head back? Conan glanced at Suki, who was laden with bags. Suki nodded in agreement. Sure, it feels a bit odd without my brother carrying the things. Oh, it seems like there's a crowd gathered over there. Shall we go see what is happening? Suki exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Conan, seeing Suki's excited demeanor, reluctantly nodded. We can only stay for a little while, though. Before she could finish her sentence, Suki had already dragged her towards the gathering. You're the best, let us go? I told you, I didn't take your stuff. A long-haired Uchiha girl protested to the figure before her. You say you didn't tea? Today, either you let me check, or you want to be leaving. The middle-aged ninja replied with a hint of sarcasm. The onlookers turned their attention to the Uchiha girl in the center, murmuring amongst themselves. Who would have thought that such a proud Uchiha would resort to theft? Indeed, they always act as if someone owes them a fortune, wearing such stern faces. Exactly. Last time, I simply got a bit tipsy and was thrown into jail. The middle-aged ninja observed the Uchiha girl's troubled expression. This counts as completing the mission, right? Children are easy to bully, aren't they? Damn this task. Who in their right mind would want to trouble the Uchiha clan? Suki squeezed her way in and spotted Mikoto standing there, looking flustered. She rushed to Mikoto's side, shielding her from view. What do you think you're doing? I warn you not to cause any trouble. The middle-aged ninja regarded Uchiha Mikoto. Your friend here has stolen my belongings. I can't just ignore it because of her Uchiha status, can I? Konoha belongs to everyone now, not just the Uchiha clan. Isn't that right, everyone? Yes, came the resounding chorus from the crowd. Suki turned to Mikoto, who simply shook her head gently. You speak in jest, dear Mikoto. I would never pilfer your belongings. It would be unjust to cast such unfounded accusations. I must advise you to vacate the premises swiftly, lest I unleash my wrath upon you. The middle-aged ninja regarded the girl before him, finding the situation somewhat amusing. You wish to intimidate me? I shall see how you intend to do so. In the next moment, he advanced towards Chiyuki. Just then, several paper walls materialized before her. Conan positioned herself slowly in front of Chiyuki, shielding her. The middle-aged ninja sneered at the sight of the paper walls. Is this your attempt to wade into troubled waters? Seeing both protectors standing before her, Mikoto stepped forward to align herself beside Conan. Meanwhile, Chiyuki bit her finger and began to form seals as instructed by her elder brother. Upon completing the final seal, a 3-meter-long black serpent appeared beside her. As soon as the serpent emerged, it slithered to Chiyuki's side, nudging its head against her garment. What are your commands, Lady Chiyuki? Chiyuki pointed towards the middle-aged ninja. Little Blackie, bite him. If you perform well today, I shall bestow upon you a new name. No sooner had she spoken than the serpent sprang forth like a bolt of black lightning towards the ninja. Following a swift strike, the middle-aged ninja was sent flying. Little Blackie, invigorated by the prospect of a new name, reveled in the moment. Who could have imagined that he would endure such humiliation in the dragon's den, merely for a name bestowed by Chiyuki? Yet, he was aware that even his formidable leader dared not offend such a being. What could he do but endure? After a brief moment, Little Blackie dragged the middle-aged ninja before Chiyuki. She affectionately stroked the serpent's head. Well done, Little Blackie. Upon our return, I shall reward you handsomely. Little Blackie nodded. It is my honor, Lady Chiyuki. How should we deal with this person? Chiyuki tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, my brother advised that when one offends another, it is best to eliminate the root of the problem. She then surveyed the onlookers. But is that truly appropriate? The middle-aged ninja, confronted by the girl's devilish declarations, nearly lost control of his bladder. What sort of instructions has your brother given you? I merely came to carry out a task. To mock a member of the Uchiha clan, not to silence anyone. Are you genuinely innocent, or is this a threat? To utter such words before so many? Suddenly, several ninjas clad in matching uniforms emerged from the shadows, approaching the trio. Apologies, but we have received reports of a disturbance. Please accompany us. Chiyuki found herself momentarily at a loss, glancing at Mikoto and then at the approaching figures. Is this the security detail? Conan observed the expressions of the restrained ninja, noting the flicker of delight that crossed his face. She swiftly infused chakra into her necklace. This situation might exceed what she and Chiyuki could handle. At that moment, Chioru appeared beside Conan, donned in a pink apron and holding a plate of braised ribs. She gently offered the dish to Mikoto and, noticing Conan's distressed demeanor, caressed her soft hair. What troubles you? Did these individuals bully you? Before Conan could respond, an invisible force pulled the ninjas towards her, pinning them to the ground with immense pressure. Conan glanced at Mikoto and explained, Brother, I'm not entirely sure. We saw someone troubling Mikoto, so we rushed over to assist. Chioru examined the subdued ninjas, crouching down to pry one of their mouths open. The tongue root technique. So, you are merely a dog of Danzo. That clarified everything. It was only natural for Danzo to stir trouble with the Uchiha clan. However, their misfortune lay in crossing paths with her. In the next instant, the ninjas felt an increase in pressure. With a cough, they expelled blood, and Chioru gradually released the force. Approaching them, she stated, Return and inform Danzo that he should refrain from provoking those who belong to me, or next time, I shall pay him a visit at his base. Chioru then turned to Chiyuki, smiling at her sister. Don't you have anything to say to me? Chiyuki scratched her head, responding, Brother, you are truly impressive. Before she could finish, Chioru pinched her cheeks, stretching them outward. You troublemaker. You've gone and stirred up trouble again, and you brought Conan along as well. Just when I thought you were finally resting, you're off gallivanting. But brother, I was merely trying to help Mikoto, and those ninjas shouldn't pose any threat to you, right? Chioru, uninterested in engaging with his sister's excuses, released her face and approached Mikoto to reclaim the ribs. Are you all right? Would you care to join us for dinner at my home? Mikoto glanced at her captain. I'm fine, thanks to Chiyuki's help. I wouldn't want to impose. Before she could finish, her stomach audibly protested, leaving her feeling rather embarrassed. Chiyuki grasped Mikoto's hand. Come on, Mikoto. We haven't seen each other in ages. And my brother is an excellent cook. Mikoto turned to Chioru. Then I shall take you up on your offer. Chioru waved dismissively. It's no trouble. It's not as if I'm short on food. Meanwhile, a certain little figure cast a disapproving glance at Mikoto's ample proportions, thinking to herself, this girl surely harbors feelings for my brother. Chioru, with one hand carrying the dish and the other draped over Mikoto's shoulder, addressed the others. Shall we head back? If we tarry too long, I fear that Nina might set the kitchen ablaze. Chiyuki and Conan hurried to Chioru's side, gripping his clothing. Is Nina cooking? Surely. We won't be subjected to disaster? At that moment, little Blackie observed the departing group, pondering, have they forgotten something? What shall we do with this ninja? It seems Lady Chiyuki has yet to dismiss the summoning technique. Sighing, he returned to the dragon's denver. After all, he was a prominent serpent in that realm. Who would have thought he would end up with the name Little Blackie? It is a tale fraught with tears. Where has that troublesome Chioru gone? In the time it takes to serve a meal, he has vanished. The food is burning. What shall I do? As Kushina grew increasingly frantic, Chioru strolled back in. I told you, Kushina, you can't seem to function without me for even a second. Kushina rolled her eyes. I can manage just fine on my own. Chioru inspected the dishes in the pot. Indeed, today you've outdone yourself, Nina. Now, you may wash your hands and prepare to eat. Kushina shot him a glare. He always treated her like a child, despite her being 12 years old. Once Kushina exited, Chioru summoned a shadow clone to serve the rice. After presenting the final dish, everyone was ready to dine. Chioru announced, All right, let us commence our meal. Kushina, blushing, gazed at the 5 bowls of rice before her. Is this not a bit excessive? Chiyuki observed Kushina's hair, which had been styled, and exclaimed, Oh dear, Nina, what sort of appetite do you possess that we wouldn't know? And who styled your hair? It couldn't have been my brother, could it? Kushina hastily covered Chiyuki's mouth, fearing the chaos that might ensue. Chiyuki, let us eat first. You must be famished after being out for so long. The preceding narrative has reached 4,000 words. It is likely that a clone will emerge in the future to manage the Shadow Assassin organization, facilitating the recruitment of others. What suggestions do you have, esteemed readers? Chapter 50. The eccentric Moonlight here, Sister Meichin, do indulge a little. My brother's culinary skills are truly exquisite. And you, Sister Nina, be sure to finish the meal you prepared. No one will assist you with that. Xiaonan, here, this is your favorite. Watergate and rope tree. Please, make yourselves at home. Enjoy whatever you desire. And Ziyawaizi, hurry and stir-fry a couple more dishes. Quickly now. Qianya listened to Qianyue's boisterous remarks, her lips twitching slightly. Was this fellow intoxicated with some faux spirits? Such wild behavior. Turning to Xiaonan, she inquired, this person isn't truly drunk, is she? Has her mind gone awry? Xiaonan shook her head, equally perplexed. Moon, you haven't been drinking, have you? Qianya chuckled at her sister. If you continue this madness, I shall send you out for your meal. Moreover, don't expect Xiaonan to tidy your room anymore. Qianyue, slightly disgruntled, stuck out her tongue at her elder brother. Uffed. Brother, this is merely to enliven the atmosphere. Do you not understand? With that stern demeanor, I can hardly claim you as my brother. Besides, aside from that fool Nina, I doubt anyone would ever fancy you. Before she could finish, Qianyue found herself floating up as Qianya swiftly transported her and her meal back to her room. Apologetically, Qianya addressed the others. I do apologize. This child may have taken something peculiar, so please do not take offense. At that moment, Kushina had nearly buried her entire face in her bowl. What did she mean by aside from this fool, no one would fancy that stinky guy? Yet, inexplicably, she felt a hint of joy. What was going on? How could that annoying Moon say such things in front of so many people? She couldn't recall having offended her recently. Meanwhile, Xiaonan and Meichin kept their heads down, quietly eating. Did they too, perhaps, harbor a fondness for their brother, the captain? What should they do about it? In the Uchiha clan's territory, within the clan leader's residence. Very well, the likes of Danzo and Tobarama's dog have repeatedly targeted our Uchiha clan. This time, that brat has truly encountered a formidable opponent. It is astonishing, indeed, that such a young one could grow to this extent. Coughing violently, Uchiha Fuyu spat out a mouthful of blood, which trickled through his fingers. Father, should we not bow our heads and let Konoha take a look at you? Your injuries are worsening. Uchiha Fugaku expressed concern. Uchiha Fuyu waved his hand dismissively. My injuries were inflicted long ago by someone wielding a special bloodline limit. Even the granddaughter of the first Hokage may not be able to heal me, nor would she likely wish to. Why should we press our faces against the cold shoulder? He gazed out the window, sighing deeply. Had our ancestors, Uchiha Madara, not failed to produce another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, we would not be subjected to such humiliation. Perhaps this is our punishment for not choosing to follow Madara, for failing to make the right decisions back then? Fugaku looked at his somewhat despondent father. Was there truly no way out? Father, with such a large family, do we not possess even a single medicine to heal you? Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. The Sharingan gradually manifested in his eyes. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. The 3 tomo Sharingan reflected the image of his father. Fuyu looked at Fugaku with a hint of pride. His son's talent was not inferior to his own, perhaps even superior. Perhaps Fugaku would make a better clan leader than he did. Once Fugaku ascended to the position of clan leader, he could cultivate good relations with other shinobi clans that did not oppose the Uchiha, and with the clan's support, perhaps ease the Uchiha's awkward standing in the village. Moonlight Shinya, the third generation's apprentice, taught by the elite Jonin Orochimaru, was likely to become the fourth Hokage in the future. With such a distinguished background, exceptional talent, and formidable strength, most importantly, he harbored no malice towards the Uchiha clan. Such an individual was surely someone to be befriended. But what could be offered to foster such a relationship? He certainly lacked neither ninjutsu nor wealth. Thus, the old method of political marriage might be the only avenue. However, it would be prudent to observe for a while longer before making any decisions. This matter cannot be taken lightly. In Konoha, within a subterranean base, a man with a cross-shaped scar on his chin sat in a chair, watching the few individuals before him. Danzo listened to their reports, resting his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, he then waved them off, signaling them to leave. Moonlight Shinya, the rising prodigy of the Moonlight clan, grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, disciple of Orochimaru. Such a young individual, possessing such formidable strength and remarkable ninjutsu. Truly dazzling. With Sarutobi providing support, it seems unlikely I could recruit him as a subordinate. However, I, Danzo, will undoubtedly become Hokage. I am not inferior to Hiruzen. Had I stood up back then, I might have already been the third Hokage. Hiruzen always manages to be just a step ahead of me, while I remain forever in the shadows, merely highlighting his brilliance. I refuse to be mere foliage supporting the blooms of others. For now, I must focus on cultivating my own power, roots, my own unique roots. At this moment, at the Moonlight Clan's territory, Shinya and the others stood at the entrance, watching Meichin, Watergate, and Roketree depart. Shinya glanced at the two beside him, stifling a yawn. Shall we return and get some rest? Today's training with Watergate and Roketree has been quite exhausting. Fortunately, for the foreseeable future, I shall be free from missions, allowing me to concentrate on guiding these two in their training. Xiaonan looked at her brother and hesitantly asked, brother, about the explosive tag technique you taught me. It seems a bit challenging. May I join them for practice tomorrow? Shinya nodded. Sure, having you along will not be a burden. I will take you along with them for practice. The explosive tag technique, after all, was a forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. It is only natural that it is difficult to learn. Kushina raised her delicate hand. I have a sealing technique I'm struggling with as well. Would it be alright if I joined tomorrow too? Shinya cast a sideways glance at Kushina. You? What would you do there? I am not proficient in sealing techniques. Why don't you go learn from that elderly man in your clan? But speaking of which, does your great-uncle know about your 3 streets? Kushina blushed, looking at Shinya. He has been quite busy lately, so I haven't had time to ask him. He knows about my 3 streets, though? He just told me to keep them safe and didn't elaborate further. Shinya nodded in response. Kushina then looked at Shinya, her tone laced with curiosity. By the way, how did you manage to style your hair so beautifully? I can't do it at all. She reached up to touch her own hair, now neatly styled. Chapter 51. The decision to save for colored contact lenses. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan instinctively glanced at Nina's elegantly styled long hair, then touched her own light purple-blue locks. Should she consider growing her hair long as well? Shinya smiled at Kushina. Is it not perfectly normal for you not to know? It's something that can be learned easily. Jusanai turned her head away, choosing silence, recalling what Granny Mito had said about her intelligence and her ability to learn quickly. Chia continued forward, lost in her thoughts. Yes, you are indeed the brightest, Lady Nai. Shall we hurry home now? As the 3 entered the house, Chia noticed a figure gazing at her with a forlorn expression. Chiwei rushed up and clung to her leg. Father, mother, my brother is bullying me. Since you left, he won't even let me eat at the table. He constantly picks on me. I fear he will soon drive me away. It's too much. Chia watched her little sister's performance in silence. After a moment, Chiwa looked up, confusion flickering in her eyes. Wait, shouldn't you be comforting me right now? What is going on? Chia replied coolly. Have you finished your act? Let us discuss today's events. Taking Xiaonan out to play could have ended badly. Did you really think yourself invincible in the face of danger? As Chiwa listened, tears began to well in her eyes. And you, during dinner, were spouting nonsense. Jusanai nodded in agreement, finally glad that Chia had touched upon the main issue. Chiwa needs a good lesson. Chia pointed at Chiu's head. Furthermore, you, Nai, are a fool, and we all know it. No need to share that with others. And how could someone as exceptional as your brother be desired only by you? If I wished, I could easily find you a suitable partner. Chiwa laughed. Brother, you're right. Although Nai is silly and clumsy, struggling with everything, including cooking, I shouldn't mock her. We should keep that to ourselves. And I never realized, brother, you're rather conceited. Chia lifted his chin. You have much yet to learn. Jusanai, listening to the banter between the siblings, felt unjustly caught in their jest. Am I just a useless person? I've laid bare my entire fortune. So what if I can't cook? So what if I don't clean? So what if I eat more? I enjoy it. Does it concern you? She hugged Xiaonan tightly. Woe is me, Xiaonan, they are both bullying me. You must stand by my side. Xiaonan, feeling Jusanai's embrace, gently patted her hair. All right, I will support you, but I must apologize, Nai. In the end, I'll side with my brother. Besides, I seem to be your rival, so is it appropriate for you to seek my assistance? Although with your intellect, you might not even realize that. Chia observed the playful scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. All right, everyone, it's time to return and rest. Staying up late isn't wise. Okay, good night, brother. Good night, elder brother. Good night, you insufferable Chia. Chia lay in bed, opening the system template. Mission: increase Uchiha Makoto's affection to 100. Non-negotiable. Duration: 10 years. Failure to complete within the designated time will result in a reduction of 1 centimeter in height for little Chia. Mission rewards, Affection 50. A potion formula to upgrade the 3-Tomo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Affection 70, 1 Space Evolution Stone, to evolve Shadow Space. Affection 90. 1 clone, with a random character template. Affection reaching 100 grants 2 random talismans. Current affection, 60. To his surprise, he had gained 15 points from merely sharing a meal. This seems rather easy, Chia thought. However, he decided not to dwell on it, as it was not a bad thing. He slowly retrieved the rewards. And soon a piece of paper appeared in his hand. Moments later, a frown crossed his face. These materials are exorbitantly priced. This wretched system is stingy. Chia examined the blueprint against the materials in the system shop. The raw materials alone for the potion would equate to a staggering 100 million ryo. It's not overly expensive for me, yet it's not exactly cheap either. The potion seems limited in use, primarily beneficial for elite Uchiha with the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has relatives within the system? Nonetheless, 100 million ryo for a pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would likely entice the Uchiha clan. They are indeed a powerful lineage, although they may not be as formidable as in the past. The saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Who among the Uchiha could resist the allure of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? If only he possessed the Sharingan. Coupled with his existing 6 eyes, he might consider acquiring an Eternal Mangekyo. However, it seems the system does offer the Eternal Mangekyo for exchange, albeit at a steep price. Perhaps I could amass enough funds to negotiate with the Uchiha clan. While I already have the 6 eyes, who wouldn't he want a high-grade Sharingan? Determined, Chia decided to save up for a pair of striking red eyes. Without hesitation, he utilized the shadow space to transfer the potion formula along with 10 sets of materials directly to Prince Stan, urging him to expedite the production. This venture was crucial to unlocking the high-grade abilities he sought. Despite the portrayal of Susanoo as a mere underdog in Boruto, it was undeniably a powerful tool in Naruto Shippuden. After all, who wouldn't he be captivated by the idea of piloting a colossal mecha? Chapter 52, A Marriage Alliance? Strengthening ties with the Uzumaki clan. Huh, father, what did you say? You intend to personally propose to the Moonlight clan tomorrow? Why? Uzumaki Shiza gazed at his father, puzzled. Uzumaki Shiyu chuckled. Did you not say that the young man from the Moonlight clan saved both you and your sister's lives? Is it strange to express gratitude? Shiza pouted. But is a marriage alliance really necessary? I don't wish to be engaged at such a young age. I already have someone I like. Shiyu observed his son, chuckling softly. Who said it was for you? The Moonlight clan has someone of your age, likely the younger sister of that prodigy. Not to mention the matter of whether her brother would agree. Simply the fact that she is Tsunade's apprentice puts her beyond your reach. The Moonlight clan is not as it once was. Forging an alliance is undoubtedly wise. As for the possibility of a successful marriage, that remains to be seen. She's aside, envious of Qing Yuan, who seemed to have lucked out just as the Moonlight clan was on the verge of decline, revealing a genius. Shiza retorted, I'm not lacking. You know, Shiyu nearly burst into laughter at his son's bravado. You? Achieving my level of strength would be a stroke of luck. The young man from the Moonlight clan is a monster. Remember, there are always greater talents and realms beyond your own. Although he may be quite young, his strength would likely surpass that of several of me. Resources, connections, strength, he possesses them all. Thus, we must see if we can forge ties with others from the Moonlight clan. Such is the nature of prodigies. As you were still extracting chakra, those prodigies had already mastered ninjutsu. When you had just graduated to a genin, those geniuses were already capable of contending with Jonin. Your talent may be considered exceptional within our clan, but in Konoha, across the entire ninja world, you are merely average. For us lesser clans, finding a sufficiently powerful ally or patron is of paramount importance. Banding together for warmth has always been our survival strategy. Therefore, do not set your sights too high. Only in this manner can you hope to become a competent clan leader in the future, guiding your kin through life. Shiza gazed at his father and slowly spoke. Father, if that is the case, shall we visit the Tsukikage clan tomorrow? Shiyu nodded. Indeed, they have assisted your siblings after all. We shall visit the Tsukikage clan together and discuss the matter of a potential union. At that moment, within the Tsukikage clan's reception hall, Tsukikage Qingyuan sat in a chair, observing the current head of the Yuzuki clan, with whom he shared a moderate acquaintance. Tsukikage Qingyuan looked at Shiyu and gradually inquired, Young man, what brings you to seek out this old man? Is it that one of the maidens from your family has taken a fancy to my troublesome son? However, Let me make it clear that I cannot control that troublesome lad. Whatever you say will be of no consequence. Yuzuki Shiyu chuckled. Brother, what are you saying? The members of your Isekai'd clan saved my son and daughter. It is only proper for me to come and express my gratitude, is it not? Isekai'd Qingyuan smirked slightly. I find that hard to believe. Does a clan leader truly need to come in person to express thanks? However, I must say it is thanks to my son's capabilities. It is simply his demeanor that is somewhat cold. Were it not for watching him grow, I would have thought Shinya was not a true member of the Isekai'd clan. How can two such cheerful parents produce such a frosty child? Perhaps Yeye resembles her parents more. Shiyu observed Qingyuan and calmly stated, Brother Qingyuan, I wonder if there is someone suitable within your clan to arrange a betrothal for my daughter? Qingyuan looked at Shiyu. Are you contemplating an alliance? Has the Yuzuki clan reached the point of selling off daughters? Shiyu replied coolly, How can this be deemed selling off a daughter? It is merely about finding a good match for my Shiyan. Moreover, is this not quite normal for our families? After pondering for a moment, Isekai'd Qingyuan conceded. An alliance does seem feasible. We have a clan member who is roughly the same age as your daughter. But are you truly certain about this? Yuzuki Shiyu sighed. What other choice do I have? I understand the nuances of both providing assistance in times of need and enhancing one's status. I merely hope that my daughter will not be bullied in the future. Isekai'd Qingyuan chuckled. Rest assured, she will not be bullied. Once she enters the Isekai'd clan, she will be one of our own. Furthermore, we do indeed need to bolster our numbers. Currently, the Isekai'd clan is rather sparse. It is evident to any discerning observer that although our clan appears to be thriving, it is solely due to Shinya. Relying on a single individual cannot sustain a clan indefinitely. Yuzuki Shiyu patted Isekai'd Qingyuan's arm. Do not worry. The future belongs to the youth. Our role is merely to protect them. Although your heir no longer requires protection, I envy you for having such an heir. Well, I shall not keep you any longer. We must take our leave. When next we have the opportunity, we should arrange for the two children to meet. Although they are still young and do not comprehend much, it can only be beneficial for them to meet. Who knows, perhaps the two little ones will hit it off. Isekai'd Qingyuan nodded, indicating his agreement. In the shadowy space, a group gathered, preparing to draw lots. Once everyone had drawn, Manjusaka looked at the crowd, her crimson lips parting. All right, everyone has drawn, no one should play tricks. The two with the shortest sticks will undertake the task of capturing the seven tails. Now let us see who drew the short sticks. Heike's waved his stick, not me. Mine is long, what a pity. Akikaba laughed at Heike's remark. Unfazed, Heike's turned to Akikaba. Did you draw a short stick? Akikaba slowly opened his hand to reveal his stick. Mine is long as well, but that does not prevent me from laughing at you. Who was it that confidently asserted they would certainly draw a short stick? How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Heike's retorted, this is an unexpected twist, do you understand? At that moment, Benyenfei slowly produced a short stick, waving it before the group. So, who will be on my team? I will. Earth Dog, Qinfeng declared, one hand on her waist and the other holding her stick. Upon hearing this, Benyenfei scowled. I am not an Earth Dog. I am a Sand Fox, do you understand? Qinfeng replied coolly, very well, Earth Dog. Let us prepare. When shall we depart? Akikaba could not contain his laughter, teasingly pinching Heike's. I say, Yunfei, if you cannot handle it, just admit to being an Earth Dog. It is not much of a stretch. With your true form, can you really claim to be a fox? You are undeniably an Earth Dog. Chapter 53. Departure to capture the seven tails. Kakuzu paid no heed to the playful banter, quietly observing the heart stored within a glass vial in his hand, preserved in a peculiar green liquid for extended duration. Manjusaka was right. Money only becomes yours when spent. Look at this heart. It embodies a sense of security. Qinfeng looked at Kakuzu and inquired. I say, Kakuzu, you used to be from Takigakure, did you not? Kakuzu slowly tucked away the heart and gazed at Qinfeng. I am indeed a renegade from Takigakure now. However, based on your abilities, this task should be rather straightforward. Takigakure's strength is rather lackluster. While no one dares to provoke them in small nations, that is entirely due to the seven tails residing in Takigakure. The rest are merely a rabble. Had it not been for their numbers, I could have single-handedly taken them down before. It is a pity I did not draw the short stick, otherwise, I would have had the opportunity to visit my homeland. Benyenfei looked at Kakuzu and slowly remarked, do you know where that beast with seven tails, the seven tails, currently resides? Is it still within a Jinchuriki? Kakuzu propped his chin on his hand, contemplating before responding. If all goes well, The seven tails should now be sealed within a human. As for their identity and exact location, I cannot say. You will have to investigate that personally. Qingfeng nodded. I see. Just then, Heikei's slightly hoarse voice broke through. I say, Qingfeng, I might have a clue regarding the location of the seven tails Jinchuriki, but I want a 20 cut of the rewards for this task. Qingfeng assented, very well, but I require the precise location of the Jinchuriki. Heikei's nodded, then tossed a black feather to Qingfeng. This is my black feather. I encountered the seven tails Jinchuriki during an assassination mission in Takigakure and came into contact with them. Some of their essence flows within this feather. Once you reach Takigakure, this black feather will guide you to them. Qingfeng nodded and pocketed the black feather. Observing the two having concluded their transaction, Yunfei interjected, What about me? I am your teammate, after all. Shouldn't you consult my opinion? Qingfeng glanced at Yunfei and replied coolly, No need. I'll handle the Jinchuriki. You just take care of the aftermath. Although those minions are weak, they can still be a bother. Yunfei pouted, honestly. I was hoping to deal with the Jinchuriki. Cleanup is a piece of cake. How dull. With a mere gesture, they were halted. Indeed. There are few ninjas capable of breaching my demonic sands. Qingfeng glanced at Yunfei. You are correct. However, I must decline. My ability to conjure barriers is evidently more suited to confront the seven tails Jinchuriki. In my view, your demonic sands are best utilized for a tactical retreat. Now, let us embark. In less than half a day, the duo had arrived at Takigakure. Qingfeng and Yunfei stood atop a colossal avian construct made of sand, approximately 3 meters in wingspan, akin to Deidara's clay birds. Yunfei turned to Qingfeng and inquired, So, what do you think? Are the black feathers useful? Qingfeng surveyed the distance, spotting a middle-aged man faintly linked with the black feathers. We may have located our target. I will descend shortly, deploy the barrier to ensnare him, and once I incapacitate him, you will assist in my extraction, and then we shall retreat. After Yunfei acknowledged with an okay gesture, Qingfeng leaped from the sandbird. He landed deftly beside the seven tails Jinchuriki, stirring up a cloud of dust. The middle-aged man eyed Qingfeng warily. Who are you? This is Takigakure. Ignoring the man, Qingfeng swiftly activated the barrier, enveloping both individuals in a crimson shroud. Sensing the hostility, the Jinchuriki summoned an eruption of red chakra, revealing seven tails behind him. Half-beast transformation. Qingfeng observed the feral crimson beast. Has he lost his sanity? In an instant, he was beside the seven tails, striking with precision and leaving 2 deep gashes upon the creature, which began to heal at an alarming rate. Such formidable defense and regenerative prowess. This is the essence of a Jinchuriki? Let us see whether your healing surpasses my blade's swiftness. With haste, Qingfeng resumed his assault, inflicting further wounds with his dual blades, culminating in a powerful strike that sent the beast reeling. He executed a dual phoenix reflection, the twin enchanted blades, akin to azure phoenixes, surged towards the seven tails Jinchuriki. In a fleeting moment, both arms of the creature were severed, and the blades returned to his grasp. The red beast emitted a roar of anguish. The creature then opened its massive maw, channeling a colossal, tumultuous chakra into a dark sphere. Qingfeng observed the Jinchuriki's actions. Is this the tailed beast ball? I wonder how it compares to my Qinghuan flying sword? With a surge of internal energy, Qingfeng infused his right blade, which ignited with azure flames. The enchanted sword transformed into a Qinghuan, hurtling towards the tailed beast ball, colliding with it. An explosion of smoke ensued. As the haze dissipated, Qingfeng sheathed his blades and approached the now unconscious seven tails Jinchuriki. After sealing several acupoints on his chest and arms, he lifted the Jinchuriki and dispelled the crimson barrier. The moment the barrier disbanded, a torrent of yellow sand enveloped the area, swiftly forming a sandbird beneath his feet that ascended into the sky. The Takigakure ninjas stationed by the barrier were caught off guard by the sudden surge of yellow sand. Water style. All capable of water style, execute it now. In an instant, ninjas adept in water techniques unleashed their jutsu. Yet, they soon realized that the yellow sand appeared impervious to water. Yunfei, perched atop the sandbird, observed the unfolding chaos below. What a jest! I am but the king of the western regions. My demonic sand is not something a mere water style can dispel. Just as he contemplated lingering a while longer, Qingfeng's icy voice echoed, We must depart. Our mission is accomplished. Yunfei waved his hand, acknowledging, and promptly guided the sandbird towards the horizon. One could only wonder how Takigakure would react upon discovering their Jinchuriki's disappearance. Alas, he would not bear witness to their fury, a lament indeed. He had yet to unveil many new techniques he had gleaned from manga. Chapter 54. The Anxiety of the 5 Great Shinobi Villages. The news of the Seven Tails abduction from Takigakure, despite the higher-ups' efforts to suppress it, reached the leaders of various ninja villages in a matter of days. First, it was Konoha's 9 Tails, and now the 7 Tails from Takigakure. What could this group of assailants possibly plan next? The 1 Tail from Sunagakure? The 4 Tails and 5 Tails from Awagakure? The 2 Tails and 8 Tails from Kumogakure? The 3 Tails and 6 Tails from Kirigakure? Upon hearing this news, Konoha remained relatively unperturbed. After all, the 9 Tails had long since vanished. They were now in a position where the barefoot feared not the shoe. If fear were warranted, it would be the leaders of the other 4 great nations who ought to feel anxious. Meanwhile, in the shadowy confines of a prison, adjacent to where the 9 Tails was held, 9 identical pillars and chains ensnared the 7 Tails tightly. At this moment, Shomei of the 7 Tails had been forcibly extracted from the Jinchuriki's body. As for the Jinchuriki himself, the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their formidable physique, struggled to survive such a separation, let alone this nameless ninja, who had not even been featured in the original tale. Though Shomei was bound to a pillar, he turned his head towards the 9 Tails, chuckling, Kyubi, who would have thought this proud fox would find himself imprisoned here as well? How tragic. The 9 Tails roared in response, silence, Shomei. You are also trapped here. Your plight is hardly better than mine. Disregarding the enraged fox's futile protests, Shomei replied, indeed. Who would have guessed the Kyubi would end up here? At least I have company. Despite the discomfort of being chained, it could be worse. Although the 9 Tails has a foul temper, we are technically kin. It's nice to have someone to converse with. Even-tailed beasts can feel loneliness. Shomei gazed at the 9 Tails and inquired, tell me, Kyubi, are we the only ones here? The 9 Tails, lying sprawled on the ground with eyes closed, retorted, what do you think? Since I was captured by these wretches, I have been confined here, intermittently drained of my chakra. If I ever escape, I will certainly. Right. Shomei, what is your situation? With a slight flutter of his wings, Shomei explained, I was minding my own business when a boy wielding would release captured me. I believe he was one of the chakra reincarnations of the 2 old men's sons. Subsequently, I was brought to Takigakure, sealed within the Jinchuriki, and eventually brought here. What a sorrowful fate. After finally sprouting wings, I find myself confined. Before I gained wings, I roamed freely. Now, with wings, I remain shackled. Meanwhile, within Awagakure, a middle-aged man of modest stature sat in Tsuchikage's office, perusing reports from the ANBU regarding recent developments. Following the incident with Konoha's 9 Tails, Takigakure's 7 Tails has also encountered a crisis. The Shadow Assassins organization is indeed full of surprises. If their target is the tailed beasts, Iwagakure must remain vigilant. In Sunagakure, the 3rd Kazekage scrutinized the information in hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Gazing out at the swirling sands, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Currently, aside from the 9 Tails and 7 Tails, the remaining tailed beasts resided within Kirigakure, Kumogakure, Awagakure, and Sunagakure itself. Among the 4 great nations, the Wind Country is the weakest. What a headache. In the office of the Yun Hidden Village, the 3rd Raikage listened to his subordinates' reports, his lightning chakra unconsciously overflowing. The Shadow Assassins organization? If they dare to come, let them try. During the 2nd Great Ninja War, they assassinated so many of my subordinates. This debt has yet to be settled. Meanwhile, the 3rd Mizukage was equally anxious as he perused the information in his hands. No, an alliance is imperative. Konoha cannot withstand those fellows. And Kiri is surely even more vulnerable. At this moment, within the shadow space, a few individuals sat idly, engaged in conversation. There were simply no tasks available. The low-paying jobs were unappealing, and the high-paying ones were non-existent. Akaba lounged on the sofa, waving his hand in boredom. How frustrating. There haven't been any assassination missions lately. Manjushige cast a sidelong glance at Akaba, her lips slightly parted. Is the ninja world so small? Where do all these ninjas come from for your assassinations? Moreover, I've heard that the 5 great nations have seemingly made it clear. No nation is allowed to hire members of our Shadow Assassins organization for assassinations. Heinyo nodded in agreement. Indeed, business has become challenging. Earning money is quite difficult. Kakuzu, unusually, did not hold his heart encased in glass. and remarked coolly, "Yes, even in the black market. Tasks are pitifully few. When will I be able to exchange for that heart I desire?" Fan Yun, Lan, and Qingfeng sat quietly, listening to the complaints of those around them. Shoyue, too, was quietly polishing his newly acquired gun. At this time, the Rain Village was far more peaceful than during Hanzo's reign. It had gathered numerous capable ninjas, many of whom had already joined the Shadow Assassins organization, albeit not as core members. These individuals likely remained unaware of the existence of the shadow space, believing instead that the Rain Village was the new stronghold of the organization. The supplies sold to the ninja world were all transported from the Land of Rain to other nations. Various strategic materials, such as pills that slightly enhance chakra and beast pills suitable for cultivating summoning beasts, were all produced within the shadow space and shipped from the Land of Rain throughout the ninja world. Soon, the chakra from these tailed beasts will become accessible to the common populace. When that time comes, a significant profit is assured. Even if Hanzo were to rise from the earth, he would scarcely recognize the once dilapidated Rain Village he once governed. The Rain Village is on the verge of becoming the most prosperous trading center in the entire ninja world. Those merchants care not for whether one is a ninja or an assassin. They are indifferent to past poverty or wealth. They only know that Rain Village is now very safe, and the materials hold great value. Profit is all that matters. While security fees may be a bit steep, isn't safety worth it? After all, this is an organization that even Hanzo could be assassinated by. On a street in Rain Village, a boy with yellow hair and another with dark red hair were transporting goods. "Hey, Yahiko, how much longer do we have to carry this? I'm so tired." Yahiko smiled at Nagato. "Almost there. We are just a step away from being able to exchange for the method to extract chakra." Nagato, observing Yahiko's excitement, felt perplexed. Is being a ninja truly that great? Currently, being an external member of the Shadow Assassins organization is quite sufficient, as long as one performs some odd jobs. They can eat well and sleep without worrying about safety. Why is Yahiko so determined to become a ninja? In truth, Nagato thought living this way for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad. Following Yahiko, together, Nagato slowly said, "Yahiko, why are you so fixated on becoming a ninja? Our current life is already quite good, isn't it?" Yahiko turned to Nagato. "Well, how should I put it? My parents died before the Second Great Ninja War. I grew up like a rat in the streets, stealing to survive, desperately searching for food. I didn't want to steal, but there was no choice. For orphans like us, if we don't steal, we starve. I desire peace. In the Rain Village, the Land of Rain, and even the entire world. I don't want any more children to suffer the same fate as I did." Yahiko looked at the long-awaited sunny sky over the Land of Rain. "I hope that one day, there will be no more conflict in the world, and everyone will be happy." "Nagato, don't you wish for such a world?" Nagato's eyes seemed to sparkle with newfound hope. "Of course, I wish for that too, but can we really achieve it on our own?" Yahiko glanced at the smiling faces of the people passing by. "No, it's not just us. Everyone who hopes for world peace is our ally." Nagato couldn't help but chuckle. Well, in the end, aren't we still the only two here? If Yahiko were to pursue sales, he would undoubtedly excel. Chapter 55, Success in Potion Creation. At this moment, Chia's consciousness projection appeared within the shadow space. "How is it? Has the potion been created?" Prince of the Stan Kingdom adjusted his glasses. "Yes, boss, it has been created. Out of a total of 10 materials, we successfully made 5. Chia stroked his chin. 5 indeed. Those are 5 Mangekyo Sharingan, 5 powerful beings of shadow-level strength. Not to mention, I know how to create them and can do so at any time. I am certain that the Uchiha clan would be quite eager to exchange for them. After all, they are a top clan from the Warring States period. One potion should be worth 2 billion, right? 5 would amount to 10 billion. Chia nodded in satisfaction. All right, we can send someone to contact the Uchiha clan. The price should be no less than 2 billion per potion. It cannot be lower, understood? Understood, boss. I will send someone to reach out to the Uchiha clan. The prince replied. Also, boss, do we need to capture the tailed beast from other nations? The energy extracted from these creatures is of excellent quality, and as long as we do not over-extract, they can almost fully regenerate. Chia waved his hand dismissively. For now, there's no rush. The time is not yet ripe. The 5 great ninja villages are not like the small village of Takigakure. Have Heiyu keep an eye on the recent movements of the 5 great ninja villages. If I am not mistaken, those shadows will soon be unable to resist convening a meeting. At that time, we will seize the opportunity to snatch the tailed beasts. However, It would be wise to inform Akaba and the others, allowing them to prepare and allocate their targets accordingly. The prince nodded in understanding. Soon after, Chiya's consciousness projection vanished. At this moment, in the Suki family, Chiya slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. What will you do? Can you still dance in such a scene? I truly look forward to it. A few days later, within the Uchiha clan's territory, in the clan leader's room, Uchiha Fuyu gazed curiously at the note that had appeared on his desk. He opened the note with intrigue. Greetings, Uchiha Fuyu, leader of the Uchiha clan. We have developed a potion that can evolve the 3-Tomo Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan. You may find this potion of particular interest. If you are intrigued, we could have a proper discussion in one day. The Shadow Assassins Organization. Uchiha Fuyu examined the note, his fingers tightening around it. 3-Tomo Sharingan evolving into Mangekyo? Is this a trap, or have they truly developed such a potion? However, given my current physical condition, taking a gamble may not be out of the question. In the annals of our clan, it is documented that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the ultimate form of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, encompasses a myriad of unique ninjutsu. It is said that there may exist a means to restore one's physical condition. The Shadow Assassin Organization, what an enigmatic entity it is. However, where might one seek out a member of this elusive organization? The specifics of the meeting place remain unspoken. Should I simply remain at home and await further developments? A day later, Uchiha Fuyu sat quietly on the floor of the living room, gazing at the moon outside the window. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his gaze toward the side of the window, noticing a kunai had inexplicably appeared in his hand. What is this? A puppet? Fuyu watched as a small object flew through the window, his eyes transforming into the 3-Tomo Sharingan. A chilling voice emanated from the tiny contraption. Do not be overly defensive. Chief Fuyu, I am here to negotiate a trade, not to engage in combat. Fuyu slowly lowered the kunai, yet his eyes remained in the 3-Tomo Sharingan form. You claim you possess an elixir that can evolve the 3-Tomo Sharingan into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. How can I trust that this is true, whether you believe it or not? Why not try it and see? The voice resonated from within the small robot. As a mechanism within the robot whirred to life, a glass vial containing a blue liquid appeared before Fuyu. However, let me make it clear, one vial costs 2 billion. If you drink it, and it proves effective, do not attempt to renege on our agreement, for you may find out whether the entire Uchiha clan can withstand the wrath of the Shadow Assassin Organization. Fuyu gingerly took the glass vial, uncorked it, and was immediately greeted by a fragrant aroma. His Sharingan seemed to pulse with excitement. This potion might indeed be genuine. Without hesitation, he consumed the elixir. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body, culminating in a surge of energy that concentrated in his eyes. This feeling persisted for about 10 seconds. When the energy dissipated, Fuyu gradually opened his eyes, now transformed into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. If he had a mirror, he would be able to see the intricate patterns of his new eyes. Unlike the ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan, his Kaleidoscope Sharingan now bore 6 Tomo and 2 black circles, one large and one small, with the larger circle connecting the 6 Tomo. Fuyu intuitively knew he had awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The sensation was exhilarating. This power truly befits the Uchiha clan's ultimate strength. He immediately activated the ability of his left eye. As the Kaleidoscope Sharingan rotated, a trickle of blood flowed from his left eye. However, Fuyu paid it no mind, for he felt unprecedented vitality. His injuries had fully healed. The power of his left eye, known as Heavenly Restoration, allowed him to heal any wounds as long as his ocular power and chakra were sufficient. His right eye's ability, Illusionary Fear, could induce his opponent to confront their deepest fears. Additionally, the third power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo, was now at his disposal. It seems that Chief Fuyu has indeed reaped substantial rewards. Fuyu, regaining his composure, bowed to the robot. I, Uchiha Fuyu, sincerely thank you for your elixir. The 2 billion will certainly be provided by our Uchiha clan, but I wonder, do you have more of such potions? The robot's cold voice replied, Indeed, we have more, but can your Uchiha clan afford them? We have 4 vials remaining at our base. Can you, or rather, can the Uchiha clan, afford to purchase them? Uchiha Fuyu smiled knowingly. You need not worry about that. We will take those 4 vials, and in addition, we shall offer you an extra 10 billion as a gesture of goodwill from our Uchiha clan. Very well. 3 days hence, we shall meet here again, with payment in hand for the goods exchanged. However, Should you attempt any tricks, know that the Shadow Assassin organization is not to be trifled with. Should you wish to prosper peacefully, remember that our might is formidable. Chapter 56. Establishing a long-term partnership with the Uchiha. By the way, excessive use of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can lead to blindness. We also possess items that can restore ocular power. The robot remarked as it departed, addressing Uchiha Fuyu. Of course, the items sold to the Uchiha would not be the same as the Senju cells used by Obito. Those intended for restoring ocular power could only be one-time consumables. After all, how else could one profit? The Uchiha clan boasts numerous elite shinobi, along with ancestral wealth. They are undoubtedly a significant prize. Moreover, this arrangement serves the needs of both parties. The Uchiha clan requires potions to evolve their Sharingan, while I need funds to enhance my own power. It is a win-win situation for both sides. Uchiha Fuyu remained in contemplation, reflecting on the robot's departure. It was astonishing that he had awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan simply by consuming a potion. Unbelievable. His injuries had completely healed due to the heavenly restoration. 2 billion for a pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan. What a bargain. Once he acquired the remaining 4 vials from the Shadow Assassin organization, he would possess a total of 5 pairs of Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At that point, who would dare to oppose the Uchiha? Would it be that third Hokage, the despicable Danzo, or the malevolent Senju Tobirama? None would be worthy of mention in the presence of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Fuyu gently covered his eyes with his hand. These eyes are truly remarkable. His body had not felt this invigorated in ages. However, the next step would be to engage in discussions with the elder members of the clan. The funding for the potions and their distribution would require their involvement. The following morning, Uchiha Fuyu excitedly summoned 2 high-ranking members of the clan to convene. These 2 were Uchiha Shana, representing the hawkish faction, and Uchiha Tenyu, representing the dovish faction. Upon their meeting, they immediately exchanged hostile glares. Why did you summon me here so early, you little brat? And to make matters worse, you brought along that ill-fated fellow, Uchiha Tenyu. Uchiha Shana exclaimed, visibly displeased. Uchiha Tenyu retorted, as if I wished to be here with a stubborn old fool like you. One who only knows how to fight. Humph. Uchiha Fuyu, observing the bickering between the 2 elder members, could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Gentlemen, the reason I have called you here today is that an opportunity has arisen that could alter the future trajectory of our Uchiha clan. As you are both leaders of different factions within our clan, I wish to discuss this matter and hear your insights. Moreover, I must inform you that I intend to withdraw 100 billion from the clan treasury. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana immediately stood up. Fuyu, 100 billion? What do you intend to do with such an exorbitant sum? That amounts to nearly half of our clan's treasury. Uchiha Tenyu placed a calming hand on Uchiha Shana's thigh. Calm down, my friend. Let us first hear what Fuyu has to say. If he is truly in error, we can address it later. Although Uchiha Tenyu belonged to the dovish faction, his eyes remained fixed on Uchiha Fuyu, scrutinizing him intently. While being a pacifist is commendable, one must acknowledge that the blood of the Uchiha clan courses through one's veins. If Uchiha Fuyu persists in his erroneous ways, even as clan leader, he cannot evade the consequences. Uchiha Fuyu disclosed the dealings he had with the Shadow Assassins organization. The ease with which he consented to this transaction stemmed from 3 factors. Firstly, the efficacy of the potions provided by the organization. Secondly, the Uchiha clan's substantial financial resources. And thirdly, the clan's insatiable yearning for the Mangekyo Sharingan. To put it plainly, prior to unlocking his own Mangekyo Sharingan, should any clan member possessing it step forward to claim the title of clan leader, he would unhesitatingly abdicate and willingly offer his guidance. Uchiha Shana regarded Fuyu with skepticism, questioning whether he had been deceived. He had never heard that the Mangekyo Sharingan could be awakened through any potion. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have long since dominated the ninja world. Uchiha Tenyu, standing beside Shana, also nodded in agreement, aligning himself with his rival. Observing the disbelief on their faces, Fuyu felt no surprise, as he too had initially harbored doubts. He gazed at them, and slowly, the Sharingan manifested in his eyes, transforming them to crimson, with black tomo appearing. First 1, then 2, 3, and finally 6, interconnected by a dark circle. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Both Uchiha Tenyu and Uchiha Shana sprang to their feet in astonishment. This is what you awakened after consuming the potion, they exclaimed in unison. Fuyu, pleased with their shock, affirmed, indeed, I awakened it last night after consuming the potion. One vial costs 2 billion, and we will exchange the remaining 4 with the Shadow Assassins upon delivery. However, it seems they mentioned that only those with a 3-tomo Sharingan have a chance of awakening it. Otherwise, the likelihood of failure is significant. Uchiha Shana waved his hand dismissively, questioning the validity of the condition regarding the 3-tomo. What kind of stipulation is that? Our clan has fewer than 100 with 3-tomo, but there are still a dozen or so. Uchiha Tenyu turned to Fuyu and inquired, was it only 5 vials exchanged? Is there more? I have some wealth at my disposal. Selling assets shouldn't pose a problem for acquiring another vial. Shana interjected, you think you're the only one with money? I'll sell everything in my faction to procure this potion. Tenyu shot a displeased glance at Shana. With your hawkish tendencies, providing potions to you would be wasteful. It's only the pacifists among us who can ensure the clan's growth. Shana retorted vehemently, you speak nonsense. It is precisely because of your timid acceptance that our Uchiha clan finds itself in such a constricted position. Fuyu, witnessing the imminent brawl, quickly interjected, enough. The Shadow Assassins indicated they have only 5 vials available. Regardless of what may follow, let us first secure these 4 vials. Each of you shall receive 1, while the remaining 2 will be stored in the clan treasury. As it stands, 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan should suffice. Moreover, should the Shadow Assassins indeed possess only 5 vials, we will have provisions for the next generation. Both Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Tenyu nodded in agreement. Today, I summoned you both to discuss this matter. Upon your return, ensure that your respective factions are appeased. After all, presenting 100 billion is no trivial sum. In the Shadow Realm, a robotic figure approached, presenting the projection of the Prince of the State of Steer. Have you all understood? The profits from each tailed beast captured will be divided. 50% goes to the leader, I will take 10%, and the remainder is yours. How do you intend to allocate it? Make your arrangements so we can depart promptly. Fan Yunfei surveyed the group and mused, with 7 tailed beasts and 9 of us. How shall we divide them? Just then, the robot relayed another message. I will remain for further experimentation, so it will be 8 individuals sharing 7 beasts. Lon coolly remarked. I will capture the 3 tails. I am best suited for that. Fan Yunfei added. Then I shall go for the 1 tail. I've heard it also plays in the sand. Shoyue slowly sheathed his spear and declared, I will pursue the 2 tails. Chiya glanced around and stated, I will take on the 4 tails. Mantoa smiled. I will join Lon in the village hidden in the mist, and the 6 tails shall be mine. Kakuzu ceased toying with his heart and affirmed. I'll team up with Chiya to go to the village hidden in the rock. The 5 tails are mine. Kakuzu sighed with relief. That was close. I almost lost my chance. Qingfeng glanced at the nearby Hanyu. I'll go for the 8 tails. Hanyu, frowning, retorted, what about me? You all have made your choices without considering my input. My combat prowess is commendable. I've been doing all the reconnaissance work. Do you think I'm merely a scout? Hanyu expressed his dissatisfaction, particularly towards Qingfeng and Tudi, who had already claimed the 7 tails. Fan Yunfei, accustomed to Hanyu's complaints, nonchalantly suggested, perhaps you could provide us with some intelligence in exchange for a share of the spoils? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Hanyu. Hanyu, feeling exasperated, lamented, are you all truly shameless? You finish claiming the tasks and then expect me to offer intel? Well, fine. I suppose earning a little something is better than nothing. I cannot deprive my comrades of their tasks. That would be unethical. It is certainly not due to my inability to compete. Lying back in resignation, Hanyu mused, the 1 tail, 2 tail, 3 tail, 4 tail, 5 tail, 6 tail, those should all be sealed within their Jinchuriki. As for the 8 tails, the Jinchuriki has apparently perished. Before dying, the Jinchuriki was sealed in a valley by the Cloud Village. I will gather accurate information in a few days and share it with you. Within the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the information in his hand, letting out a slight sigh. In 5 days, a summit of the 5 Kage? It seems the recent actions of the Shadow Assassins have instilled fear in them. Regrettably, the 9 tails has already been taken. The memory of the day the 9 tails was seized made him clench his fists in anger. This is utterly intolerable. 3 days later, outside the Uchiha clan's territory, the number of patrolling Uchiha clansmen had suddenly tripled. This unusual situation left even some of the clan's upper ninjas perplexed. The clan leader had recently withdrawn 100 billion from the treasury and was now deploying so many patrols. Strangely, the leaders of the 2 factions displayed no signs of discontent. Inside the clan leader's chamber, 10 boxes were meticulously arranged, each containing storage scrolls, with 10 billion in each box. Uchiha Fuyu sat at the table alongside the highest leaders of the two factions. After a brief wait, a small puppet-like figure crawled in. How is it? Are the items ready? Fuyu gestured toward the stacked boxes. Your Excellency, the 100 billion is all here. If you doubt it, feel free to inspect the goods. But I am uncertain about the 4 vials of potion. The robot, without further ado, retrieved 4 vials of potions from its chest. It then approached the box and began to inspect its contents. If you doubt this, feel free to verify the goods. Uchiha Fuyu smiled and took the 4 vials, opening 2 of them. The moment they were opened, he felt a wave of refreshment, albeit not as intense as before. Fuyu handed the 2 vials to the 2 elders and gently opened the remaining 2 vials. After sensing they were the same, he cautiously placed them into a prepared wooden box. The robot, having sensed all was well, turned its gaze to the group. With everything in order, let us toast to a pleasant collaboration. Should you wish to engage in future dealings with our shadow assassins, do not hesitate to send someone to contact us. With that, the robot exited through the window. The very next moment, 10 black birds flew in through the window, each clutching a box, swiftly soaring out again. The 3 Uchihas silently observed this scene. Once the black birds vanished from sight, Uchiha Fuyu slowly sat down and looked at the 2 elders. Will you be consuming these here, or returning home to do so? Uchiha Shana, with an expression full of excitement, gazed at the potion in hand. Naturally, I shall partake here. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Uchiha Tenyu expressed his desire to consume it here as well. Under Fuyu's watchful eye, both of them drank the potions simultaneously. Instantly, they felt a wave of refreshment coursing through their bodies, especially in their eyes. As time passed, both Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Tenyu opened their eyes simultaneously. Shana's Sharingan manifested a 6-pointed star pattern akin to Sasuke's, while Tenyu's Sharingan resembled a red disc, with black swirling patterns encircling it. Observing that both had awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fuyu felt his previously tense body gradually relax. After exhaling slowly, he inquired, "What abilities have you both awakened?" Uchiha Shana turned to the others, a youthful excitement illuminating his aged face. "This power suits me perfectly. Truly, it is the eye of the mind's reflection, revered as the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. My left eye grants me Amaterasu, capable of unleashing black flames with formidable intensity and adhesion. My right eye bestows upon me the ability to manipulate both Amaterasu and fire release." Uchiha Tenyu remarked to Shana, "This ability indeed complements your character. My Mangekyo Sharingan has the left eye ability Tsukuyami, a powerful illusion recorded in our clan's lore. The right eye grants me a speed enhancement capability for a limited time. Quite commendable." Uchiha Fuyu looked at the 2 elders. "All right, it is best you return now. It is getting late. For this transaction, both my father and my wife have been sent away, after all." Chapter 58, Upgrading the Shadow Space, New Abilities. After the transaction was concluded, Uchiha Fuyu instructed some of the patrolling clan members to return home, leaving only the usual patrol count. He then yawned and returned to his bedroom. His wife had already taken their son back to her family's home for the night, so he felt no need for concern. Meanwhile, within a residence of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto lay on her soft bed, dressed in a nightgown that revealed a small segment of her smooth, fair leg. Her leg rhythmically bounced up and down against the wooden bed. "Tomorrow, you invited me to his home for dinner. I shall see the captain again. Should I bring a gift? What shall I wear? Is it inappropriate to have my sights set on his brother since you kindly invited me? The captain possesses incredible strength, is skilled in cooking, and is undeniably handsome. Would the captain even notice me?" As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Mikoto felt her cheeks flush and buried her face in her soft pillow. "Really, Mikoto, why overthink? Even if the captain is handsome, you must maintain your composure. You are a young lady, after all. You always dwell on fanciful thoughts. Besides, I recall my mother saying that when she pursued my father, it was quite effortless. I can surely do the same." Mikoto consoled herself in her thoughts. At that moment, Chiya lay on his bed when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of Uchiha Mikoto's affection level has increased slightly, reaching 70. Would you like to claim your reward? This little girl from the Uchiha clan. I wonder if she's overthinking things again? Just an invitation for dinner has increased her affection level? And it's directed at me? Surely, she must be after me. Of course. Chiya did not dwell on this too long, and promptly chose to claim the reward. In the next moment, a stone appeared in his hand. This stone was entirely jet black and smooth to the touch. Chiya scrutinized the space evolution stone in his hand. It appears rather ordinary, akin to a common rock. He inquired in his mind, I say, esteemed system, how does one utilize this? A manual would be appreciated. Ding. Simply focus on the target you wish to use the space evolution stone on, and it will activate automatically. Upon hearing this, Chiya directed the space evolution stone towards the shadow space, his sanctuary. The moment it was activated, the area of the shadow space rapidly expanded, increasing more than tenfold before finally halting. However, this was merely a superficial change. The true transformation lay in the figure that now appeared before him. The figure resembled a young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Chiya. The figure knelt before Chiya, respectfully declaring, Master. Chiya observed the figure, slowly stating, Rise. You are the sentient manifestation resulting from the evolution of the shadow space, correct? Please, enlighten me on the changes within the shadow space. The figure stood, gazing at Chiya, and replied, Master, as you surmised, I now serve as the spirit of the shadow space. The shadow assassin realm is now my essence. I can command everything within the shadow space and alter its terrain at will. I can also materialize a human-sized body that appears indistinguishable from a normal person. However, such a form possesses little combat capability. Following the evolution, the area of the shadow space has increased significantly, and it now has the ability to teleport individuals to any location within the ninja world. It can also draw individuals from the ninja world into the shadow space, provided they do not resist, otherwise, failure may ensue. Listening to the shadow's explanation, Chiya nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, evolution brings forth remarkable changes. The capabilities have multiplied significantly. Moreover, the shadow space is now estimated to be at least a quarter the size of Konoha. The entire area feels vast. Chiya regarded the figure, who bore a striking resemblance to him, and stood at 180 centimeters tall, and tossed a token marked with the number 10 towards it, saying, From now on, you shall be known as Shadow, a fellow member of the Shadow Assassins. Your timing is impeccable. Perhaps in a few days, you shall prove useful. Also, you may address me as boss. No need for the title of master. The shadow looked at Chiya and respectfully replied, Yes, boss. Very well. I shall take my leave now. The shadow space has expanded greatly, and with its new functionalities, I must adapt to my newfound sentience. Chiya nodded. All right, go ahead. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadow vanished from sight. At that moment, the commotion within the shadow space roused everyone from their slumber. What on earth is happening? Is there an earthquake at this late hour? Chiya stepped out of the room with a disgruntled expression. Who knows? However, it seems that the shadow space has expanded significantly. The blackbird casually remarked as it appeared beside Chiya. I say, why is there suddenly such a large house over there? Fan Yunfei observed the distant structure, or rather, it would be more fitting to call it a castle. The group turned their gazes toward the castle that had seemingly materialized without their notice. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a voice suddenly rang out. This is a castle built for our leader. The group became instantly alert at the sudden appearance of Shadow. Unfazed, Shadow took out a token emblazoned with a cross. I was just summoned by the leader. As a newcomer, I hope you all will take good care of me. My abilities are limited to teleporting individuals. My combat strength is rather weak, so I will be relying on your guidance in the future. The group, noticing the token in Shadow's hand, felt their wariness diminish significantly. Manjusaka, gazing at the face strikingly similar to their leaders, harbored some doubts about whether this was a case of favoritism. So, young man, what abilities do you possess? Being summoned by the leader must imply you have some unique talents. Shadow smiled at the group. As for my abilities, they are quite simple. First, I can alter the terrain within the shadow space at will. Second, I can teleport you to any location in the ninja world and can also bring you back. Those are my two abilities. Moreover, the leader mentioned that in a few days, I might prove to be quite useful. For those who do not comprehend, you may refer to the character of Nezuko in Demon Slayer, as my abilities bear some resemblance to those of Henry from the Black Bulls in Black Clover. The group nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that if this individual truly possessed such abilities, he indeed qualified to be one of the Shadow Assassins. A slight deficiency in strength was inconsequential. Most importantly, this individual bore a striking resemblance to their leader and had been personally summoned by him. Perhaps he shared a close relationship with the leader? Kakuzu quietly observed Shadow. The leader of the Shadow Assassin organization. I wonder what kind of person he is? I have yet to meet him. Chapter 59. The choice of Uzumaki Ryuen. In the Moonlight Clan, Uzumaki Kushina sat anxiously in the room assigned to several members of her clan. She turned to Uzumaki Ryuen beside her and asked, great uncle, did you call for me? Uzumaki Ryuen smiled at Kushina and said, I would like to discuss your experiences living in Konoha over the past few years. Upon hearing this, Kushina nodded and replied, after the destruction of the land of whirlpools, I was brought back to Konoha by Granny Mito. I was then enrolled in the Konoha Ninja Academy. I studied sealing techniques daily to ensure I could successfully seal the nine tails within me. When I first arrived at the ninja school, my classmates mocked my red hair. Only Chiya and Chiwe refrained from ridiculing me and even stood up for me when I was bullied. We became good friends. Later, just as I was about to transfer the nine tails, a group suddenly intruded. Granny Mito sacrificed herself, and the nine tails was taken away. Afterward, I moved out of the Senju ancestral home to live with the Moonlight Clan. Then, Chiya brought you all back. You should know the rest, great uncle. Uzumaki Ryuen looked at Kushina and slowly asked, So, Kushina, do you have feelings for this Chiya? Hearing this, Kushina blushed and steam seemed to rise from her head. I don't. I just have a good impression. It's not quite at the level of liking. Uzumaki Ryuen, observing Kushina's demeanor, couldn't help but rub his forehead. His granddaughter was completely smitten. Was this what it meant to not like someone? Uzumaki Ryuen regarded the blushing Kushina and stated calmly, I plan to lead the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan to fully integrate into the Moonlight Clan. I wonder, Kushina, if you could convey my intentions to your dear friend? Kushina, perplexed, looked at her great uncle. Isn't the Uzumaki clan already well-fed, well-housed, and secure? Why integrate into the Moonlight Clan? Uzumaki Ryuen stroked his chin, smiling knowingly. I have my reasons for doing this. And I intend to have you as the future leader of our Uzumaki clan. This is the decision of all of us remaining. As Kushina listened, her expression turned sour. Me? A leader? What could I possibly do as a leader? I don't know anything. Uzumaki Ryuen paid no mind to the stunned Kushina and stood up, walking toward the door. I'll leave this matter to you, little Kushina. It's settled then. Once you grow a bit more, you shall assume the role of leader of the Uzumaki clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Uzumaki Ryuen pushed the door open and stepped outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hopefully, he wasn't making the wrong choice. However, there was really nothing to worry about, after all. It was this young man who saved their lives. Yet, his granddaughter was rather naive. Perhaps he should offer a little reminder? What if someone else got ahead of her? She would have nowhere to lament. At this moment, Kushina lay dejectedly on the table, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of one day becoming the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Please, just a few days ago, I mocked that annoying Chiya for wanting to be the leader of the Moonlight Clan. How exhausting it must be. And now it's my turn so soon? I'm still young, and I don't want to be a leader. Perhaps I could let that annoying Chiya take it instead? After all, whether it's one or two, it's the same. Who knows? That annoying Chiya might even thank me. Thus, she made a cheerful decision. She would go find that Chiya fellow. Kushina, with her earlier gloom replaced by excitement, hurried to the training grounds of the Moonlight Clan. Upon her arrival, she spotted Chiya lounging on a tree while a group of individuals trained diligently below. Without hesitation, Kushina climbed the tree with chakra-infused feet and sat down beside Chiya. Chiya, can we discuss something? Chiya glanced at the unusually cheerful Kushina and promptly declined. I don't want to. At this, Kushina tugged at Chiya's clothing and insisted, No, it's good news. Chiya cast a sideways glance at Kushina, skeptical of her claim. Good news? What could it possibly be? You better spill. Kushina scratched her head and started. Well, my great-uncle said he plans to integrate the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan into the Moonlight Clan. I was wondering if you would agree. Hearing this, Chiya sat up straight. Integrate into the Moonlight Clan? Your great-uncle is quite generous. But you should just talk to Qing Yuan. That old man will handle it, right? Why come to me? Kushina, eager to curry favor, said, Well, besides that matter, there is something else. You must help me, Chiya. Chiya chuckled and brushed off Kushina's hand. No way. I know you're up to something. You've been keeping something from me, so it can't be good. I want to fall for it. Seeing Chiya's stubbornness, Kushina had no choice but to reveal her great-uncle's intention for her to be the leader. Upon hearing this, Chiya lightly tapped Kushina on the head. What kind of brain do you have? You think of making yourself the leader of the Uzumaki clan? How foolish. Are you really going to let me raise a dimwit? Chinya reached out and pinched Kushina's delicate face, incessantly kneading it. Kushina, Did humanity forget you during evolution? How could you conceive such an absurd idea? For me, a mere junior clan leader of the Moonlight clan, to assume the role of the leader of your Uzumaki clan. A brain is a wonderful thing, yet it seems you lack one. Upon hearing this, Kushina pouted. I came to seek your counsel and guidance, not to be ridiculed by you. Hurry up and tell me what to do, or else. Chinya leaned closer to Kushina, nonchalantly retorting, or else what? What will you do? I'll bite you to death, Kushina declared, revealing her pearly white teeth. Chinya rolled his eyes. You? Can you even break the skin on my body? Let alone bite me to death? He teased. Really? How could our future Hokage be so unwilling to even take on the role of a mere clan leader? How does that align with the oath you swore in front of the entire class, Kushina? Kushina, incensed by his words, lunged at Chinya. We agreed never to mention that again, and here you are mocking me. Meanwhile, those training beneath the tree glanced upwards, feeling as if they were witnessing a romantic comedy. While they were all diligently practicing, Chinya lounged on the tree, engaging in playful banter. It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 60. A mind that isn't used will deteriorate. Chinya glanced at Kushina clinging to him, then surveyed the spectators below. Are you certain you want to cling to me? There are quite a few people watching. I don't care, Kushina replied defiantly, her cheeks flushed. Just tell me if you will help or not. With a resigned shake of his head, Chinya utilized the flying thunder god technique, transporting them to his living room. At that moment, Minami emerged from the kitchen and looked at the two of them appearing in the living room without much surprise. Brother, what's going on between you and Kushina? Minami inquired. Chinya innocently waved his hand, feigning innocence. Who knew this girl would bother me after visiting the Uzumaki clan this morning? First, she insists I become their clan leader. Then she asks for my help. I refused, and she just wants to leave me alone. Kushina, seeing Minami nearby, released her grip on Chinya and rushed to embrace Minami. Her eyes brimming with tears. Minami, I don't want to be the clan leader. I asked that insufferable Chinya for help, and he just keeps mocking me. Minami looked at her gently. Could you tell me what happened, Kushina? Kushina nodded, slowly letting go of Minami, and briefly explained the situation, her expression filled with worry. Minami smiled. So, you don't want to be the leader of the Uzumaki clan because you fear you want to do well and find it bothersome? Kushina nodded in agreement. Minami continued. Well, you could become the leader, Kushina. Just be like brother Chinya. Kushina glanced at Chinya, incredulous. Be like that insufferable guy? Minami nodded enthusiastically. Yes, you probably don't know, but a long time ago, Grandpa Sagan approached brother about becoming the leader of the Moonlight clan, but he refused. You see, with brother Chinya's personality, he would never take on such a role. Before Minami could finish, Chinya swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Minami, let us not delve into that right now. Isn't Yuing inviting Mikoto over today? You should go prepare dinner. I'll handle Kushina's issue. Minami smiled cheerfully at her brother. All right, but don't bully Kushina. Chinya nodded earnestly as he gently pushed Minami toward the kitchen. He then took a seat on the couch beside Kushina, casually picking up an apple from the table and biting into it. Sit down. Let me think of a solution for you. Kushina, upon hearing this, mimicked Chinya and took an apple, obediently sitting on the couch to munch on it. She stole glances at Chinya, realizing she was seeking assistance from this insufferable guy, so she decided to behave a bit. Chinya observed Kushina and remarked casually, So, it seems your family's elder is pressuring you to become the clan leader? Why not I simply eliminate that old man? Problem solved at its root. Kushina stared at Chinya, bewildered. I mean, really, Chinya, can't you propose a proper solution? Even if I don't want to be the leader, I wouldn't resort to killing my great-grandfather. Chinya extended his long, fair finger toward Kushina. Come on, my suggestion is quite simple. It's the easiest solution. I could take care of that old man in an instant. He'd feel no pain before he meets his end. Kushina, noticing Chinya's playful tone, clenched her small fists. This guy was definitely toying with her. She glared at Chinya, teeth gritted. If you don't provide a real solution, I'll have to go find Minami. At that point, you'll regret it. Chinya waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. I'm not afraid. Kushina was momentarily stunned. Why aren't you following the script? Just as she was about to stand, she felt as if someone was pulling her down, making it impossible to rise. At that moment, Chinya walked in front of her and pinched her cheek. Oh dear. Isn't this our dear Kushina? Why haven't you gone to complain? Why are you so still? Is it because the sofa loves you so much that it doesn't want you to get up? Kushina turned her head away, avoiding Chinya's gaze. Chinya, undeterred, approached her and gently turned her head back to face him, gazing into her slightly misty eyes. What's wrong? Are you angry? I was just playing around. Don't be mad, okay? Kushina replied. Then help me solve the problem I just mentioned properly. Chinya nodded. Sure. And you can't use my past speech to mock me anymore. Fine. And you can't. Stop right there. Are you making wishes on me? Chinya interrupted, noticing Kushina's escalating demands. At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Kushina's face, a stark contrast to her earlier tearful demeanor. Such theatricality at such a young age? Kushina, not dwelling on it, replied, all right, just help me think of a way to resolve this matter. Chinya relaxed his limitless technique, sitting on the sofa and extending 3 fingers toward Kushina. This is simple. I have about 3 plans. Want to know? Kushina nodded eagerly. Yes. Then first, let us hear you call me Oni-chan, Chinya said, looking at Kushina with a teasing expression. Kushina blushed and shyly said, Oh, Oni-chan. All right, can I now tell you? Chinya, no longer in the mood to tease, began. Firstly, you could choose to become the leader of the Uzumaki clan directly. After all, there are only a few of you. How much trouble could it cause? The second approach is to temporarily agree to the request of the leader of the Vortex clan, and when the time comes, simply select someone to substitute in their place. The third option is to directly inform your elder that if they dare to make you the clan leader, they should leave the Moonlight clan and go wherever they please. Just make it clear that it is my decision. As Kushina listened to Chiya's words, she fell into deep contemplation. The first option is certainly out of the question. There are only a dozen people. Managing them must be simple, right? The Moonlight clan has over 50 members. Why don't you take the position of clan leader yourself? As for the third option, it seems I cannot voice it myself. Then, let us go with the second choice. We'll let Hui take the role when the time comes. Thus, they reached a delightful decision. Chiya's cleverness indeed comes in handy. He gazed at Kushina, who was now grinning foolishly, and couldn't help but smile. How silly. Hey, Kushina, drool is coming out. He teased. Huh. Kushina, upon hearing this, quickly wiped the corner of her mouth. You tricked me again, Chiya. He waved his hand dismissively. What are you talking about? It's just that you're too foolish. A brain is a wonderful thing. If you don't use it, it will wither away. Of course, you need not worry. Kushina, because you might not have one at all. As Kushina listened, she lunged at Chiya. The two began to playfully tussle in the living room. Chapter 61. Visiting guest Xiao Nan. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on her delicate face. Perhaps living like this for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad. Brother Chiya, sister Kushina, sister Yeya, and the elders of the Moonlight clan. Perhaps it is because mom and dad are praying in heaven that I am so fortunate to meet my brother? Just then, the kitchen door was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Nan looked at the incoming brother Chiya and sister Kushina, puzzled. Weren't you just playing around? Why did you come in all of a sudden? Kushina pouted at Chiya. I'm not that childish to play around with you. Moreover, how could I let Xiao Nan cook alone? I can help too. Chiya, ruffling Kushina's bright red hair, replied, Please, my presence counts as help. What do you do but create chaos? Adding burden to Xiao Nan. Kushina, dissatisfied, swatted Chiya's hand away. I've made progress, all right? And didn't I prove myself yesterday? Chiya chuckled. Yesterday? Was that the overly sweet stir-fried vegetables? Did you think it was delicious? Kushina awkwardly scratched her head. Well, I did make progress, okay? I just mistook sugar for salt in the end. Xiao Nan, seeing the two about to start an argument again, interjected, All right, brother Chiya will handle the cooking, and sister Kushina, you can wash the vegetables. No arguing. Let us work together. Both nodded obediently. After all, who would refuse a gentle angel's request? As for Chiya's view of these 3 individuals at home, he would say, an angel, a fool, and a lung fog. Kushina meticulously washed the vegetables and placed them in front of Xiao Nan. Observing Xiao Nan's light blue-purple hair that almost reached her shoulders, Kushina asked, Oh, Xiao Nan, are you planning to grow your hair long? Xiao Nan, cutting the vegetables, nodded, Yes, I've been thinking of growing it long. After all, sister Kushina's long red hair is so beautiful. I want to have it too. Besides, it seems I'm the only one with short hair at home. I want to fit in, don't I? Upon hearing this, Kushina glanced at Chiya's ponytail. Hey, Xiao Nan, why do you think that Chiya has long hair? Kushina whispered in Xiao Nan's ear. Xiao Nan giggled, I don't know. But no matter what hairstyle brother Chiya has, he always looks the coolest. Kushina shook her head. Xiao Nan was truly too indulgent towards Chiya, always defending him. Although, Long hair does look good too. At lunchtime, after work, Chiwe brought Meichin home as a guest. I told you, Meichin, you don't need to bring so much. Just bringing yourself is enough. Uchiha Meichin smiled. But since I'm visiting, bringing some gifts is only proper. I can't just eat and drink for free, can I? As they walked, Chiwe began munching on the dango Meichin had brought for her. By the way, Meichin, isn't it true that most of the Uchiha clan members are quite poor at socializing? Uchiha Meichin pondered. Why do you ask, Chiwe? After swallowing her dango, Chiwe replied. Because the Uchiha I've seen at school seem rather aloof, giving off an impression that they are hard to approach. But my brother always tells me not to judge the Uchiha by appearances. He says even though they might not be the brightest, they are just a bunch of proud people. They might seem cold on the outside, but likely consider you a friend. They just find it hard to express it. After listening to Chiwe, Uchiha Meichin nodded. Indeed, we Uchiha aren't very good at communicating with others. We tend to wear our hearts on our sleeves. If we dislike someone, we simply don't like them, which makes it hard to build relationships. Perhaps I'm one of the more unique ones? Chiwe smiled knowingly. I understand. My brother calls that being at Sundara. Moreover, you give off a comforting neighborly vibe, unlike the Uchihas I used to know. Unbeknownst to them, they had almost reached home. As they approached the front door, Chiwe caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Pushing the door open, she tossed her bag and coat on the floor and dashed towards the dining table. Just as she reached for a chicken leg, a red figure blocked her way. Kushina looked at Chiwe and said, Chia and Xiaonan told me to keep an eye on you. You can't approach the dining table before the meal, to prevent a sneak thief. Chiwe looked innocently at Kushina. Kushina, why would you think that of me? I would never steal food. Kushina eyed Chiwe suspiciously. I won't let you near the table. At that moment, Uchiha Meichin, having changed into slippers, neatly placed her shoes, hung Chiwe's bag and coat on the coat rack, and entered with several bags of fruits and desserts. Hello, Kushina. Oh, it's Sister Meichin, welcome. Kushina greeted her. Just then, Chia and Xiaonan emerged, carrying the last dish. Meichin smiled warmly at them. Chia looked around and said, All right, everyone is here. Let us start eating. They all gathered around the dining table. As soon as they sat down, Chiwe and Kushina each grabbed a chicken leg and began to munch away. These two acted like starving ghosts. It's not like they were being denied food. How embarrassing. Xiaonan and Chia lowered their heads in slight embarrassment. Chia glanced at Meichin apologetically. Sorry for the disturbance. These two can be a bit silly when it comes to eating. Meichin shook her head. It's all right. What matters is that you enjoy your meal. While eating, Chiwe looked at Meichin beside her. Oh, Meichin, you should try the food Xiaonan and I made. It's delicious. Kushina chimed in. I helped too, you know. Chiwe rolled her eyes at Kushina. Have you forgotten the sickly sweet stir-fried greens from a few days ago? Could this truly be your creation? I might as well have my brother perform a headstand while washing his hair, then run around the village upside down. Chapter 62. The 5 Kage Summit begins. The tailed beasts are lost. Just as the group was enjoying their meal, a white snake suddenly slithered through the window and leisurely made its way up to Chia's arm, before expelling a scroll and vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Chia looked disdainfully at the scroll in his hand. Uncle Snake certainly has no sense of timing, does he? We were in the midst of a meal. Chia slowly set down his chopsticks and opened the scroll. After a cursory glance, he placed it aside and resumed eating. Tomorrow, the Iron Country, the 5 Kage Summit. The information is almost identical to what Blackbird provided. The 5 great nations, 5 great ninja villages. Prepare to bid farewell to your tailed beasts. Xiaonan looked at Chia with concern and asked, Is there another new mission? Did your teacher assign you another task? Chia nodded, took a bite of his meal, and replied, It's nothing significant, just a minor task. We'll be leaving the village for a day tomorrow. Xiaonan nodded lightly, not overly worried. As ever since her brother had rescued her, there had been few challenges that could truly trouble him. Who would have thought that the 3rd Hokage would choose both himself and Kakashi as guardians? More accurately, it was Orochimaru and Kakashi who were selected as guardians. But it seems Uncle Snake recommended himself to the 3rd Hokage due to his experiments. How delightful. The thought of the leaders of the 5 great nations clandestinely convening only to find their homes plundered is enough to make one chuckle. The next morning, after Chia finished the breakfast prepared by Xiaonan, he made his way to the village gate to assemble. As for those 2 lazy pigs, they were still fast asleep. They didn't even bother to see him off. Truly, sigh? At least Xiaonan is a dear. Upon arriving at the gathering place, he spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi waiting for him. Seeing Chia had arrived, Sarutobi said, All right, since everyone is here, let us prepare to depart. I will trouble the two of you to be my guardians this time. Both Chiya and Kakashi nodded. Chiya then summoned 3 wind eagles, each with a wingspan of approximately 3 meters, preparing them to serve as mounts for their journey to the Iron Country. The 3 wind eagles, upon seeing Chiya, slightly lowered their heads. Master Chiya. Chiya nodded in acknowledgement and leapt onto the back of one eagle. Sarutobi and Kakashi followed suit, each mounting a wind eagle. Let us set off for the Iron Country. With Chiya's cold voice echoing, the 3 wind eagles flapped their wings and swiftly ascended into the sky, heading towards the Iron Country. Kakashi, standing atop the eagle, couldn't help but admire the scenery below. Remarkably, at such a height, the speed of flight was so swift that he felt no wind pressure at all. These wind eagles are quite extraordinary. Sarutobi adjusted the Hokage hat perched atop his head, and his evaluation of Chiya rose a notch. Calm, powerful, exceptionally gifted, and most importantly, he belongs to my lineage. No wonder my disciple speaks so highly of him. He seems to be crafted in Orochimaru's likeness. Before long, they arrived at the borders of the Iron Country and quickly flew towards a more secluded location. Soon, they beheld a mansion nestled deep within the mountains. Sarutobi stated, "Let us descend. This is the venue for the 5 Kage summit." At Chiya's command, the 3 wind eagles gradually descended to the ground. After feeding one a beast ball, the summoning technique was released. Just as they landed, several samurai approached, swords drawn. Upon seeing the Hokage hat atop Sarutobi's head, they greeted him with slight reverence, saying, "Esteemed gentlemen from Konoha, please follow us. You are the first to arrive, and may need to wait a little longer." Sarutobi nodded and led the 2, following the samurai. Chiya cast a glance at the nearby samurai, clad in iron armor with a katana at their waist. In a country like this, it's no wonder they were easily defeated by Hanzo. The disparity between ninjas and samurai is quite significant. Once Chiya and his companions were ushered into a spacious room, they sat down slowly, awaiting the arrival of the other 4 great nations leaders. After a while, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice announcing, "Esteemed gentlemen from Konoha, the representatives from the other ninja villages have arrived. Please follow us to the conference room." Sarutobi rose slowly and replied, "All right, lead the way." The 3 followed the samurai to the conference room. The leaders of the 4 great nations were already gathered there. The 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure, the future 4th Kazekage, Raza, and his fiery successor, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, along with his son Kuratsuchi, and an unfamiliar sturdy middle-aged man. The 3rd Raikage of Kumogakure, his son, the future 4th Raikage, and a certain uncle known for playing with rubber in the 4th Great Ninja War, who also served as the 3rd Raikage's right-hand man. As for the Mist Village, the unfamiliar 3rd Mizukage, the childlike future 4th Mizukage, and the host for the 3 Tails, and another unknown middle-aged man. The ninjas from the 5 great nations scrutinized one another. The 3rd Kazekage glanced at Kakashi from Konoha and wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. This man is a killer. On the battlefield, he is unstoppable. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages took their seats, preparing to discuss the recent actions of the Shadow Assassin organization. Inoki observed the other 4 Kage and said, "I trust you have all gathered information? Recently, the Shadow Assassin organization has suddenly appeared in Takigakure and seized the 7 Tails. Our purpose here is to discuss how we should view the motivations of these individuals. After all, we cannot be certain they want to extend their reach to our own villages." The 3rd Mizukage turned to Inoki and replied, "What other motivation could there be? 2 years ago, the 9 Tails of Konoha. Now, the 7 Tails of Takigakure. The attack on Konoha was a prime opportunity to transfer the 9 Tails. The assault on Takigakure is clearly because they perceive it as easier prey than us. These rogues are obviously after the tailed beasts." The 3rd Raikage slammed his large palm on the table, exclaiming, "I concur with the Mist Village's assessment. These scoundrels not only slew numerous ninjas from various nations during the Second War, but they also profited immensely during that tumultuous time. I propose we dispatch a contingent of ninjas from each village to eliminate them first, and then share the spoils." Chapter 63, The 5 Kage Summit. The tailed beasts are lost, too. Nearby, the 3rd Kazekage nodded in agreement. Indeed, who can tolerate a threat that can easily dispatch Hanzo while continuing to grow unchecked? Sarutobi, observing the consensus in favor of attacking the Shadow Assassin organization, spoke slowly. "Konoha can also support the assault on the Shadow Assassin organization. But we must insist that the Nine Tails belongs to our village. Inoki regarded Sarutobi, pondering for a moment before responding. That is acceptable. After all, it is rightfully yours. However, when it comes to dividing the spoils, Konoha should receive a slightly lesser share. Sarutobi maintained a stern expression, which could be deemed an implicit agreement. Who among the 5 great ninja villages has had its 9 tails taken away? Shinya stood quietly beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he had already sent a message to the shadows, instructing them to take action. You wish to strike at my organization? I'm afraid you'll have to relinquish your tailed beasts first. At that moment, within the shadows' domain, the shadow surveyed the gathered individuals. Are you all prepared? They nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The power of wealth is indeed formidable. The shadow snapped his fingers, and in an instant, everyone was teleported to their respective targets. Enjoy your time, everyone. The idle blackbird observed the shadow's adept maneuvers, a hint of envy gleaming in his gaze. This was spatial teleportation. He had thought his own speed was impressive. Little did he know that the leader had brought along such a prodigy. Though his combat skills were lacking, his abilities were undeniably extraordinary. The members of the Shadow Assassin organization felt a brief sensation of dizziness, and the next moment, they found themselves in a different location. Fan Yun arrived, taking a moment to assess his surroundings. The ground was covered in yellow sand, reminiscent of the western regions. But why would one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Sand Village, choose to establish itself in a desert? Surely, they could have easily taken over the territory of the last hidden waterfall village, for they were certainly capable of doing so. Fan Yun quickly sank into the golden sands, enveloping himself in the demonic sand, and proceeded in the direction indicated by Blackbird's feather. As he delved deeper, he sensed a vast reservoir of chakra. A smirk graced his lips as he thought, "I've found you, One Tail." Emerging slowly from the sand, Fan Yun casually waved his hand, and blades of sand swiftly dispatched the Sand Village ninja guarding the One Tail. Observing the monk imprisoned in a cage, he remarked, "With such immense power, how could you willingly confine yourself here? Poor food, inadequate sleep. What do you seek, monk?" The monk ignored the enigmatic intruder, instead rising to meet Fan Yun's gaze. "Why have you come to provoke our Sand Village?" Fan Yun chuckled at the monk's concern for his village, pondering whether it was foolish loyalty. Meanwhile, within the monk's spiritual realm, the One Tail roared uneasily, "Beware. This individual is not to be trifled with." Fan Yun manipulated the sand to form a razor-sharp blade, which swiftly shattered the metal cage. Countless grains of demonic sand ensnared the monk securely. "Old monk, if you wish to survive, you better release me so I can take over your body. Otherwise, we shall both be captured." The monk, gazing at the One Tail that had accompanied him throughout his life, smiled softly. "Give up, Shoha. You know I will never set you free." "I apologize." After waiting for a while without seeing Shoha emerge, Fan Yun shook his head in disappointment. However, it seemed that the commotion had already attracted attention. Despite having silenced the 2 gatekeepers, he was surprised by how quickly they were discovered. Looking at the monk he had bound, Fan Yun extended his right hand and clenched it. Seal of the Sand. With the convergence of demonic energy and chakra, the One-Tailed Jinchuriki was instantly sealed. A passage leading to the Shadow's domain appeared beneath his feet. Fan Yun returned with his prize to the Shadow's space. That was rather straightforward. I wonder how the others are faring? Meanwhile, within the territory of the Rock Village, Chiya and Kakazu made their way towards their respective targets. 2 Jinchuriki were located in 2 different areas. Chiya waved the black feather in his hand, directing himself to the left. "Don't die on me. Once I capture the 4 tails, I'll treat you to a drink." Kakazu, holding the feather, turned right. "Worry about yourself." Before long, Chiya sensed an overwhelming, searing chakra. Could it be the 4 tails, Son Goku? What a pity. You are merely a beast without any skill. Moreover, there are plenty of weaklings around. Chiya boldly approached the group. "Who goes there?" The crowd regarded Chiya warily. "Halt. Otherwise, we will take action." They warned him again. Unfazed, Chiya continued his advance. Seeing this, several of them unleashed ninjutsu. Earth Release, Rock Cannon. Enormous round stones composed of massive boulders hurtled towards Chiya. Instantly, a cloud of dust erupted where he stood. Just as the Rock Village ninjas exhaled a sigh of relief, a chilling voice echoed nearby. "You seem rather pleased." As the words fell, Chiya's palm coalesced with crimson energy, striking down the weaker foes in an instant. Now capable of absorbing the energy from their blood, he could enter a bloodthirsty state at will. After dispatching the weaklings, Chiya turned his blood-red gaze towards the Four Tails Jinchuriki. It's your turn, old man. Let us see how thrilling this will be. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chiya teleported beside Oozuru, clawing towards the latter's neck. Realizing the imminent danger, Oozuru instantaneously entered his half-tailed beast transformation. Crimson chakra enveloped him, revealing a white skeletal structure. Oozuru raised his hand, covered in the blood-red chakra of the tailed beast, and engaged in a fierce clash with Chiya. Both were forced to retreat a few steps after the exchange. After a few more exchanges, Oozuru gazed at Chiya with a serious expression. His speed and strength were beyond his grasp. Even his bloodline limit, lava release, proved ineffective. Truly astonishing. Chapter 64. The Loss of the Tailed Beasts. 3. Chiya observed the Four Tails Jinchuriki, who was panting heavily. Are you done for, old man? You want to find a way out today? Oozuru, meeting Chiya's gaze, retorted, Are you not afraid of the repercussions from our rock village? Chiya scoffed at Oozuru. Are you trying to buy time? If you think this will allow you to escape, you are gravely mistaken. With that, Chiya swiftly moved behind Oozuru, clawing at his back. Oozuru bore the pain and transformed completely into his tailed beast form. A torrent of chakra surged forth, morphing him into a monkey figure with four tails. Opening his mouth wide, he began to gather chakra. Is that a tailed beast bomb? Chiya calmly observed Oozuru's preparations. Seeing the audacity in his demeanor, Oozuru launched the tailed beast bomb directly at Chiya. This was a tailed beast bomb. On the battlefield, a single strike could turn the tide of the battle. Chiya remained composed as the tailed beast bomb approached, releasing a surge of crimson energy that coalesced into a humanoid form, shielding him. Blood Demon Shield. Effortlessly deflecting the tailed beast bomb, Chiya commanded the massive blood demon to strike Oozuru's chest, leaving behind ghastly wounds. The crimson energy continued to erode Oozuru's body. Chiya manipulated the blood demon, pinning the four tails to the ground and relentlessly attacking. In no time at all, Oozuru collapsed, revealing the form of the Jinchuriki beneath. Chiya glanced at the explosion in the distance. Kakuzu should be nearing completion as well. Chiya approached Lao Zi, slowly absorbing the residual crimson energy from his body. He mused to himself, I hope he doesn't die just yet. That would render my efforts futile. With a swift motion, Chiya hoisted Lao Zi onto his shoulder and traversed the shadowy passage, returning directly to the realm of shadows. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield in the rock-hidden village, the chaos was far more intense than that of Chiya's skirmish. Kakuzu watched the rampaging five tails with growing frustration. Is this skin truly that thick? He wondered. Together with his four clones, he unleashed a barrage of chakra ninjutsu attacks, each representing a different elemental nature. After what felt like an eternity, he finally retracted his clones, panting heavily as he gazed down at the fallen Jinchuriki of the five tails. At last, it's done. If I hadn't recently acquired such a high-quality heart, I doubt I could have dispatched him so effortlessly. Using the tendrils of his earth grudge fear, he bound the Jinchuriki securely before passing through the portal back to the Shadow Realm. I need a higher quality heart. I must earn enough money to procure one. At this moment, within the mist-hidden village, a valley lay strewn with numerous ninjas bearing a purplish hue, among them a creature with six tails. Motionless and sticky on the ground, Manjushawa floated above, casually crossing her legs as she observed the massive tailed beast before her. Indeed, the paralytic chakra poison has proven effective on the tailed beasts as well. Alas, I have exhausted all the poison I had meticulously gathered over time. Elsewhere, at a nearby lake, Lon sat atop a colossal turtle shell, panting for breath. The three tails had been toppled, its belly exposed and riddled with cracks. The shadows had also created a sufficiently large passage to bring the two back. It appeared that some of the tailed beasts had yet to be sealed within their Jinchuriki, such as the six tails, who remained unsealed within the body of Yutaka. Simultaneously, far away in the cloud-hidden village, the two tails and eight tails had been effortlessly defeated by Shoyue and Qingfeng. The Jinchuriki of the eight tails and two tails were not yet in possession of the likes of the wood-clad Kirabai. According to the original narrative, the wood-clad Jinchuriki became the two tails shortly after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi War, while Kirabai assumed the mantle of the eight tails post the Third War. However, the silver lining was that, thanks to his actions, they would not have to become Jinchuriki at all. Truly, he was a benevolent soul. The mission was flawlessly executed. All tailed beasts had been captured, In the Shadow Realm, once the tailed beasts were extracted from their Jinchuriki, each was provided with a black pillar meal, 9 sets in total. One for each. Were it not for the fear that these individuals might take their own lives, detaining them as humans would undoubtedly be simpler than containing tailed beasts. Nevertheless, a minor inconvenience was still a burden. At least there was no need to be constantly on edge worrying about their potential suicides, right? At this juncture, the 9-tailed beasts exchanged glances, astonished that their first encounter since birth was due to their collective capture. Isn't that the self-proclaimed strongest, QB? What brings you to this confinement? One-tailed beast jeered at the 9 tails. The 9 tails, upon hearing this, quickly turned its head, retorting, "Shut your mouth. You foul raccoon. You were captured as well." Shoha rolled its eyes. "If that monk hadn't kept me locked away, I'd never have been caught." The 9 tails chuckled derisively. "That's not a certainty. After all, a certain one-tailed creature is pitifully weak. You might as well go play with your sand." As the 4 tails observed the quietly sprawled 3 tails, it couldn't help but open its massive maw. "Isn't that the 3 tails, Isabu? Where's your shell? Why are there so many cracks?" In the conference room, the leaders of several villages had finalized the post-war distribution and deployment of forces. Alas, their homes had been ransacked. Not a single tailed beast remained. They could only hope that the other 4 ninja villages would appreciate this unwelcome gift upon their return. Shortly thereafter, it was anticipated that the 5 great ninja villages would launch an offensive against the Shadow Assassin organization. Moreover, one wondered if Madara would be unable to resist intervening, given that all 9-tailed beasts now lay within his grasp. In a dark subterranean chamber, a humanoid creature cloaked in white hurried to the side of an elderly man who appeared to be on the brink of death. "This is bad, Lord Madara. Something grave has occurred." The elder turned his head, gazing quietly at the white figure. "What calamity has transpired?" "The Shadow Assassin organization has struck again. All the tailed beasts have been captured by them." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's body twitched slightly. "I did not expect that after myself and Hashirama, such an intriguing group would emerge. I hope it brings me some amusement. Find the precise location where the Shadow Assassin organization is holding the tailed beasts. We shall reclaim them together." "Yes, Lord Madara," White Zetsu replied respectfully. Chapter 65. Black Zetsu's Trepidation, the Fury of the 5 Great Ninja Villages. Black Zetsu listened in the shadows to the conversation between Madara and White Zetsu, harboring a sense of caution towards this unexpectedly emerging organization. However, he was relieved to have manipulated Madara. With Madara's strength, he should be able to handle the situation with ease. After all, had it not been for Hashirama, Madara alone could have flattened the shinobi world. Perhaps he was merely overreacting. This gathering of tailed beasts might in fact facilitate his own plans. Just as the 5 great ninja villages were finalizing their strategies to return home, an unexpected figure accompanied by a samurai entered the meeting room. Upon entering, the ninja adorned with the rock-hidden village headband rushed to Inoki's side, appearing flustered. As he opened his mouth to speak, he hesitated, glancing at the other village leaders present, noticing the ninja's anxious demeanor. Inoki was about to suggest stepping outside for a private conversation when a mist-hidden village ninja rushed in, equally frantic. Following suit, ninjas from the cloud and sand-hidden villages burst in, all displaying similar alarm. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages sensed an ominous presence in this unfolding scene. Inoki abandoned his intention to speak privately with his village's ninja and addressed the others. "I presume you are all feeling quite perplexed? Perhaps we should listen together to what has transpired. It may very well be interconnected." After a moment of contemplation, the other leaders nodded in agreement. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the panicked ninjas from the other 4 villages rushing in with alarming news, while his own village remained calm. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least Konoha had not encountered any dire troubles. The third Raikage turned to the newly arrived cloud-hidden village ninja. "Samudi, explain your agitation." "Report, Raikage-sama. Our village's 2 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki have been slain. The tailed beasts have likely been abducted." Upon hearing this, the third Raikage was engulfed in a terrifying aura of lightning chakra. "What? Both the 2 tails and 8 tails have been taken? Are you jesting? Are the guards of the village fools?" Samudi, trembling slightly, stepped aside, realizing that failing to detect the intruders was a grave error. As word of the misfortune in the cloud-hidden village spread, the other ninja villages showed no intent to gloat, as more than one individual had rushed in to deliver alarming news. as various ninja from other hidden villages reported the situations occurring in their territories. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lord Kazekage, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from our village has been taken by an unknown powerful entity and has mysteriously vanished. Lord Mizukage, both the 3 tails and 6 tails from our village have been seized, and the ninjas guarding the tailed beasts have perished. Yet, aside from traces of battle, there are no signs of any struggle to drag the tailed beasts away. Lord Tsuchikage, our village's 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki have also been abducted. With each report, the expressions of those present, save for Sarutobi Hiruzen, grew increasingly grim. Who would have thought that in the time it took to hold a meeting, their homes would be ransacked? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen bore less sorrow. After all, Konoha was the only major village without a tailed beast, and now, fairness had been restored. While he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the shadowy organization that had seized the 9 tails, he recognized that Konoha's current strength would likely be insufficient to confront them. Even if they managed to engage, it would probably result in mutual destruction, leaving them vulnerable to ambush from other ninja villages. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the assembly. Clearing his throat, "Ladies and gentlemen, I suspect this incident was orchestrated by the shadowy organization. It is likely that they have gathered all 9-tailed beasts by now." Anoki regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, asking, "What do you imply?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "The shadowy organization has indeed collected all 9-tailed beasts. We cannot allow this to continue, otherwise, when all 9 Jinchuriki emerge, what chance will the 5 great ninja villages have?" Though reluctant to accept it, he acknowledged that the power of this organization could easily dismantle any of their villages. "We must unite and eliminate this threat, and afterward, we can reclaim our respective tailed beasts, distributing the benefits as circumstances allow. What do you think?" The 3rd Kazekage nodded, "I concur. We must retrieve the 1 tail from our village." The 3rd Mizukage and the 3rd Kazekage also nodded in agreement. "We too support the idea of joining forces to confront these scoundrels and reclaim our tailed beasts." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded affirmatively, "Then upon our return, let each village assemble 500 elite ninjas. We will advance towards the land of rain." Chia, standing nearby, openly listened to their plans to launch an assault on the land of rain. Logically, he could have hidden the members of the shadowy organization in a shadow realm, akin to Obito's Kemui space, rendering it virtually impossible for others to enter. Yet, those individuals have been quite bored lately, and the land of rain was currently a lucrative opportunity. It was uncertain how long it would take to gather such a number of merchants after its destruction. Delaying his profit was tantamount to delaying his strength. Weakness could lead to death. Thus, hindering his ability to earn was akin to wishing for his demise. As evening settled, Chiya, along with Kakashi Hitaki and Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived at the village gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at them and said, "All right, you two should head home and rest. Remember to gather at the Hokage building tomorrow." Chiya nodded and made his way toward the Moonlight Clan's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted 3 small figures peering anxiously at the door. A smile crept onto his face. Being awaited was indeed a pleasant feeling. Chapter 66, Conan's Confession. Upon seeing her brother, Chiwa quickly shook Nina's shoulder. "Nina, don't be dazed. My brother is back." Kushina, momentarily bewildered, responded, "Huh? What? I didn't hear you." Before she could fully comprehend, Chiya had approached the 3 little ones. "What are you doing outside so late?" he asked with a grin. Chiwa pouted. "It's because Conan and that troublesome Nina were worried about you, so we came here to wait for you. Honestly, with your strength, how could you possibly get hurt?" Yes, I won't get hurt," Chiya replied playfully. "Now let's head home. We've been outside all day, and it's time for a proper meal." "Really? Those other village leaders are so petty. They lose a few tailed beasts and don't even offer us a meal." Chiwa, incredulous, pinched her cheeks. "Ouch, this is real. Brother, did I hear you right? They lost a few tailed beasts? Is it really that easy to lose a tailed beast?" Chiya shrugged, continuing toward home. "Why are you making such a fuss? You little naive one. It's just tailed beasts. I have 9 of them." At the dinner table, while Chiya was busy helping himself to food, the other 3 wore expressions of concern. Even Kushina, typically slow to react, sensed something was amiss. After finishing his meal, Chiya leaned back, observing the 3 little ones with curiosity. "What's wrong? Why the gloomy faces? Are you trying to act serious? Count me in." Chiya shot her brother a stern look. "You need to be serious and tell me what is going on." Chiya tilted his head, ignoring her request, and simply held up 2 fingers. Listen, little sister, I have both bad news and good news. Which would you like to hear first? Chiyue, pouting, replied. Let us hear the bad news first. The bad news is that we're about to go to war again. Upon hearing this, Kushina sprang from her chair. What? Why? Didn't the Second Great Ninja War just end? Chiyue chuckled. During this 5 Kage summit, aside from Konoha, the other 4 great nations were ambushed by the shadowy organization. All their tailed beasts have been taken. Therefore, the 5 great nations have decided to unite and launch an offensive against the shadowy organization. Conan looked at Chiyue and asked slowly, So what is the good news? Chiyue ruffled her hair. The good news is that you guys won't have to go to the battlefield this time. Isn't that great? Conan's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on her brother. Wait, does that mean we're not including you? Chiyue immediately felt the weight of 3 intense stares on him. I can't help it. What can I say? My strength is just that formidable. Chiyue shot him a disdainful glance. Isn't the same person who got several cuts on his back last time? I've decided. I'm going to the battlefield with you, brother. After all, I'm a medical ninja, so if you get hurt, I can heal you right away. Conan stood up as well. Brother, I think I've gained some self-defense skills too. Can I go with you? Kushina also stood. Stupid Chiyue, of course. I'm going with Conan and the others. I'm strong now and can definitely help you. Chiyue chuckled lightly. Oh really? You think you can handle it? You'd be better off staying at home. In this instance, each village will dispatch 500 individuals, all of whom are elite warriors. With just a handful of you who have never slain even the smallest of creatures, do you truly believe you can step onto the battlefield? This is not a playground for you. Furthermore, what can you accomplish on the battlefield? Chiyue tilted her head thoughtfully and declared, I can shield you from a blow when you're about to be injured, big brother. Upon hearing this, Chiyue swiftly delivered a chop to Chinyue's head and retorted, Do I need you to block a strike for me? Afterward, he glanced over at Xiaonan and Jixinai beside him, suddenly appearing behind the 2 girls. He placed a hand on each of their heads and proclaimed, See, you simply cannot keep up. Stay at home. Moreover, we won't depart until the day after tomorrow, which means I can accompany you for an entire day. Oh, that's fine, but you must ensure your safe return. Chinyue sighed, reaching out her right hand to seal a promise. Chiyue dismissed her with a scoff, immature. Yet, he extended his own right hand to engage in this childish yet sincere agreement. Good night, big brother. It's settled. You will accompany us all day tomorrow. Understood. In the dead of night, Chiyue lay in bed, bemused as he observed Jixinai clutching a pillow and standing by his bedside. What are you doing? Sneaking into a boy's room at this hour? You aren't plotting something nefarious, are you? Jixinai scratched her head and, without further ado, climbed onto Chinyue's bed, lifting a corner of the blanket and burrowing underneath. Hee, I spilled my cup, and now the bed is wet. I can't sleep here, can I? With that, Jixinai had completely nestled into Chinyue's covers, save for her head. You little rascal. Before Chinyue could say more, a knock echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. Big brother, are you asleep? Xiaonan's gentle voice floated through the wooden door. Not yet. Is there something you need? I have something I wish to tell you. Can I come in? Upon hearing this, Chinyue hastily tucked Jixinai deeper into the blankets and used a limitless technique to shove Jixinai's shoes under the bed. Be quiet. Don't make a sound. I'll be super quiet. Jixinai nodded affirmatively. All right, Xiaonan, you may enter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaonan opened the door and stepped inside, clad in a pristine white dress that fell just above her knees, revealing a glimpse of her fair calves. Chinyue felt a flutter of nerves as he looked at Xiaonan. What could she possibly want to discuss at this late hour? With her head bowed, staring at her toes, Xiaonan hesitantly began, Big brother, what I'm about to say might be a bit excessive, but I must express it, for I don't want to live with regret. You rescued me, and without you, I might have perished from hunger. You have provided for me, taught me to cultivate, and that is already a tremendous blessing. Moreover, your bond with Jixinai is so strong. However, I have always harbored feelings for you, so if it's possible, after you marry Jixinai, could you bring me along too? Chapter 67. Good night. Chinyue stared at Xiaonan, his lips twitching. Have you discussed this with Jixinai? Xiaonan shook her head. No. I've attempted to subtly hint at my feelings to Jixinai, but she hasn't noticed at all. I'm unsure how to broach the subject with her. Chinyue felt a pair of small hands pinching the flesh at his waist and glanced at Xiaonan. May I take some time to contemplate this matter? To be honest, I never entertained such thoughts before turning 18. Xiaonan nodded, somewhat disappointed. All right then. If you find it difficult or disagreeable, let us pretend it was merely a joke between siblings. With that, Xiaonan dashed towards the door, flung it open, and darted back to her own room, closing the door in one fluid motion. Leaning against the door, she sank to the floor, feeling a wave of weakness wash over her. Her heart raced like a frightened deer. What had she just said? What if they could no longer coexist harmoniously in the future? Furthermore, had her sudden exit been impolite? After a moment to collect herself, Xiaonan threw herself onto her bed. "You're such a silly goose," she chided herself. "Running into my brother's room in the middle of the night, what was I thinking?" Unbeknownst to her, the bold Gekko was already sharing a bed with her brother. Once Xiaonan left, Qinya quickly freed Gekko from the covers. "Are you all right?" "Stupid Gekko." Gekko inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air. "Of course. I'm fine. But I never expected Xiaonan to have feelings for you, you scoundrel." With that, she flipped over and sat atop Qinya's abdomen. Qinya looked up at Gekko perched on him and remarked, "What do you mean by that?" Gekko chuckled. "What else could it mean? Xiaonan is wonderful. Marrying you together sounds delightful. Just like my father, who has 5 wives. Though none of them are around now." Qinya chuckled. "I thought you would object." Gekko glared at him. "Am I that petty?" Qinya shrugged. "Well then, I believe one should be dedicated in relationships. So I shall marry Xiaonan in the future. Now, get off my bed, you silly Gekko." Upon hearing this, Gekko seized the collar of Qinya's nightgown. "No way. I came here first. You've already slept with me. So you must take responsibility." Qinya rolled his eyes. "To be precise, you slept with me. So I'm responsible for you." Gekko playfully patted her small chest. "Let me tell you, if you ever bully me again, I'll team up with Xiaonan to deal with you." "Humph." Qinya pinched Gekko's chubby cheeks. "Xiaonan will definitely side with me. She wants to help you. Moreover, judging by Xiaonan's hints, you seem rather oblivious to her feelings." Gekko scratched her head awkwardly. "Well, you know I'm not good at picking up on these things." Qinya slowly sat up, gently removing Gekko from his lap. "Let us sleep well. No more mischief." Gekko nodded, lying quietly beside Qinya. Ensuring she was covered by the blanket, he too settled into bed. Suddenly, Qinya felt a pair of arms encircle him. "Hey, I say." "Stupid Qinya, do you think this will result in children?" Qinya turned his head to look at Gekko. "How could that be? Just sleep soundly. You have nothing to worry about. You're just a little girl, thinking too much." Gekko nodded thoughtfully. "Then, stupid Qinya, you will protect us for a lifetime, right? You'll return safely one to you?" Qinya slowly nodded yes. "Then, you will." Before Gekko could finish, the rhythmic sound of her breathing indicated she had fallen asleep. She chuckled softly. "Stupid Qinya is unexpectedly adorable when he is asleep. If only he wouldn't tease me so much." Gekko gradually wrapped her arms around Qinya's waist, resting her little head against his chest. After finding a comfortable position, she soon drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, Gekko recalled her childhood in the land of whirlpools. Peaceful, joyful, and harmonious. Until, at the age of 6, the land of whirlpools was destroyed. She survived this calamity, brought to Konoha by Granny Mido. When she first arrived, she faced ridicule and bullying. Although Granny Mido constantly reassured her that one day she would earn everyone's recognition. Yet, everything around her felt so alien. But then, 2 individuals stepped into her life. As more and more individuals ventured into their own realms, I realized that while I may not have garnered the recognition of the entire Hidden Leaf Village, it no longer held significance for me. I have come to understand that the approval of others is fundamentally inconsequential. All I truly desire is to be with that special person. It is impossible to please everyone. Yet at the very least, one should strive to make those who care about them content. This wisdom was imparted to me by that very person. Presently, I am filled with joy, genuine joy. Early in the morning, Chia rose with the dawn. Unsurprisingly, a considerable portion of my nightwear was damp. That rascal Kushina. Why does she always drool in her sleep? Nevertheless, she looks quite peaceful while slumbering. That is sufficient for me. Suddenly, my door swung open. "Hey, big brother. Come and taste the breakfast I made with my own hands." Upon entering, Shigetsu was greeted by the sight of her brother holding Sister Nanai. She quickly shut the door and took a few deep breaths to quell the tumult of emotions within her. Sister Nanai, so intriguing. Has she captured my brother's heart so swiftly? My goodness. This news is simply explosive. At that moment, Kushina was awakened by the commotion. Blushing, she emerged from Chia's embrace, her unruly red hair unkempt. Grabbing her pillow, she dashed out. Upon opening the door, she spotted Shigetsu, who was clearly caught in a daydream. Kushina glanced at Shigetsu and whispered, You didn't see anything, understand? Yeah, you must know that you are my best friend. Do not force my hand. As she spoke, a few chains formed from chakra began to materialize behind her. Shigetsu instinctively nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Kushina, clutching her pillow, hurried back to her room. Chapter 68, Secrets. Shigetsu observed Sister Nanai's flustered retreat into her own room, unable to suppress a chuckle. However, I must admit, Sister Nanai is rather swift in her actions. But wait, did that troublesome Kushina just threaten me? How ridiculous. And she considers herself my best friend? Just because she has wealth, does she think herself impressive? At that moment, the door to Chiya's room opened once more. Chiya stepped out slowly, approaching Shigetsu and gently tapping her on the head. I have told you, one must knock before entering another's room. Why can you not learn? Shigetsu stuck out her tongue. I will be more mindful next time. But brother, you and Sister Nanai, you didn't do anything last night, did you? Chiya shot his sister a disapproving look. Do not overthink it. Last night, Nanai said she accidentally wet her bed, which is why she came to sleep with me. Let me think. With such a large couch available, why did she not seek out me or Xiaonan? Instead, she chose to come to you. I would say that troublesome Nanai harbors ulterior motives towards you. Shigetsu pondered aloud. Brother, I must tell you, even boys should protect themselves at home. After all, that troublesome Nanai has quite the temper, wouldn't you agree? Chiya glanced at the red figure behind Shigetsu and quickly turned his head away. Shigetsu, noticing her brother's reaction, was filled with curiosity. Just as she was about to inquire further, she suddenly felt herself being choked. Yeah, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Would you care to repeat it in front of me? Shigetsu struggled to pry Kushina's arm away, but found herself powerless. Had she known, she should have practiced her strength better. Kushina is surprisingly strong. I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. Shigetsu stammered, feeling embarrassed. Chiya patted Kushina's head. All right, let her go? You've seen her mouth before. Kushina nodded and slowly released Shigetsu, then glared at her in annoyance. How dare you spread rumors about me? How infuriating. Chiya chuckled as he observed Shigetsu, who was catching her breath. By the way, where is Xiaonan? Is she still asleep? Shigetsu shrugged and replied. She should have woken up by now. It's odd. Chiya cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, perhaps she stayed up late last night. Kushina raised her hand and volunteered. You all go ahead and eat. I will go wake Xiaonan. Chiya regarded Kushina with some skepticism, but nodded in agreement. Although there was a minor incident yesterday, it should not pose a significant issue. Kushina approached Xiaonan's room, slowly opening the door before gently closing it again. Stealthily, she made her way to Xiaonan's bedside and found her peacefully asleep, clutching a piece of clothing. Beside her pillow lay a small photo album. Kushina instinctively picked it up. Although a bit shy, her curiosity got the better of her. I'll just take a quick glance. After reassuring herself, she carefully opened the album. The first page featured a photo of herself, the troublesome Chiya, the troublesome Shigetsu, and Xiaonan together. Upon seeing the picture, Kushina felt a warmth in her heart. It seemed Xiaonan valued our friendship quite dearly. However, as she flipped through the pages, an unsettling feeling grew. Chiya, and more Chiya. Xiaonan, it seems, has been quite discreet. When were these photos taken? Chiya looks rather handsome, even while sleeping. What about this picture of him wrapped in a towel? And here he is practicing with a sword. As she continued to flip through, suddenly, the album was snatched from her grasp. Xiaonan had just woken up and was taken aback to see Sister Nanai grinning at her album. How embarrassing. The album had been discovered. She had forgotten to put it away after looking at it last night. Luckily, it was only Sister Nanai who found it. Xiaonan blushed. Sister Nanai, you didn't see anything, right? Kushina smiled kindly at Xiaonan, speaking in a tone of certainty. Xiaonan, you don't happen to have feelings for Chiya, do you? As she spoke, she pointed to the album that Xiaonan was holding. I, Sister Nanai, did not mean to compete with you. I merely. Kushina glanced at the flustered Xiaonan and instinctively imitated Chiya, reaching out to pat Xiaonan's head. So soft. No wonder Chiya likes to do this. Ahem. I digress. Xiaonan, no need to deny it. In truth, while Chiya may be a bit rough around the edges, one cannot deny his excellence. As for my feelings about Chiya marrying multiple wives in the future, I am not overly concerned, as long as it is not excessive. After all, my father has married more than one. So, Xiaonan, I hope you will guide me well in the future. We shall be allies from now on. Kushina smiled, gently embracing Xiaonan. Xiaonan, her cheeks flushed, rested her chin on Kushina's shoulder. But does Chiya agree? Kushina waved her hand dismissively. Him? Would he ever refuse such a wonderful opportunity? By the way, Xiaonan, may I ask you for a favor? Kushina looked at Xiaonan, her tone filled with excitement. What is it, Sister Nanai? Xiaonan asked, puzzled. Kushina rubbed her hands together and said, could you share a copy of the photos of Chia from your album with me? Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's face turned crimson as she nodded. And also, Xiaonan, how did that last page with you and Chia in wedding attire come about? As Xiaonan listened intently, she quickly covered Nana's mouth and glanced at the door. Upon confirming that no one was around, she let out a sigh of relief. Nana, keep your voice down. If my brother hears us. After Nana promised to speak quietly, Xiaonan finally released her grip on Isekai'd's mouth. Sitting half-kneeling on the bed while cradling the photo album, she revealed, that picture was actually drawn by me. If you want it, Nana, I can create another one for you, but you must keep it a secret. My brother must not find out. And neither should Qianyu. Hearing this, Isekai'd gestured an okay sign to Xiaonan and reassured her, don't worry, this will remain between us. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. Hey, it's time for dinner. Why is it taking so long for Xiaonan to wake up? If you don't hurry, the food will get cold. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan instinctively hid the album beneath her pillow. We'll be out shortly, she replied, swiftly folding the clothes on the bed and placing them into the wardrobe before picking up the album. With a flick of her hand, she moved a poster on the wall, revealing a small hole. After placing the album inside, she returned the poster to its original position. Let us go, Nana. It's time to head out. Isekai'd nodded, her gaze lingering on the wall. Perhaps she could create a similar hiding spot for herself. After all, if Yu discovered the album, it would be disastrous. She would likely face endless teasing. Chapter 69. A chance encounter with Hatake Tsukumo. Qianyu urged the two, who were dawdling, hurry up, Nana, Xiaonan. We're almost done with dinner. This is a rare outing with my brother. We must seize the moment. Isekai'd and Xiaonan exchanged glances and almost simultaneously replied, okay. After finishing their meal, Qianyu led the three little ones outside. On the way, they chatted casually. By the way, how is Do doing lately? Qianyu inquired. Qianyu smiled and replied, you needn't worry. Do is now attending ninja school. He seems to have quite the talent and is particularly interested in medical ninjutsu. He is a promising candidate. Though it's a pity he has a rather irresponsible teacher who doesn't seem to care at all. Qianyu scratched his head awkwardly. I've just been a bit busy lately. Honestly, I never really intended to take on a disciple. If it weren't for the system, I would probably just treat Do like a little brother. Moreover, Do's talent as a medical ninja is quite remarkable. He might be better suited to learn from Qianyu and Tsunade than from me. Suddenly, a silver-haired middle-aged man, accompanied by a similarly silver-haired child, approached. What a coincidence. Qianyu-kun. Qianyu glanced at Hatake Tsukumo and the future 6th Hokage, known for his even match against anyone, Hatake Kakashi. Is that you, Tsukumo-senpai? Is there something you need? Hatake Tsukumo scratched his head. I just happened to see you. Qianyu-kun. Would you like to join me for a meal? My treat. Just as Qianyu was about to decline, Qianyu smiled at Hatake Tsukumo. Thank you, Tsukumo-dano. We were just getting hungry. After saying this, Qianyu pulled Xiaonan and Isekai'd aside and whispered, Xiaonan, Nana, this is the famous Hatake Tsukumo from Konoha. He will definitely be on the battlefield with my brother, so it's good to build a rapport. Is it really okay to discuss this openly? Qianyu thought, casting an apologetic glance at Tsukumo. I hope I'm not embarrassing you, Tsukumo-senpai? Hatake Tsukumo waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. They're just adorable little girls. Seeing the three girls whispering nearby, Qianyu couldn't help but smile. After all, they were family. Moreover, Tsukumo-senpai's child seemed destined to become an excellent ninja in the future. Hearing this, Tsukumo smiled and ruffled his son's hair. I appreciate your kind words. At that moment, the trio finished their discussion and approached Qianyu, glancing at Hatake Tsukumo. Senpai, we know a very famous barbecue restaurant. Shall we go there together? Hatake Tsukumo smiled at the three little girls. Sure, let us go. I'm curious to see if that barbecue really lives up to its reputation. Qianyu chuckled at the scene of Tsukumo playing along with the three girls. Who would have thought that the formidable Konoha White Fang would be indulging in a little play acting with them? After all, how could the girls' whispers possibly escape the notice of someone with Tsukumo's elite skills? Thus, the group followed the little ones toward their destination. Speaking of which, children in the Naruto world grow up remarkably fast, don't they? At just around 2 years old, they can walk so steadily. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant. As Gekko and the others entered, they were warmly greeted by the staff. After all, with Gekko holding the deed, who would dare to upset her? Gekko coolly stated to the waiter, "The usual, please. We'll have enough for 6. Of course, please come this way. Soon." The 6 of them were seated and engaged in casual conversation. "Tsukumo-senpai, if it's not too inconvenient to ask, is there any danger in this war?" Hatake Tsukumo took a sip of his drink, glancing at the slightly anxious Qianyi with a smile. "Well, it shouldn't be too dangerous, after all. The 5 great nations have sent their elite forces." "Oh, I see." Tsukumo continued to play the question-and-answer game with the little ones until a platter of fresh meat was brought to their table. He sighed in relief, surprised to find himself being interrogated. Suddenly, he felt a little intimidated by the girls. Reflecting on this, he realized that his son's personality was quite admirable. At that moment, as everyone was enjoying the barbecue, the mischievous Nana grabbed a small bottle of sake, eager to taste it. Qianyi promptly tapped her on the head and swapped the sake for juice. "What are you thinking, drinking at such a young age? Stick to your juice." Nana pouted, taking the juice, and after a sip looked at Qianyi. "I'm not a child anymore, you know. I just wanted to taste it." Qianyi smiled lightly. "No means no. Can't you see I'm drinking juice too?" Nana retorted. "You coward. Are you afraid to drink?" Qianyi nodded yes. "I am afraid, so what? Wait, shouldn't you be proving me wrong by drinking it yourself?" Qianyi sighed, reluctantly taking an empty cup and pouring some sake. Gesturing to Nana, "Come here, but I warn you, it's not good." Nana eagerly nodded, understanding the stipulation. She lifted the cup and took a sip, only to be overwhelmed by a spicy sensation spreading across her mouth and warming her belly. "Water. I need water." Qianyi handed her the juice he had prepared. After all, rebellious children often require extra effort. Better to face a little hardship now than to suffer later in public. After Gekko finished the juice in her cup, the spicy sensation gradually subsided. Qianyi gazed at Gekko, teasingly asking, "Is it delicious? How about taking another sip?" Gekko quickly shook her head, insisting, "No more, no more. The juice is just fine. Alcohol is utterly unpalatable." Chapter 70. Departure. The dull game. The following morning, Qianyi rose early. Utilizing the technique of invisibility, he stealthily slipped out of the Moonlight Clan before dispelling the technique. He then set off towards the designated gathering point. 500 individuals from one nation, totaling 2,500 from 5 nations. One could only wonder how long they would engage in this endeavor. Last night, he had acquired the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan outright. Of course, this left him rather financially depleted. However, it was not a significant concern. The Shadow Assassin organization generated daily income, and with Gekko, the little wealthy lady, at home, the family business had seen considerable improvement lately. Thus, he decided to make the purchase outright. Initially, he had only intended to exchange for the Mangekyo Sharingan, but upon reflection, while the Mangekyo was excellent, nothing compared to the allure of the Eternal Mangekyo. He had conducted experiments, and his Sharingan space appeared to be similar to the Shadow space, albeit seemingly accessible only through his own eyes. The scenes within the Sharingan space resembled those of Obito's. It was all earth and nothing else. Yet, he had always harbored a question. If during the Fourth War, Obito had entered the Sharingan space with Madara's Rinnegan and never emerged, wouldn't that have resulted in Madara's demise? Before long, Qianyi arrived at the assembly point, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. He found a corner to rest quietly against a tree. After a short while, he sighed and remarked, "Orochimaru-sensei, you finally decided to emerge from your laboratory. How are your experiments progressing?" In the next moment, Orochimaru appeared beside Qianyi, replying, "The experiments are progressing fairly well, though they have been interrupted by this war. However, during my absence, you have managed quite well." Qianyi waved his hand dismissively. "Please, that position is a hassle and not suited for me at all." Orochimaru smiled at his disciple. "Do you have any idea how many people would covet this position, which I do not offer?" Qianyi replied, glancing at Orochimaru, "I do not possess such grand ambitions. Sensei, I neither wish to become Hokage nor seek power. I merely desire a peaceful life with my family. I sincerely hope you can succeed in becoming Hokage, Sensei. This way, I will have more time to spend with them," he added encouragingly. Orochimaru regarded the boy, who was just slightly shorter than himself, with a voice that bore a hint of rasp. "Family, is it? Such a humble, yet magnificent dream. But, for your dream to be realized, It seems it must rely on me. Is that acceptable? Qianyi responded coolly. As you say, Sensei, it is a transaction. I will help you become Hokage. And in return, you must grant me more leisure time, except in emergencies. Fair and reasonable. A faint smile graced Orochimaru's pale face. Indeed. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, Qianyi. Thus, Qianyi and Orochimaru leaned against the tree, engaging in casual conversation. To the onlookers in Konoha, this tableau appeared rather astonishing. Both Qianyi and Orochimaru were known for their challenging personalities, yet here they were, conversing amicably. Nearby, Jiraiya observed the pair and turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, don't you find it curious that Orochimaru seems to have changed? Tsunade ruffled her somewhat disheveled hair. Has he? Isn't it simply a matter of improving his relationship with his disciple? What is so shocking about that? Jiraiya countered. Yet, we have not seen Orochimaru interact this way with Shodai. Tsunade pointed out dismissively, that is not the same. One was a prodigy chosen for his talent, while the other came in through the back door because of me. They cannot be compared. Before Jiraiya could respond, a mournful voice chimed in. Hey sis, could you refrain from speaking ill of me right in front of my face? Besides, it's only natural for a teacher and a senior to catch up after a long time apart. Moreover, Orochimaru-sensei treats me quite well. Tsunade cast an awkward glance at Shoru. Well, it's only natural for a sister to chide her brother. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in battle attire, approached the gathered individuals. All right, everyone is here, so we shall prepare to depart. Hiruzen then led the elite of Konoha towards the land of rain. Not only the Hokage, but the leaders of other nations also took part, reflecting the apprehension the 5 great nations held towards the Shadow Assassin organization. However, it was noteworthy that the Uchiha clan comprised 1/10 of their total number, a staggering 50 individuals. This figure did not even include those from the 3rd and the Umbu-S Uchiha contingent currently under his command. Moreover, Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Fuyu were both part of this assembly. Deploying 2 at once, what could they be planning? Surely, they couldn't be foolish enough to attack the Shadow Assassin organization? That would be absurd. Did they intend to forego the use of their potions altogether? Thus, Qianyi trailed behind Orochimaru, heading towards the hidden rain village with the 3rd Umbu squad. Feeling somewhat bored, Qianyi yawned. What a nuisance. I could simply teleport there using Flying Thunder God, yet I must endure this slow journey. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Shoru beside him, this true heir of Konoha. He mused, if I were to capture Shoru this time and persuade Tsunade to sell off the family business to exchange for him, wouldn't that yield a substantial profit for me? After all, he is likely to squander his family's wealth eventually. Why not benefit myself instead? The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. I suppose I must place you in a bit of discomfort, Junior. As compensation, I assure you that I will ensure you live to a ripe old age. A day later, Sarutobi Hiruzen led the group to the border of the Land of Rain, where they set up camp. He instructed everyone to rest well and arranged for patrols. As he studied the map, Hiruzen frowned slightly. These fellows are merely waiting for someone else to make the first move? Very well, let us see who can outlast whom. At that moment, after setting up his tent, Qianyi lay quietly inside, pulling out some rice balls he had prepared in advance. Alas, poor Orochimaru-sensei, having rushed all day only to be summoned for a meeting. Just then, a melodious voice broke through. Excuse me, Captain, may I come in? Qianyi replied nonchalantly, sure. A young Uchiha girl entered, approaching Qianyi and extending her small hand. With a sigh of resignation, Qianyi pretended to retrieve a rice ball from a scroll and handed it to Mikoto. It seemed she had learned to be shameless from Yu and Nai. She had been so shy at first. Chapter 71. Ambushed, Shoru is captured. Qianyi observed Mikoto, who eagerly munched on the rice ball, and offered her a bottle of water. Is your father not coming? Mikoto shook her head, pouting, nope. My dad is at home guarding the house. Qianyi looked at Mikoto, who resembled a hamster, and couldn't help but shake his head. What happened to your initially reserved and graceful demeanor? Is this what they mean by one who associates with fools becomes foolish? Mikoto, munching on the rice ball and sipping water, looked at Qianyi and said, Captain, I knew you must have something delicious. The other members of the team were either nibbling on rations or consuming military food pills. Qianyi said lightly, can't you bring something edible? Are you just here to mooch off me? After finishing her rice ball, Mei-yin smiled at Qianyi. I believe in you, Captain. You must have food, right? Besides, my space is already filled with ninja tools and military rations. leaving no room for food. Qianyi cast a casual glance at Mei-yin. Well, since you're done eating, let's return and rest well. Good night. Hearing this, Mei-yin slowly stood up, a smile gracing her face. Good night, Captain. See you tomorrow. She then walked towards the tent's entrance. Once Mei-yin departed, Qianyi summoned Shadow to see him. In the next moment, a figure resembling him appeared by his side. Boss, did you call for something? Qianyi smiled. Indeed, I have a task. When you return, instruct everyone to capture the rope tree from Konoha, the one not far from my tent. Bind the soil from Iwagakure, the sand from Sunagakure, the lightning from Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage, and the mist from Kirigakure. We will use them all for ransom. These individuals are quite valuable. No need to be polite. Let us give the 5 great nations a good scolding. Understood, boss. Shadow replied eagerly. I'll discuss it with them right away. As night deepened, Shadow stealthily transported everyone next to their target. At that moment, the rope tree lay anxiously within the tent, struggling to sleep. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Kakuzu ensnared the rope tree with his tendrils, leaving a note for Konoha demanding ransom before retreating to the shadow space. He couldn't help but wonder if this little brat was truly worth anything. Meanwhile, within the Iwagakure outpost, Chiya acted brazenly, injuring the soil with a direct blow before dragging the half-conscious soil back to the shadow space. This individual was the son of the current Isekai'd, so he must be worth something. Despite the commotion, it didn't matter. Could they really chase into the shadow space? Simultaneously, the sand from Sunagakure, the lightning from Kumogakure, and the candidate for Mizukage from Kirigakure also met their demise. Inside the shadow space, the 5 captives were embedded within the stone walls. Shadow admired his handiwork as he gazed at the 5 individuals. The rope tree looked bewildered at his surroundings, while the other 4 glared around with gritted teeth. Except for the rope tree, they had all been beaten before being captured. It was a humiliation for them, high-ranking members of their villages, to be caught and disgracefully trapped within the walls. Chiya glanced at the young man with ice-blue hair beside him, saying slowly, Bing, you really are something, aren't you? You actually captured the son of the Reikage? Bing cast a cool glance at Chiya. Isn't this rather simple? Bing was a clone acquired by Qianyi when Mei Yin's affinity reached 90, possessing the template of Akiji. His character and appearance were self-designed, standing at 1.8 meters tall with light blue hair. His demeanor was icy on the outside but passionate within. His strength was commendable, having reached the super shadow level. The next morning, upon discovering the abduction of their kin, the leaders of the 5 great nations convened in tacit agreement, engaging in intense discussions. Konoha lost the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The Iwagakure lost the son of the current Isekai'd, Inoki. Kirigakure lost a candidate for the next Mizukage. Kumogakure lost the son of the current Reikage. Sunagakure lost their most favored successor, the third Kazekage. These audacious scoundrels. We must unite to dismantle that despicable organization at once. Are you mad? Your son may not want to live, but mine still values his life. What shall we do then? Should we obediently pay the ransom? What can we do? Must we disregard the hostage's well-being? At that moment, within Konoha's camp, Tsunade was furious. These rascals have even kidnapped my younger brother? I haven't settled the score from the last incident with Granny Mido. Do they think I'm easy to bully? Jiraiya stood in front of Tsunade, advising, calm down, Tsunade. You see, they are demanding a ransom. This indicates that the rope tree is still quite safe. Orochimaru nodded. Yes, Tsunade. Remain composed. Rushing in would serve no purpose. Watching this scene, Qianyi suddenly felt a wave of guilt and sorrow, an overwhelming sense of anguish, as if his conscience was being punished. Of course, it was all an act. He could only put Tsunade in a difficult position. After all, the rope tree was immensely valuable. By noon, the 5 great nations gradually prepared the ransom. Each person was worth 4 billion, an impressive sum. Naturally, Sunagakure and Kirigakure, being less affluent, borrowed some money from the other ninja villages. 5 individuals totaled 20 billion, equating to the worth of 10 pairs of Sharingan. At this moment, the leaders of the 5 nations, clutching the ransom, arrived at the location designated for the hostage exchange. Shadow inspected the money, ensuring there were no discrepancies, and honorably released the 5 captives from the shadow space. He then returned to the shadow space with 20 billion. Once everyone had returned, the leaders of the ninja villages exchanged glances. So what's the plan? Shall we still fight? Yes. I cannot swallow this grievance. We are numerous. There is no reason to fear a newly established organization. Together, even if we cannot reclaim the tailed beasts, we must at least vent our frustrations, right? Must the 5 great ninja villages suffer this humiliation without a fight? Not only have we inflicted no damage on the Shadow Assassin organization, but we have also lost nearly 20 billion? Do we have no pride? At this moment, Qian Yi was in high spirits, having gained a whopping 20 billion. Was this a visit of trouble? It felt more like a delivery of wealth. Chapter 72. The Offensive. Great defeat. Qian Yi aligned himself with Konoha's troops, gradually merging with the other 4 great nations. How interesting. After being swindled out of 20 billion, they still refused to retreat. Were they unable to swallow their pride, believing the 5 great nations could still prevail? However, even setting aside whether they could win, the very question of whether the ninjas from the 5 great nations could unite was a significant issue. After all, they had previously been antagonistic nations, each stained with the blood of the other's ninjas. Qian Yi observed the nearby ninjas from rival nations and the 5 Kage in discussion not far away. He wondered when this would come to an end. The ninjas from the 5 great nations blocking the border of the Land of Rain were severely hindering his business. Do you have any idea how much less I earn daily compared to before? Nevertheless, he decided to entertain them for a while. Before long, a vast area of the Land of Rain was enveloped in yellow sand. Shoyu stood atop a flying summoning beast, armed and ready to greet the ninjas of the 5 great villages. In an instant, Shoyu fired a shot towards each of the 5 great nations. He glanced towards his boss, revealing a playful smile. No need to thank me too much, boss. Simultaneously, Qian Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of Mei-yin. As a bullet halted before him, spinning rapidly. Where was Shoyu aiming? Mei-yin looked at the bullet suspended in front of Qian Yi, cold sweat trickling down her brow. If it weren't for the captain, she would of course. Mei-yin was unharmed. But the other ninjas from the 4 villages were not so fortunate. Each had been pierced through the heart by the bullets. What a pity. But then again, what war is without sacrifice? At that moment, in the Land of Rain, behind the yellow sand, several members of the Shadow Assassin organization gathered around a table. How do you all plan to handle this? Manjusaka spoke coolly. The Blackbird chuckled. What else can we do? We can eliminate their leaders, and they would withdraw their troops. Wouldn't they? Chia nodded in agreement. I support the Blackbird's method this time. If we frighten them into submission, they will no longer dare to act so boldly in our presence. Bing interjected coolly. Have you forgotten that the leader instructed us to avoid excessive losses among the 5 great nations? We must preserve their military strength for future use. Chia nodded, acknowledging the point. So what should we do? We can't kill too many, yet we need to make them retreat. We can't simply challenge them in a contest, can we? Manjushawa smiled at this. It's not entirely impossible, is it? Why are the 5 great nations preparing to attack us? It's primarily because of the tailed beasts, isn't it? Why not turn the situation to our advantage and use the tailed beasts as leverage? We could offer them a chance for one-on-one duels. For every victory, we grant them a tailed beast. For every loss, they owe us 2 billion. This way, we profit while sending them on their way. It's a win-win situation, wouldn't you agree? Bing regarded Manjushawa with a hint of skepticism. But will the 5 great nations truly agree to this? Manjushawa replied, that decision isn't up to them. If they refuse, we'll have our enforcers keep them on their toes with constant threats. If they possess any sense, they should accept. After all, in battles of our caliber, mere foot soldiers are of little consequence. Very well, then let the shadow negotiate with them. At that moment, within a tent, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages gathered around a table. This group has just slain another ninja from our Yunin village, Reikage grumbled. Calm down, Reikage. We all faced attacks. Yunin is not the only one suffering losses. The most pressing concern is our next step. That yellow sand is rather peculiar. It seems impervious to water techniques. Until we resolve this issue, we cannot advance, nor can we afford to remain in a stalemate. As the 5 Kages conversed, the shadow slowly emerged from the ground. Ah, if it isn't the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages. How delightful to see you all. Before the shadow could finish introducing himself, Reikage struck with a fist enveloped in lightning chakra. The shadow stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading. As he had no physical form in reality, his current body was merely a robust illusion. As Reikage's fist passed through him, the shadow swiftly reformed his body. Why is Reikage so enraged? Is it because we acquired the 2 tails and 8 tails from your village? Or perhaps because of the recent assassination of that Yunin ninja? By the way, I should mention that my form is merely an illusion, So save your energy. Reikage skin darkened as violent lightning chakra surged within him, threatening to explode. Anoki observed the shadow silently, stating, "Your visit must hold more purpose than mere mockery." The shadow nodded. "Naturally, who would want to waste time here? The shadow assassins have decided to challenge you to 9 one-on-one duels. If you win, we will give you a tailed beast. Conversely, if you lose, you owe us 2 billion. What do you say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "You propose to wager our village's assets in such a manner? The audacity of the shadow assassins is commendable." The shadow sneered, "It's absurd to assume tailed beasts belong to any particular village. I won't waste time with idle chatter. You have 3 minutes to consider this offer. Should you refuse, prepare for constant vigilance against unexpected attacks." After 3 minutes, the 5 Kages turned to the shadow with cold resolve. "We accept, but we must guarantee that once one side concedes, the other shall not attack." The shadow nodded and vanished from sight. The mission was flawlessly executed, and now they could eagerly anticipate the unfolding spectacle. From the outset, this group had no chance of victory. 9 formidable super shadow level warriors. They could not win in a contest nor in direct confrontation. Any losses would merely result in the demise of a few expendable foot soldiers. Meanwhile, within the tent, the 5 Kages debated which participants to select for the battles. "Certainly, the 5 of us must take part," one remarked. "As for the others, do any of you have suggestions?" The 3rd Kazekage proposed. "Both Rasha and Yetsong from our village are capable ninjas." Reikage added with a rugged tone, "My son is no less formidable than I was at his age." Anoki suggested, "My son, Katsuchi, could also be a contender." The 3rd Mizukage remarked, "Our village's Gokiyat Tsukuba could be considered as well." Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded, "From our village, both Kakashi Hitaki and my 3 disciples could also be viable choices." Chapter 73, The Battle of Sand Control. What a predicament. It seems the slots are insufficient. Yet we must refine our choices. Losing a match results in a 2 billion loss. Even if the village can manage it, how long can it endure such constant depletion? Eventually, after deliberation, they settled on 4 additional participants alongside the 5 Kages. Kakashi Hitaki from Konoha, Katsuchi from Iwagakure, Ei from Yunin, and Gokiyat Tsukuba from Kirigakure. The 3rd Kazekage had initially sought to contest, but the other 4 nations had offered to equally share the burden of any losses incurred. Compared to the other villages, their resources were limited. It was common knowledge that Sunagakure was the poorest among the 5 great shinobi villages. At this juncture, the members of the Shadow Assassins arrived at the border of Amagakure, meeting the 9 representatives dispatched by the 5 great nations. On the Shadow Assassin side were Chia, Blackbird, Bing, Lan, Kakuzu, Qingfeng, Manjushawa, and Fanyanfei. Opposing them were the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Kazekage, the 3rd Reikage, the 3rd Mizukage, the 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki, Yunin's Ei, Kakashi Hitaki from Konoha, Katsuchi from Iwagakure, and Gokiyat Tsukuba from Kirigakure. The remaining non-combatants from the 5 great nations observed from a distance. Almost simultaneously, a representative from each faction stepped forward to a clearing. Chia watched the first duel with interest. The 3rd Kazekage versus the Earth Dog? How intriguing. One wields a bloodline limit of magnetism, while the other commands the unique sand of the world of Naruto. However, the 3rd Kazekage likely does not reach the Super Shadow level. The 3rd Kazekage regarded the young opponent across from him with no hint of disdain, swiftly conjuring a protective barrier of iron sand. Fanyanfei noticed the serious demeanor of the 3rd Kazekage and smirked slightly, feeling the pressure. "Huh? Last time I didn't get to test my new moves. Now seems like a perfect opportunity." The 3rd Kazekage, Magnet Wind, observed his opponent's relaxed stance and prepared to initiate the attack with the iron sand. He formed a sand cone and launched it at Fanyanfei. Iron sand rang. Fanyanfei, seeing the attack, responded by manipulating his yellow sand to form a similar cone, meeting the iron sand in a clash. After a brief exchange, Magnet Wind smiled faintly at Fanyanfei. He then directed his fingers, summoning numerous small spears made of iron sand to converge upon Fanyanfei in an instant. The vast amounts of iron sand enveloped Fanyanfei, slowly increasing the chakra input. Iron sand restraint. Iron sand burial. Magnetic Wind gazed intently in the direction where Fan Yunfei had just been, his eyes glimmering with excitement. However, in the next moment, Fan Yunfei's figure gradually emerged, surrounded by a swirling tempest of demonic sand imbued with sinister power. "You've had your turn, now it is mine." Fan Yunfei commanded the demonic sand to launch an assault on magnetic wind. The iron sand that had previously attacked him was now ensnared by the very demonic sand he wielded. He extended his right hand and clenched it tightly. Sandstorm Starburst. Countless grains of demonic sand encircled magnetic wind, coalescing in the sky into a colossal sphere crafted from sand. While this spectacle bore a superficial resemblance to the Earth explosion star he had witnessed in comics, the technique he employed was entirely reliant on his mastery of sand manipulation, rendering the underlying principles quite distinct. Suddenly, Fan Yunfei sensed that magnetic wind was still attempting to escape his sandstorm starburst. Not willing to concede, are we? Fan Yunfei intensified the flow of demonic energy into the sand, creating immense pressure from within. He ruthlessly crushed several of magnetic wind's bones before discarding him onto the ground. What a pitiful sight, he thought. 2 billion, effortlessly claimed. He then kicked the third-generation wind shadow back to the opposing side before rejoining the others. In the second match, the third-generation water shadow faced off against ice. Within a mere 3 exchanges, the third-generation water shadow was encased in ice. The third match featured the third-generation lightning shadow against Chiya. The instant the third-generation lightning shadow entered the fray, he enveloped himself in a cloak of lightning chakra, activating his cells. In the blink of an eye, his claws, suffused with crimson energy, collided with his fists, which crackled with furious lightning chakra. In less than 10 seconds, they exchanged blows no fewer than 10 times. Such was the embodiment of the reckless nature of the hidden cloud village. Lightning Shadow AI regarded Chiya with astonishment. The youth before him, seemingly lacking in muscle, was holding his ground admirably. Speed and strength were on par. In an instant, Lightning Shadow AI gathered a tremendous amount of lightning chakra in his hands. Hellpiercer. His towering form lunged toward Chiya with remarkable speed, mercilessly aiming for his heart. Chiya merely smiled in response, and at that moment, crimson energy surged from his body, forming a giant with only its upper half surrounding him. Lightning Shadow found himself able to penetrate no deeper than 10 centimeters before he was halted. Seizing the opportunity while Lightning Shadow was momentarily incapacitated, Chiya slashed through Lightning Shadow AI's skin, causing crimson blood to cascade down. That blood was immediately absorbed by the crimson energy. Gradually, Chiya entered a bloodthirsty state. Unlike in the original narrative, his eyes glowed red, yet his teeth and claws showed no apparent alterations. Moreover, entering this state no longer necessitated consuming the opponent's blood. In this bloodthirsty state, Chiya's speed and strength surged, propelling him into a fierce exchange with Lightning Shadow. Before long, numerous wounds of varying sizes marred Lightning Shadow's body, while Chiya remained virtually unscathed, thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities. From a distance, Jinyi observed the battle between Lightning Shadow and Chiya, marveling at the third-generation Lightning Shadow's strength. Truly, he was capable of single-handedly engaging the Eight Tails, a warrior who could take on thousands. Alas, it was regrettable. What a pity he didn't perish. He wondered whether Chiya had grown tired of the fight, as the pace seemed languid. At this moment, Chiya noted that Lightning Shadow was panting heavily, and his interest waned. Is that all you've got? Very well, let us conclude this. I have had my fill. Initially, he intended to prolong the engagement, but it appeared there was little amusement left to be had. With Chiya now in a bloodthirsty state, combined with Lightning Shadow's injuries, chakra depletion, and the encroaching blood demon energy, the opportunity for Lightning Shadow to turn the tide had vanished. Chapter 74, Defeat. A crushing defeat. Chiya taunted the third-generation Lightning Shadow. Shall we continue? I must say, your strength is commendable, but alas, it pales in comparison to mine by a billionth. The third-generation Lightning Shadow, feeling the relentless onslaught of the crimson energy within him, grimaced. His chakra was insufficient to contain this energy, diminishing to less than 30%. Speed, strength, and combat skills were all overwhelmed. What was left to fight for? I concede. Lightning Shadow struggled to stand upright, his voice devoid of vigor. Upon hearing this, Chiya commanded the crimson energy within Lightning Shadow's body, reclaiming it entirely for himself. That's the spirit. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return. My time is precious. The fourth match featured Inoki against Blackbird. Inoki approached the arena with a grave expression. Damn, I haven't won a single round thus far. The pressure is immense. I hope my opponent isn't as formidable as the previous ones. Otherwise, I might as well headbutt the ground. Blackbird surveyed the diminutive figure before him. Is this my adversary? Without further ado, he ascended into the air. Unfazed, Inoki also employed the light-heavy rock technique to float upwards. Blackbird raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of sharp black feathers towards Inoki. His black feathers were not only keen, but also demanded minimal energy. Crucially, he was well acquainted with the third-generation Earth Shadow Inoki's abilities, adept in Earth Release Ninjutsu, the light-heavy rock technique, and possessing the unique Bloodline limit, Dust Release. Only the Dust Release posed a genuine threat, but it required precision to execute effectively. In summary, the initial setup was quite extensive. For a powerful opponent, particularly one as agile as Blackbird, this presented an opportunity for exploitation. However, even if he could not evade entirely, enduring a few hits was within his capabilities. But who had ever seen a high-damage, high-speed assassin endure an opponent's ultimate technique? Even if he believed he could withstand it, Inoki swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a wall of stone to shield himself. Blackbird, undeterred, directed his black feathers to circumvent the barrier and attack from all angles. Inoki, manipulating the earth, crafted numerous small shields to protect himself from the relentless assault. Peering through the gaps, he contemplated, this opponent seems weaker than the previous three. Is he yet to reveal his true strength? Or is he genuinely inferior? Yet before he could ponder further, a multitude of black feathers surged towards him. Inoki continuously employed ninjutsu, summoning new stone barriers to replace those that had been shattered. Minutes later, encircled by rock shields, Inoki charged at Blackbird. Enduring this barrage is not my style. Just as he drew near, Inoki unleashed a mighty punch with the heavy rock technique. Yet, in the end, he failed to graze a single feather of Blackbird. The latter swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself 3 meters to the side of Inoki. Eager, aren't you? I had intended to toy with you a bit longer. Blackbird struck out with a whip, sending Inoki soaring. The whip shattered the rock shield, leaving several bloody marks on Inoki's skin. Inoki quickly adjusted his posture midair. This adversary is incredibly swift. In that instant, I couldn't even sense his presence. He utilized the rock clone technique, creating 3 duplicates, and commanded one to attack Blackbird. In an instant, Blackbird appeared before the clone and effortlessly obliterated it with a single whip. At that moment, Inoki and his 2 clones completed their brief charge. 3 conical dust release techniques shot forth towards Blackbird. In response, Blackbird merely smiled and swiftly took to the skies, evading the onslaught. Inoki altered the trajectory of his dust release, directing it towards the Blackbird. In under half a minute, he ceased his offensive. The Blackbird then boldly halted at a short distance from Inoki. Observing the composed demeanor of the Blackbird, Inoki felt a pang of frustration about how to deal with this adversary. This being was undoubtedly among the fastest he had ever encountered, with a swiftness rivaling that of the Flying Thunder God technique over short distances. He realized he could not pin this creature down. Moreover, the Blackbird was meticulously probing his defenses, remaining exceedingly cautious. Should he recklessly employ his dust release, it would merely lead to a rapid depletion of his chakra, resulting in his inevitable defeat. Before he could ponder further, a flurry of black feathers descended upon him. Inoki utilized earth release techniques, causing countless rocks to swirl around him in defense against the onslaught, while he gradually formed hand seals. He firmly believed that a single strike from his dust release would suffice to hit his opponent, a feat even the third Reikage, who possessed the lightning release, dared not confront directly. As he focused on the Blackbird, he launched the original world-severing technique. The Blackbird effortlessly evaded the attack, watching Inoki with a hint of disinterest. Is that all you have? It seemed to convey. In an instant, the Blackbird appeared beside Inoki, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground, shattering his 2 rock clones in the process. Blood spilled from Inoki's mouth as he struggled to rise. Coughing, he acknowledged his frail condition, lamenting that he lacked the resilience of the Reikage. The Blackbird landed lightly, gazing at Inoki with an air of condescension. Still not willing to concede? I see no glimmer of victory for you. Wiping the blood from his lips, Inoki replied coolly, that may not be the case. At that moment, the figure of the Isekai'd materialized in the distance, forming hand seals to execute a technique. Earth release, boulder cannon. Several massive spherical stones hurtled towards the Blackbird. Instinctively, the Blackbird dodged to the side, only to have a hand emerge from the ground, seizing its feet. Earth release, weighty rock technique. The Blackbird suddenly felt as though it were being crushed under immense weight. Inoki watched with a slight smirk as he continued his movements without pause. He unleashed another dust release technique towards the black bird. Even the most composed of hunters could become prey if they underestimated their opponent. These actions transpired in the blink of an eye. The strategically placed rock clones, the boulder cannon, and the weighty rock technique rendered the black bird unable to move swiftly, culminating in the lethal strike of the dust release. Perhaps the 5 great nations were not as inept as they appeared. However, to his dismay, the black bird effortlessly dispersed the rock clones beneath it. A dark vortex slowly materialized at its chest. When Inoki's dust release struck the vortex, it failed to create even the slightest ripple. The black bird swiftly ascended, coldly regarding Inoki. "I nearly fell for your ruse. How infuriating. Fortunately, my power has significantly increased." Sensing the energy it had just absorbed, the black bird reflected on the might of its prior attack. With a smirk, it declared, "Now you shall experience the potency of my dust release." The technique erupted forth from the black vortex, hurtling towards Inoki. Chapter 75. The Clash of 5 Releases, the Duel of Blades. Upon witnessing this, Inoki also employed the original world-severing technique in response. After the clash, he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. That last strike had nearly consumed all his chakra. He conceded defeat, fully aware of the overwhelming power of the shadowy assassin organization, which could easily overpower even a figure as formidable as Hanzo, the salamander. The alliance of the 5 nations seemed but a farce. Next up was the 5th match, Sarutobi Hiruzen versus Deidara. The outcome of this duel remained uncertain. Both masters adept in the 5 elemental releases. Hiruzen stepped into the open, summoning the Monkey King, with a serious expression directed at Deidara. It was not fear that held him back, but rather the sheer strength exhibited by the shadowy assassin organization. Deidara observed Hiruzen intently. The second Hokage's apprentice, a specialist in the 5 elemental releases. Gradually, he extracted 4 hearts and formed 4 mask-clad clones from tentacles behind him. The fire and lightning attribute clones opened their mouths simultaneously. Fire release, fireball technique. Lightning release, false darkness. The intense flames and ferocious lightning surged towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Wind release, vacuum blade. The water barrier absorbed the heat and damage of the fire technique, generating a thick vapor. The wind blades collided with the false darkness, producing a shrill sound. Deidara commanded his clones to encircle Hiruzen. The water clone initiated the attack. Water release, water curtain. A torrent of water surged towards Hiruzen. He used earth release, earth barrier to block the flow, glancing nervously at the lightning clone poised to strike. Hiruzen swiftly formed 4 shadow clones, his expression grave as he faced Deidara. Deidara combined the lightning and water clones, while the wind and fire clones merged as well. The newly formed duo stood beside Deidara, their mouths agape, ready to unleash their combined technique. Composite ninjutsu, raging storm inferno, water and lightning explosion. The onslaught of wind-s sharpness and fire-s searing heat clashed with the expansive range of water and the destructive force of lightning, converging on Hiruzen with overwhelming ferocity. The 2 shadow clones of Hiruzen united, employing Earth Release, Earth Dragon Firebomb to counter the raging storm inferno. The Monkey King advanced to withstand the water and lightning explosion. In an instant, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield. The Monkey King returned to Hiruzen's side, blackened but unscathed. Seizing the opportunity amidst the smoke, Hiruzen's 5 clones simultaneously formed hand seals, directing an attack at one of Deidara's clones. 5 elemental Great Bomb technique. By the time Deidara realized it, it was too late. In a panic, he could only separate the lightning clone, while the water clone was struck and collapsed into a puddle of mud. Hiruzen's face lit up with joy. Perhaps he too could hold his own. Deidara, on the other hand, grimaced at the sight of his water clone, now a mere puddle, and retrieved another water attribute heart as a replacement. Shattering the glass vial containing the heart, its nutrient liquid spilled onto the ground. After replenishing his heart, Deidara glared at Hiruzen with an air of malice. "That cost me 50 million. Damn it." Deidara commanded his 4 clones to stand beside him, gathering an immense surge of chakra. Ninjutsu, 5 elements annihilation. 5 different elemental chakra techniques fused together, launching towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen continued to counter with the 5 elemental Great Bomb technique, but he gradually found himself overwhelmed. Though the principles of their techniques were similar, Deidara's 5-element fusion techniques had reached the level of pseudo-S rank. Hiruzen swiftly transformed the Monkey King into a staff, leveraging its length to evade the attack of the 5 elements annihilation. Of course, his shadow clones were predictably obliterated. The agony experienced by the shadow clones was something he endured 4 times over. The pain was excruciating. Seeing Deidara, who seemed unfazed and unaffected, Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Was he not depleting chakra while executing his powerful techniques? Deidara appeared utterly relaxed. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, the 5 elite hearts granted him extraordinary endurance, rendering chakra consumption a moot point. Qianyi gazed upon the fragmented earth from a distance, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, he was a man who had once been reduced to a mere pawn in a game of deceit. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately fell in defeat, while the only loss for Kakuzu was a single heart of the Akatsuki. In the 6th match, Kakashi Hatake faced off against Ching Feng. Kakashi drew his short blade, fixing his gaze on the dual-wielding Ching Feng. It was a challenging encounter. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight. The air crackled with the sparks of clashing blades. After several exchanges, Ching Feng abruptly crossed his blades to intercept Kakashi's short knife, channeling his inner strength to send Kakashi flying. He then infused a vast amount of energy into a demonic blade, hurling it towards Kakashi. The blade soared like a mythical phoenix, rapidly approaching him. Kakashi swiftly positioned his short blade defensively, pouring his chakra into it. However, at the moment of contact, the blade shattered into fragments, sending Kakashi himself tumbling backward. Before he could regain his footing, a demonic blade was already poised at his throat. "You have lost, ninja of Konoha." Kakashi managed a resigned smile. "Indeed, I have lost." In the subsequent matches, the Shadow Assassin organization triumphed with overwhelming force. The members of the organization approached the 5 Kage. "Remember to settle your debts later. And should you dare provoke us again, the consequences will be yours to bear." Despite our Shadow Assassin organization being outnumbered, I trust you would not wish for us to pay a visit to your villages, would you? The 5 Kage exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "Outnumbered? If that is what you call outnumbered, then what are we? But never mind, at least our lives are spared." Once their negotiations concluded, Bing walked towards the gathering of Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing this, appeared somewhat tense as he glanced at the other members of the Shadow Assassin organization. "What is this?" Chia remarked nonchalantly. "Is there anything to be alarmed about? Bing is likely just going to meet an old friend." Sarutobi's lips twitched. "An old friend? From Konoha? Who would believe that? Do you believe it? I only hope he won't strike at Konoha." Bing strode confidently towards the ninjas of Konoha, specifically towards the direction of Moonlight Qianyi. Chapter 76, Making Friends? The ninjas standing in Bing's path instinctively parted, for he was the one who had single-handedly taken down the 3rd Mizukage. Although he did not actually kill him, it was evident to any discerning eye that this blue-haired youth possessed the strength of a shadow. As Bing approached Qianyi, he noticed the little girl standing beside him and smirked. "Boss, you're quite the player." He slowly advanced towards Mikoto, conjuring an ice spear directed at her. Mikoto, trembling, brandished a kunai towards Bing. We shouldn't know each other, right?" Bing replied coolly, "Indeed, we are unfamiliar." "So what of it? Do you see anyone here willing to assist you?" Truly, what good companions they were, as nearly everyone retreated. Uchiha Mikoto glanced at her captain, wanting to call for help, but suppressing the thought. It was better not to involve her captain. From a distance, Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Shana exchanged glances. Shana's Sharingan manifested with 3 Tomo, and the Mangekyo was on the verge of revealing itself. Uchiha Fuyu remarked to Shana, "Let us go. If you have the Mangekyo and still watch your clan members being bullied, then those eyes hold no value." Excitedly, Shana followed Fuyu towards Mikoto. He had yet to test his Mangekyo abilities. Just then, Mikoto felt a warm hand on her shoulder. Qianyi drew his ninja blade, shielding Mikoto as he faced Bing. "You find it amusing to scare children, don't you? Your tedious malice hasn't changed at all." Bing observed Qianyi, now armed with a long knife, and quickly embraced his theatrical talents. Although his superior had instructed him to reveal some elements to this group, he had not specified how to do so. "Oh dear. We meet and immediately draw blades. I thought we were brothers. But you seem rather fond of this little girl. Qianyi, could it be that you are?" Before he could finish, Qianyi unleashed a black flash directed at Bing's face. "Who told you to embellish the script?" Bing slowly summoned ice crystals to block Qianyi's punch. "Oh dear, have I struck a nerve? Is that what they call being angry out of embarrassment? Why don't you take little Yi away from Konoha? I could protect her. How about that? Qian Yi cast a dismissive glance at Bing. You? As if you can protect yourself. Besides, why would I want to endure the incessant rain of your land of rain? Bing frowned at Qian Yi. What? You look down on me? Then hand over what I gave you. Qian Yi stuck out his tongue. Used it up. What can you do about it? You. Scoundrel. At that moment, Bing raised his right hand and conjured an ice wall to block an attack from the right. He then amplified his cold aura, instantly freezing the lower half of the ambusher. Looking at Qian Yi, Bing remarked, Your Konoha ninjas truly are a perplexing lot. Qian Yi gazed at Tsunade, whose lower body was encased in ice, and turned to Bing. Your organization is responsible for my grandmother's death. My brother, too, was captured by you not long ago, though he was ultimately exchanged for money. And considering how you look, isn't it normal to be struck? Bing beckoned with his finger. What if you plead for me to release her? Qian Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. Not familiar, so whatever. Tsunade gritted her teeth, glaring at the two calm individuals. I am your sister's mentor. How can we not be familiar? Oh, not familiar, huh? Bing quickly conjured an ice spear and thrust it at Tsunade. However, as it neared her, the spear halted midair as if encountering resistance. Bing observed the 6 eyes that had emerged in Qian Yi's gaze and teased. Aren't we unfamiliar? Qian Yi replied coolly. She is my sister's mentor. Bing retorted, Then come with me, and I shall release her. Not a chance. Then let us engage in combat. After all, our conversation has been overheard, so you need not conceal your strength. Very well, it is a delightful agreement. But let us keep it light. Bing approached Qian Yi, draping an arm over his shoulder. Shadow, restore the battleground. Let me and my brother have some fun. The shadow manipulated the already ravaged ground, restoring it to its original state. Yet, was Bing perhaps overacting? Did he not intend to continue in the Shadow Assassin organization? His superior had mentioned to unleash one's potential freely, but this was somewhat excessive. However, never mind. It would not be himself who perished in the end. At this moment, Qian Yi and Bing stood in the cleared area, locking eyes. Qian Yi vanished from sight, swiftly charging towards Bing. Bing conjured a long sword of ice, effortlessly parrying the attack. With a swift motion, Bing created a flock of icebergs that soared towards Qian Yi. Brandishing his long knife, Qian Yi inhaled deeply, unleashing a powerful strike. Breath of Night, 4th form, Night Crow Assault. The slashes emitted from his blade, much like startled crows rising from the night, surged towards the icy birds. The black crows and azure ice birds clashed in the air, neutralizing each other. Breath of Night, 3rd form, Dark Star Flash. Qian Yi swiftly approached Bing and struck with a blade, sending him flying. As Qian Yi slowly revealed himself, he gazed upon the fallen Bing and asked if he had had enough fun. Bing, his attire slightly disheveled, rose from the ground. How could this be? I was just getting excited, he exclaimed, his fists gradually turning black. In an instant, he appeared beside Qian Yi, delivering a powerful punch. Qian Yi positioned his sword defensively and invoked the Breath of Night, 5th form, Night's Guardian, blocking the attack. Qian Yi retaliated with a kick infused with dark energy aimed at Bing's waist. Bing promptly utilized Moon's Step, levitating in midair. His face alight with exhilaration, he exclaimed, This is so invigorating. That battle with the water shadow was merely a warm-up. Bing unleashed the full potential of his ice fruit ability, creating a colossal figure of ice around him, towering at 100 meters, adorned in icy blue and wielding 2 long swords of the same hue. Qian Yi regarded Bing with a mix of exasperation and admiration. This fellow was indeed reckless. Yet, he thought to himself, perhaps he should also enjoy this confrontation. Qian Yi quickly formed a series of seals, summoning the tempest. Standing atop the storm's back, he calmly commanded, Ascend. The storm responded instantly, its wings beating as they soared into the sky. In mere moments, both combatants unleashed their attacks. Senjutsu, Wind Blade, Ice Spear. The clash of wind blades and ice spears erupted in an awe-inspiring spectacle. Qian Yi swiftly gathered chakra into his right hand, forming a crimson sphere. Fire Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Its appearance resembled the Wind Release Spiraling Shuriken, but radiated a terrifying heat. Qian Yi called to the tempest, Let us strike. Senjutsu, Storm Annihilation. Fire Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The 2 techniques merged rapidly, hurtling towards the ice giant. The expansive sea of flames offered a breathtaking visual. The ice giant slowly raised its arm, invoking Ice Age. unleashing an extreme chill. In midair, flames and ice clashed fiercely, each vying for dominance. As the two forces began to neutralize each other, Chinya vanished from atop the tempest. Breath of Night, 7th form, endless night abyss. Sensing a looming threat from behind, Bing quickly turned, covering himself in a layer of armament hockey. Yet, in an instant, the icy barrier shattered. Chinya reappeared with a smile, addressing Bing. Come here. Using a technique, he summoned Bing to his side. Do you wish to continue? I must warn you, I am somewhat displeased. Bing waved his hands in surrender. No more fighting, just a friendly spar. Chapter 77. The war concludes. Upon hearing this, Chinya and Bing slowly made their way toward the Konoha team. As Chinya stepped into their midst, he noticed the fearful glances cast upon him. Though he paid them little mind, being unfamiliar with them, they approached Tsunade, and Chinya remarked to Bing, "Why are you still frozen? What are you doing standing there?" Bing rushed to Tsunade's side, quickly helping her thaw. However, she immediately wobbled and knelt before him. Surprised, Bing exclaimed, "Is she really that weak? Hasn't it been long since she was frozen?" He turned to Chinya and asked, "Is this truly your sister's master? Is it for real? So weak?" Chinya nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, she is. And you know that she dislikes fighting. I'm not the right person to teach her." Bing acknowledged this but pressed on. "Since your strength is now revealed, would you consider joining my shadow assassin organization? They seem quite protective." Chinya shrugged. "Then go ahead and be a young cub if you wish. I shall not accompany you." Bing shot him an annoyed glance. "I meant it as a metaphor, you know. I'm doing this for your benefit." Chinya nodded. "Yes, I understand it's for my good. However, you can go alone. I am not like you, a lone wolf. Moreover, the Shadow Assassin organization is not suited for me. It seems too exhausting." Bing rolled his eyes, gazing at Chinya with icy blue eyes. Yes, our esteemed young leader. Is it too exhausting for you to earn money while lying down every day?" Bing slowly produced several bottles and scrolls, tossing them to Chinya. "These are newly developed items from our organization. Take them back to your sister." Chinya inquired, "What are these?" Bing replied, "One enhances physical strength, one boosts chakra, and the other improves mental acuity. However, for individuals like us, it's ineffective. Don't get any ideas. These are not for you." Feigning disappointment, Chinya remarked, I truly misjudged you for not preparing a gift for me." Bing glanced at the scroll. "This is indeed for you, but consider it a toy. It won't enhance your abilities." As Chinya slowly unsealed the scroll, a 5-meter tall mech emerged. He frowned. "Didn't you say it was 10 meters? Why give me just a 5-meter one?" Bing retorted, "A 5-meter one is sufficient for you to play with. I just got promoted. Are you trying to undermine me?" Chinya replied nonchalantly, "That could be arranged. Why not stay in Konoha? You didn't even participate in the battle for the Nine Tails." Bing rolled his eyes, and then produced 2 pills and a vial. He gave 1 pill each to Orochimaru and Tsunade, while the vial floated before Mikoto. He handed Orochimaru and Tsunade the pills. "These should enhance you in all aspects. Consuming them should elevate you to the level of a shadow. As for the vial, it contains the potion to evolve the Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan." After distributing the items, Bing turned towards the Shadow Assassin organization, saying, "Until we meet again, little Yi." Chinya replied softly, "Farewell." Mikoto approached Chinya, asking, "Captain, what is this?" Chinya explained, "This, when you reach 3 Tomo, will awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan." Mikoto questioned, "Isn't that too precious?" Chinya nodded, "Let me think." Bing mentioned that your Uchiha clan bought 5 vials for a total of 1 billion. Mikoto suddenly felt the vial in her hand grow heavy. "Captain, this is too valuable. Shouldn't it be yours?" Chinya waved his hand. "This awakening potion is useless for me. If you don't want it, you can return it to that fellow." He gestured toward the direction of the Shadow Assassin organization. Mikoto gulped nervously. "Captain, let us forget about it. I'm afraid." Just then, Orochimaru approached with a pill, looking at Chinya. "I didn't expect you to be so skilled at hiding." Chinya replied, "It's all about being low-key." He then inquired, "What effect does this pill have?" Chinya explained, "It enhances chakra capacity, physical constitution, and mental acuity. Just have faith and take it." Orochimaru asked, "Haven't you taken enough?" Chinya nodded, "Indeed. But I exchanged for them directly. I had no need for pills." After a brief pause, Tsunade approached Chinya and asked, "Do you think you could have withstood them back then?" Chinya chuckled, "You hold me in high regard, Lady Tsunade. I could manage one, but in that situation, I had to flee with Nana." He added playfully, "Are you doubting my capabilities, Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade clenched her fist and remarked, "Without me, it is just." At that moment, in the place where the Shadow Assassin organization was conversing with the five Kages, Bing appeared nonchalant as he strolled back to his own organization. Chiyo observed Bing and said, "Isn't that the guy I scratched last time?" A glimmer of frostiness flickered in Bing's eyes as he yawned. "So what?" Chiyo, with blood-red energy surging from his body, retorted, "You are so generous, giving your brother so many things." Bing's aura also grew icy as he shot back. "The things I exchange for myself are none of your concern." Just as it seemed that a conflict might erupt between the two, the members of the Shadow Assassin organization hurriedly intervened to prevent their quarrel. "You two, silence. If you wish to argue, do it later," Qing Feng said coolly, then turned towards the five great nations, adding, "If you come to the land of rain looking for trouble again, we won't hesitate to pay a visit to your territory next time." With that, everyone returned to the shadow space through the passage. As Bing walked at the rear and was about to pass through the portal, he turned back with a smile and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hey, Hokage of Konoha. Remember to target little Yi more when you return. It would be best if you could provoke him. How about I personally come to thank you later?" Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's reply, he vanished through the passage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching the blue-haired youth who had just spoken with a hint of menace, broke into a cold sweat. Are all young people like this nowadays? Yet, it seems I have one on my side as well. Besides, provoke Chiyo? Ridiculous. He is my own disciple. I'm still indulging him. Furthermore, he had just noticed that the internal dynamics of the Shadow Assassin organization did not appear to be very harmonious. However, if this group were as powerful as they were united, who in the ninja world could contend with them? They would simply submit to the Shadow Assassin organization. Chapter 78, Madara's Vigilance, the Forgotten Weapon. Upon returning to the shadow space, Bing and Chiyo sat together on a sofa, their shoulders touching. Chiyo looked at Bing and asked, "How was my performance? Did it appear convincing?" Bing disdainfully glanced at Chiyo and replied, "Please, today's MVP is undoubtedly me." Unlike their playful banter, Jiaodu looked at the others with some confusion. "Why are we entertaining that Konoha brat?" Haikyuu responded slowly, "Well, you could consider him one of us. However, as you can see, he is quite different from us. He has his own kin. Unlike us where one person's well-being guarantees the rest won't starve." Hearing this, Jiaodu lost interest and scoffed. "Kin? How dull. Only money and hearts are trustworthy." Chiyo remarked, "Come on, you're missing out on a lot of fun with that attitude." Jiaodu retorted, "Earning money and collecting hearts is my joy." At that moment, in an underground space, a figure clad entirely in white stood before an elderly man. "Lord Madara, the five great nations have lost. The Shadow Assassin organization has achieved a decisive victory." In Madara's aged hand was an object resembling a petri dish. "Is that so? The five great nations are becoming increasingly useless. Yet, this Shadow Assassin organization is rather intriguing. By the way, how is that brat of the Uzumaki clan who houses my Rinnegan?" "Report, Lord Madara, that brat is currently an external member of the Shadow Assassin organization, and his Rinnegan is in good condition. However, we are uncertain whether the Shadow Assassin organization will affect our future actions." Madara waved his frail hands, and a pair of three-tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. "For now, do not provoke the Shadow Assassin organization. When Nagato can utilize the Rinnegan's powers for me, I will personally deal with them. As for the nine-tailed beasts, let them safeguard them for now. By the way, have we clarified where the nine-tailed beasts are hidden?" Baiju shook his head and replied, "Lord Madara, we have found no trace of the nine-tailed beasts. They may be hidden too well." Madara was not angered. It was only natural for the tailed beasts to be well concealed, as they were hard-won. "Let us search slowly. There is no need to rush." With that, Uchiha Madara resumed tinkering with his Hashirama cells. Hashirama, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. That title is not to be taken lightly. Little did he know, even after death, his cells could be put to such extraordinary use. Enhancing chakra. Slowly restoring the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, awakening would release, even creating a severed arm. Such prowess in mere cells. One can hardly imagine Hashirama's combat strength during his lifetime. Yet, somehow, he perceived the Hashirama cells to be akin to cancerous cells, given their overwhelming invasive qualities. At that moment, the Kage from various nations, along with their respective teams, hurried back to their villages. Although they had failed to reclaim the tailed beasts, at least there were no significant losses, right? Furthermore, It seemed the Shadow Assassin organization did not intend to strike against the 5 great nations either. What else could they do but return to their villages? They could not fight back. As Madara gazed at the cells of Hashirama within the container, he suddenly recalled something. According to his original plan, he needed to select a successor from his clan after his demise. However, he never expected that external forces would give rise to an entity like the Shadow Assassin organization after both he and Hashirama were presumed dead. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to seek out that individual, once a weapon of war for the Uchiha clan, but that was a matter from the Warring States period. Even he had never seen this weapon, rumored to possess the legendary technique of 8,000 spears. However, it seemed to have been sealed by the Senju and Sarutobi clans. It remains uncertain whether it still exists. Konoha should have relevant records, right? As Madara contemplated, his gaze shifted from the glass vessel, and he summoned Baiju. Shortly after, a humanoid figure entirely cloaked in white emerged from the ground. "Do you have a task for me, Lord Madara?" Madara observed Baiju and calmly instructed. "Send a portion of the Baiju monitoring Konoha to investigate the matter of the Uchiha war weapon from the Warring States period." "Understood, Lord Madara." With that, Baiju vanished back into the earth. Upon returning to Konoha, Chiya and Orochimaru were summoned to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded his disciple without a hint of condescension, treating Chiya as an equal. "So, Chiya, what is your relationship with that blue-haired member of the Shadow Assassin organization?" He added, "Of course, if it's inconvenient to share. You need not disclose it." Chiya shook his head. "It's nothing I can't say. That blue-haired one is called Bing. He is a friend of mine. As you may have noticed, the Shadow Assassin organization is not unified. Bing has just recently become a member of the organization, and my involvement in their tasks has contributed to this. At the very least, during the battle to seize the 9 Tails, Bing was certainly not a core member of the Shadow Assassin organization. As for now, as you've seen, he is an undeniable core member." Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows and asked, "So, Chiya, how do you believe we should approach the Shadow Assassin organization moving forward?" Chiya smiled. "Isn't it obvious? The 5 great nations combined cannot contend with them. Hokage-sama, what do you think of my and Bing's strength?" Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged. "They are indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing me. The Kage of this village." Chiya, with a hint of persuasion in his tone, responded, "Then, Hokage-sama, why not consider fostering a good relationship with the Shadow Assassin organization? With ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, pills to enhance chakra, and potions to bolster physical abilities, since we cannot defeat them at present, it would be wiser to negotiate with them." Though the reasons for this group's relentless pursuit of wealth remain unclear, one thing is indisputable. The Shadow Assassin organization possesses a plethora of valuable items, all of which can be acquired with money. Surely, both the Hokage and the esteemed teacher are not lacking in funds, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling a surge of excitement, cleared his throat. "Chinya, is this reliable? Are there truly individuals willing to exchange these items for money?" Chinya nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. By the way, Hokage, allow me to share a secret. You are aware of the Uchiha clan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, correct?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, as it was common knowledge that Uchiha Madara, who co-founded Konoha alongside Hashirama, possessed such ocular prowess. Chinya smiled and continued. "What if I told you that the Uchiha clan has already engaged in transactions with the Shadow Assassin organization? They have secretly traded 5 vials of a potion capable of transforming their 3-tomo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If you harbor doubts, perhaps you could investigate discreetly?" After a brief discussion, Chinya departed from the Hokage building, making his way to the Moonlight clan. Orochimaru bid a hasty farewell and returned to his laboratory, ready to delve into research on the pills in his possession. However, he was taken aback by the depth of his apprentice's secrecy. Yet, that mattered little. Everyone harbors their own secrets, after all. Not long after, within the Hokage's office, a member of the Umbu appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Fuyu requests an audience." Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. "Let Uchiha Fuyu enter. I was hoping to meet the clan leader of the Uchiha." His apprentice's words may indeed hold a grain of truth. Recently, the Uchiha clan's defensive capabilities had unexpectedly increased manifold, which raised suspicions. Upon entering, Uchiha Fuyu cast a calm gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, I wish to discuss a matter privately." He glanced at the Umbu in the corner. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, dismissing the Umbu, then turned to Uchiha Fuyu. What brings you here, Fuyu? Uchiha Fuyu's 3 Tomo appeared, transforming into the more radiant form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the weight of that gaze and inquired, "You've come to showcase your Mangekyo Sharingan?" Uchiha Fuyu slowly retracted his eyes, stating, "Not at all. However, Hokage-sama, I hope you may keep a closer watch on your fellow clansmen, particularly Danzo. The Uchiha clan genuinely wishes to integrate into the village. But should we continue to face oppression, do not blame us for taking more extreme measures." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Fuyu thoughtfully. "I understand, and I will admonish them to refrain from reckless actions." Uchiha Fuyu replied coolly, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." He then made his way toward the exit, while Sarutobi Hiruzen remained fixated on the direction of his departure. Tobirama-sensei was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan poses a potential threat to the village. However, perhaps the clan's newfound strength could be a boon. Not only is the Uchiha one of the foremost ninja clans in Konoha, but they also significantly contribute to the village's elite combat prowess. I cannot guarantee that the Shadow Assassin organization will abstain from attacking Konoha in the future, nor can I assure the same for the other 5 great nations. Since the demise of Hashirama and Tobirama, Konoha has increasingly been disregarded. If the Shadow Assassin organization indeed possesses valuable items, engaging in simple exchanges may not be a bad idea. After all, where there are benefits, communication flows freely. Meanwhile, within the Moonlight clan, Chinya languidly reclined on his sofa. The 5 great nations truly lack self-awareness, embroiled in their incessant conflicts. Now, they have incurred significant losses. The elite ninjas from these nations are indeed quite useful, setting aside their potential contributions in future wars. The sale of beast pills and other items alone is sufficient for me to reap considerable profits. In the ninja world, aside from wealthy merchants and feudal lords, the most affluent individuals are likely these powerful ninjas. If they were all eliminated, who would remain for me to profit from? Have you not noticed how rarely I send the Shadow Assassin organization to eliminate formidable ninjas lately? While the head of a powerful ninja may command a high price, a living ninja who can continuously generate income seems far more advantageous. As Chinya reclined on the sofa, he popped grapes into his mouth, freshly served by Xiao Nan. She gazed at him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Brother, has the war concluded?" Chinya, his mouth full, nodded. After swallowing, he replied, "The 5 great nations suffered a significant defeat. They might have been better off not engaging at all, considering the financial losses incurred. What a hassle. Of course, I relished the moment I collected my fees." Xiaonan smiled. "As long as my brother returns safely." However, she added, "Sister Nana and Sister you are out. They might not return for a while." Chinya waved dismissively. "Those 2 are inconsequential. Their return serves little purpose." With a flick of his wrist, a vial containing chakra-enhancing pills appeared in his hand. He opened the cap, poured one out, and approached Xiao Nan. "Here, open wide." Xiao Nan slowly opened her mouth, swallowing the pill whole. Almost immediately, she felt a surge of warmth envelop her, as if her chakra had significantly increased. Perhaps even more than half a year of training would yield. "Brother, what is this?" Xiao Nan asked, astonished, looking at Chinya. He handed her the entire vial. "Just some trivial items. They are not of great value. Consume one daily, but do not overindulge, or your body may not withstand it." Xiao Nan shook her head. "Brother, you should keep this. I can manage my own training." Chinya glanced at her. "Rest assured, if I can offer this to you, it signifies that I have ample reserves. Besides, I look forward to seeing you protect me in the future. And what's wrong with gifting my sister some presents?" Seeing this, Xiao Nan relented. "Thank you, brother. I presume Sister Nana also has some, right?" Chinya nodded. "Of course. Everyone deserves their share. By the way, Xiao Nan, has anything noteworthy occurred in the village lately?" Xiao Nan pondered briefly. "Nothing significant, but the recent activities of the Uchiha clan seem a bit peculiar." Chinya raised an eyebrow. "Oh, the Uchiha clan? What is strange?" Xiao Nan parted her lips slightly. "Recently, the Uchiha clan has been taking on many more missions than usual. I heard that even those tasks initiated by merchants they previously scorned, they are now willing to undertake, provided the payment is sufficient." Chinya smirked. "Oh, really? Perhaps the Uchiha clan has fallen on hard times. After all, their last transaction cost them a staggering 100 billion. How much did the 5 great nations conspire to extract? In the Uchiha clan's perspective, 20 billion for a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan may seem like a bargain, but I refuse to engage in a losing deal. Let them buy. Each transaction will be silent." Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Meichin had just sent off her concerned father and entered her room, lying on her bed, rhythmically kicking her legs. Alas, it appears that I have been of little assistance to the captain, despite the captain bestowing upon me such a precious gift. As I pondered this, the Sharingan in my eyes began to manifest slowly. Within my crimson pupils, a single tomo began to rotate gently. Yet, in the next moment, an additional tomo suddenly appeared. Had my single tomo transformed into a double? Realizing the peculiarity of my gaze, I abruptly sat up and grabbed the mirror beside my bed to inspect my reflection. To my astonishment, my eyes had indeed transformed into the form of a double tomo Sharingan. In the following days, both Konan and Hikaru also developed connections with me, albeit with no resulting pregnancies. However, that is quite normal, is it not? Who among the virtuous can conceive every single time? As for Swearin, we ought to wait a while longer since she is still quite young. Half a month later, Kushina lay despondently over the toilet, retching. Nearby, Chiyuki gnawed on a chicken leg at the entrance, 3 meters away from Kushina. I told you long ago to eat less each time, but more frequently throughout the day. She lamented. But you never listen. And look where that has gotten you. Should you be the one to indulge in that chicken leg? You simply cannot question my professional expertise. Kushina regarded Chiyuki with a look of mild resentment, contemplating the dietary regimen Chiyuki had prepared for her. Is this supposed to be filling? With so little oil and salt, it lacks any flavor. Just let me consume it raw. Noticing Kushina's slightly mournful gaze, Chiyuki waved the chicken leg in front of her. If Sister Mikoto can eat according to this plan, why can't you? This is all for your benefit, you know? Many have sought after that nutritional recipe, but few can obtain it. Besides, you might as well take this opportunity to shed some weight, right? You don't want to become round as a ball, do you? Kushina shot Chiyuki a glare. Excuse me, I prefer to think of myself as pleasantly plump. Where do you get off calling me a ball? Perhaps you should have your eyes checked. She continued, and could you please eat your wretched chicken leg elsewhere? Just looking at it is irritating. With that thought, Kushina buried her head back into the toilet. Chiyuki silently shook her head, reflecting on the consequences of ignoring medical advice. She had her hopes set on Kushina giving birth to a niece or nephew for her to play with. Upon returning to the dining table, she caught sight of her brother, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Waving the chicken leg at him, she greeted him. Kushina is in the bathroom, throwing up. Shouldn't you check on her? Isekai'd placed the simmering chicken soup on the table. Is everything all right? Chiyuki sat down slowly, waving her hand dismissively. It's just a normal occurrence. After all, with someone like Kushina who can't control her appetite, this is to be expected. Hearing this, Isekai'd made his way to the bathroom. Upon entering, he found Kushina bent over the toilet, retching. A smile nearly escaped him, but he held it back. He approached her and gently patted her back. How are you feeling? Still unwell? Kushina shook her head lightly, indicating that she was almost finished emptying her stomach. I'm just hungry. I don't want to have a baby anymore. Isekai'd helped her up, chuckling. All right, the chicken soup is ready. Would you like to have some? Kushina's eyes brightened at the mention of the soup, and she followed Isekai'd out. By the way, he casually remarked, I've noticed that Minato has been visiting the Moonlight Clan's territory more frequently lately. Kushina paused, surprised. Minato? That blonde. What of him? Isekai'd smiled subtly. It seems he has taken a liking to one of your Uzumaki clan girls. Kushina responded with a nonchalant "oh," understanding the youthful stirrings of infatuation. Besides, Minato seems rather decent, save for his rather questionable master. I'm not opposed to him courting Isekai'd. After all, with Grandpa Ryujin overseeing matters, what could go wrong? And what do you mean by girl? Isekai'd and I are of the same age. A month later, both Konan and Hikaru found themselves expecting as well. During this period, the ninja world remained relatively stable, aside from a few Uchiha rats discovered by the Blackbirds. Surprisingly, there were numerous hideouts, most serving to mask larger operations. 6 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan were present, mirroring the dwindling number of Uchiha clansmen. The names of those missing included Uchiha Nandu, Uchiha Shindo, Uchiha Yenbu, Uchiha Wusheng, Uchiha Xinu, and Uchiha Inyu. Their collective presence was far more formidable than the single antagonist in the original tale. With 6 complete Mangekyo Sharingan and the cells of Hashirama, it would not be an exaggeration to deem them as possessing 6 eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Was Madara perhaps preparing to forsake Uchiha Obito? It seemed this legendary figure of the ninja world had invested considerably in the Shadow Assassin organization. However, the emergence of these rodents raised the question, did this mean Uchiha Madara had met his demise? If so, The reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra should soon commence. Had Madara not clung to life through Izanagi for so long, the reincarnated vessels of their chakra would have already appeared. As for Danzo, he had recently not been playing by the rules. However, as long as he did not trouble me, I could hardly be bothered, especially with 4 pregnant women at home and a 5th in the Shadow Realm. The thought of the numerous offspring to come gave me a headache. 2 from Kushina, 2 from Mikoto, 1 from Konan, 2 from Hikaru, and 1 from Manjishige, totaling 8. With that many, we could easily form 2 tables for Mahjong, a few more children, and we could even assemble a soccer team. Meanwhile, at a lodge near the borders of Awagakure, 6 young men gathered around a table in discussion. So, and you? How did the investigation go? And you opened his eyes, faint traces of blood vessels visible. I managed to locate the coordinates to enter that special space, but I could not approach the core area. Their awareness is far too acute. The moment I entered, I was detected. It seems my presence alarmed them. Of the 5 coordinates, only 1 remains uneliminated, although it is possible they left it intentionally to lure us in. Moreover, the most crucial point is that had I not kept my Mangekyo Sharingan activated, I might not have made it back to meet you all. Uchiha Xin sensed the somber atmosphere and quickly interjected, well, at least Inu has returned safely, right? Besides, it's only natural that an organization capable of troubling Lord Madara would be formidable. Uchiha Wu Sheng observed the others, his eyes shifting. That may be true, but we must find a way. After all, aside from Inu, none of us have the capability to enter that shadow assassin organization's domain. Uchiha Shin-do shook his head in resignation. What can we do? Who knows how that group discovered such a location as their headquarters? Surely, no one has awakened spatial abilities akin to Inu's Mangekyo Sharingan? Yet, that doesn't seem plausible. I heard from Black Zetsu that the area is comparable in size to the territory of one of the 5 great nations. He sighed. Let us wait for an opportunity. We cannot rush this. Perhaps pretending to join the Shadow Assassin organization could be worth a try. I think that's a feasible plan. I've heard this organization accepts anyone, and their higher-ups are obsessed with wealth. Who knows, we might become Shadow Assassins the moment we arrive. You seem to be overly optimistic. Chapter 129, The Birth of 4 Little Ancestors. Time has swiftly passed, and 8 months have gone by. Kushina and Mikoto, the first to conceive, are now in their 9th month of pregnancy, approaching the moment of childbirth. Recently, Chiya has been excessively cautious, fearing that these 2 might inadvertently bump into something. Although both are ninjas and undoubtedly possess superior physical resilience compared to ordinary individuals, they are nonetheless in a critical phase of giving life. It is prudent to exercise caution. Moreover, despite the existence of chakra in the world of Naruto, the medical standards still lag behind those of the previous world. The medical advancements in Konoha owe much to Tsunade, who has accelerated its development. However, she is but one person, and it remains a long way to reach the level of sophisticated medical equipment from the past. At this moment, within a clean and tidy room in Konoha Hospital, Kushina and Mikoto lie in separate beds, each covered by a pristine white blanket. They are on the verge of giving birth. Chiya, feeling anxious, has kept his 6 eyes activated since his arrival. Kushina, trembling, beckons to Chiya. Noticing her, he approaches her side, reassuringly saying, "What is the matter? Don't be nervous. Childbirth isn't frightening at all. It will be over in the blink of an eye." Kushina gazes at Chiya's eyes, silently contemplating who is truly anxious. Yet, upon his arrival, she indeed feels less tense. However, she wonders if she could have Chiya bear the child for her, as a hint of fear washes over her, causing her to curl her toes. Just then, Tsunade enters holding a report. Dressed in formal hospital attire, she approaches Kushina's bedside. "Prepare yourself. We are about to assist you in bringing your child into the world. Soon, you shall be liberated." Upon hearing this, Kushina grips Chiya's arm tightly, burying her head into the blanket. Tsunade, observing Kushina, calmly states, "There is no need to hide or to gaze at this fellow. He cannot bear your child. And there is no escaping this now. You have reached this juncture, and there is no turning back." Chiya, with his 6 eyes fixed on Kushina, witnesses her close her eyes and lie quietly on the bed, resembling someone in slumber, albeit her grip on his arm remains firm. Gently, he pries her fingers away and sets them down softly. Turning to Tsunade, he requests, "Tsunade, I entrust her to you." Tsunade waves her hand dismissively. "It's merely childbirth. You make it sound like a matter of life and death. You've even resorted to Jinjutsu. Well, it's of no consequence now." The Jinjutsu Chiya employed is far from ordinary. Common Jinjutsu can be dispelled with the slightest pain. However, his technique, a derived ability from the Rinnegan, allows him to completely shield Kushina from pain, meaning she cannot feel anything occurring around her. Once the procedure concludes, it will be akin to having merely taken a restful nap. Subsequently, Tsunade instructs for Kushina to be taken away. Chiya watches with a hint of concern as she is pushed out. After Kushina is wheeled away, Chiya approaches Mikoto, taking one of her hands in his, offering words of comfort. Mikoto, upon seeing Chiya's demeanor, cannot help but smile. It's just childbirth. There's no need for you to be so tense, Captain. Chiya, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratches his head. I should be the one comforting you, yet it seems the roles have reversed. Mikoto gently clasps Chiya's hand. What's the matter? When I was young, my mother told me that my father was also extremely anxious when I was born. Believe it or not, he is likely outside, just as tense. Not long after, the door opens again. A large gurney, accompanied by two smaller ones, is wheeled in. Kushina lies there peacefully, her fiery red hair cascading over the white sheets, appearing even more radiant. Remarkably, she resembles someone in deep slumber. Beside her lay two infants, one on each side. Both infants share the same striking red hair. However, they are not a boy and girl, but two boys. At that moment, a nurse approaches Chiya, slightly bowing. Lord Chiya, it is now time for this one. Hearing this, Chiya glances at Mikoto, gently stroking her hair. I'll see you soon. Mikoto offers him a faint smile in response. Shortly thereafter, she too loses consciousness, lying quietly on the hospital bed, and is wheeled away. Once Mikoto is taken out, Chiya turns his gaze back to Kushina, who lies still, the two infants beside her neither crying nor fussing. Their temperament seems quite unlike Kushina's. Chiya cautiously approaches Kushina, extending his hand to gently lift her shirt, revealing a slender incision that has been stitched closed. Ordinarily, this would require a period of recovery, but not in this instance. Chiya retrieves a drop of life essence from his system and carefully infuses it into Kushina's body. The verdant droplet, imbued with vitality, melds seamlessly into her form. Instantly, her wound heals, and even her skin appears more hydrated. Once Chiya senses that the incision has fully mended, he releases the technique controlling Kushina. As the technique dissipates, her eyelashes flutter and her eyes gradually open. Upon awakening and seeing Chiya, she instinctively grasps his arm, expressing her fear. Childbirth seems so painful. However, a moment later, she notices something peculiar. Lowering her gaze, she discovers her abdomen has returned to its normal size. Where are my babies? She exclaims, bewildered at the thought of losing them after enduring 9 months of pregnancy. Just as Kushina's mind struggles to comprehend, Chiya steps closer, playfully pinching her cheek. What are you thinking? Have you lost your wits over childbirth? As he speaks, he uses his limitless abilities to present the two infants before her. Look, these are your little ones. At his words, Kushina instinctively opens her arms, cradling each child in her embrace. Gazing at the quiet, red-haired infants, she tilts her head in contemplation. Humph, aside from their hair, they resemble me not at all. However, I am going to be a mother. Before long, Mikoto has also given birth. After performing the same procedure for her as he did for Kushina, Chiya dispels the Jinjutsu placed upon Mikoto. How should he feel about this? Is it fortune or misfortune? For robust little ones have arrived. Will they grow up to be gentle or troublesome? Moreover, it seems they possess a high lineage. Any perceptive ninja would recognize that the two children born to Kushina are destined for greatness. The Uzumaki clan's innate talents often reveal themselves at birth. The redder the hair, the greater the chakra, and thus, the stronger the potential. These two little ones, upon entering the world, already exhibit chakra levels nearing that of a seasoned chunin. It is noteworthy that countless individuals in the ninja world find themselves stagnated at this very rank. Furthermore, while it is a common belief that the Uzumaki clan possesses abundant chakra, it is essential for them to cultivate it. Take Kushina, for instance. When she was born, her chakra was already at the level of a genin, a talent that ranks among the elite in the Uzumaki clan. These two little ones will undoubtedly surpass expectations. As for Mikoto, the moment she gave birth, it was evident that her two little ones were extraordinary. Each was born with a pair of Sharingan, curiously surveying their surroundings. On one side lies a newborn endowed with chakra rivaling that of a seasoned chunin, while on the other, another infant possesses a pair of mesmerizing double Tomo Sharingan from birth. Such extraordinary traits are the lifetime aspirations of many. Could it be attributed to one's physique? Yet, a perplexing thought arises. Why do both of Nana's offspring have crimson hair? Surely, Nana's genes could not surpass my own? Nevertheless, why dwell on such matters? After all, they are my children. Red hair is merely a trivial detail. Observing the radiant countenance of the two, I felt a slight alleviation. Although employing the water of life for healing seems extravagant, it is a necessity they must eventually face. The well-being of both mother and children is a matter of utmost joy. Seeing that everyone appeared to be in good health, Chia gradually approached the entrance and beckoned the waiting individuals outside to come in. It would be quite unreasonable to keep these elderly gentlemen waiting indefinitely. As I opened the door, Tsukiyomi Ayun swiftly approached me, inquiring about the well-being of the newborns. Without waiting for my response, Uchiha Kaze squeezed his way forward, asking, "Little Yoru, is my daughter all right?" Vortex Ryuin remained silent, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of concern. I smiled at them, assuring them that all was well. Mother and children were safe, with two robust boys born into this world. I stepped aside to allow them entry. Among the attendees were several elders from the Vortex clan, including Uchiha Fuyu, the clan leader, and Uchiha Isekai'd, the young clan leader. Upon entering, they were momentarily stunned. Vortex Ryuin trembled slightly as he cradled one of the infants handed to him by Kushina. This vibrant red hair unmistakably marked them as members of the Vortex clan. With such an abundance of chakra and the brilliance of their hair, their potential was indisputable. The Vortex clan could finally see a promising future ahead. Not only Ryuin, but also the elders beside him wore expressions of delight. After all, the survivors of the Vortex clan were few, and most bore average talents. Among the younger generation, excluding Kushina, it was likely that only Vortex Chi-Hui could reach the level of an elite Jonin. As for the rest, achieving special Jonin status would be a blessing. To suddenly welcome two exceptionally gifted infants was beyond what anyone had dared to hope. In the past, the mere presence of such red hair would have been sufficient to silence any doubts regarding their heritage. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the safety of these little ones, given that their father was so remarkably gifted. I cast a glance at Chia, who was interacting with both Kushina and Mikoto. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaze held one infant in his arms, engaging with both children. Goodness, they were born with double Tomo Sharingan. Are these really my grandchildren? And two of them, Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Isekai'd, also gathered around Kaze, marveling at the extraordinary talents displayed by the infants. It seemed their potential might even surpass that of the previous clan leader, Uchiha Madara. It was evident that I should foster closer ties with Mikoto's family. Perhaps additional alliances through marriage should be considered? Observing Ryuin's expression confirmed what I suspected. Their gifts were indeed remarkable. On my side, the talents displayed were among the most elite I had ever encountered. To be born with double Tomo Sharingan was an exceptional feat. Many within the Uchiha clan had awakened their eyes, yet some remained stuck at the 1 or 2 Tomo stage throughout their lives. To awaken double Tomo Sharingan prior to birth, had the circumstances been more fitting, I would have considered naming this child the young leader of the Uchiha clan. As all 4 children exhibited such extraordinary potential, it was undoubtedly a testament to the inheritance of their parents' gifts. While I was unfamiliar with Kushina's abilities, I had a keen understanding of Mikoto's talent. If they developed normally, reaching elite Jonin status would be the pinnacle for them. Their abilities were impressive, yet they could hardly be deemed monstrous. After all, prior to the advent of the elixir, no one had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. But those capable of reaching elite Jonin status were not uncommon. One would emerge every few years. The answer was evident. Who else but the prodigy from the Tsukiyomi clan? Should I discreetly encourage Mikoto to embrace youth and have more children? It would be advantageous to have another child to serve as the young leader. After the safe delivery of the 2 mothers, I discreetly withdrew the personnel I had stationed in the shadows. Upon receiving the message from me, the storm high above promptly returned to the Wind Falcon clan stronghold. The Shadow and Blackbird, having received the retreat order, utilized their shadow abilities to return to the Shadow Realm. Subsequently, I urged everyone to leave, citing the need for the 2 women to rest. As I gazed at the 2 women and the 4 infants peacefully resting in their stroller, I couldn't help but smile. Finally, tranquility had returned. Those old men were far too noisy. Uchiha Mikoto slowly rose from her bed, smiling. It was evident that her affection for the 4 little ones was immense. Besides, the extraordinary talents of these children were undeniable. Their presence was a testament to the continuity of the clan, reliant on the vigor of the new generation. Although we are still quite young ourselves. Kushina, meanwhile, poked her finger playfully at her child's face. Say, Chia, do you think I've given birth to two simpletons? They neither cry nor smile. At this, I rolled my eyes. Was it common for a mother to utter such words? Kushina scratched her head sheepishly, responding. I just noticed that these two little ones seem unresponsive. Look at Makoto's children. They are smiling at her. And look at mine. By the way, can I swap and raise Makoto's children? Mine seem a bit dim-witted. I shook my head firmly. No way. You gave birth to them. You shall raise them. And who says that not crying or making a fuss equates to being dim-witted? Chapter 131. Kushina pouted, glancing at me. But I can't help but feel that mine don't match up to Makoto's kids. They must blame you. In stark contrast to the warmth and banter present here. The others were all clustered around Tsukiyomi Aoyuin, eager to discuss custody of the children. While it was unlikely that he would take on the responsibility of raising them himself, it couldn't hurt to familiarize themselves with him. After all, Aoyuin, my dear brother, these youngsters are merely 18 or 19 years old, still navigating the tumultuous waters of budding emotions. Having these children around could be quite an impediment, couldn't it? Who knows, without these little ones, they might find themselves pregnant again in no time. Tsukiyomi Aoyuin resolutely shook his head. You all make valid points, but I cannot raise them alone. I do not lack for the means to provide for them. At this moment, I had already returned home with the two women and 4 little ones. As soon as Kushina landed, she began bouncing on the wooden floor. Oh yay, Kushina, have finally returned. Giving birth was not painful at all. Spotting Konan on the sofa, she prepared to leap towards her, only to be halted by my grip on her collar, lifting her off the ground. Be careful. I know you've been restless these past few months, but Konan is about to give birth as well. If you truly have nothing to do, go check on your child. Upon hearing this, Kushina glanced at Konan's rounded belly and felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching her head. It was not that she had felt liberated and overjoyed. After handing over the little ones to Kushina, I approached Konan and Hikari. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Konan smiled, gently touching her belly. Not at all. I have a feeling this child will be very well behaved. Hikari nodded in agreement. I feel fine too, but I suspect mine will be quite lively. I smiled at their responses. That is wonderful. Both Nana and Makoto have delivered, each giving birth to 2 boys. Upon hearing this, Konan beamed. Oh, truly? Congratulations, brother. But why does it seem like Nana looks so unwilling? Chinya glanced at Kushina's room, letting out a helpless smile. Perhaps Nana simply did not wish to see the children? As you know, over the past few months, I have exerted considerable effort to prevent her from being overly lively, which unfortunately led to some minor accidents. If she were to watch the children for a few more years, I fear she would lose her sanity. It was she who initially desired to have children, yet now it is Nana who does not wish to look after them. Looking at Chinya, I remarked that it was already quite commendable for Nana to endure thus far. You know her temperament. She cannot remain idle. Before the children were born, she pretended to be obedient in front of you, but after holding back for so long, her true nature is bound to surface. Thus, Chinya and the 2 women engaged in casual banter. Meanwhile, Makoto was in her room, tending to the children. As for Nana's room, Kushina was currently engaged in a staring contest with the 2 little ones. I went through so much trouble to bring you 2 into this world. Come on, call me Mama. The little ones gazed at their mother with confusion. What should I do if mother is a bit eccentric? This is quite urgent. Just born. And she isn't even feeding them. Surely a bit of formula would suffice. What to do when faced with an unreliable mother? After Makoto finished feeding, the 2 little ones quietly fell asleep. After settling them, she gently stepped outside, closing the door behind her. Chapter 132. 8 Little Ones. Upon her exit, Makoto sat on the sofa, chatting with Chinya and the others. Is Nana still not out? Chinya shook his head. No, perhaps it's her first time. And she's a bit clumsy. Oh, that could be it, Makoto replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Chinya genuinely believed it was a plausible explanation. However, he could not have anticipated that the troublesome Nana would not feed the children, but rather engage in coaxing them to call her Mama. Who expects newborns to utter Mama right away? Eventually, it was Chinya who, sensing Nana's prolonged absence, ventured inside to discover her attempting to teach the little ones to say Mama. Goodness, is this something a person can do? Please have some common sense. Chinya observed the 2 little ones, who were now slightly lethargic from hunger. He approached Nana and pinched her smooth cheek. Can you please feed your children? What are we to do if they starve? Huh. I thought they were attentively listening to me teach them to say mama. Kushina tilted her head. Shinya, already weary of further discussion with her, lifted Kushina and headed towards the door. Before leaving, he entrusted the two little ones to Mikoto for feeding. Determined to properly educate this girl. I understand. I will take good care of them, Shinya. Shall we go back? Kushina obediently stood before Shinya. Hungry, she wished to return for a meal. Observing her demeanor, Shinya could only sigh. All right, let's take our time to teach them. If it doesn't work out, I'll ask Mikoto to pay extra attention. I'll be sure to inform Vortex Ryujin of your antics. I can hardly wait to see your reaction, he mused. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Xiaonan, Guang, and Manjusaka had all given birth to their children. Xiaonan had a girl who inherited her 6 eyes at birth. Technically, it wasn't a true inheritance, as she had also relied on the system's rewards. Nonetheless, it mattered little. However, it seemed the little one's 6 eyes functioned differently from her own. She utilized chakra, whereas Xiaonan relied on cursed energy. Then there was Guang, who had a lively little boy, born with double Tomo Sharingan. As for Manjusaka, she had 1 boy and 1 girl. One child inherited a portion of her Tiger Talisman's power, while the other took on part of the Dragon Talisman's abilities. It appeared that each of these little ones had inherited some abilities from her. Since Manjusaka preferred to reside in her medicinal garden, Xiaonan did not insist on relocating her. Moreover, who knows, perhaps in the future, she would take everyone to the Shadow Realm to enjoy their retirement. Next came the naming of the 8 little ones. Nana's 2 were named Vortex Songfeng and Vortex Songji. Mikoto's children were named Moonlight Xuanyu and Moonlight Xuanji. Xiaonan named her child Moonlight Qianan, perhaps hoping for a peaceful future for her offspring. Guang named his child Xiangyang, Moonlight Xiangyang. Manjusaka's 2 were named Moonlight Chenshur for the boy and Moonlight Jinxing for the girl. As for Hinata's Suzune, despite her envy of the children, she was quite intrigued by them, as she herself was still a child at heart, 14 years old, nearly 15, at the prime of her lively youth. As for Nana, she was indeed a peculiar case. However, being lively is not necessarily a bad thing. At least she was not like someone who would randomly blow up a school for fun. In the evening, a group gathered around the table for dinner. Yes, indeed. It was quite a group. Even though Manjusaka had brought Jinxing and Chunshur into the Shadow Realm, the house felt somewhat crowded. After all, several little ones had suddenly appeared. Qianyue cradled the peacefully sleeping Qianan, gently stroking the smooth face of the little one. What makes this little creature so endearing? Yet, her brother truly had an extraordinary knack for procreation. In the blink of an eye, she had become an aunt. Looking at her brother and the somewhat cramped house, she remarked, "Brother, should we consider expanding the house a bit? It feels rather small now." Qianya chuckled at her words. "Oh, is that so? Then why not use your salary?" Upon hearing this, Qianyue lost interest in playing with Qianan. "What? You're eyeing my meager salary?" Qianya looked at his sister with a hint of amusement. "You must understand, I too will need to support children in the future. So, how about you move out to free up some space?" Qianyue shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. "No way, brother. You cannot be so heartless. This house is our shared property after all. Even if you try to push me out, I won't leave." Qianya couldn't help but roll his eyes at Qianyue. "You want me to give you that small, dilapidated house for free?" Meanwhile, within the Shadow Realm, several little mice had already infiltrated. Of course, saying they had infiltrated might be a bit misleading, as they had entered quite legitimately. The Shadow Realm had now expanded significantly. As long as one had a bit of money, living in the outskirts for a while was entirely feasible. In fact, with sufficient funds, residing in the inner area was also possible. The current layout of the Shadow Realm could be roughly divided into 4 sections: the core zone, economic zone, inner zone, and outer zone. These 4 areas radiate from the center of the Shadow Realm. The closer one is to the center, the more significant the area becomes. The core zone, as the name implies, is where only the true core members of the Shadow Assassin organization reside. To be honest, apart from the old man Jiao, most of the residents here are those I have summoned. The members of the Shadow Assassin organization now lead a life of leisure. After all, residing in the core zone allows them to receive a salary each month. Who would waste their time on missions? Various forms of entertainment and amenities are available, from swimming pools to everything one could wish for. After all, we are all family. What is wrong with living a bit more comfortably? Although the core zone occupies only 1% of the area, one must consider whose 1% it is. This mere 1% could surpass the entirety of Konoha village multiple times over. Next is the economic zone. As the name suggests, it is the area that generates income for the Shadow Assassin organization. It nearly occupies half of the shadow space, designated for the cultivation of various rare medicinal herbs and crops, those that soar in the skies, swim in the waters, and scurry upon the land. Within this realm lies a factory for mechanical processing, manufacturing an array of precious potions and pills. One must ponder why the Land of Fire has always been a coveted target in the original narrative. Is it not due to its advantageous terrain and rapid development? Consider the Wind Country's Isekai'd, dominated by desert landscapes and adverse weather conditions. The Water Country, comprising many small islands, offers little fertile ground suitable for cultivation. The Land of Lightning, with its Konoha, fares slightly better, yet its mountainous terrain limits agricultural yield. The Land of Earth ranks as the second best, but it pales in comparison to Konoha. Otherwise, why did the other four great nations launch a swift attack following Hashirama's demise? It was not only due to their envy of Konoha's prosperity, but also because they wished to prevent Konoha from thriving in peace, knowing that without conflict, Konoha would far surpass the other four nations. However, when juxtaposed with the shadow space, Konoha's capabilities are not to be underestimated. Can you manage such vast lands simultaneously? Can you cultivate crops and herbs in a systematic manner? Can you ensure that no natural disasters, such as floods, disrupt your endeavors? In the shadow space, one can summon sunlight at will, bring forth rain as desired, and engage in cultivation and defense, all powered by solar energy robots, resulting in minimal expenditure and pure profit. It is a veritable goldmine. As for the remaining areas, approximately 19 is designated as the inner zone, while 30 comprises the outer zone. The outer zone serves primarily as a hub for merchants to procure goods, with many individuals opting to rent shops here for commerce. Numerous affluent individuals have secured spacious rentals in the inner zone for long-term residence. After all, it is an organization that even the 5 great nations cannot conquer. Where could be safer than this? Financial concerns are entirely negligible. Money is merely a means to an end, is it not? Furthermore, the business opportunities within the Shadow Assassin organization are immense, were it not for the stipulation that properties could only be rented within the shadow space. One could only imagine the throngs clamoring to purchase even a modest dwelling on the periphery. Naturally, commoners are often barred from entering the shadow space. For even obtaining a shadow token, granting access to a fixed entry point of the shadow realm, requires considerable funds. Once inside, one must also contend with the exorbitant rental prices within the shadow space. Without sufficient means, it would be wiser to refrain from entering. Nonetheless, safety is indeed guaranteed. The outer and inner zones were established primarily for profit, and it is the wealthy who are easiest to exploit. As for the commoners, should they wish to reside within the shadow space, joining the Shadow Assassin organization as auxiliary members would be a viable option. Reminiscent of Gekko and Nagato working in the outer zone. With a touch of personal care, they are faring quite well and currently running a shop in the outer zone. Chapter 133. 4 years gone, an unrivaled shinobi world. In the blink of an eye, for fleeting years have passed. Now, at the age of 23, even little Swearin has recently given birth to a son. However, the commotion surrounding the birth was rather significant, considering I had exchanged for the Rinnegan prior to the arrival. This child, Hakayuki, possesses an astonishing purity of Byakugan, tantalizingly close to its initial transformation into Rinnegan. Of course, several stages of transformation must occur before achieving such a metamorphosis, but that is a minor concern given his recent birth. After all, I have my own plans. Suddenly, my door swung open. I glanced at the newcomer and smiled. "What brings you here?" The young girl hopped over to my side, pouting. "It's those old geezers from the clan again, seeking to change my son's name to Hyuga. Can you believe their audacity? Do they not fear that you might wipe out the Hyuga clan with a single move?" As she spoke, Swearin animatedly gestured in front of me. I chuckled and gently poked her smooth forehead. "I am not as fearsome as you suggest. I would not casually extinguish an entire clan." She stuck out her tongue. "Well, those old fools have long marginalized my mother, and my father, being weak, could not protect her. Had it not been for my early awakening of the Byakugan, who knows how long I would have remained neglected." She lamented the possibility of being sealed like a bird in a cage. "And now they shamelessly seek my son? I refuse. My child shall be named Tsukikage." I smiled and pinched her cheek. "I have no objection to what surname Hakayuki bears. That decision rests with you. If the Hyuga clan approaches again, simply invoke my name and pose the question, Do you desire my son, or do you wish to see the Hyuga clan extinguished? That should frighten them into silence. That makes sense. Swearin laughed. As I surveyed the home I resided in, it had undergone significant transformation compared to 4 years prior. With more inhabitants, we had built a larger space. For money has become merely a string of digits to me. Meanwhile, within another residence, 2 4-year-old boys with fiery red hair were peeking through the door, observing a woman in her 20s sulking at a table. What is wrong with Mom? Kaze quietly asked. I know. Last night, while I was in the restroom, I saw Mom sneak into Dad's room. Kaze grinned mischievously. But the next moment, Dad tossed her out by the collar. Dad is incredible. Thankfully, Mom was bold enough to win Dad's heart. Otherwise, who knows if we would even exist? Kaze noticed that his brother's expression had shifted, prompting him to follow his gaze. They beheld their mother, Kushina, her red hair tousled in disarray. Last night, she had intended to sleep beside Chia, but was disheartened when thrown out, while her 2 sons reveled in her misfortune. Oh, Kaze, who did you say had thick skin? I didn't quite catch that. Care to elaborate? I'm quite curious. Kushina glared at Kaze, her fists clenched. Kaze quickly waved his hands. Mom, I'm your son. I didn't say anything. He knelt, attempting to evoke whatever maternal affection she had left, but to no avail. Just as Kushina's hand was about to connect with Kaze, his brother swiftly grabbed his hand, channeling chakra to conjure chains to temporarily restrain their mother. Alas, they were brothers, bound to share both joy and hardship. Though the duration was brief and they had only summoned a modicum of sage chakra, it seemed enough to delay their mother momentarily. Gripping Kaze's hand, they dashed towards Aunt Minato's room, seeking refuge. Despite their calm demeanor as infants, they were undeniably raised by Kushina. A lively disposition is indeed quite normal. However, the issue lies in Kushina's often unreliable behavior, which has led to some rather unfortunate predicaments for the 2 brothers. Just recently, their mother mistakenly purchased the wrong clothing, compelling them to don frilly pink dresses for dinner. What a disgrace it was. While their mother enjoyed herself thoroughly, the dignity of the 2 little ones was ruthlessly trampled. A true humiliation. Their mother has never been dependable. Without the assistance of various aunts and their father, the brothers often questioned whether they would ever grow up. Sanfeng and Sangji distinctly remember the laughter of others at their expense, especially that of Xianyu and Xianzhe, who found it utterly ridiculous, so much so that their Sharingan eyes seemed to be laughing. On that day, the brothers lost face in front of everyone. Being caught by their mother never bodes well. They had no choice but to flee. Thus, they cautiously made their way to Xiaonan's door, neglecting to knock and barging right in. As they entered, they found Aunt Xiaonan and Sister Qian engaged in a warm conversation. Unfortunately, their mother only knew how to resort to fists. Sanfeng and Sangji smoothly knelt before Xiaonan, revealing that they had clearly been through this before. They couldn't afford to pay any mind to Sister Qian, and at that moment, their lives were at stake. Xiaonan, noticing Kushina appearing at the door, slowly rose and addressed her. Sister Nai, what's wrong? Why so angry? Calm down. Don't take it out on the children. Sanfeng and Sangji stood behind Xiaonan, nodding in agreement. Indeed. How old are we, still quarreling with children? Kushina looked at the 2 little ones and gradually found a seat. You have no idea. These 2 little rascals are driving me mad. It was embarrassing enough to be thrown out, but now they know about it. After Sister Qian politely poured a cup of tea for Kushina, she vacated the room for her and her mother. Qian waved to Sanfeng and Sangji, signaling them to follow her outside. Kushina remarked to Xiaonan, your daughter resembles you quite a bit. Xiaonan smiled in agreement, noting that Sanfeng and Sangji also bore a striking resemblance to Nai. Upon hearing this, Kushina scratched her head. No need to elaborate. Chapter 134. The Genius Among Geniuses. Alas, these 2 little ones are learning far too swiftly. When Xianyi taught me ninjutsu, I struggled to grasp even the basics, taking ages to gather a mere fraction of chakra. Just moments ago, Sangji was able to gather more natural chakra than I ever could at that stage. It seems that soon, I might not even stand a chance against my own children. Kushina rested her chin on her hand. Xiaonan chuckled lightly. Sister Nai, you need not overthink it. It's quite normal for children to surpass us, particularly since Qian Yi is no ordinary person. Besides, Sanfeng and Sangji are good kids, albeit a bit mischievous, which we all know. She added with a playful tone, when the time comes that you truly can't keep up, you could always seek refuge in Qian Ye's embrace. Kushina's cheeks flushed at this suggestion. No way. How could I do such a thing? Besides, It won't be so easy for them to surpass me. She continued, these little ones have clearly inherited Qian Ye's remarkable talents. Coupled with Qian Ye's resources, their power is simply outrageous. If it weren't for their youth, Qian Yi could have already evolved Xiang Yang, Xian Yu, and Xian Zhe Sharingan into Mangekyo Sharingan. However, awakening at such a young age is unnecessary. After all, there are numerous cases where rapid evolution of the eyes has burdened the body excessively. Although I possess methods to address this, I reiterate, it is not needed. I do not expect these little ones to head into battle. So why awaken the Mangekyo so soon? Returning to the present, Qian led Songfeng and Songji to an open space outside. Upon stepping out, they noticed Xian Yu and the others practicing ninjutsu in the clearing. Third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, what are you up to? Qian asked with a smile. Xian Yu turned to her. Oh, Qian, you're here? We're practicing the ninjutsu Dad taught us a few days ago. Why did you come down? Qian pointed toward the room, a smirk playing on her lips. Aunt Kushina is chatting with my mother. Xianzhe glanced at Songfeng and Songji with a slightly mocking tone. Oh, who are these two sisters? Not wearing dresses anymore. The brothers hesitated, unsure of how to respond, as it was indeed a fact that everyone at home was aware of their embarrassing situation. Thankfully, it was just light-hearted teasing among family. After all, they were like brothers. And such jokes were fine, but if it spread beyond the household, it would be a different matter entirely. Xiang Yang looked at Qian and the others, smiling. So, how about we practice together? We've been a bit bored lately. None of our clan members are around. Songfeng eagerly nodded, sure. As long as we don't mention the dress incident, I'm all in. Just then, a subtle fluctuation in the air indicated the appearance of a portal large enough for an adult to pass through. Oh, everyone's here. If there's going to be a fight, count me in, exclaimed a little boy with bright red hair. I want to join too, chimed in a sweet, youthful voice from behind Chen Zi. Little Jean was currently nestled in Qian Ye's embrace, greeting everyone. Qian watched her father holding Jean pouting slightly, and ran over to him, extending her arms. Qian Yi bent down gently and embraced both children, smiling as he looked at the two little ones. It appeared that the two had a good relationship, or at least it seemed that way. Perhaps they merely viewed each other as rivals vying for their father's affection. After all, with a father like Qian Yi, it left the two little ones to compete for his attention. Qian Yi observed the energetic children and chuckled. Since you all seem so eager, let us proceed with your earlier agreement. With that, he teleported the group to the newly established training grounds of the Moonlight Clan. Qian gazed at her father, whose eyes mirrored her own, filled with a hint of anticipation. Will I be able to be like Dad someday? Qian Yi watched the astonished faces of the little ones, feeling a sense of joy. After all, showing off, especially in front of one's children, brings a profound sense of accomplishment. Their arrival had also captured the attention of onlookers. Qian Yi addressed the group. All right, how do you plan to compete? Shall one group of 4 take on another, or? Songfeng, feeling adventurous, suggested, Dad, how about we all team up and take you on together? Qian Yi raised an eyebrow at his somewhat foolish son. Are you sure? Songfeng nodded eagerly. Of course. While I might hesitate alone, with all of us together, you'll have to take us seriously, right? If not, you can just guide us instead. Seeing the other children visibly swayed by Songfeng's enthusiasm, Qian Yi conceded, well, that might not be a bad idea. I can always hold back. Soon, the 8 little ones arranged themselves around him, and the audience began to swell. Sighing, Moonlight Qing Yuan observed the 8 children in the clearing, a glimmer of concern in his eyes. All right, Qian Yi said with a measured tone. Moreover, among peers, some little ones are indeed far ahead, but sailing smoothly all the time is not necessarily a good thing. Vortex Long Yuan remarked, observing Songfeng and Songji with a faint smile. During their conversation, the 8 had already adjusted their states. Qian Yi stood still, holding a wooden sword, watching everyone. In an instant, Xian Yu activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and charged at Qian Yi with the wooden sword. Just as he approached, Xian Yu took a deep breath. Dark breathing. Third form, Dark Star Flash. The wooden sword moved swiftly, leaving a trail of afterimages. With a cunning angle, he aimed to stab at his waist. Xian Yi effortlessly blocked the attack and casually swung the wooden sword towards Xian Yu. Seeing this, Xian Yu hurriedly struggled to defend. Qian Ye's voice echoed in his ears. The Sharingan is impressive, and the 3-tomo Sharingan is indeed a hallmark of the elite Uchiha clan. Awakening it at 4 years old is truly a mark of genius. But do not rely too heavily on your eyes. Sometimes, even if your vision keeps up, Can your body follow suit? With that, Qianye's speed surged, transforming him into an afterimage. If he were to take it seriously, Xianyu might not even see the afterimage. Sensing his father behind him, Xianyu turned sharply. But alas, it was too late. He received a kick from Qianyi and fell unceremoniously. Chapter 135. Instruction. Xianyu clumsily dusted himself off and joined the others in launching an attack. The outcome was apparent. Aside from Qian and Jinin, everyone else was pinned to the ground by their own limitless techniques. Qianyi observed the fallen individuals, a smirk playing on his lips. How does it feel? Are you convinced? Xianze shook his head. I am not convinced. Dad, you're playing dirty, using your eyes to fight a child. Qianyi raised a hand, levitating Xianze before him. What do you mean? You use your Sharingan, and I use my 6 eyes. That is perfectly normal. If you can't take a loss, just say so. I, as your father, won't mock you. If you're weak, then practice more, understand? Little tykes still need to train. Chen Si pushed himself up from the ground and looked up at Jinin, who was nestled in Qianye's embrace. Then why didn't those two get pinned? Qianyi pondered for a moment, then replied to Chen Si, why? It's simply because I didn't want a dirty little Jin and little Qianin. Have you heard of the saying, raise boys in hardship, raise girls in luxury? Is that so? Aren't sons preferred? Chen Si interjected. Moreover, can you at least be fair? Look at how clean Qian and Jinin are, and then look at us. Xianyu protested, covered in dust as he lay on the ground. This is all my way of training you. Although you may not understand my intentions now, I believe one day you will. He pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. After a while, Qianyi gently placed Qian and Jin on the ground, simultaneously dispelling the limitless techniques. He looked at everyone and smiled. After our recent sparring, I have a general understanding of your levels. Songfeng and Songji, your chakra control is utterly chaotic. The adamantine chains are painfully slow. To be honest, while the Vortex clan's physique can provide you with chakra far beyond the ordinary, precise control of chakra is still essential. Furthermore, your Rasengan, while it appears successful, is merely superficial. Combining it with the Flying Thunder God technique is far from being as simple as 112. As for Sage Chakra, I can only say you possess great talent, but you still need practice. However, you are still young, so take your time. Turning to Xianyu, Xianze, and Xiangyang, he continued, as for you three, develop your Sharingan well. Do not rush to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Awakening it too early brings more disadvantages than advantages. Fire release and lightning release ninjutsu should also be practiced diligently. Then he glanced at little Qianin, regarding you. I recommend following Xiao Nin to learn techniques like the dance of the Shikigami. Additionally, familiarize yourself with the use of limitless techniques daily. Once you meet my requirements, you may learn the advanced applications of the 6 eyes with me. The foundational abilities of the 6 eyes are similar to the Byakugan, offering a 360-degree field of vision and the ability to see through your opponent's chakra flow. Of course, using it will not affect your aesthetic appeal. Next is Limitless. He continued. Song is the attraction, capable of drawing objects closer to you for attack, or, as I just demonstrated, pinning you to the ground. This is merely one application of Song. He is the repulsion, functioning oppositely, capable of rebounding objects. With sufficient chakra, obliterating an entire street is a trivial feat. The collision of Tsong, and he leads to the void style, Z. The powerful shockwave from their collision is reminiscent of the tailed beast bomb. There is also a technique that can pull opponents into a special space, but that is for later. There is no rush. Little Qian and can learn gradually alongside your father. The 3 young Uchihas exchanged glances at Qianin, their expressions shifting. Suddenly, the allure of the Sharingan seemed diminished. After all, they had heard from their mother that the advanced version, the Mangekyo Sharingan, not only causes bleeding with frequent use, but also carries the risk of blindness. It appeared that the 6 eyes were indeed more favorable, unbeknownst to Qianyi, as he continued offering guidance to Chen Si. As for you, Chen Si, you may have inherited a portion of my special abilities. In simple terms, you can balance any power within you. Therefore, you should learn from those in the shadow space. As for Jinin, fire release might suit you well. Spend the upcoming time familiarizing yourself with this flame and mastering its control. As he spoke, a miniature dragon composed entirely of flames materialized behind him, swirling and appearing almost lifelike. Though termed a miniature, it still measured about 3 to 4 meters in length. Merely small compared to the nearly 100-meter-long fire dragon Qianyi once used. Jean listened intently, instinctively gathering a special flame in her palm. However, she found it challenging to control the volatile fire. After providing guidance to each individual, Qianyi led them home for dinner. At the dining table, Songfeng and Songji exchanged awkward glances as they observed their mother devouring her meal with gusto. Their mother remained consistently stable in her appetite. Meanwhile, Xianyu, Xianzhe, and Xiangyang, all of whom had mothers from the Uchiha clan, had awakened their Sharingan. Yet, what about Qianin? Xiaonan only knew paper ninjutsu. Yet Qianin had inherited both her mother-s and father-s abilities. Shensi had also inherited his father's remarkable fusion ability, capable of creating two entirely different clones. Jean could conjure fire without hand seals, just like her father. Meanwhile, the two brothers merely inherited their mother's physique. Why couldn't they have a pair of 6 eyes like Qianin? If Qianyi were aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, he would indeed find the two boys lacking in appreciation. The two currently possessed an exceptionally high bloodline from the Vortex clan. Once they mastered the Kagura Shingon, why would they envy the Sharingan and the 6 eyes? As for Sage Chakra, its potential is also incredibly high. In the Sage Chakra state, perception, physical abilities, and the power of ninjutsu can all be significantly enhanced. It can be regarded as a comprehensive enhancement buff. Apart from the two brothers, the others lack the conditions to cultivate celestial techniques or chakra. At least they do not possess the method of extracting the natural chakra not belonging to the 3 great sacred lands, as granted by a cultivation system. Chapter 136, Conquering the Ninja World. After dinner, Qinya lazily reclined on his bed. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Qinya's face. How round the moon is. The plan is halfway through, and now only the 5 great nations remain. The smaller nations are already completely under his control. However, Qinya does not intend to exploit the lower-class citizens. In a certain sense, it can be described as a win-win situation. After all, how much money can the commoners possess? The wealthier and higher-ranking individuals will be dealt with first, such as the feudal lords. Those who are not particularly powerful but hold significant positions and vast territories. And most importantly, possess wealth. In any case, the feudal lords in the world of Hokage, while not outright malicious, will inevitably become fodder for the divine tree if they lack autonomy in the future. It is better to establish his rule now. He is now entirely capable of consuming the entire ninja world. Indecisiveness is not a commendable trait. He only needs to understand that ruling the entire ninja world is beneficial for him. Furthermore, he is not a malevolent cultivator who would skin and bone these people, forcing them to become brothers in the soul banner. He assures himself that he will be quite benevolent. While he was contemplating, a figure stealthily pushed open his bedroom door and cautiously peered inside. Without turning around, Qinya remarked, "Nai, is there something you need?" Kushina shyly entered the room and walked to the side of Chinya's bed. Then, quite naturally, she removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Kushina shook Chinya's arm and said, "Hey, give me some space." Chinya rolled his eyes at Kushina. "Did I not mention during dinner? I have important matters to attend to tomorrow." Kushina, clinging to Chinya's arm, replied, "I won't disturb you. I just can't sleep and need you as a pillow." Chinya gently touched Kushina's hair and shook his head in resignation. "How old are you? You're already a mother of 2, yet you still act so spoiled." Kushina remained silent, merely burying her head in Chinya's embrace, taking a deep breath, and then comfortably closing her eyes. "What if I'm a mother? Can't I act spoiled?" Before long, Chinya noticed Kushina's steady breathing. He gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders and pulled the blanket over her. Then, he embraced her and fell asleep as well. Strangely, sleeping while holding her was indeed quite comfortable. Not to mention, Kushina's softness made it all the more pleasant. The next morning, Chinya slowly opened his eyes and found Kushina's head resting on his arm, a small patch of drool dampening his clothing. His brows slightly twitched, and her slightly parted red lips looked quite enticing. Of course, it would have been better without the drool. A delicate white leg rested on his abdomen. Chinya skillfully retrieved a doll from the system, roughly the same size as himself, and with a swift technique, he replaced himself with it. Sigh. It seems I might be the only one who utilizes the Rinnegan in such a manner. However, it was time to prepare, as today is a significant day. At least for me, it is a momentous occasion. For others, perhaps not so much. Once Kushina woke naturally, she yawned and sat up, rubbing her still drowsy eyes. "Where's Chinya?" But in the next moment, she recalled that Chinya had mentioned something about undertaking important business today. It seemed he would skip breakfast. She wondered what it could be and whether it was dangerous. After adjusting her slightly disheveled pajamas, she quietly slipped out of Chinya's room. In the Shadow Realm, Chinya was languidly mingling within the Shadow Assassin organization during a meeting. Although he was the leader, he pondered, why am I even holding a meeting? It appeared that within the organization, only Kakuzu was a native he had subdued, and he had a firm grip on Kakuzu's lifeline. However, he decided against it, finding it too bothersome. As noon approached, the Shadows dispatched everyone to their respective destinations. The plan to subdue the 5 great nations began. For the 10 participants in this plan, it was exceedingly simple. It was akin to a father playing with his son. Chinya swaggered atop the storm, arriving at the entrance of IWA Ninja Village. The architecture and layout of IWA Ninja Village were significantly different from Konoha, yet the scale was similar. Thus, Chinya could easily obliterate the place with a single Super Shinra Tensei. Of course, he had no intention of doing so. He did not need them to experience the hardships of carrying rice. He simply required them to generate wealth for him. Soon, Storm's colossal form was detected. A diminutive figure, resembling a small potato, soared into the air before him, locking eyes with Chinya. Inoki quickly recognized Chinya's identity and cautiously inquired, "What brings you to our IWA Ninja Village?" His tone revealed a hint of wariness and respect. Indeed, it was respect, in Inoki's view. Not even all the ninjas of IWA Ninja Village could hope to contend with the individual before him. This scene was being broadcasted in projection form for all within the ninja world to witness, showcasing the Shadow Assassin organization's infiltration into the ninja realm. There was no helping it. After all, Chinya was generous with his expenditures. Nevertheless, even so, he had yet to locate the shell organization from the Boruto era, though it was understandable, as it had survived for countless years. Gazing at Inoki, Chinya coldly stated, "I won't waste words, surrender or face village annihilation. Of course, if you believe you can defeat me, feel free to try." Inoki, vigilant, regarded Chinya and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "Is this aimed at our IWA Ninja Village or?" Chinya interrupted, "The target of this mission is your 5 great ninja villages, or rather, your 5 great nations." Inoki, upon hearing this, smiled wryly. "I see. Then how do you plan to handle the civilians in our village?" Chinya chuckled, as usual. "I have received orders to control the village leader, Tsuchikage Inoki. Those who resist will be mercilessly slain. Even if I were to annihilate the Tsushigakure today, it would be of little consequence, for the ninja world is not lacking in people. After destruction, I could easily gather a new populace to inhabit this place. So, what will your choice be, old man?" Chapter 137, Confrontation with Inoki. Inoki gazed at the youth before him and slowly replied, "I am willing to accept control. But could you indulge me in a duel? I wish to see the gap between myself and you, or rather between me and your organization members." Upon hearing this, Chinya cast a glance at Inoki. "You wish to fight me? Don't say I didn't warn you. My abilities are your natural counter. Even so, I still wish to engage in a duel. Regardless of the outcome, our IWA Ninja Village will yield." Chinya languidly replied, "Very well, it won't take long." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinya led Inoki to an open area. "Let us begin." Subsequently, Inoki utilized the lightweight rock technique to ascend into the air and swiftly formed seals for the earth release, giant rock cannon. A massive boulder rapidly formed before him, hurtling towards Chiya. Without a glance, Chiya instantly appeared beside Inoki, prepared to incapacitate him with a swift black flash. However, to his surprise, Inoki reacted in time, employing the weighty rock technique to counter with a punch. The outcome was evident. Inoki was sent flying. As he regained his composure, Chiya's cold voice echoed in his ears. "Enough games. Quickly utilize your dust release. I am eager to return for dinner." Inoki did not argue, as he intended to do just that. Concentrating chakra in his palm, he directed it at Chiya and unleashed his strongest ninjutsu, dust release, detachment of the primitive world. A beam of white light surged towards Chiya, who stood still, unwavering. The dust release technique could decompose an opponent or their jutsu to atomic levels, while Chiya's limitless ability essentially allowed him to manipulate atoms. This indicated that Inoki's dust release could not even breach Chiya's defenses. Acknowledging this, Inoki chose to comply, landing obediently beside Chiya. When faced with an insurmountable disparity, submission was preferable to losing one's life. After all, with a minor gap in strength, there remained some confidence in fighting. However, In this overwhelming situation, Chia withdrew a black object adorned with intricate patterns, pressing it against Inoki's forehead. Once fully integrated, Chia activated Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha. Upon his arrival, he beheld countless icy long swords suspended in the sky above Konoha. How ostentatious, he mused. Sensing the location of the ice, he swiftly approached. Still not finished? How slow? Didn't you say to act and distract your teacher? Before the ice could finish, Chia silenced him. He then turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, since your tenure began, you have been unable to fend off invaders in Konoha. Your virtue does not align with your position. You shall no longer be Hokage. With a snap of his fingers, an aged figure was summoned to his side. And our dear Danzo is a fine disciple of the second Hokage. You shall take his place. Without waiting for Danzo's consent, he instructed the ice to place the control device on Danzo's forehead. Simultaneously, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages and the 5 great nations had already been subdued. Thus, the shinobi world achieved unification. Truly a cause for celebration. How to put it? The conclusion may arrive swiftly, as there remains little to write. The power escalation has been rather rapid. I shall refrain from further elaboration and prepare for the next volume. Chapter 138. Compromise, Resignation, and the Exchange of the 9 Tails. 2 years have passed since the conquest of the entire shinobi world. During this time, Chia has lived in unparalleled ease. The entire shinobi realm has advanced rapidly, with the quality of life for the common people significantly improved. As for the aristocracy and high-ranking officials, they have also fared well, for they still rely on their governance. Naturally, they can no longer act as arrogantly as before. Throughout this period, the one who has fared the worst is undoubtedly Kagaya's devoted son, Kuro. Kuro finds himself in despair, pondering how this shadowy assassin organization came to be. However, since force is futile, he contemplates negotiating with the shadow assassins to see if he can exchange for the tailed beasts. Once secured, he could resurrect Madara and bring back his mother. Chia reclined languidly on a wooden chair, basking in the sun, while a humanoid figure composed entirely of white substance stood beside him. Indeed, the being before Chia was none other than White Zetsu. Observing Chia, White Zetsu spoke with a tone filled with reverence. Although Chia appeared easygoing and relaxed, he was well aware of the formidable being he faced. Few in the shinobi world could contend with him. Perhaps only the shadow assassins or the peak forms of Hashirama and Madara could rival him. My lord, I wonder what your thoughts are on the matter? Chia yawned. I can agree to the terms, provided you possess sufficient funds. You understand, with money, acquiring the 9-tailed beasts is not a considerable challenge. After all, they are like large toys in our possession. However, if you genuinely wish to purchase them, prepare to be exploited. White Zetsu nodded respectfully, preparing to depart, when a voice interrupted. Inform the eavesdropper below that they may come to see me personally next time. I consider myself quite amiable. Cold sweat broke out on White Zetsu's forehead, for he knew Kuro was lurking 100 meters underground, concealed by a ninjutsu that masked his presence. That alone had been detected by Chia. Once he sensed that White Zetsu and Kuro had exited his range of perception, Chia leisurely rose from his chair, stretching languidly. The tailed beasts are nearly drained dry by the four-eyed fellow. Selling them for profit could indeed be a wise decision. Heaven knows what kind of existence the 9-tailed beasts endure in the shadow realm, daily having their chakra extracted, their recovery failing to keep pace with the depletion. Although the tailed beasts are immortal and possess immense vitality, they harbor no doubt that one day they will be drained to death. In the shadow realm, the area sealing the 9-tailed beasts, the once towering figures had vanished. The 9 tails, the strongest with the most tails, now measured merely 5 meters in length. As for the unfortunate Shikaku, standing at 1 meter tall, he lamented, I cannot endure this any longer. Which of you 8 will grant me a tailed beast ball to end my suffering? I can no longer bear it. My illustrious legacy as Shikaku is now confined here. Be quiet, Shikaku, you are far too loud. A similarly distressed blue feline, roughly 15 meters long, retorted disdainfully. Uft. Do I look like one who can use a tailed beast ball? This existence is utterly intolerable. However, today is peculiar. By all accounts, it should be time for the daily chakra extraction. Strange. Chapter 139. The Joy of Kuro, the Hardship of the Working Six. Alas, the 9-tailed beasts remain unaware that they have already been sold. Of course, some of the tailed beasts might even welcome the sale. After all, Being sealed within a Jinchuriki and unable to emerge had been excruciating. Now confined here, drained of chakra daily, who could withstand such a fate? In the following period, the rare absence of chakra extraction allowed the nine-tailed beasts to regain some of their size. After all, being reduced to mere toys was somewhat embarrassing. This could be seen as a gesture of respect for the tailed beasts, considering they had been used as free charging devices for so long. Months later, after the disdainful efforts of the 6 elite laborers, they finally managed to accumulate enough funds for an exchange of tailed beasts. Ugh, I am utterly exhausted. But does this even serve a purpose? I truly do not understand why they need the money, Aki lamented. Enough complaints. Being able to trade is already a significant improvement. At least it's far better than charging in recklessly, isn't it? Suki replied with a smile. While this may be true, these past months have nearly worn me to the bone. Soon after, a few individuals successfully acquired the 9-tailed beasts. However, a feeling of diminutiveness lingered. Nevertheless, the 9-tailed beasts were indeed authentic. Though they seemed somewhat smaller at present, it mattered little. The revival of the 10 tails was paramount. Given some time, the 9-tailed beasts would naturally regain their peak states. Thus, this marked the initial step in the endeavor to save Mother. Black Zetsu pondered in the shadows. The resurrection of the 10 tails, the god tree, was essential, followed by utilizing Madara to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, which would awaken Mother's consciousness and break free from the 6 paths Earth Explosion Star seal. In this way, Mother would be able to reclaim her strength through the god tree, rendering her unmatched in the entire shinobi world. Of course, this was merely Black Zetsu's idealistic vision. Was the power of 6 paths truly that rare? While one might not dare assert 100, 10,000 was certainly plausible. Furthermore, Kagaya's performance in the original narrative was hardly impressive. It felt more like a numerical overpowering. Despite being the final boss of Shippuden, she lacked the oppressive aura of Madara. Moreover, the gravitational space even affected herself, which seemed rather ineffective. Next, they awaited the nurturing of the Rinnegan, after which Nagato would be manipulated to perform the Rinne rebirth. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu and the Uchiha 6-man team would recede from the shinobi world, biding their time for the right moment. As for Nagato, he clearly could not utilize Rinne rebirth when Yahiko died. He was evidently not yet capable. However, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Black Zetsu directly manipulated Obito to employ it. At that time, Obito had barely scratched the surface of the Rinnegan, so it was highly probable that the activation of Rinne rebirth indeed required a period of nurturing through Nagato's lineage. In Chapter 140, Action, Manipulation, and the Resurrection of Madara. Within the shadowy space, Nagato, having possessed the Rinnegan since childhood and after years of training and exploration, could now proficiently wield the abilities of the 6 paths. After such extensive nurturing, he was ready to utilize Rinne rebirth, though it was best reserved for dire circumstances. After all, life was exchanged for life. Even though the Uzumaki clan had survived due to their tenacious vitality, they would likely be rendered incapacitated in the future. Did one truly believe that a technique capable of resurrecting the dead could be so effortlessly executed? Today, within the shadowy space, in the outer region, Nagato arrived at the shop to work as usual. Upon entering, he found Yahiko collapsed on the floor. Nagato rushed over to assess Yahiko's condition. Just as he knelt down, Yahiko instantly struck him with a punch, sending him flying. Nagato's body crashed heavily against a nearby shelf. Before he could recover, 2 more figures emerged from the shadows, their crimson Sharingan fixed on him. Shiendo's left eye technique, Illusion of Heaven. Nando's left eye technique, Ninjutsu Amplification. Enhanced Sharingan Jinjutsu ensnared Nagato in place. Subsequently, another figure stepped forth from the shadows. Well, the task is complete. Let us depart. With that, a spatial passage appeared before the 3. Shiendo hoisted Nagato and was the first to stride through the portal. Capturing this individual required the combined efforts of 3. It was indeed a considerable favor. Nonetheless, the capabilities of the Dark Moon were remarkably effective, whether it be the Shadow Servants or the Celestial Void. Upon traversing the passage, they arrived in an underground base, where they prepared to resurrect Lord Madara. They brought Nagato to a secret chamber, where the corpse of the shinobi world Asajura, Uchiha Madara, lay. Shiendo manipulated Nagato to slowly form the hand signs for Rinne rebirth, while the other 5 remained vigilant, encircling Shiendo and Madara. As Nagato completed the signs, his life force rapidly waned, while Uchiha Madara experienced the opposite. Moments later, a hint of color returned to Madara's face, and one could faintly hear the rhythmic beating of his heart. Gradually, Uchiha Madara sat up. Though devoid of eyes, he still exuded an overwhelming presence. Lord Madara. The six reverently exclaimed in unison. Madara did not respond, but merely turned his head toward a particular spot. What are you hiding there? As soon as Madara's words fell, the six became alert, glancing towards the direction he indicated. Chiya emerged slowly from the shadows and approached the seven. I never expected to encounter the shinobi world's Azura. Uchiha Madara, it is indeed an honor. Before Madara could reply, Shinua gazed at Chiya, beads of cold sweat forming in her palms. You are Moonlight Chiya. Am I so renowned now? Chiya smiled at the group. After donning the three-tomo Sharingan bestowed by the lifeless Madara, his gaze turned icily toward Chiya. You, the child of the Moonlight clan, what brings you here? Chiya replied with a smile. There is no need for such hostility. To be honest, I hold no interest in you all. I merely seek that young man over there. We share a certain connection, and since you have resurrected him, he is of no further use, is he? Uchiha Madara glanced at the nearly lifeless Nagato on the ground. Very well, but the Rinnegan must remain. Chiya nodded, agreed. With that, Chiya pulled Nagato close. Cloaking her hand with chakra, she swiftly extracted the Rinnegan and tossed it to Uchiha Madara. She then procured a pair of ordinary eyes to replace Nagato's and administered a diluted life water to restore Nagato's vitality. However, Madara indeed possessed audacity. He was unafraid of the possibility that the Rinnegan might be destroyed. But regardless, Uchiha Madara was resurrected, the Rinnegan retrieved, and the nine-tailed beasts had been gathered. Soon, they would prepare to confront Kaguya Otsutsuki. Despite her portrayal in the original narrative being less formidable than Madara, she was still a member of the Otsutsuki clan. If possible, Chiya hoped to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Kaguya, for if the ultimate boss were solely Kaguya, it would be manageable. However, that was not the case. Who knows how many members of the Otsutsuki clan exist? As far as Chiya knew, there were at least 5. After all, it was a long-lived, renowned clan. It couldn't possibly consist of just these 5. After Chiya departed with Nagato, Shinua looked at Uchiha Madara, who had donned the Rinnegan, and inquired, Lord Madara? Why did we not all attack together and eliminate him earlier? As Uchiha Madara acclimated to his youthful, vigorous form, he replied, now is not the time to confront him. There will be ample opportunity later. The priority is to restore the nine-tailed beasts to their full strength and have the ten-tails consume them all. I shall become the Jinchuriki of the ten-tails and ultimately unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi to conclude this lamentable war. In another location, Chiya gently placed Nagato on the ground after bringing him outside. How are you? Are you all right? Are your eyes adjusting? Nagato trembled as he stood. May I inquire if Yahiko is well? Chiya replied thoughtfully. If you are referring to that orange-haired boy, he is fine. He was merely manipulated by the Sharingan and will recover with a few days of rest. Upon hearing this, a faint, somewhat forced smile appeared on Nagato's lips. Is that so? That is a relief. But, may I ask why you rescued me? Chiya pondered for a moment before responding. Well, I am one of the shadow assassins. Is it not normal to offer some protection to you? Nagato, hearing this, was left somewhat speechless. Do you believe me? In the world of ninjas, apart from Yahiko, it seems there is no one left who genuinely cares for themselves without ulterior motives. Chiya observed Nagato's demeanor and, with a resigned gesture, decided it was futile to press further. Nevertheless, aiding you was merely a matter of convenience. As for my reasons, perhaps it is due to Nina. Upon hearing this, Nagato was momentarily taken aback, recalling the girl with vibrant red hair who stood beside Chiya during the tournament. It was evident that she had been well protected, and she appeared to be a truly admirable person. Perhaps it was indeed her influence that prompted Chiya to come to my aid. Chapter 141, Kuro's Betrayal. Uchiha Madara under siege. Once Nagato regained his composure, Chiya promptly transported him back to the Shadow Realm. Your eyes have been taken, and those individuals should no longer trouble you. Of course, those eyes were never truly yours. They were merely nurtured by your Uzumaki lineage. Now that they have been adequately cared for, they have been removed. Should you find life unbearable, feel free to seek me out in Konoha. While I can't promise much, providing you with a meal is certainly within my means. Nagato bowed to Chiya, expressing his gratitude, regardless of the motivation behind the rescue. He vowed to repay the favor when the opportunity arose. Chiya gently patted Nagato's shoulder, advising him to focus on living his life, well instead of worrying about repayment. With that, Chiya vanished from the spot. Upon returning home, Chia collapsed onto the sofa. Madara has been resurrected, and it seems the Ten Tails revival is not far behind. I wonder if Kuro has devised a way to manipulate Madara? If the original story still has Sasuke and Naruto to divert attention, what will happen now? They are still so young, barely out of the womb, and yet the prospect of facing Madara, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, seems absurd. Had Madara returned to life earlier, would it have made a difference whether Sasuke was present or not? Logically, Kuro would never allow Madara to master the power of the Ten Tails, as Kuro's ultimate aim remains to save his mother. After all, Naruto is also known as Kuro's quest to rescue his mother. One can only imagine the years Kuro has endured in pursuit of this goal. However, there exists another possibility, a confrontation between the Shadow Assassins and Madara, culminating in Kuro betraying Madara. The Otsutsuki clan truly is outrageous. Kagaya Otsutsuki has been sealed for so long, surviving without sustenance, while also engaging in the bizarre act of planting fruit trees in the ninja world. How cruel. Yet, I find myself curious about the taste of such fruit. Regardless, I must prepare for my impending duel with Madara. The Shadow Realm is clearly unsuitable for battle, and I cannot fight in my own home. Thus, let us return to the traditional battleground, the Valley of the End. Unexpectedly, after some time, I received a tip-off from White Zetsu. The information revealed Madara's plans. And aside from the motive of saving his mother, I was informed of nearly everything. Is he preparing to use me as a weapon? Well, if it must be so, I suppose I can accept that role. After all, if I were to lose everything and face hardship, the infinite Tsukuyomi does appear quite appealing. But the real issue is that I lack for nothing. This seems a bit excessive. After all, illusions cannot truly compare to reality. Furthermore, Madara's strategy would effectively eliminate conflict. If there are no people left, how can there be war? Such an approach is rather extreme. In a fit of madness, Madara intends to plunge all of the ninja world into the infinite Tsukuyomi illusion. Truly, he is the progenitor of the Uchiha clan. His intentions may be benevolent, but he did not consult the inhabitants of the ninja world for their consent. Meanwhile, having just integrated the Ten Tails, Uchiha Madara received an invitation to battle from the Shadow Assassins, with the location set at the Valley of the End. How intriguing! Let us commence with them first. After displaying the invitation to his 6 companions, he instructed them to prepare. Seated in contemplation, Madara pondered the timing of this invitation, coinciding with his ascension to the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Is there a traitor among his ranks, or does the opposing faction possess remarkably efficient intelligence? Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, such matters are trivial. Even if Hashirama were to stand before me now, I possess the confidence to defeat him, let alone a mere organization that only dares to emerge after our deaths. I have heard that this organization now controls the entire ninja world. Defeating them will serve as a warning to those who dare to obstruct my plans. Out again. Why is that assassin organization so meddlesome? Kushina remarked, frustrated upon hearing that Chia was set to engage in combat once more. Why must it always be against a monster like Uchiha Madara? By the way, which era does Madara belong to? Isn't he supposed to be dead? Chia smiled at everyone, saying, All right, Nina, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. I've heard that the entire Shadow Assassins crew will be mobilized. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Moreover, I've heard that the leader of the Shadow Assassins will be making an appearance. Upon hearing this, Chiyuki's eyes widened in surprise. What? Your organization has a leader? I thought your strongest member was the likes of you. By the way, can you defeat this leader? Chia pondered for a moment and replied, Well, how would I know? This is my first encounter, after all. But we shall see tomorrow. You will witness it as well, as it seems there's a plan for a live broadcast. I hope the leader possesses remarkable abilities. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to fall short. Uchiha Hikari observed Chia with a calm demeanor, saying nothing further, merely transforming his eyes into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chia smiled back, recalling the ocular techniques Hikari had previously left with him, yet he had yet to utilize them. Before he could finish his thought, Hikari's eyes shed a single tear of blood as he slowly closed them. I understand this, which is why I marked everyone present with the 8,000 spear seal. My chakra alone would not suffice for your needs. However, Sister Nina has ample chakra. You can draw from her when necessary, providing a bit of a boost should your own chakra run low. Is that so? Thank you, Hikari. Chia smiled appreciatively. Kushina added, Isn't anyone going to speak up for me? What do you mean by my chakra is abundant? It's perfectly fine to draw a bit more. Though I do possess a considerable amount of chakra, I wonder if Grandpa Ryujin can withstand the extraction at his age? Mikoto also inscribed a technique into Chiya's eyes, one designed for healing and damage mitigation. While its utility may be limited, I hope it proves beneficial in a critical moment. Chapter 142, A Fiery Battle. In the Valley of the End, apart from Manjushawa, the Four-Eyed Guy, and Sarayu, who remained at the base, the remaining 8 shadow assassins had arrived. Naturally, the shadows were not counted among them, as they hardly qualify as human. Most importantly, the leader would make a grand entrance. The 7 stood opposite Uchiha Madara and his 6 Uchiha clansmen, locking eyes. Madara regarded the 7 with a hint of disdainful amusement, sensing a slight feeling of being overlooked. Yet, it seemed there were still 2 small mice hiding in the shadows, managing to keep their distance. However, it felt as though 3 individuals were missing from the equation. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Recently, he had been familiarizing himself with the power of the 10 tails, and engaging with these individuals would serve as excellent practice before initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Uchiha Madara gazed at the individuals standing beside him. Shall you not first engage with these fellows? The 6 shook their heads in unison. Come now, we are well aware of our own capabilities. Against these formidable foes, only Lord Madara stands a chance. Most among them had attained their Mangekyo Sharingan through the use of potions, and while they possessed the strength of shadow-level ninja, the disparity when compared to the elite shadow assassins was considerable. Among the shadow assassins, even the weakest boasted strength at the super shadow level. With the more powerful reaching the brink of the Sage of 6 Paths, Madara surveyed the 6 behind him and said nonchalantly, "You may step aside and observe. I shall entertain myself with these adversaries." "Yes, Lord Madara." With that, the 6 retreated to a distance. Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and focused on the shadow assassins. Chinya observed Madara's demeanor with curiosity. It was rather different from the portrayal in the original narrative after he absorbed the power of the 10 tails. Nevertheless, fighting was the only option. Boom. In an instant, the 7 vanished from their original positions, leaving behind a shattered ground, ravaged by the attack of the Yata mirror. Before anyone could regain their composure, Uchiha Madara, enveloped in a massive blue Susanoo, swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A cataclysmic fire attack surged forth towards the 7, exuding an overwhelming force. Moments later, as the flames began to dissipate, the figures of the individuals gradually became visible. Chinya, utilizing his 6 eyes, scrutinized Madara, while an icy barrier surrounding him slowly withdrew. Lan was enveloped in rapidly flowing water, and Dogteat earthily encased himself in sand, while Blackbird ascended into the air with the aid of an illusion. Gazing at the extensively cracked ground, Juan swallowed hard. It was believable that dozens, or even hundreds of Jonin proficient in fire release could unleash such devastation. Alas, with the tailed beast sold off, he had no shield to rely upon. Otherwise, he could have unleashed 9 tailed beast bombs directly, although it might not have proven particularly effective. Uchiha Madara observed the unscathed individuals, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Now, this is intriguing. How about this? He quickly formed hand seals, channeling an immense amount of chakra. Wood release, birth of the woodland. Subsequently, thousands of thick branches surged towards the group. The icy hair of ice trembled slightly as an overwhelming chill emanated from within, rapidly freezing the ground before him, colliding with the advancing wood. It was said that wood release could absorb the user's chakra for its own use. How would that fare against his fruit abilities? Chapter 143. Battle. Uchiha Madara maneuvered the robust branches formed from wood release, clashing with the chilling airwaves generated by ice. However, to Madara's astonishment, the wood release was unable to absorb the ice blocks created by ice's techniques. For a moment, neither side could gain any ground, resulting in a stalemate. Madara observed the group with a slight smile, his hands forming seals rapidly as his Mangekyo Sharingan manifested. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Almost instantaneously, Madara completed the hand seals. A torrent of chakra coalesced in his mouth, transforming into fire attribute chakra. The expansive fire release collided violently with the ice blocks, creating a thick cloud of steam that obscured the vision of everyone present. Yet, this was inconsequential. Each individual present possessed their own sensory methods to perceive their surroundings. Enveloped in the mist, Uchiha Madara vigilantly scanned his surroundings with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Chiya lay concealed in the shadows, observing Madara, his hands cloaked in crimson energy. Then, Chia charged towards Madara from behind. But almost instantaneously, Madara spun around, wielding a fan, and collided with Chia's blood-red claws. Uchiha fan. Madara mused upon seeing Chia's form. The Uchiha fan not only absorbed Chia's attack, but also rebounded it back at him. Madara, intrigued by the damage reflected, regarded Chia with interest. That attack should have been sufficient to reach the level of a tailed beast bomb, yet I can sense he is not exerting his full strength. However, before Madara could ponder further, a blue figure appeared beside him. Lan, enveloped in swirling water, lunged at Madara with his dual blades. Simultaneously, Blackbird and Shoyua launched their own assaults, aiming to divert Madara's attention. Of course, in a one-on-one scenario, none of them could match Uchiha Madara. Though he had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, wielding the Rinnegan, none present were weaklings. As dark feathers, bullets, and lance blades approached Madara, he slowly extended his hand, unleashing a terrifying amount of chakra. Instantly, a blue skeletal figure emerged, blocking their attacks. This technique was none other than the third power, Susanoo, sealed within his Mangekyo Sharingan. As Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated, the skeletal giant's form expanded significantly, far surpassing the previous Susanoo's skeletal structure. Chapter 144, Showdown. Uchiha Madara, within the towering complete Susanoo, looked down upon the individuals below. The gleam in his Mangekyo Sharingan hinted at a hint of fervor. Madara had not anticipated that the strengths of these individuals were not as feeble as he had presumed. While he believed he had overestimated them, it now appeared that their power could, at the very least, contend with his former self and Hashirama. However, with the awakening of his Rinnegan and his status as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he found it effortless to deal with these individuals. The towering blue giant suddenly drew forth its dual blades. The chakra-infused long blades, each measuring several dozen meters, swung towards them. Ice, witnessing the impending strike, smirked slightly, and an overpowering chill surged forth. Crystals of ice rapidly formed around him, and an ice giant began to take shape. The ice giant's arm seized one of the long blades. Uchiha Madara attempted to pull the chakra blade back, but it remained firmly lodged. Observing this, Madara commanded Susanoo to release the dual blades. "Do you fancy my dual blades? Then consider them yours." As he relinquished the blades, Susanoo executed a sweeping kick, sending the ice giant flying. Just as he prepared to unleash another great fire annihilation, he sensed a hint of danger. While Madara was meticulously surveying his surroundings, a strike impacted the chest of Susanoo, exploding and creating a gaping wound. What followed was a torrent of searing flames. Fire release, lightning release, spiraling sphere. "Ah, how delightful!" Madara exclaimed, his eyes transforming into the Rinnegan. He extended a hand, effortlessly absorbing the terrifying flames. In the instant Madara absorbed the attack, Lan swiftly maneuvered behind him, dual blades in hand, enveloped in rapid currents of water. The water encircled Lan like a deep-sea shark, crashing through Susanoo's defenses and targeting Madara's back. Without even turning his head, Uchiha Madara continued to absorb the ferocious conflagration and the potent mixed ninjutsu of fire and lightning. Just as Lan was about to strike, he was abruptly sent flying through the air. After swiftly adjusting her form in midair, Lan landed gracefully on the ground, a faint crimson stain lingering at the corner of her mouth. Although her body was shielded by a flowing water barrier, injury was still inevitable. Nevertheless, it was merely a minor wound, healed within mere seconds. Almost simultaneously as Lan was propelled away, a bullet hurtled towards Uchiha Madara. Yet, it too was effortlessly deflected by a divine technique. No time lapse whatsoever, is there? An unfair advantage, perhaps? It seems that the enhancement provided by the Ten Tails to the Rinnegan's ocular techniques is quite effective. Uchiha Madara released his Susanoo, standing suspended in the air, his wave-like purple eyes surveying the group. He slowly extended his right hand towards Bing, then clenched it as if grasping the void itself. Centered around Bing, a tremendous gravitational force emanated, invoking the sealing technique granted by the Rinnegan, the almighty push. Countless chunks of earth enveloped Bing and the ice giant securely. As Bing sensed the encroaching darkness, he relinquished any struggle, resigned to the fate that he could not be killed and leaving the rest to his companions. He had played his part well, having convincingly acted out his role, and now it was no longer his concern. Shinya observed Bing sealed within the almighty push, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his amusement. Such a splendid performance. One can only hope that my mood improves by the time I return, otherwise. Heh. Blackbird and Mirage exchanged glances, pondering if adopting a similar stance as Bing might not be so bad. After all, the boss had declared that he would handle the final resolution, so why not take a more relaxed approach? Just as this thought crossed their minds, they felt a sudden pull from behind. The two were swiftly drawn towards Uchiha Madara and, upon noticing the situation, hastily launched long-range attacks at him. It wasn't that they desired to take a laid-back approach, but given the formidable opponent before them, who had utilized the almighty push against Bing, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks in their own confrontation. Thus, after some time spent engaging with Madara, the sky bore witness to several earth masses sealed within the almighty push, a result partly due to the group's leniency. Despite the futility of a one-on-one confrontation, their combined strength was firmly at the pinnacle of the shadow level. Should they truly engage, they would not falter against Madara. Feigning breathlessness, Chinya regarded Uchiha Madara. Madara, in turn, examined Chinya, intrigued by his remarkable eyes. Your abilities are quite troublesome, he remarked. Moreover, I sensed the imprint of a technique left by our Uchiha clan's awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps the 8,000 spears? A weapon of war from my clan. Nonetheless, that no longer matters. Now, you are the last one remaining. Do you still wish to struggle? Chinya gazed at Uchiha Madara, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Struggling in vain? Let me jest. Throughout the entire ninja world, I can scarcely name a few who could match my prowess. But to think of eliminating me? That is far from simple. Madara chuckled at this. Oh, is it based on your unique ocular technique or the flying thunder god technique learned from Konoha? In the face of my eyes, such skills are hardly noteworthy. Feeling the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, Chinya spat a bloody droplet onto the ground, then fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Madara. Do you know who established the rule against infighting within our shadow assassin organization? Madara, intrigued, replied slowly, Oh? Are you suggesting that a leader with strength surpassing yours maintains balance among you? But is that even feasible? Each of you is among the elite of shadow-level power. If such a being exists, why have they yet to reveal themselves? Are they simply going to watch their subordinates sealed within my techniques? With that, Madara employed the abilities of his Rinnegan. For clones of equal strength surged towards Chinya. Indeed, few in the ninja world could perceive these clones. As expected, the attacks from the four clones were effortlessly blocked by the limitless techniques. Madara's gaze fixated on Chinya, or rather, his eyes. It appears you possess commendable eyes as well. However, if physical techniques and ninjutsu are ineffective, what of jinjutsu? Madara directly unleashed a jinjutsu upon Chinya using his Rinnegan. As the jinjutsu activated, Chinya's distinctive hair tuft stirred slightly, yet the illusion failed to take hold. However, to outsiders, it appeared as though Chinya's eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan, seemingly ensnared in the jinjutsu. Observing this, Madara conjured a truth-seeking ball to strike Chinya. Yet, just as the attack was about to connect, a barrier suddenly materialized before Chinya, shielding him effectively. However, the barrier could only withstand for a brief moment before it crumbled. Madara, witnessing the swift destruction of the barrier, mused. Is that the technique derived from the Mangekyo Sharingan? Yet, it appears to be rather lacking. After being struck by the truth-seeking ball, Chinya was sent flying, subsequently sealed by Madara's almighty push. One cannot deny the efficacy of sealing techniques against such tenacious ninjas. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Madara truly believed this.